Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 3992 to Chapter 4075. Let's go, this formation won't be able to hold them off for long. Dandan shouted. Without Dandan's shout, Lu Ming, Ling Yuwei, and the others knew what to do. The four of them turned into four streams of light and flew into the distance. Damn it, kill! Get out of my way! Those demon experts roared and attacked the golden-armored giants with all their strength. Finally, some of the golden-armored giants couldn't withstand the attack and were blown apart by the two ninth-layer Divine Emperor Realm experts. However, when these golden-armored giants exploded, other golden-armored giants rushed up. By the time they exploded, a large number of golden-armored giants and rushed out, Lu Ming and the other three had already disappeared. These demon experts had ugly expressions on their faces. They definitely can't go far. Spread the news and let the surrounding ninth-layer Divine Emperor Realm experts surround them with all their strength. We absolutely can't let go of the peerless genius of the chaotic universe. In addition, send the news to the prince. I believe the prince will definitely be interested. A ninth-layer Divine Emperor Realm demon expert issued an order. Lu Ming and the other three ran with all their strength. After running for an hour, they finally stopped when they were sure that they had completely shaken off the demon experts. Mu Yun, are you alright? Ling Yuwei looked at Lu Ming worriedly. At this moment, Lu Ming looked very miserable. Half of his body had exploded. His bones and internal organs were exposed. It was very horrifying. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. His cells were constantly surging with power. His injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. One could clearly see that his bones were automatically reconnecting. His wounds were quickly healing, and his spirit had become vigorous. TSK, this vitality, kid, you are an unkillable cockroach. No, you are even stronger than a cockroach. Dandan looked at Lu Ming and clicked his tongue in wonder. His eyes were full of shock. You are the cockroach. Lu Ming said unhappily, but in his heart, he was also a little surprised. Dandan, this guy, had not seen him for a while, and his strength had soared a lot. Surprisingly, the deployment spell had been able to block the attack of a cultivator of the ninth godly emperor layer. Although those golden-armored giants did not have much offensive power, and Dandan had spent some time setting up the formation, it was still shocking enough. Lu Ming guessed that it had something to do with the Dandan's origin ancient character. Which origin ancient character did Dandan get? It's clearly related to runic arrays. Could it be the word array? Lu Ming pondered. He had once heard from the quantifying character manual that the origin ancient word formation was very mysterious. Once one mastered the origin ancient word formation, they could comprehend endless runes and formations from the word formation. When one cultivated to a high level, any formation would be at their fingertips. They could even set up a great killing formation that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was incomparably terrifying. If Dandan had the origin ancient word formation, with the strength of the second godly emperor layer, it wouldn't be strange for him to be able to set up such a powerful formation. The four of them rested there for a few hours. After a few hours, Lu Ming's injuries had healed. Lu Ming also realized that his cultivation level had increased, and he was about to break through to the second godly emperor layer. My cells have at least 80% of their potential left. It's enough for a while, thought Lu Ming. His current 80% was on a completely different level from the 80% he had before. After breaking through to the godly emperor layer, the potential in his cells had increased tremendously. When Lu Ming had broken through to the godly emperor layer, he had absorbed 100 spiritual wood hearts and his potential had reached 100%. Previously, when Lu Ming was in the Yunhua Pavilion, he took some time to absorb the spirit wood hearts. He had absorbed a total of 3,000 spirit wood hearts before his cells were filled to the brim with potential. 3,000 spiritual wood hearts was 30 times more than before. Now, Lu Ming's potential was astonishing. As long as he continued to stimulate it, his cultivation level would continue to increase. Half a day later, Lu Ming and the other three had recovered to their peak state and were discussing their next plan. There shouldn't be so many demon experts in an ordinary tribe, but so many demon experts have appeared. Could it be that the 8-snake demon kingdom has made a move? Lu Ming asked. It's very likely because it's very difficult for an ordinary demon tribe to dispatch so many experts at once. It's very likely that the 8-snake demon kingdom has made a move. Ling Yue said. Everyone's expression turned serious. If it was the 8-snake demon kingdom, they would have to be careful. If it's the 8-snake demon kingdom, then those tribes will most likely become a trap. Next, we can only look for lone demons to kill. Lu Ming said. Leave it to me, I'll use the formation to investigate again. Dandan was about to make a move and set up a formation to investigate, but at this time, the faces of Lu Ming and the others changed. Because, from the right side, there was a violent sound of breaking through the air. There were strong cultivators approaching, and they were extremely fast. Not good, it's a demon, let's go. Lu Ming's expression was ugly as he shouted. Because, from the right side, a few demons had appeared. Those demons' chi was extremely terrifying. There were 5 demons in total. 3 of them had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer, and the other 2 had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer. Ling Yue, Dandan, and the others also noticed the demon experts. Without thinking, they turned into streaks of light and rushed to the left. It's those little brats, don't even think about leaving, shouted those demons. They chased after Lu Ming and the others extremely quickly. Especially the 3 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Their speed was even more astonishing. They were quickly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming and the others. However, the distance between them was at least tens of thousands of li. They were too far away. The demons of the 9th godly emperor layer didn't attack because they were too far away. If they attacked, their power wouldn't be too great. They had to close the distance between them before attacking. However, all of a sudden, numerous runes and symbols appeared before them. Those runes and symbols turned into numerous spirit formations. Then, they condensed into numerous chains that wrapped around them. As it turned out, Dandan had already set up a formation in the air while she was flying. A trifling deployment spell wants to stop me? Break! Open! Shouted the demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. They raised their claws and tore the chains apart. Not only that, but the deployment spell also broke apart. After all, Dandan had set it up temporarily, so its power was limited. Of course, it couldn't stop 3 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. But it wasn't completely useless. Their speed was still affected a little, and they slowed down a little. Just this tiny bit was enough. It was difficult for them to catch up with Lu Ming and the others. Fuck! Shouted the 3 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer furiously. They used all their strength to attack, but more and more deployment spells appeared in the air. None of the deployment spells could stop them, but they could slow them down a little bit. Because of that, the distance between Lu Ming and the demons was at least tens of thousands of li. Lu Ming and the others were flying, while Dandan was setting up a deployment spell. Even though the deployment spell had been set up temporarily, it could still block the fiends for a while. Even though it was only for a while, it was enough for Lu Ming and the others to escape. Every time the distance between the 2 sides narrowed, the fiends would be blocked by the deployment spell. Then, the distance between the 2 sides increased again, maintaining a distance of tens of thousands of li bastard. The fiends were furious. They were holding fiend blades in one hand and fiend claws in the other. Each time they attacked, the space collapsed. They destroyed Dandan's deployment spell, but in the end, they couldn't catch up with Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of thousands of li away from each other. Suddenly, Lu Ming and the others, who were running away, were astonished. They sensed a powerful chi in front of them. At the same time, they sensed a dense demon chi. More fiends appeared in front of them. There were at least a dozen fiends in that group. 2 of them had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. Those fiends noticed Lu Ming and the others and charged at Lu Ming and the others. There were fiends in front and behind them, so they could only run to the right. Die. The 2 groups of fiends chased after Lu Ming and the others. There were 5 fiends of the 9th godly emperor layer and 20 fiends of the 8th godly emperor layer. They were terrifyingly strong. So many fiends were attacking together. Dandan's deployment spell was even weaker. Therefore, the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer. Lu Ming and the other 3 looked grave. If this went on, things would be bad. If they were overtaken, they would not be able to fend off the 5 experts of the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. The two sides flew for another 100,000 li. The distance between the two sides was now less than 10,000 li. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few fiends of the 9th godly emperor layer attacked. They slashed out with their fiend blades, which streaked across the sky. In a flash, they crossed 10,000 li and attacked Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Ling Yue was about to use her royal elf bow to block. Don't use your trump cards yet. Save your energy. I'll deal with it, Lu Ming said to Ling Yue. Then, he took out the Gale Pearl and continuously drew out the power within it. Hoo-hoo, the gale within the Gale Pearl continued to rush out, forming a wall of wind behind them. The demon's saber light slashed at the wind wall. Both sides exploded with a violent roar. In the end, the wind wall was forcibly broken. However, as both parties were separated by a distance of nearly 10,000 miles, the attacking power of the other party's saber gleam was not at its peak and had been greatly weakened. Although it had broken through the wind wall, its power had also dissipated. The remaining power was easily blocked by Lu Ming and the rest. Let's see how many moves you can block. Continue attacking. The 5 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer grunted icily and kept attacking. The saber light cut through the air, and the demonic claw tore through the void, pressing down on Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming continued to draw the power within the Gale Pearl to block the attacks of the demon rankers. However, as the distance between the two sides shortened, it became more and more difficult for the Gale Pearl to block the other side's attacks. There was always a saber light that broke through the gale wall and smashed towards Lu Ming and the others. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, the eyes of Lu Ming and the others moved. Because another group of creatures had appeared in front of them. But this time, it wasn't a demon, but an angel, a group of angels, and most of them were acquaintances of Lu Ming and the others. They were precisely the group of angels that had besieged Ling Yue earlier. Of course, there were more people here. There were more than 20 of them. It was obvious that 2 groups of angels had gathered together. When these angels saw Lu Ming and the others, their eyes immediately burst with killing intent. It's Ling Yue and that Mu Yun. We've met them again. This time, don't let them escape. Attack with all your might. These angels' killing intent surged, and they were about to charge towards Lu Ming and the others, but they were immediately stunned, because they discovered that after Lu Ming and the other 3 saw them, not only did they not escape, they even rushed towards them. What was going on? Seeing that they didn't leave, they even rushed towards them. Wasn't this courting death? But immediately, their expressions changed. This was because they had also discovered the demon rankers chasing after them. They finally knew why Lu Ming and the others were rushing towards them. It was because Lu Ming and the others were being chased by the demon army, and they were using them as shields. Damn it! Let's go! An angel roared, and all the angels turned around and left. They could naturally feel how terrifying the demons behind them were. There were a total of 5 demon kings of the 9th layer of the God Emperor realm. Although they had the strength of the 9th layer of the God Emperor realm, they were definitely not a match for these demons. How could they care about killing Lu Ming and the others? Brothers from the angel clan, why are you running away? Stop. Let's destroy these damn demons together, shouted Lu Ming. He quickly chased after the angels. Who's your brother? We're your enemies. Damn it. Hurry up and piss off, shouted many angels furiously. But Lu Ming and the others had finally found some demons as shields. How could they leave so easily? Only by dragging the angels down with them would they have a chance to escape. The 3 groups of people were running at full speed. Lu Ming and the others were only a few thousand li away from the angels. Die. Some of the stronger angels attacked Lu Ming and the others furiously. Many angel divine swords slashed towards Lu Ming and the others, but Lu Ming and the others blocked them. Dandan, don't pay attention to the demons behind us. Go ahead and block the angels. Drag them down with you, said Lu Ming to Dandan. However, Dandan's eyes shone brightly. How do you know my name? Who are you? Dandan stared at Lu Ming. Nestle. Lu Ming scolded himself. He had let it slip out of his mouth in a moment of desperation. He was the one who came up with the name Dandan. Not many people would call him by that name. Dandan must be suspicious. But now was not the time to explain. I'll explain to you when we escape. Hurry up and attack. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Hee hee. Dandan gave a few sinister laughs and cast a few meaningful glances at Lu Ming. Then, countless runes emanated from its body, surging into the void and disappearing. The three groups of people fought a battle of wits and courage. In the blink of an eye, they had flown thousands of li away. Block them. At this moment, Dandan shouted and formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, a large array appeared in front of the angels. This formation condensed countless shining golden sabers and slashed at the angels' faces. Dandan condensed a gigantic spell in front of him and slashed at the angels. The angels could only do their best to resist. Naturally, their speed was greatly affected. With such a delay, a few thousand li was covered by Lu Ming and the others in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the others caught up with the angels. Because they didn't deliberately stop the demons, the distance between them and the demons was shortened rapidly. There were only a few thousand li left. A few thousand miles was simply too close for them. Their attack power could also be unleashed to its peak. Die, all of you. Die. The 5 demons of the 9th godly emperor realm were the first to attack. 5 rays of light shot out from the devil's saber, aiming at Lu Ming and the angels. The demons didn't care whether Lu Ming had any enmity with the angels or not. To the demons, as long as it was a creature from the ancient desolate universe, it deserved to die. Because the creatures from the ancient desolate universe had come here to kill demons. Besides, demons hated the angels even more. Because the angels and the heavenly palace were very close, the angels had contributed a lot to the extermination of the demons. Their enmity with the demons was also great. A few thousand li away, the demons of the 9th godly emperor layer were extremely terrifying. Lu Ming took out the mysterious ice rod, he had no choice. At this distance, the Zephyr Pearl couldn't block the attacks of the demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Only the mysterious ice rod could do it. Boom, the mysterious ice rod swept out and blocked the demon's blade. At the same time, Ling Yue also took out her bloodied elven royal bow and shot an arrow to block the demon's blade. Among the angels, the 2 10-winged angels who had surrounded Ling Yue before had no choice but to use their ultimate weapons. One of them took out an angel sword, the other a basic angel crown to block the demon's blade. There was another angel who didn't use his ultimate weapon because he was an 8-winged angel. He didn't control any ultimate weapon, but his cultivation level was extremely high. He had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. An 8-winged angel of the 7th godly emperor layer could easily compete with a demon of the 9th godly emperor layer. The man slashed out with his sword, blocking a demonic saber light. The attacks of the 5 fiends of the 9th godly emperor layer were all blocked. However, with this, the distance between the 2 sides would be even closer. A large number of demons rushed over. Those who had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer also attacked. 20 demons of the 8th godly emperor layer attacked. Their attacks were terrifying. They surrounded Lu Ming and the angels. Like this, Lu Ming's group, as well as the angels, couldn't leave even if they wanted to. They were blocked by the demons. A fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides. Kill. The 5 9th level God Emperor demons were extremely powerful. They charged toward Lu Ming and the angels. Damn it! Damn it! The angels roared angrily. They were so aggrieved that they wanted to die. They didn't expect that not only would they fail to deal with Lu Ming's group, but they would also be dragged down by Lu Ming's group. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. At that moment, in order to protect themselves, they could only do their best to resist. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, the 2 10-winged angels, and the 8-winged angel who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. The 5 of them could temporarily release the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. They blocked the 5 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Dandan, Hua Shui, and the other angels were fighting against the demons. With Hua Shui's cultivation level, it was very dangerous in such a battle, but luckily, Dandan was there to help her. These talismans are for you. Dandan took out a talisman and put it on Huashua's body. Huashua's body was covered with talismans, and her strength and speed increased. That was the only way she could protect herself. As for Dandan, talismans appeared all over his body. He looked like the incarnation of talismans. He kept flickering, and the demons couldn't touch him for a while. However, the angels weren't so lucky. Among the angels, there were strong and weak ones. Some of the stronger ones were barely able to protect themselves. Some of the weaker ones were directly killed by the demons, and their blood scattered in the air. For a moment, at least 7 or 8 of my angels were killed. This made the angels even angrier. However, even if they pulled the angels into the water, they were still at a disadvantage. They weren't a match for them. Lu Ming's expression was grave. If this continued, it would be disadvantageous for them. This was because he, Ling Yuwei, and the 2 10-winged angels of the angel clan could release the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer for a short period of time, but they couldn't hold on for too long. Continuing the battle was very disadvantageous for them. Lu Ming thought of this, and the angels naturally thought of this as well. Yan Ford and the others are nearby. Quickly send a message to them and tell them to hurry over and support us. A 10-winged angel roared and used his full strength to block a few demons, giving one of the angels a chance to send a message. That angel seized the opportunity and sent out a message. Dandan, I'll rely on you to escape later. Lu Ming transmitted to Dandan. Don't worry, I've already started preparing. Do I need you to mention it? Replied Dandan. He was constantly setting up a formation. Boom, Lu Ming's taboo force kept pouring into the Bingxian rod. The Bingxian rod erupted with terrifying power. Terrifying cold currents kept gushing out, freezing the void. The surrounding demons did not dare to get close to it. Lu Ming used the mysterious ice rod to exchange a few blows with the cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming sensed that a lot of forbidden strength had been consumed. At most, he could use about 5 more moves. Little boy, with the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer, you can forcibly use the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. Let's see how many moves you can use. Demon Claw. The demon of the 9th godly emperor layer looked ferocious. He stretched out his sharp claws, which were as big as a small mountain, towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming in one strike. Lu Ming held the piercing ice mystic rod and lashed it out horizontally, shattering the void and colliding with the devil's claws. Another explosion spread in the air. A demon of the 7th godly emperor layer didn't have time to dodge and was frozen. Then, the chi behind him smashed his body into pieces. The other demons were scared and didn't dare get close to the battle between Lu Ming and the demon of the 9th godly emperor layer. In fact, when the other cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer fought, the demons and angels didn't dare get close. The two sides exchanged a few more attacks. The situation was getting worse for Lu Ming and the angels. Dandan, are you done? Lu Ming asked Dandan telepathically. Almost. Wait a little longer, replied Dandan. He continued setting up the formation. At that moment, in the distance, the sound of whistling wind could be heard. Holy lights illuminated the sky. The angels had arrived. Another group of angel tribe members had arrived. There were more than a dozen angels in this group, and there were many experts among them. Among them, there were 2 who had the battle strength of the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. As expected of the top 10 races, there were too many geniuses, and the number of people participating in the Heavenly Soldier examination was also very high. Haha, the helpers are here. The angels were overjoyed. With the addition of this group of fresh troops, they were saved. Quick, help us block these demons and help us charge out. The male 10-winged angel sent a sound transmission to the angels. They had no intention of tangling with the demons. They planned to rush out first and leave Lu Ming and the others here to wait for death. You dare to plot against us? I will make you die miserably and become food for the demons, these angels thought fiercely in their hearts. But immediately, their expressions changed. This was because a dense demonic aura was coming from another direction. Over there, another group of demons was charging over. Obviously, the battle here had alarmed the surrounding demons. Damn it! These angels were shocked. "Quick, come and help us rush out," the male angel roared. At this moment, "All right," Dandan called out. Suddenly, endless runes spread out, and an array appeared beneath Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Hua Shue's feet. The moment this array appeared, it was like a piece of clothing that stuck to their bodies. Then, one figure after another appeared around them. For example, dozens of Lu Ming suddenly appeared around Lu Ming. They looked exactly the same as Lu Ming, and even their auras were exactly the same. Dozens of Lu Ming suddenly appeared at the scene. Ling Yue, Hua Shui, and Dandan were the same. Dozens of figures also appeared around them. Swish swish swish, in the next moment, dozens of figures rushed out in all directions. Those demons were all dumbfounded. This was because the dozens of figures seemed to be real. Even their auras seemed to be real. It was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. These abyss devils could only attack randomly. One figure after another was defeated by their attacks. However, among the several tens of silhouettes, there were always some that managed to rush out. As soon as these figures rushed out, they fled in all directions. "Damn it! Hurry up and chase after those brats. Leave these angels to us," said a demon of the 9th godly emperor layer to the demons behind him. The abyss devils that came later scattered and chased after Lu Ming and the others. As for the demons from before, they attacked the angels with all their might. The demons had 5 cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer, and now they were all fighting against the angels. The angels were under even more pressure. Fortunately, the angels had new reinforcements. Even so, for the time being, they could only barely protect themselves. Their plan to rush out was ruined. They were so angry that they nearly vomited blood on the spot. Their original plan was to rush out and leave Lu Ming and the others behind. But now, the situation was the complete opposite. They were the ones who were left behind. The ones who rushed out were Lu Ming and the others. It could only be said that reality was very cruel. They could only fight back with all their might. Lu Ming and the others didn't care about that. After they rushed out of the encirclement, their real bodies gathered together and flew in the same direction. The demons that came later also had many strong cultivators. There were 3 cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. There were 15 of them of the 8th godly emperor layer, and almost 100 of them below the 8th godly emperor layer. There were so many of them that they quickly got rid of the fake bodies. Then, they chased after Lu Ming and the others' real bodies. There's no end to this. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's expressions were very ugly. It was obvious that the army of the 8 Snakes Demon Kingdom had been mobilized. There were many strong demons in this area. It wouldn't be easy to escape. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is still too low. If I could become stronger and break through to the 2nd godly emperor layer, I wouldn't need to fear these demons, thought Lu Ming. Even though he was under great pressure, breaking through to the 2nd godly emperor layer wasn't going to be easy. Both sides started a chase again. It was just that the demons behind them had changed. "You guys go first. I'll stay and stop them," Lu Ming suddenly said. He planned to stay and fight with these demons to see if he could take the opportunity to break through to the 2nd godly emperor layer. But doing so was very dangerous. If he couldn't break through, he might stay here forever. But if he didn't do this, he would never be able to shake off the demons. If he was caught, it would be equally dangerous. "I'll stay too," Ling Yue said. "If you want to stay and fight, then I'll stay and accompany you." Dandan's gaze turned as he said. "I'll stay too," Hua Shui also said. "Hua Shui, you go first. Wait for us in front." Ling Yue shook her head. "That's right, Hua Shui, you go first," Lu Ming also said. To be honest, with Hua Shui here, they couldn't use it. Instead, they had to take care of her. Hua Shui gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. However, she knew very well in her heart that amongst the 4 of them, she was the weakest. If she stayed here, she would indeed be in the way. It would be even more disadvantageous for Lu Ming and Ling Yue. In her heart, she hated herself for being too weak. Her cultivation was clearly the highest, but her strength was the weakest. She even needed others to take care of her. Huashui, hurry up and leave. This is an order. Ling Yue said. Alright, then you guys be careful. I'll inform the rest of the elves. You guys must live. Huashui gritted her teeth and continued to fly forward. As for Lu Ming and the other two, they stopped and turned to face the demons that were chasing after them. Dandan, you should still have some trump cards, right? Use them all. Lu Ming said to Dandan. Lu Ming knew this guy too well. If he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence, would he have taken the initiative to stay? Hee, as expected, it's you. You know me best. Dandan chuckled and glared at Lu Ming. Obviously, he had already guessed Lu Ming's identity. Following that, two bright red talismans appeared in Dandan's hands. I spent a lot of effort to obtain these two talismans, and their one-time use. Dandan said with a pained expression, I'll give it to you now. If you use it on your divine armament, it will allow your divine armament to awaken a portion of its power. There's such a good thing. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's eyes lit up. Be it the ice mystic rod or the blood-stained elven king bao in Ling Yue's hands, they were all extremely high-level treasures. Their powers were far more than that. They were only in hiding and needed Lu Ming and the rest to activate them. However, with Lu Ming and Ling Yue's cultivation, they could only unleash a small portion of their power. Most of their power was hidden. As for these two runes, they could unleash a trace of power. They could definitely increase the power of the great killing weapon by a lot. End of chapter. Lu Ming and Ling Yue didn't hesitate and put the talisman on their weapons. As soon as the seal was placed on the divine weapon, it melted like ice and turned into a ball of seal, covering the divine weapon. In a flash, Lu Ming sensed some strength emerge from the depths of the Ice Xian staff. The Ice Xian staff was really releasing some strength. At the same time, Ling Yue's royal bow was the same. On the side, Dandan looked pained because the talisman was a one-time use item. If he sold it, it would be priceless. But it was gone just like that. He quickly calculated in his heart how he would get back the losses from Lu Ming and Ling Yue. At that moment, the fiends were approaching. Die! Die, die, die! Shouted the fiends, especially the three leaders of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. They attacked one after another. 3 fiend blades streaked across the sky towards Lu Ming and the others. Bzzz, Lu Ming's Ice Xian staff shook violently. Lu Ming's forbidden strength kept pouring into the Ice Xian staff. The Ice Xian staff quickly became bigger and bigger. But Ling Yue's attack was even faster than his. An arrow pierced through the sky and shot towards one of the fiends of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. The arrow and the fiend's fiend blade collided. An explosion shook the sky and the fiend's blade shook violently. The fiend's arm shook violently, and blood appeared on it. He was shaken violently and moved back 1,000 li. The 2 fiends of the 8th Godly Emperor layer coughed up blood. Ling Yue's arrow had injured a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. It really worked. Ling Yue was overjoyed. As expected, the royal bow with blood on it released some strength. In addition to her own strength, her attack power had already surpassed ordinary fiends of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. At that moment, Lu Ming's attack arrived. The gigantic Xian ice rod collided with the 2 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. The 2 demons' blade lights broke apart, and they were both pushed back. Lu Ming was overjoyed that he had defeated 2 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer in one move. Do it in one go. Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue, then pounced forward. The ice-profound rod continuously smashed out, and 3 rod shadows crushed the void, pressing towards the demon rancor. Under the mysterious ice staff, the void kept exploding, and a terrifying chill spread out. The mysterious ice staff had not yet landed, but a terrifying chill had already enveloped the area. Some of the weaker demons were immediately covered by a layer of ice. Those who had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer and below were frozen to death. Retreat, retreat! Some demons of the 8th and 7th Godly Emperor layer shouted furiously and tried to block the ice. The 3 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer shouted furiously and released demon chi. They used all their strength to attack. 3 huge saber glows broke through the icy intent and landed on the mysterious ice rod. Boom! 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 There were 3 explosions. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but move back. The mysterious ice rod kept shaking. However, the 3 demons weren't any better. Even though they had defeated Lu Ming, they had also moved back a few steps. And that was only Lu Ming's attack. When Lu Ming attacked, Ling Yue also attacked. Her arrow was aimed at one of the cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. When the demon and Lu Ming exchanged blows, a terrifying arrow shot towards the demon. It matched perfectly with Lu Ming's attack. As soon as the demon retreated, Ling Yue's arrow arrived. Roar! The demon roared furiously and did his best to block. However, he had just exchanged blows with Lu Ming. His chi was unstable, and he couldn't use his full strength to block the attack. He could only use 50% of his strength. 50% of his strength couldn't block Ling Yue's arrow. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out. The arrow broke through the demon's layers of defense and pierced through his chest. The demon screamed miserably as a hole appeared in his chest. However, he wasn't dead yet, but he was severely injured. All right. Lu Ming and Dandan were overjoyed. Their plan was useful. Continue. Lu Ming spoke, activating the Bingxian rod and striking out again. He had to hurry, because the runes given by Dandan wouldn't take too long. Boom, the mysterious ice rod turned into a few shadows and smashed down again. Block it. Damn it, block it. The remaining 2 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer roared and attacked with all their might. The other demons of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer also attacked together. As for the heavily injured 9th godly emperor layer demon, he hid behind and didn't dare to attack. He was afraid that Ling Yue would shoot him to death. There was another series of explosions. Lu Ming's mysterious ice rod was blocked. However, Ling Yue seized the opportunity and shot another arrow. This arrow was aimed at another demon of the 9th godly emperor layer. After blocking Lu Ming's attack, the 9th stage god emperor realm demon was also unable to block Ling Yue's attack. An arrow pierced through his body and he was severely injured. It had to be said that the vitality of demons was very strong, especially those of the 9th godly emperor layer. Ling Yue's arrow was very terrifying. A destructive energy exploded from the inside. However, their injuries were also very serious. Let's go. The remaining demons were terrified. The only one who wasn't injured, the 9th godly emperor layer demon, roared and turned around to leave. They knew that they couldn't deal with Lu Ming and the others. If they continued fighting, they would be in danger. They had to leave first, meet up with the other demons, and then chase after Lu Ming and the others. You still want to leave? Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He used the Great Divine Wind technique and his body flickered, attacking the demons. Lu Ming wouldn't miss the spirit blood of these demons. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Lu Ming wouldn't let it go so easily. At the same time, the mysterious ice rod turned into 3 shadows and smashed down. The 3 stick shadows were still able to maintain an extremely strong attacking power. If there were more stick shadows, the attacking power would decrease. Rumble, the sky and earth shook violently. The mysterious ice rod pressed down with unparalleled force. Work together, roared a 9th godly emperor layer demon. All the demons gathered together and went all out. Dozens of demons' demonic chi condensed and turned into a shocking sword light. It violently slashed out, blocking the mysterious ice rod. However, Ling Yue attacked again. An arrow shot towards the last demon of the 9th godly emperor layer who wasn't injured. But that demon was very cunning. When he blocked Lu Ming's attack, his silhouette flickered and he retreated behind the other demons. Ling Yue's arrows pierced through 3 fiends of the 8th godly emperor layer and killed them, but the fiend of the 9th godly emperor layer dodged them. Then, he flapped his wings and abandoned the other demons to escape alone. End of chapter. That uninjured demon of the 9th godly emperor layer had abandoned the other demons and escaped on his own. He was extremely fast. In just a few flashes, he had already covered a distance. But at that moment, a young man appeared in front of him. If it had been someone from the Eight-Snake Demon Kingdom who had participated in the meeting of the princes of the Eight-Snake Demon Kingdom, they would have recognized that young man immediately. At that moment, Samo Luo had turned into a human. Even his demon chi was concealed. He looked like a human. The cultivator of the ninth godly emperor layer had seen Samo Luo before, but he had never seen Samo Luo in human form. Therefore, he didn't recognize Samo Luo. When he saw Samo Luo, he thought Samo Luo was from the desolate universe. Immediately, the demon of the ninth godly emperor layer shouted furiously, "Little boy, piss off." At the same time, he grabbed Samo Luo with his claws. Samo Luo's eyes glittered coldly. He threw a punch at the demon's claws. Boom, strong chi spread everywhere. The demon of the ninth godly emperor layer's expression changed drastically. His claws made cracking sounds, and his bones broke. He was pushed back. At that moment, Ling Yue attacked again. She shot an arrow at the demon. This time, he couldn't dodge it. The arrow pierced through his body and he was severely injured. Swish, Samo Luo's silhouette flickered. He threw himself at the demon. His claws were like steel nails. They pierced through the demon's head. The demon died on the spot. On the other side, Lu Ming was holding the Xianxia staff. Nobody could stop him. His staff slammed into the demons one after another. Even a demon of the ninth godly emperor layer who had been severely injured died at Lu Ming's hands. When Samo Luo saw that, his eyes glittered with murder. He also threw himself at the demons. His claws were like rainbows. Each time he attacked, a demon was killed. The third demon who had been severely injured also died at Samo Luo's hands. Lu Ming and the other two surrounded the demons. The remaining demons weren't a match for them. In the blink of an eye, most of them were killed. The remaining ones wanted to escape, but Samo Luo chased after them and killed them all. Phew, Lu Ming took a deep breath. The danger was finally over. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan walked towards Samoros. "Brother, thank you for your help." Lu Ming and the others cupped their fists in gratitude. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. We're all from the primitive universe, so it's only natural for us to fight against the demons," said Samo Luo smiling. He glanced at Lu Ming and the others and said, "You're really strong. You only have the strength of the second godly emperor layer. Surprisingly, you defeated such a strong group of evil demons. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have never believed it." What Samoras said was true. He had already arrived while they were fighting with the demons, hiding in the dark to observe. He discovered that Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attack power was simply astonishing, causing him to be shocked. Therefore, he originally wanted to take action to deal with Lu Ming and the others, but he changed his mind at the last moment and took action to deal with the defeated demons. Dealing with those demons was to gain the trust of Lu Ming and the others. As long as he could gain the trust of Lu Ming and the others, it would be much easier to deal with Lu Ming and the others. "Brother, you're too polite. It's just luck," Lu Ming said simply out of politeness. "I am Lu Feng. How should I address you?" Samoro said. "Don't you know us?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he felt a little puzzled. It was normal for them to not know him and Dandan, but it was rare for them to not know Ling Yue. After all, they could see Ling Yue's portrait through the dream jade. However, Lu Ming only had a trace of doubt in his eyes, and did not pay too much attention to it. After all, the great desolate universe was too big, and there were countless geniuses. It was normal for some people to not care about the outside world and focus on cultivation. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan reported their names. "Why don't the three of you work together? How about we hunt demons together?" Samoro said. Lu Ming and the other two were moved. Samoro's attack just now was very powerful. They could see that although Samoro's cultivation was only at the 6th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, his battle prowess was astonishingly strong. Previously, when he had fought head-on with the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, he had actually injured the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm in one move. This was his own true battle prowess, and he did not rely on external objects. If Samoros joined them and cooperated with them, then even if they encountered demons in the future, they would be able to relax a lot. Lu Ming, you have to be careful of this Lu Feng. I feel that there's something wrong with him. At this time, Bone Demon reminded him. No, what's wrong? Lu Ming asked. I can feel a trace of demonic qi from his body. Although he hid it very well, there was still a trace of it leaked out. You can't feel it, but you can't hide it from my senses. Bone Demon said. Hidden demonic qi? Could it be that he carried some kind of treasure with him that had demonic qi? Or perhaps he cultivates some kind of cultivation technique that can absorb demonic qi? Lu Ming said to Bone Demon as thoughts flashed through his mind. I don't know about that. Just be careful. Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded silently in his heart, but he did not suspect that Samoros was a demon. After all, in the great desolate universe, there were some treasures that contained demonic qi, or some strange mysterious techniques that could absorb and refine demonic qi. However, he still raised his vigilance and paid attention to Samoros. Alright, with Brother Lu joining us, it will definitely be easier for us to deal with the demons. Ling Yue nodded and smiled. Lu Ming and Dandan did not object. Then let's go meet up with Hua Shui first. Ling Yue said. Immediately, they flew in the direction Hua Shui had left. On the way, Samoros's gaze would occasionally sweep across the ice profound rod in Lu Ming's hands and the Elven King's bow in Ling Yue's hands. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because he was afraid of Lu Ming and Ling Yue's two divine weapons. After all, he had clearly seen the power of the two divine weapons just now. Yes, Lu Ming and Ling Yue had yet to put away their two divine weapons. It wasn't that they didn't want to put them away, but that they couldn't put them away yet. This was because the runes on them had yet to disappear. The rune that Dandan had given him had a time limit. Before the time was up, it wouldn't disappear. If the rune didn't disappear, Lu Ming and the others wouldn't be able to put away their divine weapons. However, if he didn't activate it in his hand, it wouldn't consume any energy, so it wouldn't be a problem. As Lu Ming and Ling Yue flew, they recovered the energy they had expended earlier. Not long after, they found Hua Shui anxiously waiting in front of them. Seeing that Lu Ming and the others were fine, Hua Shui was overjoyed. Princess, I've already sent a message to the rest of the elves. However, they're quite far away from us. I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to come and meet us. Hua Shui said. Ling Yue nodded and said, it's fine. We'll just wander around the 8 Snake Mountain Range. We won't go deep into the 8 Snake Mountain Range. We should be able to handle it if we're a bit more vigilant. They had the spirit blood of 3 9th layer Divine Emperor Realm demons, as well as more than 10 8th layer Divine Emperor Realm and dozens of 7th layer Divine Emperor Realm demons. This should be enough for them to pass the examination. Next, they just needed to be careful and hunt more demons to obtain more merit points. If the situation wasn't right, they wouldn't force it. Everyone left and headed in another direction. A moment later, the runes on the ice profound rod and the Elven Royal bow finally faded and slowly disappeared. The rune power that Dandan had given him had finally disappeared. Lu Ming and Ling Yue kept the two divine weapons into their sea of consciousness. At this moment, a sharp glint flashed across Samoro's eyes. Brother Mu, Samoro called out to Lu Ming and approached Lu Ming. What is it? Lu Ming had just asked. Suddenly, Samoro made his move. His sharp claws grabbed towards the top of Lu Ming's head. The strength chi whistled with terrifying might. Space constantly exploded in Samoro's hands. At such a close distance, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to avoid it. However, because Lu Ming had always maintained a trace of vigilance towards Samoro, the moment Samoro made his move, Lu Ming reacted and raised his hand to block Samoro's sharp claws. However, the power of Samoro's claws was extremely shocking. Even though Lu Ming had used his full strength at the critical moment, he was still unable to block Samoro's attack. Lu Ming's palm directly exploded. Seeing that Lu Ming was actually able to block his sudden attack, Samoro's gaze turned cold. His other hand slapped out, hitting Lu Ming's chest. Boom! Lu Ming's chest was directly pierced through, and a hole that went through his front and back appeared. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's body also retreated explosively, breaking more than 10 big trees. Ling Yue, Dandan, and Hua Shui all widened their eyes in shock. Retreat! Lu Ming roared. Ling Yue, Dandan, and Hua Shui instinctively retreated, pulling away from Samoros. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant against me. I have to say, you're too careful. Samoras looked at Lu Ming in surprise. He did not expect his sudden attack to fail to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were very serious. Destructive energy was constantly attacking his body. If it was an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't have survived. However, each of Lu Ming's cells could exist independently. As long as all of his cells were not destroyed at once, he could recover as long as there was enough energy stored in his cells. Lu Feng, why did you attack Mu Yun? Ling Yue shouted loudly. The Elven King's bow, which was stained with blood, appeared in her hand and was aimed at Samoro. Do you want to monopolize the evil demon spirit blood? Dandan shouted. Ha ha ha, do you think I want your evil demon spirit blood? Let me tell you the truth, I want your lives. Samoras chuckled, looking as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Indeed, he was completely confident that he could kill Lu Ming and the other three. He didn't care about Dandan and Hua Shui at all. He was mainly afraid of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. However, just now, the runes on Lu Ming and Ling Yue's divine armament had already disappeared and their power had weakened by a bit. He no longer had any worries. In addition, he had suddenly attacked and heavily injured Lu Ming. Yes, in his opinion, although he did not kill Lu Ming was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. He no longer had the strength to fight. There was only Ling Yue left, and he did not care at all. Therefore, he remained calm and unhurried. I don't think we know each other. There's no enmity between us. Since you're not here for the evil demon spirit blood, why do you want to kill us? Lu Ming asked. The reason for killing you is very simple, because I am a demon. Samoras said coldly, his body emitting a dense demonic aura. This time, Ling Yue, Dandan, and Hua Shui were all stunned. Obviously, Samoras's answer was out of their expectations. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was slightly better, because he had his suspicions before. Demon, he really is a demon. No wonder the bone demon felt a hidden demonic aura on his body. Also, no wonder he doesn't know Ling Yue. Lu Ming's mind raced as he suddenly shouted, be careful. Because at this time, Samoras made his move again. He did not attack Lu Ming, but instead attacked Ling Yue. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards Ling Yue, his claws grabbing towards Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue was already prepared. Her divine power crazily poured into the blood-stained Elf King bow, and an arrow condensed and shot towards Samoras. Boom, the arrow accurately hit Samoras's claw, causing a violent explosion. However, Samoras was extremely powerful. In a direct confrontation, the arrow shot by Ling Yue shook violently and then shattered. As for Samoras, he still had some strength left. His sharp claws grabbed towards Ling Yue, causing her to retreat explosively. You can't escape. Die. Samoras shouted coldly. The demonic aura was extremely dense, and his claws actually turned into sinister demon claws, grabbing towards Ling Yue. But at this time, boom, a gigantic staff shadow blasted through the space and blasted towards Samoro with astonishing power. This kind of attack had already created a crisis for him. He had no choice but to stop his attack on Ling Yue and turn around to claw at her twice. Boom, boom. The two claws grabbed onto the staff shadow, causing a violent explosion. The staff shadow was sent flying. You can actually unleash such a powerful attack. Samoras revealed a shocked expression as he looked at Lu Ming. The one who attacked just now was naturally Lu Ming. What is it? You're surprised? You didn't kill me in one go just now. Now, you don't have the chance. Lu Ming said. Samoras was not only surprised, but also shocked. He was well aware of the power of his sneak attack on Lu Ming previously. He was already very surprised that Lu Ming did not die. However, Lu Ming was definitely seriously injured. His injuries were very serious. Ordinary people would not be able to unleash even 10% of their combat power. However, Lu Ming's attack just now definitely had the power of the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. How was this possible? Immediately, his face revealed a sinister killing intent as he said, so what if you Can unleash your strongest battle strength? You still have to die, kill. Samores let out a long howl, his body moving like lightning as he charged towards Lu Ming. His claw grabbed at the air, and a claw the size of a mountain grabbed towards Lu Ming. However, on the other side, Ling Yue also made her move. An arrow shattered the void and shot towards Samores. In Samores' other hand, a devil's blade appeared. With a slash, it blocked Ling Yue's arrow and continued to attack Lu Ming. Facing Samores' attack, Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. He activated the Bingxian rod and blasted it out. The Bingxian rod was like a mountain, smashing towards Samores. The two collided again. Lu Ming felt the Bingxian rod tremble violently. An incomparably powerful force rushed over from the Bingxian rod. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's face was solemn. This Samores' talent was very high. He was definitely a top monster among the demons. His cultivation base was at the 6th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, but his battle strength could suppress an ordinary 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming felt that Samores couldn't fight across 4 levels. His strength should be inferior to Yin Jiuling, a candidate of the Universe Prodigy list. However, it was still stronger than crossing 3 levels. It should be between 3 and 4 levels. Such strength was completely above Lu Ming and the current Ling Yue. Even if they unleashed the power of their killing weapons, it would still be the same. The key point was that Lu Ming and the others couldn't hold on for too long. Even if you can unleash your full strength, you will still die. Samores shouted. The devil's blade in his left hand and the devil's claw in his right hand attacked Lu Ming and Ling Yue at the same time. His attacks were crazy, launching a storm of attacks. With his intelligence, he naturally knew that Lu Ming and Ling Yue were completely relying on their divine weapons to unleash the power of the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. However, this definitely couldn't last long, so he had to keep attacking. When the two of them were exhausted, it would be the time for him to win. Boom, the two sides exchanged a few more moves. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's faces turned pale. The power of their damage was too great. Previously, when they were fighting with a group of demons, they had continuously activated their killing weapons. At that time, they hadn't fully recovered. Now that they were continuously activating it, the consumption was too shocking. Ha ha ha, die for me. Samores also sensed it and revealed a sinister smile. F***ck your grandfather, bite him for me. Dandan roared as he pushed out with both hands. A gigantic formation appeared in the void. Then, huge crocodiles formed from the formation and pounced on Samores, opening their mouths to bite him. However, the devil's blade in Samores' hand slashed out, and the crocodiles exploded one by one. Dandan had already started setting up the formation when Lu Ming, Ling Yue and Samores were fighting. Unfortunately, the time it took to set up the formation was still too short, but its power was already extremely shocking. It could barely affect Samores and reduce the pressure on Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Lu Ming and Ling Yue charged forward again. Both parties exchanged another 2 blows. The taboo power in Lu Ming's body was almost depleted. At this moment, he was constantly forcing out his potential, and only then was he able to barely resist Samores. However, Lu Ming and the other two were still at a disadvantage, unable to defeat Samores. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for Lu Ming and the others, Lu Ming was prepared to take out the purple copper coffin and risk it all. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. Someone was coming, and it wasn't just one group of people. The sound of something tearing through the air came from 2 directions. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. The people coming from 2 directions were extremely fast, rapidly approaching this place. Samores' expression changed slightly. He couldn't tell if the person was a demon or a creature from the great desolate universe. The demonic aura on his body quickly converged, and the devil's blade in his hand disappeared. His palm also returned to the appearance of a normal person. In the next moment, 2 groups of people appeared not far away. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and the others' eyes lit up. This was because neither side was a demon, but a creature from the great desolate universe. That's the Buddha clan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. One of them was dressed in white robes with a golden Buddha light above their heads. This was obviously the Buddha clan of the top 10 races. The Buddha clan was an extremely unique race. In fact, there were very few true Buddha clan members. In this group of people, there was only one true Buddha clan member. One of them was about 2 meters tall. His entire body was golden as if he was made of gold. He didn't have any hair, and there was a Buddha light above his head. His palms were pressed together, and he looked very dignified. This was a true Buddha clan member. As for the others, they came from various races in the great desolate universe. Because they were fated with Buddha, they joined the Buddha clan to cultivate Buddha Tao. Slowly, these living beings who cultivated Buddha Tao were also known as the Buddha clan. The other group of people wasn't to be underestimated either because they also came from one of the top 10 races. One of the top 10 races, the Battle Saint tribe. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was the peerless monster of the Battle Saint tribe, Battle God Yuanwen. With the arrival of the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha clan, Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but stop their battle with samurais. It's the elf princess Ling Yue. And Mu Yun. Who is that young man? Why are they fighting? Could it be that they are fighting for the demon spirit blood? The people from the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha clan discussed silently, they didn't interfere. Everyone, this man is the incarnation of a demon. Let's attack together and kill him. Lu Ming roared. Now that a group of helpers came, there was no reason for him to let them go. As the sound of his voice faded, the expressions of the people from the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha clan changed. Unkind looks appeared on their faces as they stared at samurais. However, Samurais' expression remained calm. Everyone, he is framing me. He wants to borrow your strength to deal with me. I'm also from the great desolate universe. Do you guys think I look like a demon? The people from the Battle Saint tribe and Buddha clan shook their heads. The primogenitor bloodline that Samurais awakened was extremely unique. It could conceal the baleful devilish chi very deeply. These people from the Buddha clan and Battle Saint tribe weren't bone devils. They basically wouldn't be able to sense the baleful devilish chi hidden by Samurais. Hence, they naturally wouldn't believe that Samurais was a demon. Upon seeing this scene, Samurais coldly laughed in his heart. He then said, everyone, Mu Yun, Ling Yue and the others want to snatch the blood of demons from me. Truly despicable. I won't let this matter rest. I hope that everyone won't interfere. After speaking, Samurais directly rushed towards Lu Ming. Although he didn't use the baleful devilish chi, his combat prowess was extremely shocking. Every move he made had the combat prowess of a 9th-level God Emperor. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan could only block. But at this moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yue were both exhausted. The might of their divine weapons had already weakened. After exchanging a single blow, they were forced to retreat. Unable to block Samurais. Everyone, this person is really a demon. Earlier, he even used the ultimate move of a demon. We can't let him off. This person is sinister and cunning. After dealing with us, he will definitely deal with you guys. Let's join forces and kill him. Hua Shui was extremely anxious. She shouted at the people from the Buddha clan and Battle Saint Lord. Ba. Among the people from the Buddha clan, the real Buddha clan chanted. Not only did he not make a move, he even led the people from the Buddha clan and retreated a distance away. It was clear that he didn't want to help either side. As for the people from Battle Saint Lord's side, they turned their gazes towards Battle God Yuanwen. The people of the Battle Saint tribe turned their gazes onto the Battle God Yuanwen. Evidently, the Battle God Yuanwen was their leader. Hee hee. Yuanwen laughed mischievously. Suddenly, a purple golden halberd appeared in his hand and a terrifying chi filled the air. Boom, the Battle God Yuanwen took a step forward. His purple gold halberd grew rapidly and slashed out. The target of his attack was actually Samurais. The purple golden halberd broke through the air. Surprisingly, it had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. Yuanwen was terrifyingly strong. At that moment, he only had the strength of the 1st godly emperor layer, but when he took out his weapon, he had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. It wasn't that the battle god origin rune's killing weapon was of a higher grade than the mysterious ice rod. It could only be said that this violet gold halberd was a halberd passed down by the ancestors of the Battle Saint tribe and was more compatible with the Battle God origin rune. Samo Luo's expression changed. He punched the air and a gigantic hand appeared, blocking the attack of the purple golden halberd. Brother, what's the meaning of this? We have no enmity between us, right? Asked Samo Luo coldly. We have no enmity between us, but if you want to kill Mu Yun, I won't agree because he's my opponent. Only I can kill him, you can't. Said the battle god pointing his halberd at Samo Luo coldly. By the side, Lu Ming was speechless. Samo Luo pulled a long face. He hadn't thought that Yuan Wen would attack him for such a reason. If you want an opponent, I'll be your opponent. But today, I have to kill Mu Yun. Said Samo Luo. You? Yuan Wen looked at him disdainfully and said, You can't, you're still far from being strong enough. Samo Luo almost coughed up blood. He was actually being looked down upon. He was an abyssal prodigy who had awakened the abyssal progenitor's bloodline. He was the most talented prodigy in the history of the Eight Snakes mountain range. He was actually being looked down upon by the battle god Yuan Wen. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was thinking about how to deal with Lu Ming, Ling Yuwei and the others. Then, he would deal with Yuan Wen. He had already sentenced battle god Yuan Wen to death in his heart. Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei didn't say anything. They were making the best use of their time to recover. Scram. If you don't scram, I'll beat you until you do. Battle god Yuan Wen was domineering. You're courting death. Samo Luo roared. His figure flashed as he charged towards Yuan Wen. Boom, battle god Yuan Wen's energy was as fierce as a tiger as he swung his halberd towards Samoras. However, battle god Yuan Wen was no match for Samoras and was forced to retreat. Samoa hurriedly chased after him, wanting to kill the battle god Yuan Wen in one go. You have the strength of the sixth godly emperor layer, and you want to fight against me, Prince Yuan Wen? From the Battle Saint tribe, a muscular young man stepped out. His aura surged as his entire body shone with a reddish-golden light. He brandished a long spear and pierced it towards Samoras. Boom, after exchanging a blow, the two of them trembled and retreated at the same time. The young genius who was fighting against the holy clans was also extremely strong. He only had the strength of the sixth godly emperor layer, but he wasn't any weaker than Samo Luo. Now's the time. At that moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei attacked at the same time. Swoosh, Ling Yuwei unleashed the last of her strength and shot out a heaven-shaking arrow that pierced through the void and shot towards Samoro. The arrow emitted whistling sounds as it tore through the air. It was as if nothing could stop it. At the same time, Lu Ming waved the Bingxian rod and infused the last of his energy into the Bingxian rod to launch his strongest attack. The huge shadow of the rod was like a mountain, pressing towards Samoros. The two of them grasped the timing extremely well. Just when Samoras was retreating after exchanging a blow with the heaven chosen from the Battle Saint tribe, the two of them acted. The purpose of their attack was not to kill Samoros. They knew that even if they joined hands, it would be very difficult to kill Samoras. Their goal was to force him to reveal his true identity. In a life-and-death situation, it would be very difficult to hide. As expected, Samoras's pupils contracted rapidly, and his hair stood on end. A sense of danger exploded in his heart. Roar, at the critical moment, Samoras let out a roar. A dense demonic aura gushed out from his body. At the same time, his body underwent a drastic change. A pair of demonic wings stretched out. At the same time, his body grew larger and his mouth became wide with fangs. Samoras had completely revealed his demonic form. This was because his demonic form was his strongest form. In the face of danger, he subconsciously transformed into his demonic form to avoid the danger. After transforming into his demonic form, Samoras let out a loud roar. His demonic claws clawed out. First, he destroyed Ling Yuwei's arrow and then blocked the attack of the ice mystic staff. Die for me. Samoras roared and charged towards Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei. Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei quickly retreated. When they attacked, they had already retreated. However, their speed couldn't be compared to Samoras's. However, they had Dandan. When they attacked, they had already discussed their escape route. Rise. Dandan shouted softly and a large formation appeared. Then, the formation condensed into a tortoise shell that blocked in front of Samoros. Boom, Samoras clawed at the tortoise shell, producing an ear-piercing sound. Numerous cracks appeared on the tortoise shell. However, in the end, it blocked Samoras' attack. That was enough. Because the battle god Yuan Wen and the others had already reacted. Demon, it's really a demon. This person's chi is so strong. He has such battle prowess at the 6th godly emperor layer. He's a peerless genius among the demons. We can't let him leave. Loud roars resounded in the air. The battle god Yuan Wen and the genius of the battle saint tribe reacted the fastest. They immediately attacked. A golden halberd and a golden spear pierced towards Samoras. Facing their attacks, Samoras didn't have time to continue attacking Lu Ming and the others. He could only turn around to block. At that moment, the others also reacted and attacked. Including the people of the Buddha clan. Ba. Demon, this poor monk shall help you transcend. The real Buddha clan cultivator was covered in a golden light. The Buddhic halo above his head shone brightly. He slammed out with his palm, causing a gigantic golden palm imprint to appear, slamming towards Samoras. At the same time, the others from the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha clan also attacked. All sorts of attacks were directed towards Samoras. Damn it! Samoras held in rage. The devil saber appeared and slashed out continuously, blocking the attacks. However, he was surrounded by so many people. Among them, there were quite a few who were extremely strong, not much weaker than him. For example, that spear-wielding genius from the Battle Saint tribe. That was a true member of the Buddha race. His combat prowess was extremely strong and wasn't any weaker than Samoras. With so many people attacking together, Samoras couldn't handle it. Although he managed to block the attacks, he himself was forced to retreat repeatedly. End of chapter. Being attacked by so many people, Samoras retreated continuously. As for Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Dandan, and the rest, they quietly circled behind the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha clan, recovering while watching the show. Samo Luo was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Die. The battle god, Yuan Wen and the others attacked Samo Luo like a storm. Samo Luo was definitely a peerless demon. If they could get his demon blood, they would be able to exchange it for a lot of merit points. The Heavenly Palace's merit points were calculated in 2 ways. One was the cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level of the demon, the more merit points their demon blood could be exchanged for. The other was potential. The greater the potential of the demon, the more merit points they could exchange for. The greater the potential, the more merit points they could get. There was no limit. Samo Luo was only in the 6th godly emperor layer, but he was already so strong. He was almost as strong as the candidates of the universe's young geniuses list in the primitive universe. The potential of such an existence was astonishing. One could imagine how many merit points he could exchange for. They attacked with all their strength, trying to take down Samo Luo. Samo Luo also attacked with all his strength. His demon wings were like divine swords, cutting the void. He held a demon sword in his right hand and a demon claw in his left hand. Boom. Boom, boom. Both sides exchanged more than 10 moves. Samo Luo was no match for them. He was blown away and crashed into a small mountain. He coughed up blood. Just you wait. You're all going to die. Samo Luo roared furiously. He flapped his demon wings and turned into a beam of demon light, flying away at an astonishing speed. You want to leave? Stay. Die. The battle god, Yuan Wen and the others shouted. A halberd, a spear, a golden Buddhist hand, and a golden staff tore the void apart and attacked Samo Luo. Ah! There was a horrible shriek. Blood splattered in the void. The front became quiet. The battle god, Yuan Wen, and the others chased after him, but it was to no avail. Samo Luo was injured, but he managed to escape. Then, the battle god, Yuan Wen, looked at Lu Ming with strong battle intent. Thank you for your help. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Don't thank me. It's rare for me to meet an opponent in the primitive universe. I don't want you to die like this. The battle god, Yuanwen grinned. The people of the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddhist clan were surprised. What did battle god Yuanwen mean by this? Could it be that Lu Ming could compete with the battle god Yuanwen? Could it be him? They couldn't help but think of the mysterious monstrous genius who fought against the battle god Yuanwen on the shady pit Devil Mountain. Back then, Lu Ming had disguised himself and they did not know his true appearance. They had always thought that he was a mysterious genius. Could it be Mu Yun? However, judging from Lu Ming's earlier attack, it was really possible. When Lu Ming activated his weapon just now, his combat strength was at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. He was not any weaker than the fighting god Yuanwen. At the thought of this, they were even more shocked. No matter what, you saved me once. I promise that I will let you go once in the future. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, let me go this time? What big words, I'm afraid you won't have such a chance. The battle god, Yuanwen, laughed and said, now is not a good time to fight. Mu Yun, I hope you can become a heavenly soldier. Let's fight in the heavenly palace. That's what I want. Lu Ming said. Young Master Yuanwen, we can't stay here for long. That demon has escaped. I'm afraid it will attract a large number of demons. Let's leave this place first. A genius of the Battle Saint tribe said to the battle god, Yuanwen. At this moment, the people of the Buddhist clan had already taken action and left. Mu Yun, let's go together. The battle god, Yuanwen, looked at Lu Ming. There was a trace of gratitude in Lu Ming's eyes. Obviously, the battle god, Yuanwen, had seen that Lu Ming and Ling Yue had not fully recovered. If they encountered demons, it would be very dangerous, so he invited them to go together. Apart from his belligerence, his character was not bad. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't refuse, and immediately left with the battle god, Yuanwen, and the others. After a period of time, when Lu Ming and Ling Yue's condition had recovered to its peak, the two sides separated. Lu Ming, Ling Yue, Dandan, and Hua Shui headed in another direction. This was because they had received news that there were other elves rushing over. They were going to meet up with them. Soon, Lu Ming and the others met up with the elves. This group of elves had a total of more than 10 people. They were all young people and were the top geniuses of the elves. Greetings, princess, greetings, prince consort. They bowed to Ling Yue and Lu Ming. Lu Ming had obtained the holy tree seed for the elves, which was a great favor to the elves. Most of the elves had recognized Lu Ming and the relationship between Lu Ming and Ling Yue. You guys. Don't call me that now. Ling Yue's face was flushed red. Although she was happy in her heart, she was really embarrassed. Lu Ming also coughed dryly a few times. He felt a headache coming on and quickly changed the topic. After a while, they left and continued to hunt demons. However, they did not go deeper into the 8-Snake Mountain range and only circled around the periphery. In a valley, a large number of demon experts were gathered. However, at this moment, these demon experts were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to even breathe loudly. Because, in the depths of the valley, Samoa was angry. Samoa was indeed furious. The killing intent all over his body was about to materialize. Although his injuries had already healed, his anger was growing stronger and stronger. Mu Yun, Ling Yue, and the people of the great desolate universe, I want you to die, die. Samoa let out a low roar, his expression incomparably sinister. Prince, what should we do next? The people of the great desolate universe are too scattered, and it's very difficult to hunt them down. Moreover, during this period of time, the people of the great desolate universe have become smarter and won't be easily fooled. A demon minister reported. Since it's difficult to hunt, then let them take the initiative to die. Samoa said. Take the initiative to die? The demon ministers below all revealed puzzled expressions, not knowing what to do. I have already investigated clearly. The purpose of these creatures of the great desolate universe is to obtain our demon spirit blood. Then, we will use the demon spirit blood to attract them. During this period of time, we have snatched back a large amount of demon spirit blood from the creatures of the great desolate universe. News has spread that we will hold a sacrificial ceremony at the highest peak in the north, the Divine Dawn Peak. At that time, those creatures of the great desolate universe will naturally head towards the divine dawn peak. Samoa said. Then, what if the people of the great desolate universe don't go? Someone asked. No, not all of them will go, but a large portion of them will definitely go. Alright, go and prepare. Samoa gave the order. End of chapter. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, Lu Ming and the others had been hunting demons in the periphery, but they did not encounter any danger. At this time, a few elven geniuses who had gone out to investigate returned. Have you found any news? Ling Yue asked. There's an important piece of news. The demons will conduct a sacrificial ceremony at the Divine Dawn Peak in the north in 25 days. An elf said. Sacrificial ceremony? Lu Ming revealed a puzzled expression. The sacrificial ceremony is a tradition of the demons. For example, if a large number of demons die in battle, the demons will take out the spirit blood of these dead demons and hold a sacrificial ceremony. In the legends of the demons, this can allow the demons who died in battle to reincarnate. The elven genius said. In that case, there will be a large amount of demon spirit blood at the Divine Dawn Peak. Lu Ming whispered. The eyes of the others also flickered. In the 8 Snake Mountain range, there were 3 ways to obtain demon spirit blood. The first was to hunt demons and obtain their spirit blood. However, this was the slowest. The second was to snatch the spirit blood of other people in the great desolate universe. This was much faster. The third was to hunt demons. However, the prerequisite was that a great battle had broken out between the 2 sides. For example, during this period of time, the demons had set up a trap and killed a large number of creatures in the great desolate universe. This way, the demon spirit blood obtained by the creatures in the great desolate universe would return to the hands of the demons. At this time, hunting demons would yield the most demon spirit blood. And the demons were conducting a sacrificial ceremony at the Divine Dawn Peak. It was obvious that they were gathering the demon spirit blood they had snatched from the creatures in the great desolate universe to conduct a sacrificial ceremony. Without a doubt, a large amount of demon spirit blood would be gathered at the Divine Dawn Peak this time. If they could obtain it, it would be a huge harvest. However, I'm afraid that most of them are traps. Lu Ming said again. Then, should we go or not? Ling Yue said. Ling Yue and the other elven geniuses were not stupid. The demons chose to conduct the sacrificial ceremony at this time. Most likely, there was an ambush and they deliberately lured the people of the great desolate universe into it. I guess that there will still be many people in the great desolate universe who will go. Lu Ming said. The major races in the primitive universe, especially those that were ranked at the top, had many experts. Many of them could fight against geniuses that were several levels higher than them. Some of the older ones had stronger cultivations. These people might not necessarily be afraid of the demons. Knowing that there was so much abyss devil spirit blood, these people might not be able to hold themselves back. Are we going or not? Ling Yue said. She was completely looking at Lu Ming. If Lu Ming went, he would go. Whether I go or not depends on the situation. Lu Ming said. Depend on the situation? Everyone was puzzled. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. You're about to break through to the 3rd godly emperor layer, right? Lu Ming looked at Ling Yue. He could sense that Ling Yue's cultivation level was very close to the 3rd godly emperor layer. Indeed, I almost broke through to the 3rd godly emperor layer. After that battle, I have the feeling that I'll break through to the 3rd godly emperor layer soon. Ling Yue nodded. My cultivation level is also about to break through, so I said, it depends on the situation. If we can break through within 25 days, we can go. If we can't break through, we won't go. Lu Ming said. If their cultivation level hadn't broken through, even if they controlled a great killing weapon, they would only be able to fight against a 9th godly emperor layer existence. The key was that they would be exhausted after a few moves. If they went to the Divine Dawn Peak, they wouldn't have the strength to fight for the abyss devil spirit blood. Instead, they would be courting death. However, if their cultivation level could break through and their battle strength soared, they might still have a chance. Alright, then. Let's break through with all our might now. Ling Yue nodded. Immediately, they found a secret place to stay and began to cultivate in seclusion. In a cave, Lu Ming sealed himself inside. With a wave of his hand, Qiu Qiu flew out and floated in the air. There was another reason why he said this. He felt that Qiu Qiu was about to break through. Eat, I want to eat. Qiu Qiu opened his mouth and kept muttering. He was about to break through, so he needed a lot of energy. Lu Ming took out a pile of divine weapons and threw them to Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu swallowed them into his mouth, and then the balloon sank. After comforting Qiu Qiu, Lu Ming also began to cultivate. After a series of battles, under the stimulation of great pressure and danger, Lu Ming's cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds. Especially the battle with Samoro, it was very difficult. Lu Ming suppressed himself to the extreme and stimulated his potential to the extreme. When he recovered, he found that he was very close to the second godly emperor layer. I must break through within 25 days. No, within 20 days, Lu Ming whispered, giving himself a lot of pressure. Buzz buzz, all the cells in his body were trembling. Under this pressure, Lu Ming began to try to break through to the second godly emperor layer. In his cells, traces of potential were constantly stimulated. Time passed quickly, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, soon, 10 days had passed. Boom, at that moment, Qiu Qiu suddenly released a powerful qi. Qiu Qiu had broken through to the fifth godly emperor layer. Qiu Qiu had broken through to the fifth godly emperor layer. With Qiu Qiu's fighting strength, he could definitely kill ordinary cultivators of the seventh godly emperor layer. He would definitely be a great help to Lu Ming. Qiu Qiu broke through. I have to speed up too. Soon, I feel like I'm about to reach a bottleneck. Whispered Lu Ming. He continued to cultivate. Very quickly, the 18th day arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. It seemed like the sun, the moon, and the stars were in his eyes. Then, a powerful qi emerged from his body. His qi rose rapidly. In the end, there was an explosion as he broke through to the next cultivation level. Lu Ming was overjoyed, he had broken through, he had finally broken through to the second godly emperor layer. Lu Ming sensed that the forbidden strength in his body had increased dramatically. On top of that, he hadn't reached the peak yet because he had just broken through. Lu Ming took out a large amount of spiritual wood hearts and started to absorb them. Another day passed and Lu Ming's qi finally stabilized. With my current strength, controlling the Xian ice rod should be much easier. Lu Ming sensed the vigorous strength in his body and smiled. At the same time, he looked confident. If he controlled the Xian ice rod now, he would be able to use the strength of the ninth godly emperor layer. He would be able to use a lot of attacks, at least a dozen. It wouldn't be like before, where he could only use a few attacks. Of course, Lu Ming could also use his full strength. That way, the Xian ice rod's strength would increase dramatically. It would surpass the strength of an ordinary cultivator of the ninth godly emperor layer. But that way, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to use too many attacks. But all in all, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. Translator, Transin editor, Transin however, if you can use the mysterious ice rod less, it's better to use it less. Lu Ming warned himself in his heart. After all, the mysterious ice rod was an external object. If one relied too much on external objects, they would develop a reliance on external objects and lose their drive to improve. This would be very detrimental to their future cultivation. Lu Ming decided that after completing this assessment, he would try his best not to use the mysterious ice rod. Lu Ming, you've also broken through. That's great. Qiu Qiu flew over with a fawning expression. Take it and eat it. When Lu Ming saw Qiu Qiu's appearance, he knew what this guy was planning. He casually took out a large number of divine weapons and threw them at Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu opened his mouth wide and swallowed them all in one gulp. Then, he revealed a satisfied expression and turned into a bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming broke out of seclusion. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he saw Ling Yue standing in the air, her body constantly emitting a powerful aura. Behind her was a towering tree that towered into the sky. As for the geniuses of the elf clan, they were carefully guarding the surroundings, protecting Ling Yue. Third level of the Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming sensed it slightly and knew that Ling Yue's cultivation had indeed broken through and stepped into the third level of the Divine Emperor realm. After a long time, Ling Yue's aura calmed down, and the phenomenon of the towering tree also disappeared. Congratulations! Lu Ming stepped into the air with a smile on his face. Congratulations, it seems that you've also broken through. This trip to the Divine Dawn Peak is a must. Ling Yue smiled. Such a big commotion didn't attract any demons. It seems that the experts of the demons are really not nearby and are heading towards the Divine Dawn Peak. We can't all go. Lu Ming said. Ling Yue nodded. In the end, it was decided that Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan would go while the others would stay here. It was not hard to imagine how dangerous the Divine Dawn Peak was. There would definitely be a fierce battle there. Those who were not strong enough would only be courting death if they went there. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's cultivation had both broken through, and their fighting strength had greatly increased. As for Dandan's formation, it was incomparably profound, and might be of use at that time. After making the decision, the three of them immediately set off towards the Divine Dawn Peak. On the way, they didn't encounter any extremely strong demons. Not to mention demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, they didn't even encounter many demons of the 8th Godly Emperor layer. Occasionally, they encountered some demons, but they were very weak. Lu Ming and the others killed them easily. Therefore, their journey was smooth and unimpeded. The three of them traveled at an extremely fast speed, and in only 3 days, they arrived at the Divine Dawn Peak. There was still a day before the demon's sacrificial ritual began. In front of him, a tall and majestic mountain stood between heaven and earth. From afar, one could see the figures of demons flashing on the mountain peak. Lu Ming and the other two stopped in the distance. Nearby, they discovered other creatures from the primitive universe. For example, the Buddha clan, the Blood clan, and so on were all very powerful races. Each of these races had gathered more than 100 people, observing from afar. For the time being, no one made a move. Clearly, they were waiting for an opportunity. A day passed in the blink of an eye. This was the creature of the primitive universe hiding in the dark, watching the Divine Dawn Peak from afar. At this time, they saw many demons appear at the top of the Divine Dawn Peak, surrounding an altar. Then, a demon took out a huge crystal coffin and placed it on the altar. Many people's eyes lit up. Without a doubt, the crystal coffin contained the demon spirit blood. The demons were about to begin the sacrificial ritual. However, no one made a move for the time being. They were all waiting for others to make a move. The sacrificial ritual will last for 7 days and 7 nights. After the ritual is over, the demon spirit blood will dissipate. We are not in a hurry to make a move. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ling Yue and Dandan. The others had the same idea as him. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. A team rushed towards the Divine Dawn Peak. That's the World Annihilation Clan. Lu Ming and the others were astonished. That team was from a terrifyingly powerful clan, the World Annihilation Clan. The World Annihilation Clan was ranked 11th on the ranking list of the 10,000 clans of the primitive universe. They were extremely strong. There were more than 100 people from the World Annihilation Clan. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were about to reach the top of the mountain. Die! A group of demons suddenly charged out of the Divine Dawn Peak. That group of demons was composed of more than a dozen cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, dozens of cultivators of the 8th Godly Emperor layer, and over 100 cultivators of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. They were extremely strong. The demons and the members of the World Annihilation Clan fought fiercely. The sky and the earth rumbled. However, the World Annihilation Clan quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Even though there were some terrifying cultivators in the World Annihilation Clan who could fight across several cultivation levels, and there were also peerless geniuses who had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, there were fewer of them than the demons. After a short time, the World Annihilation Clan left a few corpses behind and retreated. The demons didn't chase after them. Very quickly, the members of the World Annihilation Clan disappeared into the forest. Obviously, there are many demons hiding in the Divine Dawn Peak. That was just one of them. Lu Ming said. Yes, they want to lure everyone out and kill them all in one fell swoop. Dandan said. Let's hide. Don't act blindly without thinking. Those strong clans won't be able to hold themselves back. Lu Ming said. The three of them hid in a secret place and observed the situation. Lu Ming had guessed correctly. After a day, those strong clans couldn't hold themselves back anymore. The top 10 clans took the lead and gathered the other clans to attack the Divine Dawn Peak together. Once they obtained the spiritual blood of the evil demons, they would split the rewards equally. Very quickly, more than 50 clans had gathered together. There were a few thousand people from 50 clans. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, those people attacked. Their silhouettes flickered as they charged towards the Divine Dawn Peak. When they were 300 li away from the Divine Dawn Peak, they all rose into the air and charged towards the top of the Divine Dawn Peak. Die! A cold voice came from the Xianxia Peak. Then, numerous demons rushed out of the Xianxia Peak and rushed toward the strong cultivators of the various races in the primitive universe. The two armies collided violently and a fierce battle broke out. There were more than 10,000 strong cultivators on both sides. It was an earth-shattering battle. So many strong cultivators. There are almost 200 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming and the others looked grave. So many demons of the 9th godly emperor layer attacking at the same time was terrifying. Even with their current fighting strength, they could only run away. The strong clans of the primitive universe hadn't thought that there would be so many strong demons among the demons. As soon as they started fighting, they suffered great losses. Many of them were torn apart by the demons. End of chapter. The demons had more than 200 cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer and more than 1,000 cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. That number exceeded the expectations of the geniuses of the primitive universe. Suddenly, the primitive universe's side was at a disadvantage. People kept dying. The two sides fought fiercely for a while. In the end, the primitive universe's side retreated, leaving behind many corpses. The demons didn't chase after them. They retreated to the Godly Dawn Peak, not to ambush the primitive universe's creatures, but to protect the sacrificial ceremony. At the top of the Godly Dawn Peak, Samo Luo sat cross-legged and gazed into the distance. Prince, why didn't you use your full strength a moment ago? It was a good opportunity to annihilate the primitive universe's creatures. Asked a demon curiously. It's not time yet. The person I'm waiting for hasn't appeared yet. Besides, there's a big fish in the primitive universe. I'm waiting, said Samo Luo coldly. The primitive universe's creatures retreated far away and gathered together. They all pulled long faces. I wouldn't have thought that the Godly Dawn Peak would have so many strong cultivators. Are all the strong cultivators of the 8th Snake Demon Kingdom coming? More than 200 cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. That's terrifying. Unfortunately, some of the stronger geniuses of my clan are practicing in other areas. Same for my clan. Everybody was talking. The Heavenly Palace divided the Dark Universe's territories into different levels according to how dangerous they were. The 8 Snake Mountain Range was a level 2 area. The strongest cultivators there were cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. The level 3 area was even more dangerous. Not only were there many Godly Emperor layer demons, but there were also great Supreme God level demons. That kind of devil was incomparably terrifying. However, some strong cultivators from different clans would take the exam in the level 3 area because they could get more merit points there. That was why the strong cultivators of those clans said that. Besides, they couldn't cross the line at will when taking the exam in different areas. For example, if you went to the level 3 area, you couldn't change your mind. You could only stay in the level 3 area until the exam was over. Otherwise, some people from those clans would send messages to the geniuses of those clans and ask them to come and help them. That way, we won't be able to take the Godly Dawn Peak and get the blood. Sighed someone. Not necessarily. A blood-robed youth said coldly. Everybody recognized him. He was a young genius from the Blood Clan, one of the 10 strongest clans. He had a terrifying weapon. If he used his full strength, he could defeat cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Could it be that you have a way? Many people looked at the blood-kindred prodigy. Indeed, I don't mind telling you. We have a peerless cultivator who can easily kill cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. He's in the 8 Snakes Mountain range. The prodigy of the blood race said. What? Didn't such an existence go to the level 3 area? Where is he now? Why don't I see him? Everyone was shocked. That's a cousin of mine. When he was hunting demons in the 8 Snake Mountain range, he had a sudden epiphany. A few days ago, he was in secluded cultivation. I just sent him a message, and he has already ended his secluded cultivation and is rushing over at full speed. With his help, we can definitely defeat the evil demon army. The kindred freak said. That's great. We'll wait for a few days, said the others. I don't think that's enough. Before, when we attacked, there were many people who didn't attack. They just watched from the sidelines and watched the tigers fight. They wanted to be the fishermen who would reap the benefits. How can we ignore those people? Said someone coldly. It was an angel. It was the 10-winged angel who had fought against Lu Ming and the others. His name was Lafitte. He didn't say that to target Lu Ming and the others. In fact, he didn't even notice that Lu Ming and the others were hiding in the dark. The main reason was that there were many people who were hiding in the dark. Before, not everyone had participated in the battle against the evil demon army. Some people hadn't attacked. Those people all had their own thoughts. Some people were afraid and didn't dare attack. Some people had the same idea as Lu Ming and the others. They wanted to watch from the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. They wanted to be the fishermen who would reap the benefits. That's right. Those people are a disaster. If they don't get lost, they'll die, said the blood-kindred freak coldly. Then before the next attack, let's get rid of those people first. That's right. Join us or get lost. Each side will be responsible for one direction. After the discussion, with the top 10 clans as the leaders, these people spread out in all directions, attacking those who were hiding in the dark. Boom, in one direction, the people of the Blood clan attacked. Rays of blood-red light bombarded the ground. The ground rumbled as a huge explosion occurred. Then, one figure after another rushed out in a sorry state. What are you doing, blood kindred? You attacked us for no reason. We didn't provoke you, did we? The people who rushed out from the ground roared angrily. Those people were from a strange race called the Earth Travelers. They were short, but they could walk on rocks. Their overall strength was very strong in the primordial universe. They were ranked 63rd on the primordial 10,000 races list. Previously, they had been hiding underground, preparing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits of the fishermen. They were going to wait for the creatures of the other races and the evil demons to be injured. Then, they would use the earth travel technique to secretly steal the evil demon's spirit blood. Unfortunately, the blood kindred blasted them out. Why did you attack? You earth travelers are hiding in the dark and want to reap the benefits. It's not that easy. Now, I'll give you a choice. Join us and fight the evil demons together, or get lost. A blood kindred prodigy said coldly. You blood kindred, don't go too far. It's our freedom whether we want to attack or not. It's also our freedom where we want to rest. The dark universe doesn't belong to you blood kindred. An earth traveler prodigy argued. Oh? Is that so? The blood kindred prodigy smiled coldly. Suddenly, he turned into a ray of blood-red light and flashed out. Poof, when the blood-red light disappeared, the Earth Traveler Prodigy's body was split in half and he died on the spot. The Earth Traveler Prodigy was shocked. If you don't want to get lost, then die. The Blood Kindred Prodigy said coldly. The Earth Traveler Prodigy's expression turned ugly. However, they did not dare to resist the Blood Kindred. The top 10 races were much stronger than them. Okay, let's leave. Let's go. The Earth Traveler Prodigies gritted their teeth and retreated. The Earth Traveler Prodigies were famous for being cowards in the universe. If it weren't for their great talent, they wouldn't have been ranked 63rd on the primordial 10,000 races list. In the blink of an eye, all the Earth Traveler prodigies had left. The same situation happened around the Divine Dawn Peak. Some of the clans and individuals hiding in the dark were all blasted out. Some people joined in to attack the demons, while others chose to retreat. It was inevitable that Lu Ming and the other three would be found. "Get the hell out here." Swish, a cold voice rang out. Following that, a dazzling holy light slashed down towards the place where Lu Ming and the others were hiding. Lu Ming and Ling Yu could only retreat and rush into the air. Why were there 2 people and not 3? This was because Dandan had left when the various races were fighting with the demons. He had informed Lu Ming and Ling Yu Wei that he needed to set up a formation in the dark. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. This was because the one who attacked them was none other than the angel race. Moreover, it was the male 10-winged angel, Lafitte. When Lafitte saw Lu Ming and Ling Yu Wei, he was clearly stunned for a moment before his eyes filled with a cold light. "Mu Yun, Ling Yu Wei, it's you guys. Ha ha ha, this time, let's see where you guys go." Lafitte laughed loudly, his killing intent as cold as a blade. This area was under the responsibility of the angel race, so the people of the angel race were all scattered around. When they heard Lafitte's voice, they all looked over and turned into rays of holy light as they rushed over. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "So it's you. You're not dead yet. What a pity." Back then, Lu Ming and the others had relied on Dandan's formation to break out of the encirclement and leave these angels to the demons. It seemed that in the end, these angels had still managed to break out. Swish swish swish, at this moment, there were at least dozens of angel race geniuses surrounding Lu Ming and Ling Yu Wei. "It's them. Damned bastard. This time, we'll tear them into pieces. How dare they trick us?" Angry roars rang out one after another. Many of the angel race's prodigies looked at Lu Ming and Lin Fan with murderous intent. Back then, they had been tricked by Lu Ming and the others. They had been besieged by a group of demon powerhouses. Although they had escaped in the end, they had suffered heavy losses. A portion of the angels had become food for the demons. These people had long since hated Lu Ming and Ling Yu Wei to the bone. "It seems like quite a few of you managed to escape. What a pity, what a pity." Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. "Brat, you're courting death. Die." Lafitte roared and took out his great killing weapon, the angelic divine sword. Whoosh, a powerful aura emanated from the angelic sword, and a sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. He knew how strong Lu Ming was, so he immediately used his most powerful weapon. He had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. But this time, Lu Ming didn't take out the mysterious ice rod. Instead, he took out the Zephyr Pearl. When Lu Ming had broken through to the 2nd godly emperor layer, he had been able to summon even stronger gales from the Zephyr Pearl. His strength had reached the 9th godly emperor layer. The Zephyr Pearl was easy to use. That way, Lu Ming would be able to fight for a longer period of time. Whoosh, whoosh. The Zephyr Pearl turned into a tornado and moved towards Lafitte's angelic divine sword. Boom, a violent explosion sounded out as the tornado formed by the fierce wind collided with the angelic sword, causing a shocking explosion. Then, the fierce wind dissipated, and Lafitte's body retreated continuously. "Fuck. Attack. Attack together. Kill him," shouted Lafitte. "Die." In the surroundings, many of the angel race's prodigies attacked. All sorts of holy lights moved towards Lu Ming. Many of them had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. It wasn't that all of them had deadly weapons, but that some of them had very high cultivation levels. Some of them had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, some had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, and some had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. Block. Lu Ming used his full strength to activate the Zephyr Pearl. Gales kept coming out of the Zephyr Pearl, forming a circular wall of wind around him. Boom. Boom, boom. Those attacks bombarded the wall of wind, making it shake violently. It even started collapsing. However, Lu Ming summoned more gales and continued forming the wall of wind. The wall of wind kept the angel race's prodigies at bay. At that moment, Ling Yu Wei attacked. The royal elf bow appeared in her hand. Whoosh, an arrow pierced through the air and shot towards an angel race's prodigy. That angel race's prodigy was an 8-winged angel. He had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, but his fighting strength was comparable to that of the 9th godly emperor layer. However, he couldn't block Ling Yuwei's arrow. Puff, the arrow pierced through his attack and directly pierced through his body. The lower half of his body exploded into pieces, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He was severely injured. Her attack power. Why is it so strong? The others were shocked. At this time, Ling Yue shot another arrow. This arrow was aimed at Lafitte. Lafitte was shocked. He slashed out with all his might with the angel sword, colliding with the arrow. However, it was useless. With a boom, his body shook violently. In the end, he couldn't even hold on to the angel sword and flew out. The arrow also pierced through Lafitte's body. Lafitte screamed miserably as his body exploded, leaving only his head behind. He was not dead yet. He retreated in fear, his eyes filled with incomparable fear. Most of his strength relied on that great killing weapon. That great killing weapon was sent flying by the arrow, and he relied on his own ability to not die after being pierced through by Ling Yuwei's arrow. This was already a sign of his strong vitality. Ling Yue drew her bow again, still aiming at Lafitte. She had an extremely bad impression of Lafitte and wanted to kill him with one arrow. Swoosh, the emerald green arrow flew out, once again shooting towards Lafitte. This time, if Lafitte were to be hit, he would definitely die. At this moment, a silver cross sword wave violently slashed out and struck Ling Yuwei's arrow. It actually blocked Ling Yuwei's arrow. Then, the figure of an angel appeared. This angel was an 8-winged angel, but his cultivation level was shockingly strong. He had reached the 8th Divine Emperor layer. An 8-winged angel of the 8th Divine Emperor layer was able to fight across 2 levels. His strength was already far above that of an ordinary 9th Divine Emperor layer. Humph, how dare you? You want to kill someone from my angel clan? You're courting death. The young angel groaned coldly. The divine sword in his hand slashed out continuously, slashing at the wind wall that Lu Ming had set up with the strong wind. Rumble, the wind wall violently shook, and then was forcibly split open by the sword light. The terrifying sword chi covered the sky and covered the earth as it slashed towards Ling Yue. Ling Yue continuously shot a few arrows with all her strength. Her chi was a bit unstable, and it was a bit difficult for her to dodge. At that moment, Lu Ming no longer hesitated. He took out the ice xian rod and smashed it out, destroying the sword chi. Kill! Lu Ming shouted loudly. The ice xian rod turned into the size of a mountain and smashed down towards the genius of the angel clan. The genius of the angel clan also rushed forward, slashing out a shocking sword light. Lu Ming and the 8-winged angel clan's prodigy were fighting with their strongest abilities. The mountain-like mysterious ice rod and the pure white sword light collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. Then, the 2 figures were both knocked back. They were evenly matched. After Lu Ming activated the mysterious ice rod with all his strength, the power that erupted was about the same as that of the 8-winged angel. Damn it, both of them have broken through. What a terrifying battle strength. In the surroundings, there were some angels who hadn't interacted with Lu Ming and the others before. At this moment, they were deeply shocked. His cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm. Even if he had a great killing weapon, he wouldn't be so ridiculously strong. Not only these angels, but in other directions, the people of other races were also alarmed. Their gazes were looking over. This guy has broken through again. There was a trace of shock in the eyes of the battle god Yuan Wen. He had broken through to the godly emperor realm at the same time as Lu Ming, but he had the support of countless resources of the battle saint tribe. Now, he was still a step away from breaking through to the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm. But Lu Ming had broken through before him. Interesting, really interesting. I won't fall behind. The battle god Yuan Wen grinned, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. As for the others, they were only shocked. That's Mu Yun? What a powerful strength. What level of divine weapon is that in his hand? These people were discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Lu Ming launched another attack. The mysterious ice rod's aura was like a rainbow as it smashed down once again. The eight-winged angel of the angel clan brandished his sword to meet the enemy. However, at this moment, the other angels were in an awkward situation. They originally wanted to attack Ling Yue, but when they saw Ling Yue's arrow pointing at them, they were shocked and retreated one after another. Ling Yue's arrow was too powerful, it was almost a sure kill. No one had the confidence to block it, and no one had the confidence to not die after blocking it. Therefore, when Ling Yue's arrow was aimed at someone, that person would retreat in shock. For a moment, no angel dared to attack Ling Yue. In the end, Ling Yue's arrow was aimed at the eight-winged angel who was fighting with Lu Ming. The eight-winged angel was also shocked. He had just faced Ling Yue's arrows head-on, and their power was astonishing. He could only barely block them. At this time, he was fighting with all his might with Lu Ming. If Ling Yue were to attack him, he had no confidence in being able to block it. Therefore, for a moment, all the hair on his body stood up, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. After exchanging a move with Lu Ming, he quickly retreated, distancing himself from Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Ling Yue and Lu Ming gathered together and looked coldly at these angels, not chasing after them. The two of them relied on their weapons to have such battle prowess, but they couldn't last for long. Although the two of them joined forces and attacked with all their strength, they were confident in being able to hold back the strongest angels present. But, they would also face the awkward situation of exhausting their strength. Right now, there were many experts around. If he ran out of energy, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, the two of them did not pursue him. As for the angels, they did not dare to make a move. Their faces were all red as they glared at Lu Ming and Ling Yue, filled with killing intent. This time, they had lost a lot of face. So many people had attacked Lu Ming and Ling Yue, but in the end, they were so embarrassed that they did not dare to make a move. They hated Lu Ming and Ling Yue so much that their teeth itched, but there was nothing they could do. Ha ha ha, powerful, powerful. Brother Mu, it's only been a few days since we last met, but you're getting more and more powerful. A loud laugh broke the deadlock. It was the battle god Yuanwen who walked over with the people of the Battle Saint tribe. Brother Battle God. Lu Ming cupped his fists. If you angels don't dare to make a move, then retreat a little further. A bunch of trash. The battle god Yuanwen glanced at the angels in disdain. Battle god Yuanwen, what do you mean by this? The angels were furious as they glared at the battle god Yuanwen. However, as one of the top 10 races, the battle god Yuanwen was not afraid of the angels. He said disdainfully, "What? If you want to make a move, come on. Do you think we don't dare? We'll destroy you guys first." The angels were enraged as their bodies glowed with holy light. However, the people of the Battle Saint tribe were not afraid of them at all. They all revealed powerful battle intent as they took out their divine weapons, looking like they were ready to fight at any moment. A great battle between the two top 10 races was about to break out. Everyone, please calm down. Our common target now is the demons. A living being whose body was shining with golden light stepped out. This was a true Buddha. His head was glowing with Buddhist light, and his aura was unfathomable. That's right, now is not the time for internal strife. A living being wrapped in a black robe walked out. His figure was like an illusion as he kept twisting and turning. Everyone recognized him. He was a powerful genius of the soul race, one of the top 10 races. Following that, the geniuses of the other top 10 races all tried to persuade him. With so many people persuading him, the angels finally snorted and found a way out. They retracted their auras and did not make a move. In fact, even if they made a move, they were not confident of defeating the Battle Saint tribe. Brother Mu, Elf Princess, the two of you are very powerful. Why don't you join us to deal with the demons together? Battle God Yuanwen looked at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Of course. Lu Ming and Ling Yue both nodded. Previously, they wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits. But now that they were discovered, it was obvious that they could not be the fishermen anymore. However, the two of them had no intention of leaving. So, joining these people and working together was the best plan. Alright, haha. With the two of you joining us, our confidence will be greater. Battle God Yuanwen laughed. Humph. The angel snorted with displeasure. The storm calmed down. Not long after, the area around the Xianxia peak was completely cleared out. Those who had been hiding in the dark and the demons had joined the army. They had either joined forces or left the place, staying far, far away. Then, everyone looked at the divine dawn peak from afar and waited. They did not wait for too long. 2 days later. Swish, in the distance, a blood-red light rushed over at an astonishing speed. Everyone only saw a blood-red light flash in the distance. In the next moment, a young man covered in blood appeared not far away. It's blood-robed Songming. Someone exclaimed. Many people's hearts skipped a beat and their pupils constricted. Because blood-robed Songming was very famous. It could be said that his name shook the universe. Because he was one of the candidates of the universe prodigy list, like Yin Jiuling, but his cultivation was much stronger than Yin Jiuling's. Blood-robed Songming's cultivation had reached the 7th level godly emperor realm. With his powerful combat strength, ordinary 9th level godly emperors were like ants in his hands. Blood-robed Songming looked very young. His face was slightly pale. He was very handsome, a kind of cold and gloomy handsome. He was covered in a thick blood-red light, as if he had been born from blood. Without a doubt, he was a peerless genius of the blood clan. If it weren't for his low cultivation level, he would have been ranked on the universe's young geniuses list. Is the evil demon spirit blood on the godly dawn peak? Blood-robed Songming stood in the air, looking down at everyone. No one felt that there was anything wrong with that. Even though there were people with higher cultivation levels than blood-robed Songming, they were much weaker than him in terms of battle strength and potential. It's all on the godly dawn peak, but there are many evil demons hiding there. There are more than 200 evil demons of the 9th godly emperor layer, said a genius of the blood clan. 9th godly emperor layer? Hee hee. Blood-robed Songming chuckled, looking indifferent. Then, he looked at the godly dawn peak and stepped into the air, flying towards it. In a few steps, he was near the godly dawn peak. Blood-robed Songming is going to attack. Quick, let's attack too. Let's attack together and help him. Many people shouted and flew towards the godly dawn peak. Some people said that they were going to help blood-robed Songming, but they were actually afraid that blood-robed Songming would monopolize the evil demon spirit blood. Blood-robed Songming smiled coldly, but he didn't care. He continued to step forward, his body filled with blood-red light. Die. At that moment, a fierce battle cry came from the godly dawn peak. An army of evil demons rushed out. This army of evil demons was made up of more than 200 evil demons of the 9th godly emperor layer, thousands of evil demons of the 8th godly emperor layer, and thousands of evil demons of the 7th godly emperor layer. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of demonic chi condensed into an attack that surged towards the blood-clothed Songming like raging waves. Even blood-robed Songming had to stop in the face of such an attack. He looked grave. Whoosh! In the next instant, blood-robed Songming's body suddenly collapsed, turning into countless blood-red shadows. These blood-red shadows kept flickering, dodging all the evil demons' attacks. Die. At that moment, all the strong cultivators of evil demons. The two sides fought fiercely. The shadow formed by the blood-clothed dark sea quickly retracted and rushed into the evil demon army in a flash. Kill. Kill. 2 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer raised their demon blades and attacked blood-robed Songming. Die. At some point in time, a blood saber had appeared in Songming's hand. The crimson blade was thin and long, yet incomparably sharp. Furthermore, it was emitting a dense smell of blood. 2 blood-red sword lights flashed, and the 2 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer broke apart. They were frozen in the air, motionless. They looked terrified. The 2 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer shriveled up and turned into mummified corpses. The blood-red glow on the blood-red blade in Songming's hand became even more intense. The taste of evil demon blood is really bad, but the energy is rich. Let's kill a few more. Blood-robed Songming chuckled as he stepped forward and slashed out with his blood saber. Blood-red light flashed and another demon of the 9th godly emperor layer was killed. His blood-red clothes were taken away and he turned into a mummified corpse. None of the demons of the ninth godly emperor layer could compete with blood-robed Songming. Blood-red-clothed Songming killed 20 demons of the ninth godly emperor layer and 50 demons of the eighth godly emperor layer in a short time. They were all killed in seconds. How strong! The geniuses in the surroundings were astonished. Was that the strength of a candidate for the Universe Young Geniuses list? He only had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, but he could kill cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer as easily as cutting vegetables. That kind of visual impact was too strong. The demons were terrified. When they saw blood-robed Songming, they were terrified. When they saw blood-robed Songming attacking them, they all retreated. The evil demon army's formation was messy. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were in the crowd, fighting against the demons. They were also paying attention to blood-robed Songming. Very strong, Lu Ming's expression was grave. Blood-robed Songming's strength was shocking. With his current cultivation, even if he used the mysterious ice rod's full power, he definitely wouldn't be a match for blood-robed Songming. Moreover, how could a genius like blood-robed Songming not have a powerful killing weapon? He just hadn't used it yet. At the top of Xianxia Peak, Samoros was also watching the battle outside. Prince, a terrifying monster from the primitive universe has arrived. What should we do now? A demon minister reported to Samoros. Samoros smiled coldly. His gaze moved to blood-robed Songming, then to Lu Ming, Ling Yue, battle god Yuan Wen, and the others. He was filled with cold killing intent. The big fish has taken the bait. Those who should be here are all here. Now, send out the order. Everyone, attack and set up the 10,000 demons slaughtering god array. Samoros coldly gave the order. Yes. The demon minister accepted the order and looked excited. Was it finally going to start? Once the 10,000 demons slaughtering god array was out, let's see how arrogant those creatures from the primitive universe would be. Swoosh, Samoros stood up and rose up in the air. He was floating in the air above Xianxia Peak, releasing a terrifying chi. Die. Within the Xianxia Peak, another earth-shattering battle cry erupted. Then, another demon army charged out. The number of demons in that army was astonishing. There were around 200 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. There were more demons of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer than before. The demons from before retreated hastily and joined the others behind them, forming a gigantic deployment spell. Around 400 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer and thousands of demons of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer gathered together. Their chi intertwined. With Samoros at the center, they formed a huge battle. Die! Shouted Samoros furiously. He opened his arms and demon chi dashed to the sky, turning into countless demon blades. Samoros was at the center of the deployment spell. The deployment spell revolved according to his will. He shoved his hands forward, and countless fiend sabers flew out toward the living beings of the Your Wilds universe. Each of the devil's blades exuded a towering demonic aura. Its power was extremely terrifying. Among them, half of the demon blades turned into a river of blades that shot toward the scarlet-clothed dark abyss. Blood-robed Songming looked grave. This river of blades gathered the attacks of more than half of the demons present. Its power was too terrifying. If he was hit by it, he would definitely die. It's not that easy to deal with me. Blood-robed Songming smiled coldly. A moment later, a pair of wings appeared on his back. A pair of wings stretched out from Songming's back. This pair of wings was made of flesh and had no feathers. It looked like a bat's wings. It was golden red in color and had a luxurious aura. A terrifying aura was emitted from the wings. This was Songming's trump card, his ultimate weapon. Whoosh, with a flap of the wings, Songming flew out. The wings were like two heavenly blades as they slashed out, cutting two terrifying cracks in space. Boom! Boom! The two saber lights formed by the wings collided with the river of sabers of the fiend array. A violent explosion rang out in the sky. The entire sky and earth shook. In the end, Songming actually managed to block the river of sabers. However, the others didn't have the strength to do so. The remaining half of the fiend's sabers attacked the creatures of the desolate universe. These creatures of the desolate universe had varying levels of strength. Not everyone could block them. Miserable cries rang out. Some of the weaker ones had their bodies pierced by the fiend's sabers or were split in half. Their souls were destroyed and they died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of creatures of the desolate universe were killed. Lu Ming drew out a large amount of strong wind from the Zephyr Pearl, protecting him and Ling Yue. The fiend's sabers were successfully blocked by the strong wind. As for the others, some were blocked and some were injured. In the end, they managed to withstand this wave of attacks. Especially Songming. After blocking the river of sabers, he flapped his wings and turned into a shocking bloody light as he charged towards the fiend array. What 10,000 fiend god slaughtering array? It's only SOSO. Blood-clothed Songming's cold and arrogant voice resounded. The pair of golden red wings on his back grew larger and larger, almost covering half the sky. His terrifying aura continued to rise. Before he even made a move, the void was already trembling from the pressure, and numerous cracks appeared. Whoosh, Songming then flapped his wings and turned into a bloody light as he charged towards the fiend array. Humph, go. Inside the 10,000 fiend god slaughtering array, Samora sneered. He pointed with his finger and another river of sabers flew out. This time it was even stronger than before. The river of blades collided with the blood-clothed dark sea once again. It could be seen that the two sides were evenly matched at the beginning. However, in the next instant, the blood-clothed dark sea that had transformed into a blood-red light violently trembled. In the end, he revealed his true form with a grave expression. He clasped his wings together in front of him, blocking the river of blades. However, his body kept retreating. At the same time, Lu Ming and the rest were also attacked by countless devil sabers. Just like before, there were still people being killed. And races. For example, the angels formed the angel battle formation. The auras of the angels intertwined, forming a gigantic angel figure that easily blocked the demon blades. For example, the Buddha race formed a Vajra demon subduing formation, conjuring up a gigantic Buddha shadow that blocked the demon's saber. Almost every race had their own array. The array appeared one after another. This way, the situation on the primitive universe's side was slightly better. However, some of them were alone, which was troublesome. For example, Lu Ming and Ling Yue came alone. They were not with their race and could not set up an array. They could only rely on themselves. Lu Ming was still fine. He kept drawing out the power in the Gale Pearl and could still block it. Some people did not have such a good ending. Those with high cultivation were fine, but those with low cultivation were directly killed by the fiend's sabers. When this wave of attacks ended, hundreds of people from the primitive universe were killed. All of you, charge with me. Let's destroy the enemy's array in one go. As long as the enemy's array is broken, they will be a bunch of chickens and dogs. They won't be able to withstand a single blow. Blood-clothed Dark Sea swept his gaze around and spoke. The power of the enemy's 10,000 fiend god slaughtering array was beyond his expectations. Even if he used all his power, it was still very difficult. However, now that the races had formed an array, their combat power was very strong. If they worked together, they might be able to break the enemy's array. Alright, let's attack together. Charge over and destroy these demons. The various races formed an array and moved closer to Songming. They planned to cooperate with him to launch a counterattack and destroy the enemy's array. Hee, you have some strength. Such a big fish is worth killing. Samorosa's face was filled with excitement. Just now, he was only testing the waters. Now, he realized that Songming's strength could be called a big fish. He was sure that there were not many such monstrous geniuses in the primitive universe. Then, he glanced at Lu Ming and Ling Yue. These two are also monsters. After I deal with this, I'll deal with you too. Samoros revealed a strong killing intent. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 10,000 fiend god slaughtering array shook. Endless demonic aura gathered and formed a huge demonic saber. Previously, the 10,000 fiend god slaughtering array had condensed countless demonic sabers. Now, it was as if countless demonic sabers had gathered together to form a towering demonic saber. The demonic saber was incomparably huge and emitted a terrifying aura as it slashed towards Songming. Fast, extremely fast. It was so fast that the scarlet-clad azure sea god could not dodge in time. Not good. Song Ming's pupils contracted rapidly as he felt a terrifying sense of danger. At the critical moment, he could only use his golden red wings to block in front of him. Boom, the huge demonic saber slashed at the golden red wings, causing them to shake violently. The golden red wings were Song Ming's killing weapon. It was a top-grade divine weapon that was made of extraordinary materials and was indestructible. The huge demonic saber couldn't cut through the golden red wings, but the terrifying power on the demonic saber could pass through the demonic saber and rush into Song Ming's body. Ah! Song Ming let out a mournful cry as his body constantly emitted explosive sounds. That was the sound of bones breaking. Streams of blood constantly burst out from his body and dissipated into nothingness. Song Ming's body quickly thinned. Finally, with a bang, he exploded and turned into a golden bat. His aura was extremely weak. The golden bat was covered by a pair of golden red wings. It panicked and fled into the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and in a few flashes, it disappeared from the place. He didn't die. Samorosa's face was a little gloomy. However, he had just unleashed a powerful attack. If he wanted to unleash another attack like that, he would need to take some time. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, only a few demonic sabers flew out and chased after Song Ming. Several demonic blades chased after blood-robed Song Ming. After a few explosions, there was no sound. No one knew what was going on. As for Samoras, he used all his strength to activate the 10,000 demonic god-slaughtering array for the next attack. When the skyprides of the primitive universe saw that blood-robed Song Ming was severely injured and on the verge of death, their expressions changed drastically. If blood-robed Song Ming could not block it, they would not be able to block it even if they set up a battle array. Go, go. Retreat first. Roars could be heard as the skyprides of the various races turned around and left. However, they were all from large races. Although they did not want to continue fighting, their formation was not messed up. They maintained their formation and turned around to escape. The various races were scattered in order to prevent being wiped out by the demonic army in one fell swoop. Since you're here, don't think you can leave. 10,000 demonic god-slaughtering array, change. Samoras's voice could be heard. Before he could finish his words, endless demonic aura rushed out from the surroundings of the Divine Dawn Peak. Following this, eerie pitch-black runes appeared and formed a huge formation. It turned out that the demonic army had set up a huge array around the Divine Dawn Peak. It was just that they had not activated it before. The runes were everywhere on the ground and in the void. The demons of the 10,000 demonic god-slaughtering array also spread out and seemed to have merged into the runes. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, roars could be heard as huge figures appeared in all directions. These were all demonic figures. However, these figures were too huge. Each of them was millions of feet tall and towered into the sky. A total of 12 huge demons surrounded all the living beings in the primitive universe. All the living beings in the primitive universe's expressions changed. Obviously, the other party did not want to let them go and wanted to keep them all here. Gather together. Someone shouted. All the people in the primitive universe gathered together again. They also formed battle arrays and formed huge figures. For example, the angel figure formed by the angel battle array and the Buddha figure formed by the Vajra demon subduing array. However, they were not as huge as the demonic figures. Kill. The 12 huge demonic figures charged toward the living beings in the primitive universe. Kill. The living beings in the primitive universe naturally would not sit still and wait for death. They also activated the power of their battle arrays to fight against the huge demonic figures. Boom, boom, it seemed like so many magnificent giants were fighting against each other in this world. It also looked like the stone spirits were fighting against each other. It gave people the illusion that they had returned to the incipient god era. After several exchanges, the battle formations of some of the weaker races were also weak. Some of the battle formations were directly destroyed. Some of the people in the battle formations were directly killed, while others were heavily injured. They were like headless eagles flying around in disarray. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yi Zichen were also facing a huge crisis. This was because after Samoras had beaten Songming to a pulp, he had finally turned his attention to Lu Ming and Songming. A gigantic evil demon figure wielding a gigantic evil demon saber charged towards Lu Ming and his companion. Whoosh, the devil's blade slashed through the void, cutting across the firmament. It carried an incomparably terrifying force as it slashed towards Lu Ming and Yi Shiwen. Lu Ming used the strong wind to wrap around Ling Yue, and the two of them continuously flashed, wanting to avoid the attack of the demonic blade. In the end, they dodged it, but the aftershock caused their blood to churn, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This was a battle formation formed by many evil demon experts. The evil demon's strength was far beyond the 9th layer of the God Emperor realm. It wasn't something they could resist. Even if they used their trump cards and used all their strength to resist, they definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Humph, want to leave? Die. Samora snorted coldly, controlling the gigantic evil demon figure. The evil demon saber in the gigantic evil demon figure's hand disappeared. Then, two gigantic palms smashed down towards Lu Ming and Yi Shiwen. The gigantic palms enveloped an area, forming a powerful pressure that pressed down on the two of them. The two of them felt that there was a berserk force in all directions, and even the void had solidified. They couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Facing this attack, they could only face it head-on. Fight! Ling Yue shouted. She used all her strength to activate the blood-stained elven Qingbao. A towering tree appeared behind her, and rich divine power poured into the elven Qingbao. She used all of her strength and shot out the most powerful arrow she had ever shot. Swoosh, an arrow pierced through the void, shooting out a pitch-black passage, as if splitting the universe into two halves. Boom, the arrow struck a palm, causing an earth-shattering boom to erupt. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. At the moment of collision, the arrow directly exploded and scattered, not piercing through the evil demon's palm. However, it was still useful. It slowed down the speed of the evil demon's palm, and at the same time, its power was also weakened. At the same time, Lu Ming also made his move. First, he frantically drew out a gale from the gale pearl. The violent gale rushed out as if it didn't cost money, forming two gigantic tornadoes that swept towards the two evil demons' palms. As for Lu Ming, he held the ice Xian rod in his hand and poured all the forbidden power in his body into the ice Xian rod. The ice Xian rod turned into the size of a mountain and blasted out. The two tornadoes were the first to meet the two palms. The tornadoes, which were comparable to the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, couldn't withstand a single blow from the two evil demons' palms. The evil demon's palms didn't stop and continued to press down. In the end, it collided with Lu Ming's ice Xian rod. Buzz, at the moment of collision, the ice Xian rod shook crazily, and a violent force rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a mother planet. His body emitted crackling sounds, and the sound of bones breaking. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that at least 100 bones in his body had been broken. His muscles had been torn apart, and his internal organs had been shattered by the violent force. Then, with a bang, half of Lu Ming's body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. His body fell to the ground like a meteorite. With a boom, a deep pit was created in the ground by Lu Ming, which was hundreds of miles deep. Mu Yun. Ling Yue's face was pale. She cried out in alarm and rushed to the ground. She flew into the deep pit and landed beside Lu Ming. Then, she found that Lu Ming was lying there, motionless, and his aura was extremely weak. Her heart trembled, and tears flowed down her face. Silly girl, I'm fine. I'm just pretending. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice sounded in her ears. She looked over and saw Lu Ming winking at him. You. Ling Yue revealed a look of pleasant surprise, but she immediately shut her mouth. She knew what Lu Ming was planning. Lu Ming had deliberately pretended to be dead, and then sat on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. In fact, Samoro had indeed thought that Lu Ming had been killed by this move. Not only Samoros, but the others also thought that Lu Ming had been killed by this move. That was the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering great formation, composed of many strong demons. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't compete with it. One attack could kill many cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. No one thought that Lu Ming would be able to survive. Even at the beginning, Ling Yue was shocked, thinking that Lu Ming had fallen. Unfortunately, they didn't know how strong Lu Ming's life force was. As long as his cells survived, Lu Ming would not die. Therefore, although the attack just now was incomparably tyrannical and powerful, it did not annihilate all of Lu Ming's cells. As long as all of Lu Ming's cells were not annihilated, Lu Ming would not die. Therefore, although Lu Ming's injuries were heavy, he did not die. Lu Ming could use this opportunity to make Samoros and the others think that he was dead, so that he could take advantage of the situation. Sure enough, Samoro sneered, "This is the only outcome for those who oppose me." After that, he did not continue to attack Lu Ming, nor did he attack Ling Yue. His main target was Lu Ming. He would first kill Lu Ming, and as for Ling Yue, he would deal with her later. The 12 gigantic demon figures began to concentrate on dealing with the battle formation formed by the various geniuses of the great desolate universe. The two sides fought intensely, and the battle was exceptionally tragic. After exchanging a few blows, the battle formation formed by the weaker races was destroyed, and the geniuses of this race were slaughtered. "Alright, it's finally done." At this moment, Dandan's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's mind shook, and he also sent a sound transmission. "Dandan, where are you hiding?" "Of course I'm hiding underground," Dandan replied. "Underground? The demons didn't set up defenses underground?" Lu Ming asked. "Logically speaking, the demons would definitely set up defenses underground. Defenses would be set up underground, on the ground, and in the air. Because once one reached this level of cultivation, their divine abilities would be vast, and they would be able to move freely underground and on the ground. This was especially true for races like the Earth Traveler race. Demons would never make such a low-level mistake. If there were no defenses underground, the Earthen Travelers would have stolen the demon's spirit blood long ago. Of course there's a defense. The demons have laid down layers upon layers of formations underground. There are a total of 108 layers. But can these formations stop me?" he asked with a faint smugness. Lu Ming nodded. An ordinary array formation would not be able to stop Dandan. "Then, what method do you have to obtain the evil demon's spirit blood?" Lu Ming asked. "I've already set up a formation around this area, and I've already seen through the demon's myriad demon god slaughtering formation. Soon, the various races of the primitive universe will definitely fight with their lives on the line. When the battle reaches its climax, the myriad demon god slaughtering formation will show a flaw. That will be the time for us to strike. At that time I will break their formation. The two of you will work together to break the core of their formation." "It's that guy who attacked you before," Dandan said. "Alright, no problem." Lu Ming nodded and then told Ling Yue about the plan. After discussing it, Lu Ming and Ling Yue began to recover with all their might. Lu Ming's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, his originally tattered body had already healed, and no wounds could be seen. The forbidden area in his body was also quickly recovering. Ling Yue was also trying her best to recover the divine power she had just consumed. The geniuses of the various races of the primitive universe fought with the demons for another 10 minutes or so. The primitive universe was already at a complete disadvantage, and from time to time, someone would be killed. Up until now, other than the great formation set up by the geniuses of the top 10 races, which was still intact, the battle formations set up by the other races were already in danger. "We can't go on like this. We'll all be exhausted here. We should charge out." "That's right. Let's gather all our strength and use all our trump cards. We'll attack a demon figure and charge out at all costs." It's settled then. The various races secretly discussed and planned to fight to the death. Kill. All the races in the primitive universe gathered together and suddenly launched an attack in the southeast direction. All the attacks were aimed at the demon in that direction. They used their trump cards. Those who had great killing weapons used their great killing weapons to increase the power of the array formation. Those who didn't have any great killing weapons took out the divine weapons they usually used, sacrificed them, and self-detonated them. Some people even burned their divine power at all costs. With everyone fighting with their lives on the line, the explosive offensive power was shockingly strong. The terrifying attack was like a vast tide, hitting the giant demonic shadow in the southeast. Boom, the demonic shadow shook violently, and many of the abyss devils that formed the array formation coughed up blood. Some demons who had the strength of the seventh godly emperor layer were struck by the strength and exploded. They died instantly. For a moment, the demon was in imminent danger. However, in order to focus on attacking the demonic shadow, the elites of the various races in the primitive universe naturally lowered their defensive power. The other 11 demonic shadows took the opportunity to attack. Miserable shrieks rose and fell. In just a short while, the arrays of more than 10 races were destroyed, and many people inside died. Even the battle formations of the top 10 races trembled and almost collapsed. In an instant, at least a few hundred people died. It was a disastrous loss, and many of them were top geniuses. Continue attacking. Success or failure depends on this. Otherwise, all of us will die. Attack. Everyone in the primitive universe knew that if they couldn't break out, they would all die. Only by breaking out would they have a chance to survive. Everyone's strength was at its peak, and their divine power was burning fiercely. They didn't care about the consequences and the price they had to pay. Boom, finally, the abyss devil in the southeast exploded and scattered, turning into numerous abyss devils. This time, at least 1,000 demons were killed. After all, this was the joint attack of everyone in the primitive universe, and it was also the strongest attack. Its power wasn't something that a single demonic shadow could block. However, the primitive universe had also paid a heavy price for this. This was because the attacks of the other 11 gigantic demonic figures had arrived. On the primitive universe's side, not to mention the other races, even the arrays of the top 10 races were difficult to maintain and were destroyed. A large number of people were killed, including those from the top 10 races. For example, at least 30 angels from the angel race screamed and were reduced to ashes. At least 20 people from the Buddhist race died. The Battle Saint tribe, the Blood race, and the Soul race were the same. Every race suffered heavy losses. However, the remaining people were still very excited because the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering array of the demons was broken. Break out. Kill. The remaining people of the primitive universe rushed forward crazily. The huge demon figure in the southeast was defeated. A large number of demons had fallen, and the remaining demons were like headless flies, flying everywhere. This way, it was impossible to stop the people from the Great Desolate Universe. The people from the Great Desolate Universe were all fighting with their lives on the line. Their attacks were like a storm. After a wave of attacks, a large number of demons were killed, including the 9th level demons. However, at this time, no one had the time to care about the demon spirit blood. As soon as the people from the Great Desolate Universe rushed out of the encirclement, they fled into the distance. Damn it, chase after them. Samoros roared, his eyes cold. Immediately, at least half of the demon army chased after the people from the various races of the Great Desolate Universe. This way, the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array only existed in name. Ha ha ha, so many people actually left. The heavens are helping me. Lu Ming, attack. Dandan laughed proudly. In his excitement, he directly said Lu Ming's real name. That's right, he had already recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. Fortunately, Dandan was using a sound transmission, so Ling Yue didn't hear it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. As soon as Dandan finished speaking, dense runes suddenly appeared on the ground and in the air. These runes were actually set up by the demons. The demons at the scene cooperated with these runes to form the complete 10,000 demon god slaughtering array. Attack. Lu Ming bellowed and dashed out with Ling Yue. Attack 800 meters to the left, 600 meters to the top. Dandan's voice continued to ring out, directly pointing out 36 places. Lu Ming and Ling Yue didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique and drew out a large amount of strong wind from the Zephyr Pearl. They turned into wind blades and attacked the places Dandan had mentioned. As for Ling Yue, she also took out the Elf King bow that was stained with blood and shot out an arrow. The arrow light continued to split into more than 10 arrows that shot towards more than 10 places. The places Dandan mentioned were all the nodes of the runes, which were also the flaws. Boom. Boom, when Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei's attacks landed on these nodes, an earth-shattering boom erupted. Then, the entire formation formed by runes began to shake violently. Following that, it exploded with a loud bang. When the formation exploded, the 10,000 demon god slaughtering formation could no longer be stabilized and collapsed. Many of the abyssals in the array immediately suffered a backlash from the array. That's right, backlash. They fused with the formation and cooperated with each other to form the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. Once the formation was broken, they would suffer a backlash from the formation. That backlash was extremely serious. Some of the weaker demons were instantly killed by the backlash. Only those who had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer could resist it. Samoros, who was at the core of the formation, also trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Damn it, Mu Yun, Samoros let out an earth-shattering roar. Lu Ming was actually not dead. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, Lu Ming was actually able to survive after being hit by a huge demonic shadow of the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. This was completely out of his expectations. Unexpected, right? The unexpected is yet to come. I'll send you on your way. Kill! Lu Ming shouted loudly. His figure soared into the sky and rushed towards the top of the Divine Dawn Peak. At the same time, the mysterious ice rod emitted an astonishing aura and rapidly grew in size as it smashed towards Samoros. However, Ling Yuwei's attack was faster than Lu Ming's. Archery, a single attack, was definitely the strongest. There was no other way. It surpassed the sword Dao. Its speed was also the fastest. The arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Samoros. Samoros roared and defended with all his might. However, at this moment, because the formation had been broken, he had just suffered a backlash. Even if he used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to block Ling Yuwei's arrow attack. Boom, his attack was directly pierced through by the arrow. His body was pierced through by the arrow. Puff, Samoros spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. He had been severely injured and his aura was extremely weak. At this moment, Lu Ming's mysterious ice rod had already arrived. The mysterious ice rod, which was as big as a mountain, carried an incomparably terrifying aura as it pressed down on Samoros. No! Samoros shouted in horror and used all his strength to resist. At the same time, the surrounding demons were also shocked. However, they wanted to save him, but it was too late. Boom, in the end, the mysterious ice rod bombarded Samoros. Samoros screamed in agony as his body directly exploded. Among them, a soul rushed out. It was Samoros' soul. He wanted to escape, but was hit by the aftershock of the mysterious ice rod and died on the spot. Lu Ming rushed over and took Samoros' evil demon spirit blood in his hand. Then, without stopping, he landed on the Divine Dawn Peak. At the top of the Divine Dawn Peak, there was an altar. On the altar, there was a crystal coffin. Inside was all the evil demon spirit blood. Around the altar, there were 6 strong demons protecting it. Those 6 demons were all cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Actually, 6 cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer protecting the crystal coffin weren't very strong. The main reason was that Samoros had been too self-confident. He hadn't thought that anyone would be able to break through to the Divine Dawn Peak. Prince, that little boy killed Prince. Kill him. The 6 demons of the 6th godly emperor layer shouted furiously and threw themselves at Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his mysterious ice rod and swept it out. A terrifying qi rolled out in all directions. The 6 demons had the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. An ice armor appeared on their bodies and covered them quickly. Then, the mysterious ice rod moved towards them. Boom! 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 6 explosions sounded. The 6 demons of the 6th godly emperor layer were blown away. Their faces were deathly pale and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Lu Ming waved his hand and the taboo power wrapped around the crystal coffin like a ribbon. With a pull, the crystal coffin shrank rapidly and Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring. He had obtained the evil demon spirit blood. Shit! Prince was killed. Kill them. Avenge Prince. Kill them. Crush their bones and scatter their ashes. All the demons came back to their senses. Even though the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering Great Formation had been destroyed, there were still around 200 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Those demons shouted furiously and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. With so many demons joining hands, even if Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei were strong, they would still be crushed. However, at that moment, numerous talismans appeared in the sky. It was a gigantic deployment spell. Dandan had cast it. Dandan had disappeared in order to cast a few deployment spells. As soon as those talismans appeared, they crawled all over Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei's bodies. A moment later, Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei disappeared. One attack after another bombarded the place where Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei were, causing the space to explode. However, they lost track of Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei. The demons looked at each other in dismay. 30,000 miles away from the Divine Dawn Peak, Lu Ming and Ling Yuwei's figures suddenly appeared. Not far away, Dandan was looking at them with a complacent expression. "How is it? Do you admire me now?" Dandan said proudly. "Amazing, truly amazing. Your rune formation Tao is truly the creation of heaven and earth. I have seen countless people who are proficient in the Tao of formations, but compared to you, they are countless times weaker. Even many of the older generation of formation masters, other than having a higher cultivation than you, are inferior to you in terms of the usage of runes." Ling Yuwei sighed again and again, feeling admiration from the bottom of her heart. "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, little girl, you have good eyesight, but you are too honest, ha 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 ha." Dandan's face was about to split apart from laughing. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the sky, looking like an expert who had achieved the Tao. "Let's leave first. This place is not far from the Divine Dawn Peak. Let's find a safe place first," Lu Ming said. Dandan was in the midst of an infinite sense of comfort when he was interrupted by Lu Ming. He immediately looked at Lu Ming in displeasure. In the end, the three of them left and arrived at a relatively secret place. "Lu Ming, it's actually you. How did you become like this?" On the way, Dandan sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming, filled with surprise. "I have great abilities, what can't I do?" Lu Ming sent a sound transmission. "TSK, don't brag to me. You were clearly blocked in the Dragon Clan's mother planet and couldn't get out. How did you get out? Furthermore, even your life aura has changed. If it wasn't for my sharp spiritual sense, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Furthermore, you sure have guts. After leaving the Dragon Clan's mother planet, you actually dare to participate in the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Soldier Assessment?" Dandan asked a bunch of questions. "I am indeed still on the Dragon Clan's mother planet." Immediately, Lu Ming gave a simple account of what had happened. Since Dandan already knew it was him, there was no need to hide the fact that he had the taboo body. Although Dandan looked unreliable, he still knew his priorities. This matter was too important to Lu Ming, so he definitely wouldn't say anything. "Taboo body, the legendary taboo body. You brat, you are indeed my little brother, hee hee." Dandan smiled. The two of them communicated with each other through sound transmission, so Ling Yuwei did not hear them. After that, the three of them sat down and adjusted their breathing. Not long after, they recovered to their peak condition. Then, the three of them began to divide the spoils of war. Lu Ming took out the crystal coffin. After opening it, he found that there were many jade bottles neatly arranged inside. Each jade bottle contained a drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood. Each drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood represented an Abyss Devil and merit points. There were tens of thousands of drops of Abyss Devil Spirit blood here. The three of them divided the Abyss Devil Spirit blood equally. After that, Lu Ming took out a jade bottle. Inside this jade bottle, there was only one drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood. However, this drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood was purplish golden color and emitted a dazzling radiance, like a peerless pearl. This drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood was Samoa's Abyss Devil Spirit blood. This drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood belongs to that Abyss Devil Prince. This person's talent is extremely high, his combat strength is extremely strong, and his potential is extremely great. I'm afraid he's worth a lot of merit points. I'll give this drop of Abyss Devil Spirit blood to you. Miss Yue, you don't have any objections, right? Lu Ming said. Of course I don't have any objections. Ling Yue nodded. To be honest, this time, Dandan had played the biggest role. If not for Dandan's formation, it would have been impossible for them to obtain the Abyss Devil Spirit blood. Not to mention obtaining the Abyss Devil Spirit blood, once they got involved, it would be difficult for them to even escape. Therefore, Ling Yue naturally had no objections to Dandan sharing the majority of the loot. It's better for you to keep it. You need it even more. The higher your merit points, the more you can become a higher level heavenly soldier. It will be of greater help to you. Dandan said. Lu Ming had already told him that his main goal in joining the Heavenly Palace and becoming a heavenly soldier was to meet the autumn moon. In that case, becoming a high-level heavenly soldier would give him a higher chance of coming into contact with the autumn moon and investigating the current situation of the autumn moon. Without seeing the autumn moon and understanding the current situation of the autumn moon, Lu Ming would never be at ease if he left the autumn moon alone in the Heavenly Palace. Glancing at Dandan, Lu Ming's heart warmed. This guy is still very loyal to his friends. Alright, then I'll accept it. Lu Ming put away Samoro's demon blood essence. Ling Yue's gaze moved between Lu Ming and Dandan. She could feel that Lu Ming and Dandan seemed to know each other. Not only did they know each other, but they also had a good relationship. Ordinary people would not give away such precious demon spirit blood. However, Lu Ming and Dandan didn't say anything, so she tactfully didn't ask any further. After splitting up, the three of them left the place and met up with the elves. Following that, everyone planned to leave the Eight Snake Mountain range. The time of the examination was not fixed. As long as he felt that he had obtained enough merit points, he could leave early and return to the city forged by the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue had definitely obtained enough demon spirit blood. Not to mention anything else, just in the Eight Snake Mountain range, there was definitely no one with more demon spirit blood than Lu Ming and the other two. As for the higher level areas, that was another matter. The three of them definitely had enough demon spirit blood. As for the other elves, they knew that the Eight Snake Mountain range was extremely dangerous, so they didn't have any intention of staying. After a period of time, they successfully returned to the city forged by the Heavenly Palace. After returning to the city, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. You're back? A few heavenly soldiers looked at Lu Ming and the others with a trace of contempt. The same was true for the sky official who had brought them here. They thought that Lu Ming and the others were timid and didn't dare to hunt abyss devils in the Eight Snake Mountain range. We've hunted enough abyss devils, so we came back early. Lu Ming said. Enough? The sky official and the heavenly soldiers had strange expressions, obviously not believing him. However, they wouldn't interfere with the actions of Lu Ming and the others. In fact, there would be people who would withdraw early in every examination. In any case, they wouldn't be able to become a heavenly soldier. They couldn't be bothered to care. Lu Ming and the others stayed in the city and waited for the other examinees. They had to wait for everyone to finish the examination before returning to the Dream Sky City. Of course, the examination time couldn't be extended indefinitely. At most, it would be 3 years. After 3 years, regardless of whether or not anyone returned, they would have to return to the Dream Sky City. After settling down, Lu Ming went into seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. After consolidating his cultivation, Lu Ming took out the Elvenwood heart and began to absorb it. At the first layer of the Godly Emperor realm, Lu Ming needed to absorb 3,000 Elvenwood hearts in order to store the potential in his cells to 100%. After breaking through to the second layer of the Godly Emperor realm, if he wanted to store 100%, he would need even more Elvenwood hearts, probably around 4,000. Before, Lu Ming had broken through from the first Godly Emperor layer to the second Godly Emperor layer, so he had consumed a lot of potential. Now, his cells only had 20% left. Therefore, Lu Ming had to refine a total of 3,200 roots to fill up the potential stored in his cells. The spiritual wood hearts are being consumed too quickly. Lu Ming's face turned dark as he sighed. Before, he had obtained 50,000 spiritual wood hearts from the Elven clan. He had thought that he would be able to use them for a long time, but now it seemed like he had underestimated the consumption of the Godly Emperor layer. The consumption of the forbidden body when breaking through to the godly emperor layer was much higher than he had expected. 50,000 spiritual wood hearts were not enough for him to break through to the 9th godly emperor layer. However, the elven clan still owed him 100,000 spiritual wood hearts. If he could get them, he wouldn't have to worry about breaking through to the godly emperor layer. At the same time, Lu Ming thought of another problem, the Zephyr Pearl. Lu Ming realized that the Zephyr Pearl's energy had decreased a lot. After all, the Zephyr Wind in the Zephyr Pearl was limited, it wasn't endless and it couldn't be replenished automatically. Even though the Zephyr Wind in the Pearl could destroy a galaxy, it was still limited. Lu Ming had been using the Zephyr Pearl too much recently. Each time, the Zephyr Pearl's strength was close to the 9th godly emperor layer. Using the Zephyr Wind of the 9th godly emperor layer consumed a lot of energy. A cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer could destroy a planet with his full strength. A cultivator of the 1st godly emperor layer could destroy a planet with his full strength. A cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer could destroy a planet with his full strength. That required a lot of Zephyr Wind. Lu Ming realized that the Zephyr Wind in the Zephyr Pearl had been consumed by about 10%. It didn't feel like 90% was a lot. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the Zephyr Wind of the Zephyr Pearl would be consumed very quickly. If the Zephyr Wind was consumed, the Zephyr Pearl would be useless. Forget it. After all, it's an external object. If it's used up, it's gone. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was very open-minded. As long as it could be of use now, it was fine. When the potential of his cells reached 100%, Lu Ming began to comprehend the Great Devil Sword art. The Great Devil Sword art was already close to being a beginner. He was just one step away from being able to turn it into a secret skill rune and fuse it with his cells. Therefore, his cultivation speed was also very fast. In just half a year's time, Lu Ming had cultivated the Great Devil Sword art to the entry level. He transformed it into a secret technique rune and fused it with a cell. With a thought, Lu Ming circulated the Great Devil Sword art. Instantly, a devil sword appeared in his hand. It was incomparably sharp, and its might was shocking. It could easily break apart divine weapons. At the peak of his strength, dozens of demonic swords appeared around his body, ready to strike at any moment. There's one more way to attack. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He wasn't too surprised. After all, the Great Godwind technique and the Great Shattering technique were both offensive techniques. They were more mature and powerful. After cultivating the Great Devil Sword art, Lu Ming began to comprehend the ordinary Devil Path's secret techniques. In the myriad tombs, he had obtained the Devil Path's secret techniques left behind by the Bone Demon. There were about 300 types. Previously, Lu Ming had taken some time to comprehend some, but he hadn't finished comprehending them yet. Now that he had some free time, he wanted to comprehend them properly. He transformed them all into secret skill runes and fused them with his cells. After cultivating to this point, Lu Ming discovered that the more secret techniques he cultivated, the more secret skill runes would fuse into his cells. The power of the taboo force would also be stronger. It wasn't an increase in quantity, but in quality. He was still far from cultivating the taboo force to the peak. Now, his speed of comprehending ordinary secret techniques was very fast. In more than 2 years, he had successfully comprehended hundreds of secret techniques. They transformed into secret skill runes and fused into his cells. Lu Ming's strength had increased slightly. After cultivating for a few more months, the 3-year period was finally up. Those who participated in the test, as long as they didn't die, had all returned to the city. However, Lu Ming discovered that the number of people had decreased by half. In other words, half of them had died in the Dark Universe, becoming food for the fiends. When the Sky Official gathered them, Lu Ming discovered that cold gazes swept over him. They were from the angels. Lu Ming sneered in response. The angels' expressions turned ugly, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. Alright, the Dark Universe's test is over. I'll now bring you back to Dream Sky City. Go to the merit well and check your merit points. After the Sky Official announced this, he led everyone back to Dream Sky City. Within Dream Sky City, there was a merit hall. The merit well was located within the merit hall. In the center of the merit department, there was a golden well. From the mouth of the well, a faint light filled the air. This was the well of merit. As long as an abyssal spirit blood was poured into the well of merit would naturally calculate the corresponding merit points. All you need to do is pour the fiend's spirit blood into the merit well, then place the jade talisman given to you by the heavenly palace above the merit well. The merit well will naturally calculate your merit points and record them in the jade talisman. Only those with 5,000 merit points can be considered to have passed the heavenly soldier test and become an official heavenly soldier, and a third-class one at that. The sky official said. Lord Sky Official, how many merit points do we need to become a second-class heavenly soldier? Someone asked. Many of the people here came from various major races. Many of their elders had joined the heavenly soldier before. However, the heavenly palace had strict rules. After leaving the heavenly soldier, they couldn't spread what they had seen or heard in the heavenly soldier. Thus, these prodigies of the major races were like Lu Ming. They knew nothing about the heavenly palace. Lu Ming also perked up his ears to listen. I can tell you now. Theoretically speaking, you need 10,000 merit points to become a third-class heavenly soldier. But since you've just taken the test, the requirements have been lowered. 5,000 is enough. So theoretically speaking, 10,000 to 100,000 merit points is a third-class heavenly soldier. Only when you accumulate more than 100,000 merit points is a second-class heavenly soldier. From 100,000 to 1,000,000 merit points is a second-class heavenly soldier. From 1,000,000 to 10,000,000 merit points is a first-class heavenly soldier. If you have more than 10,000,000 merit points, you're a divine general. The sky official explained. Everyone nodded. However, they had no idea what merit points were, and they didn't know how many fiends one had to kill to reach 10,000 merit points. The fiend spirit blood I've obtained should be enough. After all, I've killed more than a dozen God Emperor fiends. What I have should be enough. These thoughts flashed through the minds of some. Alright, I've told you the rules. Which one of you should go first? Said the sky official. I'll go. A young man immediately strode forward and arrived at the side of the well of merit. He waved his hand, causing numerous jade bottles to fly out. These jade bottles contained drops of fiend spirit blood. Lu Ming glanced at them and saw that there were about 200 drops of fiend spirit blood. As for the fiend spirit blood, it was hard to tell what cultivation level the fiend spirit blood belonged to. The youth waved his hand and opened the jade bottle. Drops of fiend spirit blood flew out and into the well of merit. The well of merit's multicolored light immediately grew stronger. The young man waited nervously. In less than a minute, a line of numbers suddenly appeared above the well of merit. 865. This number appeared above the well of merit. 865 merit points. You're not qualified. You haven't passed the test. Take back your jade talisman and merit points, said the sky official calmly. He waved his hand and took the young man's jade talisman away. How could this be? How could this be? I killed so many fiends, how could I only get 800 merit points? Shouted the young man in disbelief. How strong were those abyss devils that you killed? Let me tell you, an ordinary fiend of the first godly emperor layer is worth 1 merit point at most. Said the sky official coldly. What? The young man's face paled. He wasn't the only one. The others were the same. A fiend of the first godly emperor layer was only worth 1 merit point? That was too cheap. Some of the young men looked at the fiend spirit blood they had obtained and looked dispirited. Of course, it's not completely based on cultivation level. The more potential a fiend has, the more merit points they will get, even if their cultivation level is low. Said the sky official. This gave many people hope. Potential wasn't something that could be judged with the naked eye. Of course, the more talented a person was, the more potential they had. Of course, that wasn't always the case. Some people who had great wisdom and great talent matured late. They didn't show off at the beginning, but their potential was astonishing. Some people who were extremely talented at the beginning had limited potential. Who knew if the fiends they had killed had astonishing potential? The young man from before retreated, dispirited. Immediately, another young man stepped forward. However, this young man had only obtained slightly more than 1,000 merit points. He was eliminated. Following that, 5 or 6 young men stepped forward, but none of them passed the test. The highest score among them was only around 4,000 contribution points. When the 8th young man went up, his merit points finally reached 5,000. 5535. Whoosh, the number above the well of merit flew directly into the jade talisman and disappeared. Then, the jade talisman flew back into the young man's hand. Congratulations on becoming a third-class heavenly soldier. That jade talisman is your identity jade talisman. It contains your information and merit points. Keep it well. Sky Official wrote. Thank you, Heavenly Official. Delighted, the youth put away the jade talisman and went to the Sky Official's seat. Those who passed the test would stand below the Sky Official and await further instructions. Next, the young men stepped forward one by one. Lu Ming discovered that the success rate was not high. It was only about 1/5. Over 10,000 merit points. Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. A young man stood proudly beside the well of merit. That guy, Dandan pursed his lips, because that young man was the 10-winged angel of the angel race, Lafitte. His merit points had exceeded 10,000. As expected of a peak-level monster with a powerful weapon. Many of the people who had died at his hands had been high-level fiends. There were many 7th or 8th godly emperor layers. Not bad, you pass. The Sky Official nodded in satisfaction. After putting away the jade talisman, Lafitte went to the Sky Official's seat and looked at Lu Ming provocatively. What he meant was, come, let's see who has more merit points. Trash. Lu Ming mouthed to Lafitte, but didn't say anything. However, Lafitte could see that and his expression darkened. His eyes flashed with killing intent. The next ones to go up were all monstrous geniuses. Even the weakest received 5,000 merit points, and the strongest received close to 20,000 merit points. Those who received close to 20,000 merit points were extremely strong. If they used their trump cards or used their full strength, their battle prowess would surpass the 9th godly emperor layer. It's him. As expected, he's fine. At that moment, Lu Ming noticed a young man. Blood-robed Song Ming, he was a peerless genius of the Blood Clan, and one of the candidates for the universe's young geniuses list. Hey, he's already gone up. With his strength, he should have entered the 3rd area. It's not the 3rd area's turn yet. Some people were puzzled. You're wrong. He didn't go to the 3rd area. He went to the 2nd area. The 2nd area? Right, blood-robed Song Ming's cultivation level is too low. It's dangerous for him to go to the 3rd area. It's safer for him to stay in the 2nd area. Hee, I heard that blood-robed Song Ming almost died in the 2nd area. It seems like he doesn't live up to his name. Some people were discussing, but they didn't lower their voices because they were all peerless geniuses. They had all entered the 3rd area to participate in the exam, so they weren't afraid of blood-robed Song Ming. Blood-robed Song Ming's expression turned ugly. He glanced at those people and didn't say anything. As a result, he received close to 30,000 merit points. Even Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but sigh. Blood-robed Song Ming was indeed powerful. In the 8 Snake Mountain range, no demon was his match. The number of 9th-level godly Emperor Realm demons that had died in his hands was probably not small. That was why he could get so many merit points. If Lu Ming and the others hadn't snatched a large amount of demon spirit blood from the demons at the Divine Dawn Peak, they definitely wouldn't have been able to get so much. Even now, they weren't confident. Soon, the people participating in the 2nd area were almost done. At that moment, Ling Yue stepped forward and took out her demon spirit blood. So much? At the scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock when they saw Ling Yue take out the demon spirit blood. Not to mention the quality, just the quantity was too shocking. Ling Yue's cultivation level seemed to be only at the 3rd level of the godly emperor realm. How could she kill so many demons? Other than Lu Ming and a few others, everyone else was puzzled. Including the Sky Official. When the Sky Official saw that Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue had left the 8 Snake Mountain range and returned to the city, he thought that they were cowards and left early. Lu Ming and the others said that they had already completed the exam, but the sky official didn't believe them at all. At this moment, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted. With so much demon spirit blood, they're probably all low level. If they're all at the first level of the godly emperor realm, even if there's a lot of them, they won't be able to reach 5,000 merit points. An angel race genius sneered. Because of Gabbert, these angel clan geniuses were very unhappy with Ling Yue. If they had the chance, they would naturally belittle and ridicule her. Ling Yue was too lazy to care about them. She placed the demon spirit blood into the well of merit. The well of merit immediately emitted a resplendent light. In the next moment, a line of words appeared. 63789. At the scene, most of the people's eyes suddenly widened. 63,789, this was the merit points that Ling Yue had obtained. It was more than twice as many as the blood-cloaked Song Ming. How is this possible? How could he have so many merit points? How is this possible? Many people cried out in alarm, and the face of that angel clan genius from before turned red. No one doubted if there was a mistake with the well of merit. This was a top treasure of the heavenly palace, so it was impossible for there to be a mistake. There was only one truth, and that was that Ling Yue had really obtained so many merit points. Many people revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. More than 60,000 merit points would not disappear. Instead, they would be recorded in the identity token and could be exchanged for all sorts of treasures in the heavenly palace. How many treasures could he exchange for? It would be strange if he wasn't envious. Even the sky official's old face turned slightly red. He had previously thought that Ling Yue and the others had left the 8-Snake Mountain range because they were timid. He didn't believe that they had completed the mission ahead of time. But in reality, not only had Ling Yue completed the mission ahead of time, she had also obtained an astonishing amount of merit points, more than 10 times the basic goal of the assessment. Good, not bad, pass. The sky official nodded repeatedly. Of course, he wouldn't blame Ling Yue just because he had misjudged her and lost some face. He wasn't that narrow-minded. Haha, looks like mine won't be lacking either. Dandan smiled, took a step forward, and also took out the demon spirit blood. The amount of demon spirit blood he had wasn't any less than Ling Yue's. After the well of merit was inspected, everyone was once again shocked. 64765. Dandan had obtained a total of 64,765 merit points, slightly more than Ling Yue's merit points. 2 people in a row had appeared with more than 60,000 merit points, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. Most importantly, the 2 of them were together. How is this possible? This question kept flashing through everyone's minds. Dandan laughed heartily, enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. The way he saw it, the gazes of the people around him were filled with admiration. He put away the jade talisman and walked proudly to the seat below the heavenly official. Next, it was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming stepped forward. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue were obviously together. Ling Yue and Dandan's harvest was so astonishing. Then, could it be that Lu Ming, who was with them, also had such a harvest? This was especially true for the angels. The one who stared at Lu Ming the most was Lafitte. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He walked to the edge of the well of merit and took out the jade bottle containing the demon spirit blood. Is it really that much? Everyone was shocked. The amount of demon spirit blood that Lu Ming took out was no less than that of Dandan and Ling Yue. Furthermore, the quality of the ones they were with was definitely not low. Lu Ming most likely had more than 60,000 merit points. Damn it, how did the 3 of them obtain so much demon spirit blood? Furthermore, their strength is not to this extent. You have to know that the merit points obtained by blood-clothed Song Ming are not even half of any of them. Could it be that they obtained the demon spirit blood on the Divine Dawn Peak? Amidst the discussion, there was a voice that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The eyes of those who had participated in the battle of the Divine Dawn Peak shone with a resplendent light. It must be so. They concluded that Lu Ming and the other 2 must have obtained the demon spirit blood on the Divine Dawn Peak. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming and the others obtain so much demon spirit blood in the 2nd level area of the 8-Snake Mountain range? only by snatching the demon spirit blood on the Divine Dawn Peak would it make sense. Although they did not know how Lu Ming and the rest did it, they were certain that it was the case. Damn it, we fought with our lives on the line, but they reaped the benefits. That must be it. We fought with our lives on the line and broke through the demon formation, giving them an opportunity to take advantage of us. The sharp voices of Lafitte and a few angel race prodigies rang out. Their voices were filled with jealousy. These words made the faces of the other races turn ugly. In the Battle of the Divine Dawn Peak, the various races had suffered heavy losses. In the end, they did not obtain anything and even fled in a sorry state. But in the end, the fruit was taken by Lu Ming and the others. They could not bear it. Good, very good. Blood-clothed Song Ming said softly. His gaze was as cold as a knife as he constantly scanned Lu Ming and the others. In the Battle of the Divine Dawn Peak, blood-clothed Song Ming had paid a heavy price and almost died there. However, the fruit was taken by Lu Ming and the others. In his heart, he had already placed Lu Ming and the others on his must-kill list. Silence. The sky official coldly barked, and the scene suddenly fell silent. I don't care what conflicts you have. You can resolve them however you want outside, but in the Heavenly Palace, you must abide by the rules of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace has a heavenly law, and heavenly soldiers are not allowed to fight and kill each other. Do you understand? The sky official rebuked. Understood. Everyone could only reply. You, continue. The sky official looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the evil demon spirit blood in the jade bottle flew into the well of merit. The well of merit immediately shone with a dazzling light. Then, a row of numbers appeared. 1 2 3 5 6 7, hiss hiss hiss. When everyone saw this number, they sucked in a breath of cold air and were stunned on the spot. More than 120,000 merit points. How was this possible? The amount of evil demon spirit blood Lu Ming had was clearly about the same as Dandan and Ling Yue, but how could his merit points be so shocking? Damn it, blood rained Songming, Lafitte, and the others roared in their hearts. Their eyes glowed red with jealousy. More than 100,000 merit points. How many treasures could they exchange for? Not to mention them, even Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan were somewhat stunned. They had divided the evil demon spirit blood equally, but how could Lu Ming have so much more? Could it be the evil demon prince's evil demon spirit blood? That's right, it must be. That's the only explanation. The greater one's potential, the more merit points they would receive. The evil demon prince's talent was shocking, so his potential was definitely shocking as well. Lu Ming and the others had guessed that the evil demon prince's evil demon spirit blood would definitely be able to exchange for a lot of merit points. But they didn't expect it to be so much. It was almost 60,000 merit points. One person was worth 60,000 merit points, which was almost the sum of Lu Ming's other evil demon spirit blood. No matter what, Lu Ming was very satisfied with the hundreds of thousands of merit points he had just obtained. After all, one could become a second-class celestial soldier with more than 100,000 merit points. In other words, if Lu Ming became a celestial soldier, he could become a second-class celestial soldier and enjoy more power and better treatment. Good, not bad. The celestial official nodded repeatedly. He had a whole new level of respect for Lu Ming. Lu Ming only had the strength of the second godly emperor layer, and not only had he passed the test, but he had also obtained more than 100,000 merit points. Although it wasn't unprecedented, it wasn't far from it. The row of numbers in the well of merit flew into the identity jade card. Then, the identity jade card flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the jade tablet and scanned it with his spiritual awareness. Some information appeared in his mind. It was basic information about him, including his name, origin, and cultivation level. There was also a line of words, merit points, 12356/1235671 represented the total number of merit points, and the other represented the number of merit points that could be used. After Lu Ming finished the test, there were still a few people left in the second-class area, but none of them had as many merit points as Lu Ming and the others. After the second-class area, it was the third-class area's turn. Everyone's attention was focused on the people in the third-class area. Lu Ming was also sizing up these people. Those who could go to the third-class area were definitely very strong. They were either monstrous heavens favorites with extremely high combat abilities or very old cultivators with extremely high cultivation levels. The older one's chi was as deep and unfathomable as the sea. Lu Ming guessed that they were all great god emperors. The young geniuses were all full of vigor. Even though they weren't great god emperors, they were definitely above the seventh godly emperor layer. There were many candidates for the universe young geniuses list. Lu Ming took note of them carefully. As expected, the people in the third-class area all benefited greatly. The first one to go up had more than 30,000 merit points, which was even more than blood-clothed Song Ming. And this was the least. The following people who took part in the test received more merit points than the previous one. In fact, half of them had more than 100,000 merit points. Many of them had more merit points than Lu Ming. Everybody was jealous, but they also knew that the third-level area was too dangerous. Not only were there great supreme gods, but there were also many demons of the seventh godly emperor layer. If they weren't strong enough, they would be surrounded and killed. Of course, with sufficient strength, the speed at which one could obtain merit points from killing fiends would also increase greatly. After a period of time, everyone was done with their tests. Those who didn't pass the test, leave immediately. The heavenly official announced, and heavenly soldiers stepped out to take away those who had failed the test. Congratulations to all of you who have passed the test. You are now officially a heavenly soldier. Now, follow me and I will present you with your heavenly soldier armor. Sky Official Road. Following the Sky Official, the group arrived at another hall. There were many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals guarding this hall. The Sky Official went up to talk to them, and a few heavenly soldiers entered the hall. After a short time, those heavenly soldiers came out, followed by a few other middle-aged men wearing Sky Official robes. The armor has been presented. Let's start with the third-class heavenly soldiers. Lafitte, one of the heavenly officials, began to call out names. Lafitte immediately stepped forward. The Sky Official's hand shone brightly, and a silver armor appeared. Lafitte's eyes lit up. Many people looked excited too. Although this armor was only the standard armor of a third-class heavenly soldier, it was created by the weapon refining master of the heavenly palace. Its power was no small matter. For example, a third-class heavenly soldier's armor could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the ninth godly emperor layer. In a critical moment, it could save one's life. Especially for the weaker third-class heavenly soldiers, it was a peerless treasure that could save one's life. And it was only for third-class heavenly soldiers. It was said that the armor for second-class heavenly soldiers was even more mysterious. It could even block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. A great supreme god's attack was earth-shattering. It could pierce through the starry sky. For a second-class heavenly soldier's armor to block a great supreme god's attack, it was extremely valuable. The value of this armor was immeasurable when taken out. Of course, no one dared sell the heavenly palace's armor. No one dared to buy it. If someone who wasn't from the heavenly palace used the heavenly palace's armor or weapons, they would be killed without mercy if they were discovered by the heavenly palace. Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. He was a second-class heavenly soldier, and his armor could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. It meant that godly emperors wouldn't be able to break it. It was said that the armor for first-class heavenly soldiers was even more mysterious. Lafitte took the armor. Then, it was the others' turn. Ling Yue and Dandan were both third-class heavenly soldiers. They received the armor for third-class heavenly soldiers. Then, it was the turn of the second-class heavenly soldiers. Lu Ming received his armor. The armor for second-class heavenly soldiers was also silver-white. It was just that there were a few more golden patterns inlaid in it. Soon, everyone received their standard armor. You've all received your armor. Put it on now, said the heavenly official who led the way. Everyone nodded and began to inject divine power into the armor. Lu Ming also injected forbidden power into the armor. This armor was ownerless, so it was easy to refine. After a few minutes, Lu Ming refined it. The armor flew into Lu Ming's body. Then, a layer of armor appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body. The armor wriggled like mercury, covering Lu Ming's entire body tightly, only revealing his face. This kind of armor could change its size according to its owner's will, so it fit everyone very well. At this moment, Lu Ming's countenance changed slightly. This was because he sensed a strange force appearing in the armor. It rushed into his body and then spread to his limbs and bones, as well as all his cells. What's going on? Why is there a strange energy in my armor? Someone cried out in alarm. It seemed that it wasn't just Lu Ming who was like this. Everyone was like this. Don't worry. The heavenly official smiled. This is a forbidden power. It's harmless. As long as you abide by the heavenly laws and work for the heavenly palace, don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't do what you shouldn't do. When you accumulate enough merits and lead the heavenly soldiers, you will naturally be undone. Everyone's hearts sank. It seemed that this was the heavenly palace's method of controlling the heavenly soldiers. This power seeped into their cells. If they dared to violate the heavenly laws or betray the heavenly palace, that power would probably take their lives in an instant. In particular, some of the older existences had ugly expressions. Some of the older ones looked even worse. This was because the older they were, the more limited their potential was. It would be difficult for them to withdraw from the heavenly army in the future. In that case, they would have to listen to the heavenly palace for the rest of their lives. Also, don't waste your efforts to refine this power. Your power can't be refined, even if it's the power of the top 10 races. The sky official continued to speak as his gaze swept across the top 10 races. Some of the top geniuses' expressions changed. Among these people, some were peerless heroes, candidates for the universe prodigy role. Some had even mastered special powers, such as the battle god Yuan Wen, who had mastered the battle saint power. Just now, they had indeed secretly tried to refine that power, but unfortunately, they had failed. Now that the sky official had pointed it out, their expressions turned ugly. Lu Ming's heart sank. He didn't expect the heavenly palace to have such a method. Kid, don't worry. Others can't do anything to this restrictive power, but it's no problem for you. Your forbidden power is contained in every cell. This power has nowhere to hide in front of the forbidden power. If you want to refine it, it'll be easy. Gu Mo's voice sounded. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded silently. This strange power had seeped into his cells, but what was the use of it? Each of his cells contained the forbidden power, and he could easily refine this power. No wonder Fei Huang dared to ask him to enter the heavenly palace. She had probably expected all of this. However, it's best that you don't refine this power now. It's easy to be discovered. When you want to leave the heavenly palace in the future, it won't be too late to refine this power. Gu Mo said. Lu Ming nodded in his heart, feeling relieved. If others became heavenly soldiers, they would probably be tied to the heavenly palace's war chariot, but he wouldn't. He could come and go freely. However, Dandan and Ling Yue are both controlled by this power. I can refine it myself, but I can't help them. If anything happens in the future, I can't implicate them. Lu Ming pondered. After a while, everyone accepted this fact. In any case, they were already mentally prepared to join the heavenly palace and become heavenly soldiers. They knew that they would have to obey the orders of the heavenly palace. Also, as long as he accumulated enough merit points in the future and left the heavenly palace would remove this power. He would not be controlled by this power for the rest of his life. Otherwise, the elders of the major clans would not have allowed them to come to the heavenly palace to become celestial soldiers. It was clear that many of the older generation had become heavenly soldiers when they were young and were now free. These young geniuses entered the heavenly palace to become heavenly soldiers for the purpose of gaining experience. They wanted to use the environment of the heavenly palace to cultivate. When they had enough experience and accumulated enough merits to lead the heavenly palace, the restriction would be lifted. This did not conflict with their purpose. However, when they were heavenly soldiers, they had to obey the orders of the heavenly palace. Alright, the basic process has been completed. Now, I will bring you to a place. I believe you will like that place very much. The heavenly official said with a smile. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived outside the ancient pagoda. The ancient pagoda was not very tall. It only had 7 floors and looked very ancient, full of the traces of time. This ancient pagoda is called the Fortune Pagoda. It is one of the most important cultivation grounds in the city of Dream Sky. Inside, you can comprehend the Origin Divine Power Factor and Origin Secret techniques. You can also improve your cultivation and cultivate other secret techniques. The speed of cultivation is many times faster than if you were to cultivate by yourself. There are also other fortunes inside. This is your reward for becoming a heavenly soldier, the heavenly official said. The Fortune Pagoda. Many people's eyes lit up. They had heard that the heavenly palace would bestow an opportunity upon becoming a heavenly soldier. Everyone would gain something. Some would awaken their Origin Divine Power Factor, some would have a breakthrough in their Origin Secret techniques, some would have a breakthrough in their cultivation, and some would have a breakthrough in their Constitution Secret techniques. They were probably talking about the Fortune Pagoda. Since you have just become a heavenly soldier, you can enter the Fortune Pagoda and cultivate for 3 years for free. Third-class heavenly soldiers can only enter from the first floor. Second-class heavenly soldiers can enter from the second floor. First-class heavenly soldiers can enter from the third floor. Without a doubt, the higher the floor, the better the effect and the greater the opportunity. Once the 3 years are up, you will have to spend merit points to cultivate. The heavenly official explained. 3 years. Do we have to go in now, or can we wait for a while before going in? Someone asked. There's no need to go in now. You have just become a heavenly soldier and have 10 years to adapt. In these 10 years, you won't have any missions. You just have to cultivate in peace. You can go in whenever you want, the heavenly official said. Everyone nodded. Naturally, no one went in. Alright, the Fortune Pagoda has been introduced. Next, I will bring you to an important place, the heavenly official said. After a while, they arrived in front of a large hall. Above the large hall were 3 large words, Merit Exchange Hall. This is the Merit Exchange Hall. Here, you can use your merit points to exchange for countless treasures. You can even use your merit points to issue missions here. Or, you can use your merit points to ask mighty figures like the Lord of Heaven to guide you in your cultivation, the heavenly official said. Can we really ask the Lord of Heaven to guide us in our cultivation? A very old elder asked, his eyes filled with excitement. The prodigies of the top clans were fine. They already had figures like the Lord of Heaven in their clans. Some of the smaller clans did not have figures like the Lord of Heaven in their clans. They were also looking forward to meeting such a legendary figure. If they could receive pointers from someone like the Lord of Heaven, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. This was especially true for the older ones. They had joined the heavenly palace and became heavenly soldiers because they had been stuck at a bottleneck for too many years and wanted to break through. If they could receive pointers from someone like the Lord of Heaven, would breaking through still be a dream? Of course you can. As long as you have enough merit points, hee. The heavenly official said with a chuckle. Then, how many merit points does it cost to ask the Lord of Heaven for pointers? The same old man asked again. At least 10 million merit points, the heavenly official said. 10 million merit points. Everyone looked at each other. How many merit points did they earn in this assessment after risking their lives? The most they earned was in the tens of thousands, and the most they earned was in the hundreds of thousands. It was still a long way from 10 million. They did not know how long it would take to accumulate 10 million merit points. Many people sighed dejectedly. So, you have to complete the Heavenly Palace's missions well in the future and earn merit points. The more merit points, the better. Alright, I've introduced the important places. Now, follow me to the Heavenly River, the heavenly official said. There was a heavenly river around Dream Sky City. This was the barracks of the heavenly soldiers. Usually, the heavenly soldiers who didn't have any missions were stationed here. The heavenly river was vast, and there were huge buildings floating above it. A large number of heavenly soldiers went in and out. Lu Ming and the others would live here in the future. The sky official led them and assigned them a place to live. In the barracks, many heavenly soldiers glanced at them curiously. These heavenly soldiers were accumulated by the heavenly palace over countless years. there were a lot of them. Every once in a while, the Heavenly Palace would recruit a batch of heavenly soldiers from the entire desolate universe. At the same time, if they met a suitable person, they would be recruited into the heavenly soldiers after many rounds of screening. Therefore, there were still a lot of heavenly soldiers. After arranging their accommodations, the sky official left. The divine energy here is really rich. In a spacious room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. He felt the divine energy in the air and sighed in his heart. The density of the divine energy here was even comparable to the recovering dragon race's mother planet. Not to mention anything else, just such a cultivation environment was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Lu Ming hadn't cultivated for a while when Dandan and Ling Yue came together. Mu Yun, do you want to go to the fortune tower to cultivate? Ling Yue looked at Lu Ming impatiently. I plan to go to the Merit Exchange Hall to take a look. Lu Ming said. In the fortune tower, one could comprehend the origin divine power factor, origin secret techniques, or physique secret techniques. However, Lu Ming had a forbidden body, so he couldn't cultivate any of these. If he entered the fortune tower and didn't find anything suitable, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Lu Ming planned to exchange for some secret techniques before entering the fortune tower to cultivate. That's true. We have so many merit points. Let's go to the Merit Exchange Hall to spend them first. Dandan said. After agreeing, the three of them headed towards the Merit Exchange Hall. The Merit Exchange Hall was naturally guarded by experts from the Heavenly Palace. However, they were already official heavenly soldiers and had their identity tokens. Naturally, they could enter the Merit Exchange Hall unimpeded. The moment they entered the Merit Exchange Hall, the three people were stunned by the scene inside. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious. It was not an ordinary hall, but an empty space. Balls of light were dancing in the void. From afar, it looked like they were in a starry sky. They saw some celestial soldiers flying in the void. Some celestial soldiers came in front of a ball of light and reached out to touch it. The celestial soldier's body disappeared. The three of them were rather surprised. Then, they flew towards the nearest ball of light. Only when he got closer did he realize that there were a few words on the ball of light, protective divine weapon. Then, they looked at another ball of light. There were also a few words on this ball of light, healing divine pill. It seems that these different light balls represent different types of items. Whatever you exchange for, you'll enter that light ball. There should be another world inside this ball of light. Ling Yue analyzed. Lu Ming and Dandan also nodded. Then, the few of them spread out and began to look for the categories they needed. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. What he needed were all kinds of secret techniques. As for the rest, he didn't need them for the time being. For example, he didn't need divine weapons or divine pills for the time being. He wanted to exchange for some ordinary secret techniques or the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. Demonic Path Secret Technique. Speed Secret Technique. Lu Ming discovered a few balls of light in succession, all of which recorded some secret techniques. Don't you have the 3,000 ancient secret techniques? Lu Ming looked through them one by one. A moment later. 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Suddenly, a ball of light entered Lu Ming's eyes. There really are 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming stretched out his hand. When his fingers touched the ball of light, his body quickly shrank. In the next moment, he rushed into the ball of light and disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared in a great hall. There were many jade tablets floating in the air in this great hall. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 1,000 jade talismans. Each jade talisman had some information on it. Great Ripping Technique. Great Destruction Technique. Great Creation Technique. All kinds of ancient secret techniques entered Lu Ming's eyes. They were all ancient secret techniques. Each jade talisman was an ancient secret technique. Lu Ming felt his heart thumping. There were so many ancient secret techniques. There were more than 1,000 of them. Even after racking his brains, he only managed to find 3 ancient secret techniques. But here, there were over 1,000 ancient secret techniques. As expected of the Heavenly Palace. It was so rich that it surpassed any force in the universe. Let's see how many merit points it costs. Lu Ming looked carefully. Great Ripping Technique, 100,000 merit points for exchange. Great Destruction Technique, 300,000 merit points. Great Creation Technique, 1 million merit points. Lu Ming's face turned green as he looked at the end. The Great Ripping Technique only required 100,000 merit points. However, the Great Creation Technique actually required 1 million merit points. This was a little scary. One should know that this was just an exchange. Whether he could successfully cultivate it was another matter. Great Creation Technique, top 100 among the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Lu Ming saw another line of introduction. It seems like there are differences between the 3,000 ancient secret skills as well. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. Lu Ming actually saw the Great God Wind Technique, Great Devil Sword Technique, and Great Ripping Technique. The Great Ripping Technique and Great Ripping Technique cost the same, 100,000 merit points. The Great Devil Sword Technique was slightly more expensive, 120,000. The Great God Wind Technique required 200,000 merit points. Lu Ming knew that the Great God Wind Technique was indeed more mysterious. Not only did it have attacking power, but it could also increase speed. It was normal for it to be more expensive. The Great God Wind Technique only costs 200,000 merit points. The Great Creation Technique actually costs 1 million merit points. The difference is huge. Lu Ming sighed. He discovered that the merit points he had could only be used to exchange for the lowest grade of ancient secret technique. Which one should I exchange for? Lu Ming frowned. It was really hard to choose. Lu Ming temporarily did not consider the Great Ripping Technique, Great Destruction Technique, and other offensive secret techniques. Because they overlapped with what he had grasped, even if he cultivated them, it would not increase his battle strength by much. I really want to choose the Great Teleportation Technique. Lu Ming stared at a piece of jade talisman. This piece of jade talisman was the Great Teleportation Technique. Once successfully cultivated, one's body would be able to move freely in the starry sky. It was many times faster and more mysterious than activating the teleportation array on one's body. In fact, when cultivated to the peak, one could even shift the attacks of others. One could even shift the stars in the starry sky to attack the enemy. In short, it had endless uses. It was much more mysterious than the Great God Wind Technique. However, the exchange price was ridiculously high. It also required 1 million merit points, the same as the Great Creation Technique. The Greater Teleportation Technique required a full 1 million merit points. Lu Ming could only stare helplessly at this number. Only now did Lu Ming truly understand the importance of merit points. Previously, no matter how the sky official talked about how important merit points were and how many treasures could be exchanged for, he had only heard about it. He had never personally experienced it. Now, when the real treasures were placed in front of him but he couldn't possess them, he truly understood the importance of merit points. Merit points, I want merit points. Lu Ming roared in his heart, his eyes turning red as he looked at the 3,000 ancient secret arts. In the end, after much deliberation, Lu Ming chose an ancient secret skill called the Great Binding Skill. The Great Binding Technique, as its name implied, could bind an enemy and make them like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Although it didn't have much offensive power, its supportive power was extremely strong. If used well, it could be a powerful killing move. The Great Binding Technique required 120,000 merit points. Lu Ming took out his identity token and said to the void, I want to exchange for the Great Binding Technique. Whoosh, the identity token in his hand flew out toward the Great Binding Technique jade talisman. The two collided, and then the identity token and the Great Binding Technique jade talisman both flew back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught them in his hand. He hurriedly scanned the identity token and saw that his merit points had changed to this, 123567/3567. The front was the total number of merit points he had accumulated, and the back was the remaining amount. In an instant, there was only a fraction left. Lu Ming's heart ached, and then he hurriedly looked at the Great Binding Technique jade talisman. I'll give you 3 hours to memorize the Great Binding Technique. At this time, an aged voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He understood that this was the expert guarding the Merit Points Exchange Hall. Such an expert's realm was simply unfathomable. Lu Ming hurriedly began to memorize. However, with Lu Ming's current memory, it didn't take him more than 3 hours to memorize a big binding skill. In just a short while, Lu Ming had already memorized the big binding skill. Lu Ming looked through it once more to make sure that it was accurate, and only then did he say, "Elder, I have already memorized it." Whoosh, the great binding spell Jade Talisman flew out again and floated in the air. Quit. Lu Ming's mind stirred. The next moment, his body retreated from this space and reappeared outside the ball of light. I still have more than 3,000 merit points left. What should I choose? Let's check out the other secret techniques. With a thought, Lu Ming chose a light ball with the words Defensive Secret Technique written on it and entered it. Within the ball of light, there was a huge stone room. Within the stone room, there were huge shelves and jade talismans placed on the shelves. At the bottom of the jade talisman, there was a symbol which indicated what kind of secret technique it was and what its effects were. Without a doubt, those were all ordinary defensive secret techniques. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual awareness and was astonished because there were so many of them. There were more than 100,000 of them. In other words, there were more than 100,000 kinds of secret techniques. And that was only the defensive secret techniques, there were no other kinds of secret techniques. Lu Ming was astonished. The Heavenly Palace had ruled the ancient desolate universe for a very long time. They had a very rich collection of secret techniques. Until now, Lu Ming had only accumulated 1,300 types of ordinary secret skills. 100 merit points for a secret technique. Then, Lu Ming realized that the price of those secret techniques was the same, 100 merit points for a secret technique. Speaking of which, 100 merit points for an ordinary secret technique was shockingly expensive. One had to know that in the Dark Universe, killing an ordinary demon of the first godly emperor layer would only give 1 merit point. You had to kill 100 ordinary demons of the first godly emperor layer to exchange for an ordinary secret technique. To be honest, it was cheaper to buy them outside. However, it was impossible to buy so many secret techniques outside. I have more than 3,000 merit points left. I can only exchange for 30 ordinary secret techniques. It's not very useful. Let's look at the others first. Lu Ming exited the light ball and continued to look. Lu Ming was dazzled by the classification. There were all kinds of divine medicines, divine pills, all kinds of strange materials, broken weapons classification. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a classification. His eyes twinkled and he couldn't help but be interested. If Xianxia wanted to grow and evolve, it needed a lot of metals, and all kinds of weapons. However, a complete divine weapon would be extremely expensive, while a broken one would be extremely cheap. He hadn't thought that the Merit Exchange Hall would be able to exchange for broken weapons. Lu Ming entered the light ball and then it seemed like he had entered another starry sky. It was a void. In the void, there were countless weapons. To be more precise, they were broken weapons. At a glance, he didn't know how many types and weapons there were. These weapons were all broken. For example, there was a golden divine sword that only had half of it left. There was a black spear with a divine dragon on it that only had half of it left. All the weapons were broken and didn't have the slightest spirituality. Their spirituality had been completely depleted, which was why they were placed here. If they still had spirituality, perhaps the blacksmiths in the Heavenly Palace would be able to repair them. There was a line of words on these broken weapons, indicating the exchange price. These broken divine weapons are cheap, Lu Ming looked. The lowest price of these broken weapons was 1 merit point, and the higher ones were a few merit points. Lu Ming could exchange for a bunch of them. However, Lu Ming didn't intend to exchange for ordinary broken weapons. If he wanted to exchange, he would exchange for those high-level broken weapons. Xiao had a special ability. After absorbing and refining a certain kind of divine weapon, he would have a part of that divine weapon's functions. If he could exchange it for a top-grade divine weapon, such as a broken divine weapon like the mysterious ice rod, how much would he gain? Xiao, search according to your feelings. Lu Ming said to Xiao. Okay. Xiaoqiu immediately flew out, its eyes looking around. There was nothing to hide. The metallic lifeform was also alive. If it was in his hands, the experts here would have already discovered it. Xiaoqiu flew forward. Ordinary broken divine weapons were ignored by him. Suddenly, Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up as it stared at a broken saber. Its mouth was wide open as it shouted, "I want this one, I want this one." Seeing how agitated Xiaoqiu was, Lu Ming knew that this broken saber must be extraordinary. He quickly flew over and revealed a bitter smile after taking a look. This broken divine weapon actually required a total of 50,000 merit points to exchange for. Xiaoqiu, look at the others. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Xiaoqiu could only look at the others. Xiaoqiu took a fancy to several broken weapons, but Lu Ming couldn't afford them. Xiaoqiu took a fancy to a few broken divine weapons, but Lu Ming couldn't afford any of them. The most expensive broken spear actually cost 1,000,000 merit points, which was as high as a top ancient secret technique. It was simply shocking. At the same time, Lu Ming was also tempted. This was just a broken divine weapon that had lost its spirituality, yet it still had such a high price. One could imagine how terrifying the origin of this divine weapon was. If it was swallowed and refined by Xiaoqiu, the harvest would definitely be unimaginable. Merit points, it was still merit points. He realized that he was seriously lacking merit points, incomparably lacking in merit points. There were simply too many good things in the heavenly palace. Just looking at them would make one drool. Unfortunately, he didn't have any merit points, so he could only look at them. In the end, Lu Ming chose some cheap broken divine weapons and exchanged them. This way, Lu Ming only had a few dozen merit points left. A few 100,000 merit points were used up in a few moments. Lu Ming retreated and waited quietly. After half a day, Ling Yue and Dandan finally finished exchanging. Merit points, I want merit points. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given you the demon prince's demon spirit blood. My treasure, Dandan wailed the moment he saw Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with flames of greed. Although Ling Yue was slightly better, her eyes were also emitting an inexplicable light. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at a few light balls with a reluctant look. Obviously, they had also seen treasures that moved them. Unfortunately, they didn't have any merit points to exchange. Lu Muyun, after 10 years, we must get more merit points. Dandan shouted again. In his excitement, he almost let it slip. Of course. Let's go back first. I plan to cultivate for a while before going to the fortune tower. What about you guys? Lu Ming said. He had just obtained the great binding technique and planned to cultivate it for a while before going to the fortune tower. In any case, he would only be able to enter the fortune tower for 3 years. If he wanted to enter after that, he would have to spend merit points. Therefore, there was no rush. I plan to go to the fortune tower to cultivate first. Ling Yue said. Me too. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. Everyone had different cultivation plans, so there was no need to force them together. Immediately, the 3 of them left the merit exchange hall and separated. Lu Ming returned to the Heavenly River Barracks, while Dandan and Ling Yue went to the fortune tower to cultivate. After returning to the barracks, Lu Ming gave Xiaoqiu the broken divine weapons that he had exchanged for. Then, he took out the great binding art and started cultivating it. The difficulty of cultivating the great binding art was about the same as the great shatter art and the great devil sword art. As Lu Ming's cultivation base increased, the taboo power constantly transformed his body. His perception also became stronger and stronger, and the speed at which he comprehended various secret arts became faster and faster. Without any external help, Lu Ming had mastered the great binding technique in just 2 years. During these 2 years, it was very peaceful, and no one came to disturb him. Although the angels hated Lu Ming to the bone and wanted to kill him, the heavenly palace had a rule that heavenly soldiers were not allowed to kill each other. Naturally, no one dared to violate the heavenly rules. After mastering the great binding art, Lu Ming got up and headed to the fortune tower. The fortune tower was divided into 7 levels. He was a second-grade heavenly soldier and could enter the second level. The second level offered even better opportunities than the first level. After verifying with his identity token, Lu Ming successfully entered the second level of the Creation Pagoda. Once he entered the second level of the Creation Pagoda, he appeared on a bridge. It was a stone bridge that extended forward. Surrounding the stone bridge was a vast expanse of void. It was an endless void. Lu Ming walked along the stone bridge. After walking for about half an hour, a stone staircase appeared on one side of the stone bridge. It led to the void below. The void here was very strange. There seemed to be a mysterious force blocking Lu Ming's vision, preventing him from seeing too far. Hence, when he looked down, he couldn't see the end of the stone staircase. It seemed to extend into the distance. Below the stone staircase should be a land of fortune. Let's go down and take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming followed the stone staircase and stepped down. After at least tens of thousands of steps, Lu Ming reached the end and arrived at a flat piece of land. The moment he stepped on the ground, Lu Ming felt an aura as heavy as a mountain in front of him. This aura was ancient, like the aura of the beginning of the universe. Lu Ming was very familiar with this aura. It was clearly the aura of a primordial god spirit. The aura of a primordial god spirit is coming from ahead, and it's extremely thick. Lu Ming was extremely curious and hurried forward. The further he went, the stronger the aura of the primordial god spirit became. Lu Ming had once entered the place where the primordial god spirit was born in the primordial god spirit world. He had personally felt that aura. At that time, Lu Ming had to rely on the purple copper coffin to resist that aura. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the aura of the primordial god spirit here seemed to be catching up to the place where the primordial god spirit was born. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was many times more powerful than before. He could already rely on his own strength to resist it. After walking for a while, Lu Ming found many celestial soldiers sitting cross-legged on the ground. These celestial soldiers were all wearing silver armor with golden edges. They were obviously second-class celestial soldiers. These people were shining with divine light. They were cultivating wholeheartedly. They are all using the aura of the primordial god spirit to comprehend the origin divine power factor or origin secret arts. Lu Ming thought. The aura of the primordial god spirit here was too strong. It was the best place to cultivate the origin divine power factor or origin secret arts. In the Taishu dynasty, they used the primordial god statue to comprehend the origin divine power factor or origin secret arts. The primordial god statue contained the flesh and bones of the primordial god spirit and had the aura of the primordial god spirit. However, the aura of the primordial god statue was far from comparable to here. If one cultivated here, the origin divine power factor or origin secret arts would definitely improve rapidly. If one cultivated here for 3 years, it was normal to have a major breakthrough in one of them. No wonder it was said that it was an opportunity, a fortune. What is in front? How can there be such a strong primordial god spirit aura? Lu Ming looked forward. He wanted to see what was in front of him. Unfortunately, there was a mysterious force blocking his vision. He could not see far. This piqued Lu Ming's curiosity and he wanted to find out more. Lu Ming continued forward. Lu Ming found that the further he went, the stronger the aura of the primordial god spirit. However, the pressure also increased. Therefore, the further he went, the fewer celestial soldiers there were. Lu Ming also felt the terrifying pressure. It was as if he was walking with a few planets on his back. However, when he activated his taboo power, he was able to easily block the pressure. With the taboo power, Lu Ming was able to withstand the pressure easily, allowing him to move at an extremely fast pace. Towards the end, he could no longer see any heavenly soldiers cultivating here. The pressure here was already extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. After walking for a few more hours, the scene in front of him suddenly opened up. Then, Lu Ming was stunned. Then, his eyes and mouth opened wider and wider. He stood there in a daze, looking ahead. Shocked, extremely shocked. Because there was a huge figure in front of him. This figure was simply too tall. Standing there, it towered into the sky. Its massive body was like a planet. It was not an exaggeration, but a fact. This huge figure was so huge that it was no smaller than an ordinary planet in the starry sky. Primordial Divine Spirit, these 4 words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Yes, this figure was the primordial divine spirit. It was not a phantom, nor was it an illusion. It was the real thing, a real primordial god. Moreover, it was a living primordial divine spirit. However, this primordial divine spirit was covered in dense runes. At the same time, there were 8 huge chains on his body that locked him up. The 8 chains extended in 8 different directions. The runes and chains had completely locked this primordial divine spirit. This primordial divine spirit's aura was weak, but he was not dead yet. When Lu Ming arrived, this primordial divine spirit opened his eyes. Lu Ming immediately felt 2 terrifying light beams appear in the sky, as if 2 suns had appeared. Then, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Oh no! Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, but he was still swept by the force. Cracking sounds came from his body as dozens of bones were broken. With a swoosh, Lu Ming's body retreated like a meteorite. In an instant, he had retreated at least hundreds of thousands of miles before he fell heavily to the ground and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with his injuries. Circulating his forbidden energy, he retreated again. Only when he was more than 1,000,000 miles away did Lu Ming stop, gasping for air. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. If he hadn't retreated quickly, his body would have exploded from the pressure of the aura. Is this the primordial god? What a terrifying strength. Just by opening his eyes, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This primordial godly spirit was obviously sealed by runes and chained up. Its aura was weak, but just by opening its eyes, Lu Ming was already unable to bear the pressure. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. When this primitive god was at its peak, what level was it equivalent to? Was it at the level of the Lord of Heaven, or even stronger? Lu Ming had no way of guessing. In this era, there are still living primitive gods, and they are imprisoned in the heavenly palace. If this were to spread, I'm afraid it would cause an uproar. The foundation of the heavenly palace is really terrifying. Lu Ming thought. The closer he got to the heavenly palace, the more he felt the power of the heavenly palace. At the same time, he also felt a strong pressure. Because sooner or later, he would be on the opposite side of the heavenly palace. One was because he had a forbidden body, and the other was because of Xianxia. It's a pity that my past self isn't here. Otherwise, my progress would be very fast. This place is too suitable. Then, Lu Ming sighed. What he was cultivating now was a forbidden body. It was useless to cultivate here. His past self mainly cultivated divine power and origin secret techniques. It was too suitable to cultivate here. There was a real, living primitive god here. What place could be better than this place for cultivating divine power of origin and secret arts of origin? If his past self came here, he would definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. I wonder how my past self is cultivating on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. But it shouldn't be bad. Lu Ming thought. After all, the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been revived. The cultivation conditions were also unique. In addition, there were 2 peerless figures, Fei Huang and Ao Qian, on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. His cultivation would definitely be amazing. This place is not suitable for me to cultivate. I'd better go somewhere else. Lu Ming shook his head and walked back. He walked along the stone stairs and returned to the stone bridge. Then, he continued to walk along the stone bridge. After walking for a while, he saw another stone staircase that led to the bottom. Lu Ming walked down the stone staircase and came to a flat ground. Whoosh, as soon as he reached the ground, Lu Ming heard the sound of waves in front of him. At the same time, there was still a strong aura of the primitive god. There's still the aura of the primitive god. Is there another primitive god in front of me? Lu Ming was puzzled and walked forward. Soon, he saw a pool. In the pool, there was not water, but a special liquid that was purple gold. The sound of waves that he had heard before came from here. At the same time, the aura of the primitive god was also emitted from here. Lu Ming saw many heavenly soldiers soaked in the pool of liquid. Their bodies were shrouded in all kinds of divine light. This liquid, could it be? Lu Ming's eyes widened. Without a doubt, this liquid is the blood of the primitive god. Guillemot said coldly. Hiss, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. So much liquid was the blood of the primitive god. No wonder there was a strong aura of the primitive god. The blood of the primitive god is not necessarily red. There are different colors. The blood of the primitive god here has obviously been refined. The murderous intent has been erased, leaving only a not very strong aura. It can be absorbed and refined, tempering the divine body and divine power, and improving one's cultivation. Guillemot said. What a big deal. Lu Ming exclaimed. They were using the blood of the primitive god to cultivate. Lu Ming could not help but think of the primitive god that was still alive. The heavenly palace imprisoned the primitive god and did not kill him. They were using the primitive god to cultivate the elites. The primitive god had become a tool for the heavenly palace to cultivate the elites. I should be able to absorb the blood of the primitive god, right? Lu Ming stepped out and entered the lake. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body hurt as if he was being cut by a knife. The aura of the primitive god's blood was not completely erased. Obviously, the heavenly palace had deliberately left it behind to train the cultivators here. With the impact of this aura, the potential in Lu Ming's cells was stimulated and turned into forbidden power. At the same time, all the cells in his body greedily absorbed the energy outside. Pure energy flowed from the primitive god's blood into Lu Ming's body, forming a virtuous cycle. Amazing! If I cultivate here, my cultivation speed will greatly increase. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to cultivate. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming found that his cultivation had improved a lot. Cultivating in the primordial god's blood allowed one's cultivation to improve very quickly. Although it was not as fast as a battle of life and death, it was still many times faster than cultivating by himself. The key was that cultivating here did not consume the energy of the Elvenwood heart. He only needed to absorb the energy of the primordial god's blood. However, Lu Ming still ended his cultivation at this time. Let's go ahead and see if there's anything else before making a decision. Lu Ming got up and left this place. He returned to the stone bridge and continued forward. This time, after walking for a distance, he found that the stone bridge had come to an end. At the end of the bridge, there was a stone staircase that led downwards. Lu Ming walked down the stone staircase and came to the ground below. This ground was filled with strange rocks. On these rocks, there were strange patterns that Lu Ming did not recognize at all. Following these rocks, he kept moving forward. After walking for a distance, he suddenly heard many mysterious sounds entering his ears. It was difficult to describe what this sound was like. As soon as he heard it, Lu Ming felt that he had completely calmed down and his soul had entered an ethereal state. Could this be the primordial god sound? In his sea of consciousness, Guillemot exclaimed, seemingly very excited. Primordial god sound? What's that? Lu Ming asked. The primordial god sound is known as the earliest sound in the world. It's the first sound that appeared when the universe was first created. It's incomparably mysterious and can help people comprehend the Tao. Guillemot explained. Lu Ming was shocked. It was actually the first sound of the universe. The heavenly palace occupies the primitive universe. There are indeed some good things. Do you see these rocks? They should be left behind when the universe was first created. After a strange arrangement, they can continuously produce the primordial god sound. Kid, if you cultivate here, the speed of your comprehension of various secret techniques will be millions of times faster. Guillemot said. Alright, let's give it a try then. Lu Ming said and continued forward because he felt that the further he went, the better the effect of the primordial god sound would be. In front of him, the figures of the heavenly soldiers had begun to appear. Some of the heavenly soldiers sat on the ground and quietly comprehended. However, compared to the previous two places, the number of heavenly soldiers cultivating here was much smaller. After all, most of the people in the primitive universe cultivated divine power. As for cultivating divine power and comprehending origin secret arts, it would be best to cultivate in the first place. If he wanted to improve his divine body and cultivation base, the second place would be the best place to cultivate. Those who cultivated here were usually trying to comprehend some secret techniques or physique secret techniques. Therefore, there were very few people who cultivated here. However, this place was most suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming found a place and sat down cross-legged. Almost instantly, he entered an ethereal state. In his mind, the cultivation method of the great god wind technique appeared. Furthermore, he immediately gained some understanding. So easy. Lu Ming realized that it was much easier to comprehend secret techniques here than before. Immediately, Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on comprehending the great godly wind technique. In any case, no one would dare to make a move here, so he could cultivate in peace. Time passed day by day. After about 3 months, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Have a breakthrough. The great godly wind technique had a breakthrough. Previously, Lu Ming had already cultivated the great godly wind technique to the small success realm. Now, the great godly wind technique had reached the greater success realm. The further one cultivated an ancient secret technique, the harder it was to improve. If it was outside, Lu Ming would not be able to cultivate the great godly wind technique to the greater success realm without 100 years of cultivation. This was also because he had a forbidden body and had an abnormal comprehension ability. But here, it was completed in 3 months. Abnormal. Kid, your forbidden body already has amazing comprehension ability. Combined with the primordial divine sound, it's simply abnormal. Guillemot shouted, full of jealousy. This was the first time Guillemot was so jealous. Haha, continue. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. He planned to cultivate here first. Although he could improve his cultivation base in the second place, Lu Ming weighed the pros and cons and decided to cultivate various secret techniques first. This was a decision that Lu Ming made after careful consideration. After all, he only had 3 years. Time was limited. In terms of cultivation base, he had a forbidden body. As long as there was pressure and as long as he experienced a life and death battle, he could continuously stimulate the potential in his cells. His cultivation base would improve very quickly. Although he could also improve his cultivation base quickly in the second place, it was not as cost-effective as here. This was because cultivating various secret techniques was very time-consuming under normal circumstances. But here, he could save a lot of time. Comparing the two, this place was more cost-effective. After all, under normal circumstances, it was relatively easy for Lu Ming to improve his cultivation base. But cultivating secret techniques was not so simple. In addition, under the same realm, the higher the mastery of the secret technique, the stronger the combat power. In the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming was surrounded by strong enemies. The higher his cultivation base, the more he would attract the attention of those strong enemies. And the lower his cultivation base, the more his enemies would look down on him. Under the same realm, the stronger the combat power, the more advantageous it was for Lu Ming. After considering these factors, Lu Ming decided to first comprehend various secret techniques here. After cultivating the Great God Wind technique to greater mastery, Lu Ming temporarily put it aside and began to comprehend the Great Shattering technique. It was even easier to cultivate from beginner to lesser mastery. It only took him a few days to succeed. Then, it took him a few months to cultivate to greater mastery. Then, it was the Great Devil Sword technique and Great Binding technique. It took Lu Ming a total of 1 year and a few months to cultivate the 4 primordial mystic skills to the phenomenal success stage. After casting them, their prowess increased tremendously. After comprehending the 4 ancient secret techniques, Lu Ming began to comprehend the ordinary secret techniques. In the past, although those ordinary secret techniques had turned into secret technique runes and merged into his cells, they had not been cultivated to greater mastery. They were just beginner. After merging into his cells, they could slowly improve. But now, with such a good environment, Lu Ming planned to cultivate all the ordinary secret techniques to greater mastery. Ordinary secret techniques were many times easier than ancient secret techniques, but there were too many of them. There were a total of 1,300 kinds. So many secret techniques were also time-consuming. Lu Ming spent more than a year to cultivate all 1,300 kinds of ordinary secret techniques to greater mastery. In this way, the quality of Lu Ming's forbidden power had also increased. Now, although Lu Ming's cultivation was still in the second godly emperor realm, his combat power had increased. Of course, it did not allow Lu Ming to have the ability to kill enemies who were several levels higher. After all, in the godly emperor realm, it was too difficult to kill enemies who were one level higher. In the past, Lu Ming could kill enemies who were 5 levels higher. Now, it was about 5.5. He could not kill enemies who were 6 levels higher. Only half was already very amazing. Now, in a battle of the same level, Lu Ming was absolutely confident that he could defeat the battle god Yuan Wen. The premise was that the battle god Yuan Wen had not improved too much. End of chapter. At this point in his cultivation, there was still half a year before the 3-year deadline. In the remaining half a year, Lu Ming planned to go to the second place to cultivate and raise his cultivation. This is really a good place. In the future, if I obtain more secret techniques or ancient secret techniques, I can come here to cultivate. It can save me a lot of time. Lu Ming pondered, then got up and left. Not long after, he returned to the second place and entered the lake formed entirely from the blood of primordial gods. He began to condense the forbidden power. Cultivating here allowed him to improve very quickly. Of course, it couldn't compare to the effects of a life and death battle. In a life and death battle, sometimes there would be an explosive increase, but here, it was gradual. At every moment, there would be an improvement, like a small stream flowing. When the 3-year deadline was about to arrive, Lu Ming's cultivation made another breakthrough, stepping into the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor realm. There should be a few more days. I can consolidate my cultivation. I can't waste it. The time wasn't up yet, so Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Even if there were a few days, he couldn't waste it. It was free now, but in the future, if he wanted to come in and cultivate for a few days, he would have to spend contribution points. 7 days later, Lu Ming's identity token suddenly lit up, and a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. With a sweep, Lu Ming found that he had already left the lake and appeared at the head of the stone bridge above. There seemed to be a layer of restriction in front of him, blocking his path. Time was up. How stingy, not even a day. Lu Ming curled his lips, looking as if he hadn't had enough. Then, he turned around and left the fortune tower. When he returned to his residence, he found that Dandan and Ling Yue were also there. Dandan and Ling Yue had already gone to the fortune tower, so they had already returned. After cultivating in the fortune tower for a few years, Dandan and Ling Yue had gained quite a bit. He found that both of their cultivations had broken through by 1 level. Dandan had stepped into the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor realm, and Ling Yue had stepped into the 4th level of the Divine Emperor realm. As for the Origin Secret Technique and the Origin Divine Power Factor, they didn't fight, so it couldn't be seen how much they had gained. But the harvest was definitely not small. You only broke through 1 level on the 2nd level? I thought you could at least break through 2 levels. Ling Yue curiously sized up Lu Ming. The effects of the 2nd level of the Blessings Tower should be better than the 1st level. I spent most of my time comprehending the Origin Secret Arts. Lu Ming told a small lie, he did not have any Origin Source Secret Technique. Let's hurry up and consolidate our cultivation. In a few years, we'll have to go on a mission. Ling Yue did not hesitate, but changed the topic. Do you know what kind of mission we will have? Lu Ming asked. I've asked around. Normally, the first 10 years after becoming a heavenly soldier is the adaptation period. There are no missions. After 10 years, the new heavenly soldier will be sent to the Dark Universe to guard Nantian City for 100 years. Ling Yue said. Is it still the Dark Universe? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When the time comes, I can take the opportunity to plunder some evil demon spirit blood and exchange it for merit points. I wonder what conditions are required for us heavenly soldiers to come into contact with the core figures of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming muttered. I've already asked around. The core figures of the heavenly palace, such as the personal disciples of the great figures of the heavenly palace, are all cultivating in the core areas of the heavenly palace. They rarely come to the Dream Sky City. If you want to come into contact with such people, you need to be at least at the Divine General level. This time, it was Dandan who spoke. He knew Lu Ming's true identity, and he also knew that Lu Ming's purpose in joining the heavenly palace was for the mid-autumn moon. Therefore, after he came out of the Blessings Tower, he had asked around. The 2 of them came from powerful clans. In the past, there were people in their clans who had already become heavenly soldiers, so they naturally had the means to inquire about some information. Divine General level? Lu Ming frowned. To become a Divine General, one had to accumulate at least 10 million merit points. Lu Ming was currently too far away from 10 million merit points. Fine, I'll accumulate merit points while cultivating in the Heavenly Palace. The mid-autumn moon will help the worthy, so it should be fine. Lu Ming pondered. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He might as well cultivate peacefully and increase his strength. After all, the cultivation conditions in the Heavenly Palace were not comparable to other places. It was blessed by the heavens and was very rare. Moreover, Fei Huang and Ao Qian had told him that the great figures of the Heavenly Palace would take the initiative to take away a young man. Most likely, they had taken a fancy to his talent and were bringing him back to nurture. After all, the Heavenly Palace would also secretly nurture a group of geniuses. The Heavenly Palace also needed a constant influx of new blood in order to maintain its strength. Ling Yue curiously sized up Lu Ming and Dandan. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the two of them had known each other before. However, Lu Ming and Dandan didn't say anything, so she tactfully didn't ask further. Next, they peacefully cultivated in the Heavenly River Barracks, consolidating their realms, polishing their foundations, and increasing their strength. 5 to 6 years was just a blink of an eye for them. In the blink of an eye, they had been heavenly soldiers for 10 years. At this time, the war drum sounded. The heavenly soldiers in the barracks gathered above the heavenly river and formed a neat formation. Lu Feng, Ho Yong, a few tall, burly men in purple armor arrived in front of them. Divine General, in the military camp of the Heavenly Palace, only the Divine Generals wore purple standard armor. These people were all Divine Generals. Their auras were as thick and unfathomable as mountains. One of the Divine Generals began to read out names. Mu Yun, Ling Yue, soon, the names of Lu Ming and the others were read out. After reading out the names, the Divine General said, "These people, follow us to the Dark Universe. For the next 100 years, you will spend your time in the Dark Universe's Nantian City, cooperating with the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals of Nantian City to guard Nantian City and hunt down demons." "Yes, sir." Everyone replied loudly. "Let's go." With a command, everyone followed the Divine Generals and set off towards the Dark Universe. Even if it was their second time here, they would still be shocked by the scene along the way. After a period of time, they once again arrived at Nantian City. Nantian City was incomparably huge. It spanned across a vast expanse of land, blocking the demons from entering the great desolate universe from the abyss. Lu Ming and the others were stationed at the northern city wall of Nantian City. This section of the city wall was the one they needed to protect. Of course, it was impossible for this section of the city wall to only have new heavenly soldiers like them. There were also many old heavenly soldiers. These new heavenly soldiers were mainly there to cooperate with the old heavenly soldiers to train themselves. Of course, although the city walls of Nantian City were called city walls, they were unbelievably wide. Needless to say, they were hundreds of millions of miles long. It was tens of billions of miles wide. It was even vaster than many planets. It was said that some parts of the city wall were built from the remains of planets. At a glance, one could see a boundless army camp on top of the city wall. There were many huge buildings. Lu Ming and the others were in a barracks. End of chapter. On the third day that Lu Ming and company arrived at Nantian City, the Divine General of this section of the city wall gathered all the heavenly soldiers. The celestial soldiers were lined up in neat rows. There were third-rate celestial soldiers wearing silver armor, second-rate celestial soldiers wearing gold-rimmed armor, and first-rate celestial soldiers wearing gold-rimmed armor. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the Divine Generals in front of them. The garrisons of Nantian City were based on city walls. Every section of the city wall had several Divine Generals leading tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers to guard it. Lu Ming and company had a total of 30,000 heavenly soldiers on this section of the city wall. 3 days ago, a new batch of heavenly soldiers joined our 33rd city wall. Therefore, many of you will need to be reorganized. In the past few days, we have already reorganized you. Now, the first-rate heavenly soldiers whose names are called, come forward. Immediately, a divine general read out the names of the first-rate heavenly soldiers. There were a total of 30 of them. The 30 of you, each of you will command 1,000 heavenly soldiers. This is your quota. A divine general gave the jade talismans to the first-rate heavenly soldiers. Today, it was mainly to reorganize the team. Next, it was to reorganize the team. Among the heavenly soldiers, a first-rate heavenly soldier could command 1,000 heavenly soldiers, including second-rate and third-rate heavenly soldiers. As for a second-rate heavenly soldier, he could command 49 third-rate heavenly soldiers. Including himself, there were 50 of them. Lu Ming was a second-rate heavenly soldier, and his subordinates were also assigned to 49 third-rate heavenly soldiers. Coincidentally, Dandan and Ling Yue were also assigned to him. Perhaps it was because they were together and were on the same side. After all, it was easier to command them. After all of them were assigned, they would be assigned a place to live according to the team. A team was basically assigned together to make it easier to manage. Lu Ming was once again assigned a place to live. It was much more luxurious than before. This was what a second-rate heavenly soldier deserved. Lu Ming's residence. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the 3 of us to be assigned together. Our luck is pretty good. Dandan laughed. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. The 3 of them were assigned together so that they could take care of each other. Hunting abyss devils together and obtaining merit points would also be more convenient. Mu Yun, don't let your guard down. There are quite a number of veteran heavenly soldiers in our team. I saw that the way they looked at you just now was rather unfriendly. They seem to be very unconvinced. I'm afraid that they won't easily obey you. Ling Yue said. If they're not convinced, then we'll beat them into submission. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that these people were looking down on him. After all, he only had the strength of the third godly emperor layer, which wasn't very high among the celestial soldiers. It was normal for these old heavenly soldiers to look down on him. He didn't care about these people at all. Instead, he cared more about the angels. This was Nantian City, not Dreamsky City. The heavenly rules were not that strict. In the military camp, heavenly soldiers were allowed to fight with each other. As long as no lives were lost, the higher-ups would not care. This was still within Nantian City. If they left Nantian City and entered the territory of the evil demons, there would be even less restrictions. There would definitely be many cases of killing each other secretly. The angels wanted to kill him, so they wouldn't give up so easily. In another huge building, a group of celestial soldiers were gathered together to drink and eat meat. They were all old heavenly soldiers who had been assigned to Lu Ming's team. Humph, that Mu Yun only has the strength of the third godly emperor layer. I really don't know how he managed to become a second-class celestial soldier, said a young man around 30 years old coldly. I think that he got lucky during the exam and became a second-class celestial soldier. I don't believe that he became a second-class celestial soldier on his own. That's right. A mere third godly emperor layer, how could he become a second-class celestial soldier? The other old heavenly soldiers were talking one after another. Those who could become celestial soldiers weren't weak. They were all geniuses. They had seen countless geniuses. They had also seen many candidates for the Universe Young Geniuses list. Even a candidate for the Universe Young Geniuses list couldn't become a second-class celestial soldier with the strength of the third godly emperor layer. Besides, he had only had the strength of the third godly emperor layer after receiving the benefits of the fortune tower for 3 years. Maybe he hadn't even had the strength of the third godly emperor layer during the exam. Therefore, they thought that Lu Ming was just lucky. If we follow a weak captain and hunt demons, not only will it be useless, it might even be harmful. That's right. I think we should think of a way to make him step down. What should we do? According to the rules of the Heavenly Palace, if we take the initiative to challenge him, we will be offending our superiors. However, if he attacks us first, then we can fight back. If his strength is not as good as ours, then let's see how he can be the leader. The old heavenly soldiers quickly came up with a plan. Second-class celestial soldiers led 49 third-class celestial soldiers. They were captains. The next few days were calm. 3 days later, Lu Ming's superior, the first-class celestial soldier, called for a meeting. Lu Ming came to a huge hall and discovered that the first-grade heavenly soldier was already seated high up. Below him, there were already 20 figures seated. They were all second-grade heavenly soldiers. "Greetings, Captain." Lu Ming cupped his fist and bowed to the first-class celestial soldier. First-class celestial soldiers led 1,000 celestial soldiers. The captain's name was Lu Danning. "Captain Mu, sit." Lu Danning waved his hand and gestured for Lu Ming to sit. Lu Ming sat down on a seat. "All right, everyone is here. The main purpose of calling you here today is to distribute the array talismans. I hope you can cooperate well with your team members when you go back. It won't be long before you go to the battlefield," Lu Danning said. "Array talismans?" Lu Ming looked curious. Then, Lu Danning took out 20 jade boxes from his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the 20 jade boxes flew to Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming reached out and took them. "Open them and take a look," Lu Danning said. Lu Ming opened the jade box and found 50 silver-white jade talismans. The jade talismans were very thin, like paper, and engraved with mysterious runes. This kind of jade talisman is a formation talisman. Stick the formation talisman on your armor, and you and your team members will be able to form a large formation. You will be able to bring out your strength to the maximum. However, you will need to practice for a while, Lu Danning said. "There's actually such an array talisman. How wonderful!" Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Generally, sex or powerful races would have battle arrays. When many people worked together, they could erupt with amazing power. However, these battle arrays were not easy to work together. Secondly, each person needed to practice for a long time. Only then could they work together and form a battle array. As for the array talismans, as long as they were stuck on the armor and practiced for a while, they could erupt with amazing power. It could save a lot of time. Next, Lu Danning roughly explained the drill method to them and then let them leave. Back at the place where they were stationed, Lu Ming immediately gathered his 49 team members. However, after those old heavenly soldiers heard the order, they arrived late. Furthermore, they had dispirited appearances. Lu Ming sneered and said nothing. He took out the array talismans and said, "This is an array talisman. Everyone, take one and stick it on the standard armor." Lu Ming distributed the array talismans to the 49 team members. Lu Ming also took out a piece of paper and pasted it on the standard armor. Immediately, the array talisman emitted a burst of light like mercury and merged into the armor seed and disappeared. At the same time, the other 49 people also stuck the array talismans on their armor and merged it with the armor seed. At that moment, their armors emitted a faint glow, as if they were resonating with each other. It was as if their auras would intertwine to form an array. "How wonderful!" Lu Ming exclaimed. Then, he told everyone the drill method of the array talisman. "Now, let's start the drill and familiarize ourselves with this array as soon as possible," Lu Ming ordered. Buzz buzz buzz, everyone began to practice according to the drill method. When they poured their power into the battle armor seed, the battle armor immediately began to shine, and special runes began to appear. Then, it was as if there were invisible threads connecting them together. With a roar and a burst of light, a golden divine sword appeared above them. It was incomparably huge. This was a divine sword condensed by the battle array, and its power was astonishing. "Slash!" Lu Ming shouted. He was the core of this array and could freely control it. The golden divine sword slashed toward the ground. However, before it could reach the ground, the battle sword suddenly trembled and collapsed. When the battle array was operating, there was an obstruction. This was because someone was not operating smoothly. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he looked in a direction. There were some old heavenly soldiers there. Just now, Lu Ming had clearly sensed that the obstruction came from this place. When the old heavenly soldiers saw Lu Ming looking over, they sneered and looked at Lu Ming fearlessly. "Again, everyone, concentrate," Lu Ming shouted. Once again, they operated the array according to the drill method. Another golden divine sword condensed and slashed toward the ground under Lu Ming's control. but just like before, the battle sword collapsed before it could hit the ground. Lu Ming realized that it was the old heavenly soldiers again. Those bastards are stupider than pigs. They don't even know how to use a battle array. How did they sneak into the heavenly soldiers? Dandan was annoyed and yelled at him. The old heavenly soldiers looked coldly at Dandan, but they did not say anything. Again. Lu Ming did not say much. He summoned everyone to continue operating the array. However, it was still the same as before. For the next few times, the battle formation would collapse halfway through its operation. Alright, that's all for today. Go back and rest. Lu Ming waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Lu Ming's residence. Damn it, those bastards. Bah, those bastards, they're definitely doing it on purpose. Mu Yun, why don't you teach them a lesson? Dandan shouted unhappily. The atmosphere was tense. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the reason why the battle formation was not operating smoothly was because the old heavenly soldiers had done it on purpose. No hurry. If they want to play, I'll play with them for a few days. Lu Ming sneered. Elsewhere, the old heavenly soldiers gathered. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. This Mu Yun is also a good-for-nothing. We've already done this, but he doesn't dare to do anything. An old heavenly soldier laughed. I told you, he was lucky during the heavenly soldier assessment. He's probably not that strong, so why would he dare to do anything to us? Another old heavenly soldier sneered. That's right. Then let's continue. Let's see what he can do. It's best if he resigns from the position of captain and replaces us with a real expert. That's right. The next day, Lu Ming gathered everyone to continue the battle array practice. However, just like yesterday, the old heavenly soldiers did not cooperate, so the battle array did not succeed. On this day, Lu Ming still did not make a move. 5 days passed. The 6th day. Slash. Lu Ming shouted, and the golden battle sword formed by the battle array slashed at the ground. However, just like before, the battle sword dissipated before it hit the ground. The battle array failed. This time, Lu Ming's face turned cold. He scanned the crowd and said, it's already the 6th day, and it's still a failure. The battle array controlled by the talisman is not that difficult, but to fail. For 6 consecutive days, I think some people are too stupid to stay in my team. I'll report this and get rid of these people. At these words, the old heavenly soldiers' faces changed. If they were kicked out of a team because of their stupidity, they would lose all face. They would not be able to raise their heads in front of others in the future. Mu Yun, what do you mean by this? One of the old heavenly soldiers yelled, staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. What do I mean? Lu Ming swept his cold gaze over the old heavenly soldiers and said coldly, I've already given you a chance. It's been 5 days, and every time there's a problem with the array's operation, it's all because of you. If you're not stupid, what are you? How can idiots like you become heavenly soldiers? What a joke. What does the battle array's failure have to do with us? You're the core of the battle array. I suspect that your cultivation is too low and your strength is too weak to activate the battle array. An old heavenly soldier said. That's right. I think we should just replace you as the captain. Get a stronger captain, and everything will be fine. That's right. You're blaming us for your own problems. What a joke. With your strength, not only will you not get any merit points by leading us to fight the devils, you'll also get us killed. The old heavenly soldiers shouted. Oh? So you're doubting my strength? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He suddenly took a step forward, and a powerful aura rose and pressed down on the old heavenly soldiers. However, the old heavenly soldiers were unafraid. They also unleashed their auras to resist, looking provocatively at Lu Ming. They were waiting for Lu Ming to make his move. If Lu Ming made the first move and they retaliated, it would not be considered as offending their superiors. As long as they defeated Lu Ming and let Lu Ming know that they were weak, they would be too embarrassed to be the captain. They would automatically step down and get a stronger captain. Since you doubt my strength, I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Defeat me, and I'll step down as the captain. Otherwise, you'd better listen to me obediently. Otherwise, you'll be severely punished. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned these old heavenly soldiers. You took the initiative to challenge us. Don't say we offended you, said one of the celestial soldiers ferociously. He wasn't very old, but he had a big beard and looked ferocious. Of course. Lu Ming nodded. All right, I'll fight against you, shouted the young man with the big beard. A powerful chi emerged from his body. He had the strength of the top of the fifth godly emperor layer, that was the young man's cultivation level. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared in his hands. Like a door, he slashed at Lu Ming violently. The aura was so powerful that the air vibrated. The huge battle axe went straight for Lu Ming's face. Even though the young man with the big beard only had the strength of the top of the fifth godly emperor layer, he was extremely strong. A cultivator of the fifth godly emperor layer was as strong as a cultivator of the sixth godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming did not take this combat power seriously at all. He didn't even need to use the battle formula, he just threw a punch. Dong, Lu Ming's fist collided with the young man with the big beard's axe. An explosion spread in the air, and at the same time, there were some cracking sounds. That was the sound of the opponent's axe being broken. Lu Ming had used the great destructive technique to destroy it. The young man with the big beard trembled violently and was propelled backwards. He coughed up blood and crashed onto the ground. The young man with the big beard had been defeated in one attack. The old celestial soldiers frowned. They were astonished. That little boy is strong. He can fight against cultivators of 3 cultivation levels higher than him. He's a genius, but his cultivation level is too low. He's not qualified to lead us. The old celestial soldiers discussed secretly. Anyone else? If you don't agree, come and fight, said Lu Ming. Humph. I'll fight against you. Another young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a long purple robe and had a luxurious aura. His body was enveloped by purple light. Then, the purple light condensed into 13 divine swords. That was the young man's cultivation level. Lu Xiaofeng has made his move. He can definitely defeat this guy. Lu Xiaofeng is strong enough to kill cultivators who are 1 cultivation level higher than him. He's not just strong enough to defeat them, he's strong enough to kill them. He also has the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. Even if he's talented, it's useless. A cultivator of the 3rd godly emperor layer dares act like he's invincible? Ridiculous. These old heavenly soldiers communicated with each other through voice transmission, their faces relaxed. They believed that the purple-robed youth's victory was assured. 13 swords of the purple mountain, sword breaking the 9 heavens. Lu Xiaofeng let out a long roar and pushed his battle prowess to the limit. 13 purple divine swords were unleashed, and sword chi rushed towards Lu Ming. Even cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer would have to dodge that attack. If they weren't careful, they would be killed. However, the slogan is quite loud, but it's just an embroidered pillow. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, pitch-black demonic swords appeared in the void one after another. This was the great devil sword art. Over 100 swords appeared, and they shot toward Lu Xiaofeng like a torrential storm. Clang, 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 a series of collisions rang out. Lu Xiaofeng's 13 violet divine swords were directly destroyed by the great devil sword art. The sword chi didn't stop. Lu Xiaofeng gave a horrible shriek and was blown away. He coughed up blood, and many wounds appeared on his body. Lu Xiaofeng, who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, had been defeated in one strike. This was an internal battle, so of course, they didn't use heavenly soldiers' armor. Otherwise, they would have used 3rd-class heavenly soldiers' armor. All the old heavenly soldiers couldn't remain calm anymore. They were astonished, and some of them took deep breaths. How terrifying. A cultivator of the 3rd godly emperor layer can defeat Lu Xiaofeng. Is he also talented enough to be on the universe's young geniuses list? But his name isn't on the list of universe's young geniuses list. He's probably a rising star. What should we do? These old heavenly soldiers were secretly communicating again. To be honest, Lu Ming's talent was really terrifying. They had already somewhat acknowledged Lu Ming's ability. However, it would be too embarrassing to take back the harsh words that they had just said. "I'll fight." At this moment, a young man walked out like a god of wind. "Wan Mingyu is going to fight. Wan Mingyu can probably defeat him." Definitely. They were all third-class heavenly soldiers. Even though they had been heavenly soldiers for a long time, they weren't very strong. If they were, they would have become second-class heavenly soldiers a long time ago. Therefore, Wan Mingyu was the strongest of them all. He had the strength of the top of the 6th godly emperor layer, but Wan Mingyu could defeat cultivators who were 2 cultivation levels higher than him. He could fight against cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. With the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, they didn't believe they couldn't defeat Lu Ming. "It's too troublesome to fight one by one. I don't have time to waste on you. Come at me together," said Lu Ming indifferently, glancing at the old heavenly soldiers. At the same time, the Zephyr Pearl appeared in his hand. A terrifying wind swept out and turned into a dozen wind blades, revolving around Lu Ming. Wan Mingyu's body stiffened all of a sudden. His pupils dilated as he stared at the strong winds and wind blades surrounding Lu Ming in horror. This was because he felt a terrifying sense of danger from the gale wind blades. He had a bone-chilling feeling. He felt that as long as these wind blades flew towards him, he would only have a dead end. Even if he used his heavenly soldier armor, he wouldn't be able to block them. His intuition was right. Lu Ming's great godly wind technique had already reached the level of great success. He could summon even more terrifying gales from the Zephyr Pearl. Even a third-class heavenly soldier armor that could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't block a gale attack. He wasn't the only one. The other old heavenly soldiers' hair stood on end. Cold chi rose from their feet to their heads. A terrifying weapon, they understood that it was Lu Ming's weapon. A weapon that could threaten cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming. "What? You don't dare attack? Come at me together," said Lu Ming. The old heavenly soldiers glanced at each other. Suddenly, Wan Mingyu bowed hand over fist to Lu Ming and said, "Mu Yun, no, Captain, you're strong enough to be our captain." "I, Wan Mingyu, am convinced." "Indeed, I'm convinced too. I had eyes but failed to see. I underestimated you, Captain. You can punish me as you wish." "Me too, Captain. Punish me as you wish." These old heavenly soldiers bowed to Lu Ming and admitted their mistakes. Compared to before, there was a 180-degree change in their attitude. They were now respectful. Among the celestial soldiers, some of the weaker ones only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, so there weren't that many of them. Most of the 2nd celestial soldiers had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming had the Zephyr Pearl, which was a powerful weapon. He had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. As a 2nd celestial soldier, he was definitely qualified to lead them. They could only sigh. They had underestimated Lu Ming. They would never have thought that Lu Ming, who only had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer, could be so strong. Usually, even if someone had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer, they wouldn't be able to display the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. But Lu Ming had done it. They had underestimated him. Lu Ming was much more talented than they had imagined. When they saw Lu Ming's strength, they immediately admitted their mistakes. "All right, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll punish you severely," said Lu Ming coldly. He knew very well that these people were targeting him mainly because his cultivation level was too low. These people were afraid that Lu Ming's cultivation level was not high enough. If he led them to fight against the demons, not only would they not be able to obtain merit points, but they would also harm them. They were not targeting him. As long as he showed them how strong he was, they would be convinced. "Captain, don't worry. From now on, I'll support you." "Me too," said the old celestial soldiers. After all, their team would be in the same boat in the future. They would be bound together for good or ill. Since they had decided to follow Lu Ming, they couldn't be disloyal. Otherwise, when they fought against the demons, they would be the ones who would be harmed. "All right, let's start again," ordered Lu Ming. He understood that he had managed to subdue the celestial soldiers. Of course, it was impossible for them to work for him wholeheartedly and willingly. Lu Ming had no intention of subduing these people to work for him. It was just a cooperative relationship. Lu Ming needed this position to hunt demons. He only needed to obtain merit points. Bzzz, as the battle matrix was activated, a golden divine sword was formed and slashed toward the ground. Boom, there was an explosion on the ground, but it didn't leave a mark. The ground was covered with talismans. With their strength, they couldn't destroy it. That's why they dared to attack the ground. Not bad, it's very powerful. Lu Ming nodded. The old celestial soldiers didn't cause trouble, so the battle formation was activated smoothly. It was the first time, so they weren't familiar with it. And couldn't display its full strength. However, it was enough to kill cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Even cultivators who had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't resist it. Again. Lu Ming shouted and continued to drill the battle formation. For the next 20 days, they practiced the battle formation every day. After 20 days of practice, they could already operate it as one and unleash the power of the battle formation to its maximum. The combined attack of the battle formations was extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't as strong as the attack of an emperor god, it wasn't too far off. It had been exactly 1 month since Lu Ming received the array talisman. At this time, Lieutenant Lu Danning once again gathered the captains for a meeting. In recent years, the Abyss Devils have become more and more low-key, and the number of times they have attacked Nantian City has decreased. Things are a bit strange, so the Heaven Palace has decided to take advantage of this period to occupy the territory around Nantian City and use it as a stronghold. First, we can expand the area of defense. Second, we can kill some demons and weaken their strength. Therefore, we're going to send celestial soldiers to eliminate the demons around Nantian City. You're going to fight. Lu Danning went straight to the point. Good, we're finally going to fight. We've been here for so long and haven't fought. I'm bored to death, said a tall and sturdy young man with a smile. The other captains had different expressions on their faces. Some of them looked expectant and eager to fight. As for some people, their expressions were somewhat grave. However, most of them looked expectant, such as Lu Ming. After all, they could only obtain merit points by killing demons. They couldn't get any merit points if they stayed in Nantian City all the time. Now, I'm going to assign the tasks. Feng Su, Yao Chao, Song Xiaoqi, you guys will lead your men to the 2nd grade area, Hungry Wolf Mountain Range. Eliminate the demons there. Lu Danning ordered. Yes. 3 of the captains stood up to receive the order. Mu Yun, De Gang, Xianxia, the 3 of you will lead your men to 8 Snake Mountain Range and eliminate all the demons there. Don't leave a single one alive. Lu Danning continued to give orders. Yes. Lu Ming and the other 2 stood up to receive the order. At the same time, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. What a coincidence. When he participated in the Celestial Soldier assessment, he had headed to 8 Snake Mountain Range. Now that he had become a Celestial Soldier, his first mission to eliminate demons was also 8 Snake Mountain Range. It could only be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Lu Danning continued to give orders. Soon, all 20 captains received their tasks. Now, you guys are heading to the 2nd grade area. It's the easiest. After eliminating these areas, there will be other missions. At that time, you might enter the 3rd grade area. Set off now. Lu Danning ordered. Everyone received the order and left the place. Lu Ming returned to the encampment and left Nantian City with 49 members. They headed towards 8 Snake Mountain Range. After leaving Nantian City, there was a vast area. This area was empty and there were no demons there. Because this area had been cleared by the Heavenly Palace, there were also strong cultivators from the Heavenly Palace patrolling the area. Therefore, it was relatively safe. The 2nd grade and 1st grade areas of the 8 Snake Mountain Range were the closest to this area. There were fewer high-level demons there. Very quickly, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the 8 Snake Mountain Range. Lu Ming discovered that apart from the 3 teams, there were other teams. They were obviously sent by other captains. There were 10 teams in total. We should split up. That way, we can obtain more merit points, said another captain, Xianxia. He glanced at Lu Ming disdainfully. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only of the 3rd godly emperor layer. Surprisingly, he was on the same level as him. Xianxia's fighting strength was equivalent to the 9th godly emperor layer. Therefore, he didn't want to act together with Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would drag them down. Then, Xianxia left with his team. After that, another captain, De Gang, also left with his team. Apparently, he had the same idea as Xianxia. Humph, what a bunch of snobs. Yes, sooner or later, we'll make them sit up and take notice of us. Some people in Lu Ming's team were unhappy. Now, they were on the same boat as Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was looked down upon, it meant that they were looked down upon as well. Of course, they were unhappy. Let them be arrogant for now. Later, when we kill more demons than them, we'll see what they have to say. Yes, Captain, let's kill them. Some people shouted. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. He didn't care about other people looking down on him. To be honest, the more people looked down on him, the better it was for him. Wasn't it great to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? A group of 50 people rushed into the 8 Snake Demons mountain range. Dandan, check the nearby evil demons mountain range, said Lu Ming to Dandan. Leave it to me. Dandan grinned and formed a seal with both hands. Countless runes appeared and sank into the ground and the void, disappearing without a trace. What a mysterious talisman. When the others saw Dandan attack, their eyes twinkled. They were astonished. These people were not weaklings. They still had good eyesight. As soon as they saw Dandan attack, they could tell that Dandan's Tao of runes was very mysterious and unfathomable. They understood that they hadn't just underestimated Lu Ming, they had also underestimated Dandan. Dandan and Lu Ming were together. They couldn't help but think highly of Lu Ming. There, 120,000 li to the northwest, there's a evil demons mountain range, said Dandan. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. He led the group to attack the evil demons mountain range. This time, it was different from last time. This time, Lu Ming was fearless. He was full of confidence. Even though in their group, only he and Ling Yuwei had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. Dandan's deployment spells were mysterious, but he hadn't reached the 9th godly emperor layer yet. However, they had the Heavenly Palace's deployment spell. Once it was activated, they could kill evil demons of the 9th godly emperor layer as easily as cutting vegetables. Therefore, they were fearless in the 8 Snake Demons mountain range. Even if they encountered the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering great deployment spell from last time, they were confident they could escape unscathed. It didn't take long for them to reach the tribe. Without the slightest suspense, the Fiend Devil tribe was exterminated, and the Fiend Devil spirit blood was collected. The evil demon's spirit blood was temporarily kept by Lu Ming. Once they returned to South Sky City, it would naturally be distributed according to merit. The Heavenly Palace had its own distribution system to ensure fairness to everyone. After annihilating this tribe, the Dandan quickly discovered another tribe, and they slaughtered their way over. No one would show mercy to demons. No matter how strong or weak they were, they would all be killed. Just like that, they swept their way through. In 2 days, they had wiped out more than 50 tribes. Gradually, they approached the core of the 8 Snake Demon mountain range, where the 8 snakes intersected, which was also the territory of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom. If we want to get more merits, we have to destroy the 8 Snakes Demon Kingdom. But be careful, they have many strong cultivators. They have at least 400 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer, maybe even more, Lu Ming said. In the previous battle of the Godly Dawn Peak, the 8 Snakes Demon Kingdom had dispatched about 400 cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming reckoned that the Devil Kingdom of 8 Snakes would not send out all of its members. They should still be holding back. In that case, it was possible that there were more than 500 9th level Divine Emperors. There would definitely be more cultivators of the 7th and 8th godly emperor layer. If they relied on their real fighting strength, they would definitely die if they fought against so many strong cultivators. But they had a battle formation, so they didn't have to worry about anything. So many strong cultivators, how many merits will we get if we kill them all? Captain, let's hurry up, don't let the other teams get ahead of us. Indeed. Some people were looking forward to it. They wished they could immediately go to the Eight Snakes Demon Palace. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. They didn't stop, they immediately rushed towards the Eight Snakes Demon Kingdom's palace. But after a short time, Lu Ming frowned. Because they hadn't encountered a single demon on their way. Normally, the closer they got to the Eight Snakes Demon Palace, the more demons they would encounter, and the stronger they would be. But there weren't any demons here. Especially when they passed by several tall cities, but those cities were empty, there wasn't a single demon. They also didn't find any demon corpses. It was as if these demons had disappeared into thin air. They should have retreated, some other teams got here before us. Lu Ming said. Then we have to hurry, urged Dandan. Now, he was also thirsting for merit points. Everyone sped up, rushing towards the demon palace. Soon, they were close to the demon palace. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a violent rumbling sound came from the front. Then, they saw rays of divine light soaring to the sky, and a demonic aura filling the air. Obviously, a fierce battle was taking place in front of them. Sure enough, some teams had already arrived. Restrain your aura, let's go closer and take a look, Lu Ming said to everyone. He naturally wouldn't rush up rashly. According to his usual style, he would first approach to observe the situation. If the situation was favorable, he would attack, and if it wasn't, he would turn around and leave. For them, the distance of tens of thousands of miles was covered in the blink of an eye. In front of them, huge mountains appeared, and on these mountains, huge palaces were built. This was the Eight Snake Demon Palace. At this moment, the Eight Snake Demon Palace had completely turned into a battlefield. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and countless demons gathered into a large formation, turning into huge demonic shadows, roaring like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. On the other side, there were teams from the primitive universe. There were a total of 5 teams. Among them, the 2 teams that came with Lu Ming's group were there, and the captains were De Gang and Xianxia. The 5 teams from the Heavenly Palace all activated the battle formation, condensing 5 golden divine swords, which were extremely powerful, clashing with the huge demons. It had to be said that this kind of formation in the Heavenly Palace was really mysterious. Once the formation talisman was integrated into the Heavenly Soldier armor, once activated, not only could it stimulate the cultivator's own strength, but it could also stimulate the power of the Heavenly Soldier armor, which could erupt with amazing power. The 5 golden battle swords were actually locked in a fierce battle with the demons' 10,000 demon gods slaughtering formation. After fighting for a while, there was still no clear winner. Captain, should we make a move? Someone asked Lu Ming. Wait a minute, someone else is coming, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Sure enough, not far away, there were rays of light flying towards them. It was another team from the Heavenly Palace. As soon as this team arrived, they immediately set up a large formation, condensed a golden battle sword, and charged into the battlefield. With the addition of another team, the Heavenly Palace's strength became stronger, and they began to gain the upper hand, suppressing the demons. A few tall demons were suppressed, and they kept retreating. Captain, let's make a move quickly. If we make a move now, we can destroy the demons' formation in one fell swoop, someone suggested. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and was about to give the order to make a move, but immediately, Lu Ming's face became serious. Wait. Just as Lu Ming was about to give the order to attack the demons, his expression turned grave and he stopped everyone from doing so. Guo had sent Lu Ming telepathically, Lu Ming, don't attack. I sensed a terrifying strength in the palace. Terrifying strength? Lu Ming's expression was grave and he asked doubtfully. Indeed, it's a supreme god's chi, said Guo. Supreme god. Lu Ming was astonished. There was a supreme god in the palace of the 8 snakes, wasn't it said that the strongest cultivators in the kingdom of the 8 snakes were only cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer? How could there be a supreme god? Supreme gods were much stronger than godly emperors. Generally speaking, even cultivators of the ninth godly emperor layer couldn't compete with supreme gods. If there was a celestial emperor in the eight-snake demon palace, then the people of the heavenly palace would be in danger. That G is very weak. It seems like a supreme god, but it doesn't seem like one. Whispered Gumo muttered, as if he himself was somewhat puzzled. Boom, at this moment, in the depths of the eight-snake demon palace, a terrifying devilish chi erupted. The devilish chi soared to the sky, and a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was also a fiend, but it looked very old. It was an old fiend. It's His Majesty the King. It's really His Majesty the King. His Majesty the King came out. Did he break through? That chi isn't a demon emperor's chi, it's a demon emperor's chi. Shouted many demons. Demons and gods were very similar, but they weren't divided into godly emperors and supreme gods, they were divided into demon emperors and demon emperors. Demon emperors were equal to godly emperors, demon emperors were equal to godly emperors. That old man was the king of the eight snakes demon kingdom. Creatures of the ancient desolate universe, die! Shouted the king of the eight snakes demon kingdom. He turned into a beam of demonic light and moved towards one of the troops of the heavenly palace. Xiao, the shocking demonic chi condensed into a demonic sword and slashed at the team. The sword chi soared into the sky and its power was shocking. Control the formation with all your might. Block it. The leader of that group roared. The group of 50 people activated the formation with all their strength, condensing a golden divine sword and slashing forward. Boom, a demonic sword and a divine sword clashed head-on, causing an earth-shattering boom. One side of the sky was filled with demonic chi, while the other side was filled with golden divine light. However, this situation only lasted for a few seconds. The demonic chi suddenly flourished and completely suppressed the golden divine light. With a bang, the golden battle sword directly shattered and exploded. The demonic sword did not stop and continued to slash forward. Block it. The expressions of everyone in that group changed drastically. They did their best to activate the formation. A light barrier appeared around the 50 of them. It was a defensive light barrier. Boom, the demonic sword ruthlessly slashed at the defensive light barrier, causing another earth-shattering boom to erupt. The next moment, cracks appeared on the defensive light barrier. Then, with a bang, the defensive light barrier exploded. Horrible shrieks spread in the air. Of the 50 people in that group, at least 20 of them let out blood-curdling screams. Their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Even though they had celestial armors that could block a full-strength attack of a cultivator of the ninth godly emperor layer, it was useless. They were killed by the sharp sword chi. The remaining people were a bit stronger, but they were also pushed back. Many of them had wounds all over their bodies and were coughing up blood. They were seriously injured. Only the leader was in a much better condition. He was not seriously injured. That was because the leader was a second-class celestial soldier. His armor could block a full-strength attack of a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Damn it! It's a great supreme god. How could there be a great supreme god in the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range? The people from the other teams also cried out in horror. All right. Kill all the creatures in the primitive universe. Kill them all. Destroy the heavenly palace's trash. The demons' morale was greatly boosted. Many of them shouted excitedly. In the past, the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range had been in seclusion to break through to the great supreme god layer. Everything was handled by Prince Saimo Luo. In fact, no one was confident that the king could break through to the great supreme god layer. It was too difficult to break through to the great supreme god layer. In the history of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range, there were only a few who could break through to the great supreme god layer. Unexpectedly, the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range had really broken through to the great supreme god layer. It was really exciting. Kill! The king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain range roared. He turned into a demon sword and attacked another group. This team was De Gang's team. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that De Gang and the others could not dodge it. 50 people moving together slowed down a lot. However, they did not dare to split up. There were so many demon experts here. If they split up and did not set up a great array, they would die. Activate the great array. Activate the great array. The gang shouted crazily. Their group activated the great array and condensed a golden sword to fight against the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range. Unfortunately, the result was similar to the previous group. Under the attack of the demon sword, the battle array collapsed. Nearly half of the people inside died on the spot. The remaining people also suffered heavy injuries. Only the captain, De Gang, was not injured because he did not rely on his second-grade celestial soldier battle armor. Two groups were broken in succession. Once the battle array was broken, these people were equivalent to being crippled. One had to know that there were countless demons in the surroundings. They were surrounded by demons and could not break out. After breaking two groups, the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range did not have any intention of stopping. He continued to attack, killing his way to the third group. Although the third group resisted with all their might, the result was the same as the previous two groups. They were also broken, and a small half of their people died. There were originally 6 groups, but 3 of them were crippled in an instant. Only 3 groups were left. At this time, the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range stopped. He stood in the air and said, "Activate the 10,000 demon gods slaughtering great array. Annihilate them. Kill." Countless demons roared and activated the 10,000 demon gods slaughtering great array. Huge demonic shadows rushed towards the Heavenly Palaces group. The 3 groups that were crippled did not have a battle array and could not resist these demons. They were killed one after another. Only 3 groups were still intact. They relied on their battle array to resist. However, with only 3 groups, they were not a match for the 10,000 demon gods slaughtering great array. They were completely at a disadvantage. If this continued, the battle array would break and people would die. That king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range actually stopped attacking. In the distance, Lu Ming was astonished. With the king of the Eight Snakes Demon Mountain Range's strength, he should be able to break the battle array of the remaining 3 groups in one go. That way, he could easily annihilate the Heavenly Palaces group. Why did he stop after breaking 3 groups? Logically speaking, shouldn't the king of the Eight Snake Demon Kingdom be able to defeat the remaining 3 teams in one go? As long as the battle formation of the Heavenly Palace was destroyed, the people of the Heavenly Palace would be at their mercy. However, the king of the Eight Snake Demon Kingdom only destroyed 3 of the teams and left the other 3 behind. It was a little strange. "I know, I finally understand." At this moment, Guillermo shouted again. "Guillermo, what do you understand?" Lu Ming asked. "I can see that this guy has not really broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. The aura he exudes is just an illusion. I reckon that there is a big problem when he broke through, and he's only half a step into the Divine Emperor realm," Guillermo said. "Half a step into the Divine Emperor realm?" Lu Ming was puzzled. How could such a situation happen? Yes, in the history of the chaotic universe, there are many such cases. Usually, there are people who are not qualified to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, but they force themselves to do so. There are many such people who fail, but there are also cases like this where they only succeed by half a step. In such cases, their cultivation realm is extremely unstable. They will be in the Divine Emperor realm for a while, and then they will be in the Divine Emperor realm for a while. Moreover, if they can't completely enter the Divine Emperor realm within 10,000 years, their body will explode and they will die. Guillermo explained. "You're saying that when he attacked just now, he was in the Divine Emperor realm, but now, he has fallen to the Divine Emperor realm?" Lu Ming was smart enough to understand it. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "That's right." Guillermo nodded. "How did he calculate the time of his fall? Will he recover to the Divine Emperor realm in the next moment?" Lu Ming asked. "No, it will take at least a few hours to recover to the Divine Emperor realm after falling to the Divine Emperor realm," Guillermo said. "A few hours?" Lu Ming's eyes shone even brighter. A plan emerged in his mind. "Kid, now is the best time to strike," Guillermo said. "That's right. However, the 10,000 demons' great formation cannot be underestimated. We have to think of a way to deal with it. We can only rely on Dandan now. Almost instantly, a complete plan appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Everyone, I plan to take action and kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. Following that, Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan, Ling Yue, and the others. What? Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually wanted to kill a god emperor. This was an immortal emperor. Even if they set up a battle formation, it would be of no use. Only death awaited them. The lesson of the past was right in front of them. Was Lu Ming crazy? Don't worry, I'm not crazy. This king of the 8-snake demon kingdom hasn't completely stepped into the god emperor realm. He's only half a step into the god emperor realm. Lu Ming immediately explained the news that Bone Demon had told him to everyone. When everyone heard this, they were extremely surprised. Mu Yun, what's your plan? Ling Yue asked. My plan is to first kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. However, with so many of us going over, the other party will definitely discover that it's hiding in the 10,000 demons god slaughtering great formation. It won't be easy to kill them. Therefore, you and I can only quietly go over and use our strongest methods to kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom in one fell swoop. As for Dandan, he will quietly set up a formation to break the 10,000 demons god slaughtering great formation. Of course, he will also set up a formation that can hide our auras. After the two of us kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom, we will quickly gather and set up a battle formation to hunt down the demons. Lu Ming quickly explained his plan. His plan was mainly based on the 3 rings. In the first ring, Dandan would first set up the formation. In the second ring, he and Ling Yue would take action and use their strongest defensive methods to kill the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom in one fell swoop. In the third ring, they would quickly gather and set up a battle formation to break through the 10,000 demons god slaughtering great formation and kill the demons. Don't worry, leave it to me. Dandan nodded. Suddenly, dense runes spread out from his body and his figure disappeared into thin air. Lu Ming and the others continued to wait. The situation at the Heavenly Palace was even more critical at this moment. The 3 teams that had formed a battle formation could only barely defend. They were extremely passive and probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. As for the 3 teams that had their battle formations broken, they were in an even worse state. The 3 teams originally had a total of 150 people, but now, there were only 3 left. Yes, there were only 3 captains left. They relied on their second-class heavenly armors to bitterly hold on. The others were all dead. Not a single one was left. Even the 3 captains wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The second-class heavenly armors weren't omnipotent. They would run out of energy. Ah, I'm unwilling. I just became a heavenly soldier. The remaining people let out unwilling roars and then used all their strength to resist. They were unwilling to die here. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, they had to fight for it. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. It could buy them more time. Dandan, hurry up. Lu Ming whispered. The king of the 8-snake demon kingdom had fallen to the divine emperor realm for about a few hours, but the exact number of hours was not certain. However, by the time they made their move, the other party had already recovered his divine emperor cultivation. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, Dandan's speed was very fast. In less than 2 hours, he had already returned. You can make your move now. It's already settled. Dandan said. With a wave of his hand, runes climbed onto Lu Ming and Ling Yue's bodies, causing their bodies to seem invisible. Their auras also became extremely secretive. The 2 of them didn't stop and directly set off. Following the side, they bypassed the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array and headed toward the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. The king of the 8-snake demon kingdom stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was very confident. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him. The battle strength he had displayed before was enough to scare people out of their wits. Therefore, he wasn't too wary. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were enveloped by the array set up by Dandan as they quietly approached the king of the 8-snake demon kingdom. On the way, Lu Ming was still observing the situation of the battlefield. The 3 captains who didn't have a battle formation had already fallen. Even if they had a second-tier heavenly soldier armor, they wouldn't be able to last for so long. As for the remaining 3 teams that had set up a battle formation, they could be defeated at any time. This was because the auras of many people inside were extremely weak. Blood was flowing out of their mouths, and they were about to run out of energy. Their battle formation could collapse at any time. Boom, right at this moment, a shocking rumble resounded, followed by a series of miserable shrieks. One of the battle formations of one of the teams finally couldn't hold on any longer and was defeated. Of the 50 people who formed the battle formation, more than 20 were killed by the demons and died on the spot. End of chapter. Another battle formation was broken, and half of the people died on the spot. The remaining people were also flying for their lives. Unfortunately, they couldn't fly out at all. They were like caged birds, filled with fear. Kill, ha ha ha. After killing these creatures of the desolate universe, we can have a celebratory feast tonight and have a full meal. Be careful, leave the corpses intact. Don't destroy them. These are all great supplements. The surrounding demons roared and activated the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array to chase after the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly palace. Without the battle formation, these heavenly soldiers were no match for the demons and were constantly hunted down. The remaining 20 or so people died one after another. At this moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yue were already within 100 miles of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom's king. You attack here, I'll kill my way over. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ling Yue. At a distance of 100 miles, the power of Ling Yue's arrow was completely at its peak. Alright, you have to be careful. Ling Yue said with worry in her eyes. Lu Ming went over to fight. If the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom's battle prowess was still at the God Emperor realm, then Lu Ming would be in danger. As for her, she still had room to escape. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and continued to approach the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom. In Ling Yue's hand, the blood-stained elven royal bow had already appeared. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Ling Yue's body. A towering tree appeared, and a majestic power poured into Ling Yue's elven royal bow. Wang, the elven royal bow trembled, and an arrow condensed. All of this seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, an arrow flew through the air and shot towards the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom. As soon as the arrow was shot, the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom sensed it. How dare you? You're courting death. The king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom roared, and a powerful demonic aura soared into the sky, transforming into a huge demon sword that slashed towards Ling Yue. However, the aura was far inferior to before. God Emperor realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As expected, the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom's cultivation was at the God Emperor realm, not the God Emperor realm. As long as it was a God Emperor, it was easy. Boom, in an instant, Ling Yue's arrow collided with the demon sword of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom's king, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Then, Ling Yue's arrow exploded with a bang, and the demon sword also collapsed. The king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom's body trembled as he retreated. Even though the king of the 8 Snake Devil Kingdom was no longer in the God Emperor realm and had temporarily fallen to the God Emperor realm, his battle prowess was still shockingly strong. After all, he had broken through to the great supreme god layer. Even if he had become a godly emperor, he was still much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. It had to be known that Ling Yue had already broken through to the 4th layer of the divine emperor realm. Using the Elven King Bao with all her might to kill an ordinary 9th layer divine emperor realm cultivator was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. However, that attack from earlier had managed to tie with the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom. Fortunately, Ling Yue wasn't the only one who attacked. The moment Ling Yue made her move, Lu Ming also made his move. He held the Gale Bead in his left hand and the Ice Mystic Rod in his right. First, he activated the Gale Bead, and a powerful gale was drawn out, transforming into a terrifying wind blade that shot towards the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom. When Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm, the power within the Gale Bead was already comparable to that of a 9th layer godly emperor realm cultivator. And now, Lu Ming's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd layer of the godly emperor realm. Coupled with the fact that his great divine wind technique had reached the large success stage, the power of the gale he drew out was several times stronger than before. At the same time that the gale wind blade flew out, Lu Ming's taboo energy was crazily channeled into the ice mystic rod. The ice mystic rod rapidly grew in size, like a mountain range spanning between heaven and earth, and smashed towards the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom. Lu Ming's timing was simply too good. It just so happened that the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom and Ling Yue had exchanged a move and retreated. At this time, the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom had just lost his old strength and had yet to recover his new strength, but Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Roar! The king of the 8 snake demon kingdom let out a roar, forcibly erupting with an intense demonic aura. A pair of demon wings also rapidly grew in size, protecting him in the middle. Boom! The gale wind blade struck the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom. The powerful force blasted the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom back, and at the same time, the scorching gale continuously burned the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom. The king of the 8 snake demon kingdom let out a painful roar, and at this time, the ice mystic rod had already arrived. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks came one after another, not giving the other party a chance to breathe at all. Lu Ming had already broken through to the third layer of the godly emperor realm, and the power of the ice mystic rod with his full strength was already terrifying to the extreme. It was not weaker than the arrows shot by Ling Yue. The king of the 8 snake demon kingdom let out a roar, his eyes filled with fear as he used all his strength to resist. However, at this time, they were afraid that they could only use 50% of their strength. Boom! The ice mystic rod accurately struck the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom. A destructive power exploded, and the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom's pair of demon wings were the first to shatter. The ice mystic rod did not stop, bombarding the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom's body. A large amount of blood mist shot out from the king's body, and his body flew down like a meteor, crashing into a huge mountain peak. With a violent explosion, the mountain peak and the palace on top of the mountain peak completely exploded, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. And the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom's body was embedded in the huge pit. However, he was too miserable. His upper body, including his head, was already gone. He had been completely shattered by the ice mystic rod. With only the lower half of his body left, he was naturally dead. The king of the 8 snake demon kingdom had fallen. This time, all the demons present were stunned. Everything that had happened just now seemed to have happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. From the moment Ling Yue made her move, and then Lu Ming made his move, killing the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom in one go, it was all completed in an instant. By the time the surrounding demons reacted, the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom had already been killed. These demons were completely stunned. Their eyes were wide open, and they found it hard to believe that their king had been killed just like that. Just a moment ago, their king was still filled with an invincible spirit. He had the battle strength of a god emperor, and he had defeated an entire team with a single move. He was powerful and invincible. But in the next moment, how did he get killed? Their minds were unable to wrap their heads around it. Not only them, even the people from the heavenly palace were stunned. However, they reacted quickly and hurriedly attacked with all their might, wanting to rush out. They almost made a hole in the 10,000 demon gods slaughtering array. The king is dead. Ah, damn it, attack with all your might and kill these heavenly palace bastards to avenge the king. Kill. Countless demons roared, and the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array was activated again, attacking the people from the heavenly palace. At the same time, there were also many attacks aimed at Lu Ming and the others. Those demons also launched their attacks, charging toward Lu Ming and Ling Yue. However, Lu Ming and the others were prepared. After killing the king of the kingdom of the 8 snakes, they retreated at full speed. Lu Ming's subordinates quickly rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. After a few breaths, they gathered together. At the same time, Dandan's figure appeared at the right time and joined them. As soon as they gathered together, they started activating the battle formation. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Their battle armors were dazzling and resonating with each other, as if there was an invisible thread connecting them. Battle formation, activate. Dazzling light burst out, condensing into a golden battle sword. It slashed out horizontally, colliding with the demon's attack, blocking the demon's attack. Kill. Kill them. Activate the 10,000 demons slaughtering gods great formation. Today, none of them will leave. Kill them all. Avenge the king! Shouted a large number of fiends. They were using their full strength to activate the 10,000 demons slaughtering God's great formation. This was the capital of the kingdom of the 8 snakes. Before, the kingdom of the 8 snakes had gathered all their strong cultivators. Therefore, there were many fiends there. There were at least 500 fiends of the 9th godly emperor layer. There were even more fiends of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer. Altogether, there were more than 10,000 fiends. It was the real 10,000 demons slaughtering God's great formation. 13 gigantic fiends had condensed. They were terrifyingly strong. Even if they weren't as strong as great supreme gods, they weren't far from it. If the troops of the heavenly palace hadn't relied on the battle formation and the celestial battle armors, they wouldn't have been able to stop them. The difference between them was too great. Even so, they needed at least 5 or 6 troops to stop them. Now, the heavenly palace only had 3 troops, including Lu Ming and the others. They couldn't fight against them head-on. Of the 13 gigantic fiends, 6 of them were attacking the remaining 2 troops with their full strength. 5 fiends were attacking Lu Ming and the others. They wanted to kill them all. Each of the demonic shadows was gigantic. Demonic chi soared into the sky. They held demonic sabers in their hands. With a slash, the void was split into 2. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming and the others activated the battle formation with all their might, but they were only able to block a few moves before they were sent flying. Many of them felt their blood boil, their faces flushed red, and they almost vomited blood. The remaining 2 teams were also like arrows at the end of their flight. It was very dangerous for them to deal with the 6 huge demonic shadows. I don't want to die. Among them, Xianxia roared in his heart, his eyes full of unwillingness. Although Lu Ming and Ling Yue had suddenly exploded and killed the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom, causing his jaw to drop. Previously, he had looked down on Lu Ming and the others, but he had never thought that Lu Ming and Ling Yue would actually have such strength. This also allowed them to see the hope of survival, and they wanted to rush out in one go. Unfortunately, they were unable to do so in the end. Their strength had weakened too much, and they were unable to rush out. Dandan, what do you think? Is that enough? Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan. That's enough, watch me. Dandan replied. Following that, he took a few steps forward, and runes spread out, disappearing into the void. Following that, densely packed runes appeared in the void, forming a large array. The situation was extremely similar to the time when Dandan broke the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. As soon as Dandan made his move, the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation of the demons stopped operating. Attack the left, then the right, Dandan began to give pointers. Lu Ming and the others immediately activated the battle formation. The golden sword light first slashed towards the left. This sword collided with the demonic blade of a huge demonic shadow. However, the location of the collision was very particular. It happened to be the flaw in the formation. Boom, the huge demonic shadow frantically retreated, and then with a bang, it collapsed. The great formation was broken, the demons inside were flying everywhere. Then, under Dandan's guidance, Lu Ming and the others continued to attack. Every time he made a move, a huge demonic silhouette would be blasted apart. In the blink of an eye, the 5 huge demonic shadows attacking Lu Ming and the others were all destroyed. The remaining people in the heavenly palace were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming and the others had defeated the 5 huge demonic shadows so easily. They were originally in despair, but now, they saw hope again. Muyun, quick, come and save us! Xianxia roared excitedly. Save you? No, 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 we are weak. We will drag you down if we go over. You are strong, I believe you can escape on your own. The one who spoke was not Lu Ming, but Dandan. His tone was full of disdain. Previously, Xianxia was very disdainful of Lu Ming and the others. He also said that he did not want to act with Lu Ming and the others because Lu Ming and the others would be a burden to him. Now, Dandan returned Xianxia's own words to him. Xianxia's face was flushed red, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. With the strength of Lu Ming and the others, how could they be a burden to them? Wasn't that ridiculous? We are all heavenly soldiers. You can't leave us to die. Xianxia shouted. He did not want to admit his mistake and wanted to use the rules of the heavenly soldiers to suppress Lu Ming and the others. We are not leaving you to die. We can't even protect ourselves. There are so many demons. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Let's fight back. Oh, Dandan was making a big fuss. Lu Ming and the others controlled the battle formation to kill the demons around them, but they did not go over to help. Xianxia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Xianxia, look at the situation now. Why don't you apologize to Captain Muyun and admit your mistake? Another captain yelled. That's right, Xianxia. You are as blind as a bat. Hurry up and admit your mistake. I don't want to die with you. That's right. Captain Muyun is peerless. How? Can you insult him? Hurry up and apologize. This time, it was Xianxia's subordinates who shouted. They did not want to die with Xianxia. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs almost exploded, but in such a situation, he had to admit his mistake. Muyun, it's my fault. I was as blind as a bat. Please forgive me. Just treat my words as a fart. Please help me. Xianxia shouted. He was extremely unwilling, but in such a situation, he could only lower his head. That's more like it. I wanted you to kneel down and admit your mistake, but seeing that the situation is special, I'll skip it. Dandan shouted, feeling very comfortable. Afterward, Lu Ming and the rest's battle formation flew over and did the same thing, destroying all the huge demonic shadows. Kill the demons. Lu Ming shouted and controlled the battle formation. The golden sword light continued to slash out violently. Every time the sword light slashed, a large number of demons would be killed. Once the god-slaughtering 10,000 demons array was destroyed, the demons were no match for Lu Ming and the others even though there were many of them. Xianxia and the other team gasped for breath and flew to the side. They could only watch Lu Ming and the others kill the evil beasts. They also wanted to kill evil beasts, but unfortunately, they had been fighting against the evil beasts for a long time and were on the verge of collapsing. They were all very weak and couldn't maintain the battle formation anymore. Without the battle formation, they couldn't compete with the evil beasts at all. Not only could they not kill the evil beasts, but they would also die at their hands. They could only seize the time to recover. Lu Ming and the others also seized the time to kill the evil beasts. Without the 10,000 evil god-slaughtering great formation, the evil beast's strength was scattered. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming and the others. Golden sword lights flashed and a large number of evil beasts fell like wheat. Kill them. Die. Some demons roared furiously, revealing a crazed expression. They dashed toward Lu Ming and the rest without regard for their lives, wanting to fight them to the death. But, swoosh, a golden sword light flashed and a dozen evil beasts of the 9th godly emperor layer were killed. Their corpses fell to the ground. Chaos, it was complete chaos. The scene was in chaos. The evil beasts had lost their will to fight and were running away in all directions. Some evil beasts went crazy and wanted to kill Lu Ming and the others. Of course, Lu Ming killed them easily. After a short time, the ground was covered with evil beasts' corpses. Not far away, the other two teams of the Heavenly Palace looked greedy. Those evil beasts were all above the 7th godly emperor layer. Each drop of evil beast's blood could be exchanged for a lot of merit points. Especially Xianxia, the light of greed in his eyes was even more intense. Everybody, there's so much evil beast's blood. How could we let Mu Yan's team have all of it? Let's go and collect some. Whispered Xianxia to the others. That's not good. After all, they saved us. Said someone hesitantly. You're looking at the problem too superficially. They saved us, but if we hadn't stopped the evil beasts, how could they have had the opportunity to break the evil beast's great formation? How could they have had the opportunity to kill the king of the 8 snake evil beasts? It's all because of us. We should get some evil beast's blood, right? Xianxia sneered. Yes, Captain Xianxia is right. We should share a portion of the evil demon spirit blood. Someone said. However, some people shook their heads, still feeling that it was inappropriate. Humph, if you don't want the evil demon spirit blood, then we don't need to share the evil demon spirit blood with you. Xianxia snorted and rushed out to collect the evil demon spirit blood. More than a dozen of his subordinates also rushed out to collect the demon blood with Xianxia, while the others did not move. Although these people were tempted by the demon spirit blood, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. After all, Lu Ming and the others had just saved them. If they wanted to divide the spoils of war with Lu Ming's group in the blink of an eye, it would be too shameless. "Captain, should we go up?" Someone from the other team asked the captain. "No one is allowed to go up. If anyone goes up, don't blame me for being rude." "Xianxia may be shameless, but I am," said the captain coldly. His cold gaze swept over his team members. A few of them were originally very tempted and wanted to charge forward. However, when they were swept by his cold gaze, they immediately hesitated and didn't dare to charge forward. Lu Ming and the others naturally saw the actions of Xianxia and the others. Nests, shameless, really shameless. How dare they snatch the evil demon spirit blood from us? Damn it, we saved him. How dare they do this? Simply shameless. Ungrateful bastards. Many people in Lu Ming's team cursed loudly. Their voices spread far and wide. Xianxia and the others naturally heard them. Xianxia's face was very cold, but he didn't stop his actions. He was still collecting the evil demon spirit blood quickly. He snorted in his heart. "Mu Yun, sooner or later, I will make you pay back the shame you have inflicted on me 10 times over. I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." Yes, not only was he not grateful to Lu Ming for saving him, but he also blamed Lu Ming for making him lose face. He regarded this as a great humiliation and must take revenge. They are really shameless. Let's go and slaughter them. In the crowd, Dandan gritted his teeth and said to Lu Ming, "Don't worry, let them collect for a while. Since there is free labor, why not use it? Let's hunt the evil demons first. Don't let them run away," Lu Ming said. His face was always calm, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. "Ha ha ha, I understand. Okay, let's wait." Dandan laughed. He had been with Lu Ming for so long, so he knew Lu Ming too well. He could read Lu Ming's thoughts from Lu Ming's expression. With Lu Ming's character, would he give up the benefits in his hands and let Xianxia take it for free? How naive. Continue to hunt the evil demons. Lu Ming roared, constantly urging the battle formation to hunt the evil demons. The sword chi swept across hundreds of thousands of miles. Large numbers of evil demons were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. Seeing that Lu Ming and the others did not come to stop them, Xianxia sneered. "Humph, a coward. Sure enough, you dare not violate the rules of the heavenly palace and attack us." Xianxia sneered in his heart. He became bolder and kept collecting the evil demon's spiritual blood. The other dozen people did the same. They thought that Lu Ming and the others did not dare to say anything, so they sped up. Drops of evil demon's spiritual blood flew out of the evil demon's corpses and were collected by them. Among Xianxia's team, a few people could not resist the temptation and joined the crowd to collect the evil demon's spiritual blood. After a while, almost all the evil demons were killed. Of course, most of them escaped. After all, there were so many evil demons that they could not kill all of them. Naturally, a group of people would escape. At this time, Xianxia and the others had collected at least half of the evil demon's spiritual blood. "It's about time." Xianxia nodded secretly. If possible, he wanted to collect all the evil demon's spiritual blood. However, if he went too far, he was really afraid that Lu Ming would go crazy. So, he wanted to quit while he was ahead and retreat. He moved, wanting to return to the team and then leave. "Did I let you go?" A cold voice sounded. Then, a powerful aura shrouded Xianxia and the others. Lu Ming stared coldly at Xianxia. The golden battle sword condensed by the battle formation was aimed at Xianxia and the others from a distance, as if it would launch a fatal blow at any time. Xianxia and the others stiffened and did not dare to move. Although he had the second-class celestial soldier armor, the energy in the armor had been depleted in the previous battle. It would take a while for the armor to absorb the energy between heaven and earth to recover. Without the second-class celestial soldier armor, he would definitely not be able to withstand the attack launched by Lu Ming and the others. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming angrily and said, Mu Yun, what do you want? What do I want? Don't tell me you can't figure it out? This abyss devil spirit blood is mine. Now, hand it all over, said Lu Ming coldly. Xianxia and the others still wanted his evil demon spirit blood. That was ridiculous. He had thought that Xianxia and the others were free labor so that he could find time to kill more evil demon spirit blood. Mu Yun, you want to monopolize the evil demon spirit blood. You're too greedy. If we hadn't risked our lives, you wouldn't have been able to defeat the evil demon's formation. Everyone has a share of the evil demon spirit blood. The rest is yours, said Xianxia. I'll give you 10 seconds to hand over the evil demon spirit blood. Lu Ming ignored Xianxia and looked at all the people who had collected the evil demon spirit blood. Everyone's expression changed and they felt pressured. Don't worry about him. We collected it ourselves. Why should we give it to him? The Heavenly Palace has a rule that we can't kill each other. He won't dare do anything to us, said Xianxia, looking at Lu Ming coldly. The Heavenly Palace had a rule that heavenly soldiers couldn't kill each other. If he didn't hand over the evil demon spirit blood, what could Lu Ming do to him? That's right, we won't hand it over. That's right. Let's see what he can do, shouted the others who had collected the evil demon spirit blood. Then, they gathered around Xianxia. The evil demon spirit blood had been left by evil demons of the 7th godly emperor layer and above. There were even many evil demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. How many merit points could they be worth? Merit points represented treasures and wealth. Asking them to hand over the evil demon spirit blood was like cutting off their flesh and blood. Shameless! Shameless! Shit, I want to kill them, shouted Lu Ming's team members. They gnashed their teeth and stared at Xianxia and the others. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming whispered. The cold glint in his eyes intensified. Formation, rise. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted softly. What? Lu Ming's team members were stunned. Was Lu Ming going to activate the battle formation to deal with Xianxia and the others? However, this was a violation of the heavenly rules. I told you to activate the battle formation. Don't you understand? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for it. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. Activate the battle formation. Rise. At this moment, everyone activated the battle formation. The golden sword light shone brightly, and the sword light traversed between heaven and earth. Mu Yun, what are you trying to do? You dare? You dare? Xianxia roared. Whoosh, a strand of golden sword chi swept out, tearing the void apart at an astonishing speed. Puff puff, beside Xianxia, a few heavenly soldiers did not react at all. Their bodies were cut into several pieces, and even their souls did not escape. They died on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The people from the other team were stunned. Xianxia was also stunned. They did not expect that Lu Ming would actually dare to attack and kill a celestial soldier. One had to know that this was against the heavenly rules. Only death awaited those who violated the heavenly rules. Lu Ming actually dared to do this? He actually dared to do this? Where did he get the courage from? Xianxia's face changed. The faces of the other heavenly soldiers beside him also changed. They all turned pale. You dare? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming, and his face was covered in cold sweat. His body trembled slightly, and there was no longer the domineering and confident look in his eyes. There was only fear. What responded to him was a strand of golden sword chi. Whoosh, next to Xianxia, a few more heavenly soldiers were killed on the spot. Do you think I dare or not? Lu Ming said coldly. Thump. Thump, next to Xianxia, a few heavenly soldiers directly knelt on the ground and cried in a shrill voice, Captain Mu Yun, please have mercy. We're willing to hand over all the demon spirit blood. We're willing to hand over all the demon spirit blood. Please spare our lives. They were scared, they were really scared. Previously, they had relied on the heavenly rules to act unscrupulously, and they were sure that Lu Ming would not dare to do anything to them. They never expected that Lu Ming would be so bold and lawless. He was a demon. No, he was even more terrifying than a demon. He actually disregarded the heavenly rules and attacked them directly. This kind of person was too scary. Xianxia's body trembled even more, and he almost knelt down. Fear and regret, now, he regretted it. If he had known that Lu Ming was so lawless, he would never have snatched the spoils from Lu Ming. Mu Yun, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just helping you collect the demon spirit blood so that you would have time to hunt demons. Since you're almost done hunting, I'll give you the demon spirit blood now. Xianxia hurriedly said. Oh, that's not what you said just now. Lu Ming said lightly. I was wrong just now. I was blinded by lard. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against me. Please don't take it to heart. Xianxia shouted. In order to survive, he was going all out. He did not care about his reputation anymore. A man knew when to yield and when not to yield. As long as he was alive, he must report Lu Ming killing the heavenly soldiers and let Lu Ming die without a burial place. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Do you really think I'm that easy to talk to? Lu Ming said coldly. Since he had already attacked, he had no intention of letting Xianxia go. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly moved. He erupted with all his strength and grabbed a few heavenly soldiers beside him. He grabbed them and threw them to Lu Ming. Then, he retreated physically and mentally, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming had been watching Xianxia for a long time. How could he escape? Swoosh. Swoosh, in the void, streaks of golden sword light condensed and attacked Xianxia and the others. The golden sword light dispersed. Although its power was much weaker, it was more than enough to deal with Xianxia and the others. The heavenly soldiers were pierced by the sword chi and killed on the spot. Aha! Mu Yun, you'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. Xianxia shouted crazily. At the same time, he used all his strength to resist. Xianxia had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer, but he could not use his second-class heavenly soldier armor. He could not resist the golden sword light at all. Poof, the golden sword light pierced through Xianxia's forehead. With a plop, Xianxia's corpse fell to the ground. There was no trace of chi left. At this point, all the heavenly soldiers who had tried to steal the demon spirit blood had been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's team members looked very grave. After all, killing so many heavenly soldiers was against the rules of the heavens. They were very nervous. However, there were people who were more nervous than them. They were the other team members, including Xianxia and the others who had not tried to steal the demon spirit blood. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them to silence them. The people of the other team had secretly activated their battle formation. After all, only a battle formation could compete with Lu Ming's battle formation. However, although the other team operated the battle formation, they were not confident. Even if it was the same battle formation, it depended on the strength of the operator. The stronger the operator, the stronger the power. Moreover, they had gone through a fierce battle before and had not recovered at all. Even if they operated the battle formation, they were probably no match for Lu Ming and the others. The remaining members of Xianxia's team looked even worse. Cold sweat oozed from their faces and they quietly retreated. You'd better stay. Lu Ming looked at these people coldly. They immediately stopped and did not dare to move. Captain Mu, do you really want to kill us? Another captain asked. No, I don't want to kill you, and I don't kill innocent people. However, if we let you leave and spread what happened today, we will definitely be punished by the heavenly law. Lu Ming said. The eyes of Lu Ming's team members were filled with murderous intent. Although Lu Ming said that he would take responsibility for everything, they had used a battle formation to kill Xianxia and the others. Once the Heavenly Palace investigated, they would not be able to absolve themselves from the blame and could not stay out of it. We can swear on our life origin that we will never reveal what happened today. Another captain said. Yes, we swear on our life origin. The others also shouted. Okay, how about this? You swear on your life origin that if you reveal what happened today, you will immediately be attacked by the inner demons and your souls will be annihilated. Lu Ming said. Everyone's face changed slightly. This oath was extremely heavy. If it was leaked, they would probably be killed immediately. However, in this situation, they could only swear. Immediately, the people of the other team and the people left by Xianxia all swore on their life origin. Now, can we go? After taking the oath, the team leader looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Of course, please go ahead. Lu Ming smiled. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, those people moved one after another and left the place. All of a sudden, only Lu Ming's team was left. Everyone, I think we also need to swear on our life origin. It's not that we don't trust you. After all, this matter concerns our lives. Lu Ming's gaze swept across all the team members. Yes, Captain, I think so too. Yes, to be safe, let's swear. Lu Ming's team members all agreed. Now, they were in the same boat. If anyone leaked it out, they would die. Naturally, they all agreed to swear together. Immediately, Lu Ming was the first to swear, and then the others followed. After everyone had sworn their oaths, Lu Ming smiled and said, "Everyone is my brothers who have gone through life and death with me. We will share our blessings in the future. Now, let's start collecting the evil demon's spirit blood. When we return, we will distribute it according to your contributions." Absolutely. It's so cool to follow Captain Yun. Speaking of the evil spirit blood, everyone's mood was lifted again. They then started to collect the evil spirit blood one by one. The evil spirit blood on Xianxia and the others was naturally collected by Lu Ming and the others. They became free labor and lost their lives. After putting away all of the abyss devil's spirit blood, they burned the corpses of Xianxia and the others to ashes. After all, Xianxia and the others were killed by their battle formation. If the big shots of the Heavenly Palace came to check, they would most likely find out. Therefore, destroying the bodies was the right way to go. Anyway, after the people of the Heavenly Palace were killed by the evil spirit blood, they would become the evil spirit blood's food. Only a few of them would have an intact corpse. After everything was done, Lu Ming and the others left. However, they had no plans to return to Nantian City for the time being. Previously, at least half of the evil spirits had escaped and were scattered all over the 8 Snake Mountains. Now, these evil spirits were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It would be a pity if they didn't deal with them. With Dandan around, it was not difficult to find these evil spirits. For the next period of time, they hunted evil spirits in the 8 Snake Mountains. With Dandan around, these evil spirits could be found and killed even if they hid underground. A month later, Lu Ming and the others returned to Nantian City with a full harvest. Sure enough, after they returned to Nantian City, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace did not find trouble with them. Obviously, the news of them killing Xianxia and the others was not leaked. In fact, it was normal for some heavenly soldiers to die in the battle with the evil spirits. However, they had lost too many heavenly soldiers in the 8 Snake Mountains this time. Therefore, there were still people who asked Lu Ming and the others about the process of the 8 Snake Mountains. They all told the truth. Of course, they would not say that they killed Xianxia and the others. They only said that Xianxia and the others were killed in the battle with the evil spirits. Anyway, in the 8 Snake Demons Mountains, the number of heavenly soldiers killed by the evil spirits was not small. I didn't expect that a demon emperor would be born in the 8 Snake Demons Mountains. It's our negligence. Mu Yun, you did well. The heavenly generals blamed themselves a little and then praised Lu Ming. This matter was over just like that. After that, Lu Ming's team distributed the evil spirit blood according to the rules of the Heavenly Palace. Everyone had a good harvest and were all smiles. In Nantian City, they could not exchange the evil spirit blood for merit points. Only when they returned to Dream Sky City and went to the Well of Merit could they exchange it for merit points. However, as long as they had the evil spirit blood, wouldn't it be a matter of time before they could exchange it for merit points? On the other side of the city wall, in a large hall, some people were discussing. These people were all experts of the angel tribe. That Mu Yun is finally going to go out to hunt evil spirits. His time of death has come. A male angel said coldly. He was Lafitte. Previously, he went to the second grade area, 8 Snake Mountains. I received news that next time, he should go to the third grade area, Constellation Demon Island. Another angel said. Well, then, Constellation Demon Island will be his time of death. Lafitte said coldly. During this period, they did not give up on dealing with Lu Ming. It was just that when they were in Dream Sky City, due to the heavenly rules, they could not make a move. But here, they were going out to hunt evil spirits. This was their opportunity. How do we do it? Do we do it directly? If the news leaks out, it will be bad for us. After all, it's against the heavenly rules. Another young angel said. In the dark universe, there are many people who violate the heavenly rules and kill people. As long as there is no evidence, the higher-ups will turn a blind eye. Lafitte said. Indeed, these heavenly soldiers came from different races. It was normal for them to have grudges with each other. Although there were heavenly rules, killing each other secretly was unavoidable. Therefore, as long as it didn't happen in Dream Sky City or Nantian City and didn't leave any obvious evidence, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace would turn a blind eye. As long as they did it cleanly, nothing would happen. That being said, there's a better way. Why not use it? One of the female angels said. You mean, the spirits of Nether? Raphael said. That's right. The female angel nodded. That's good. It'll save us a lot of trouble if the spirits of Nether do it. Raphael nodded. The spirits of Nether was a powerful race on the Eldritch Universe's 10,000 races list. This race was notorious in the Eldritch Universe because they loved to assassinate. And their success rate was extremely high. Every member of this race was a top-notch assassin. Many races in the universe wanted to destroy the spirits of Nether, but the spirits of Nether had the backing of the demons, one of the top 10 races. And there were rumors that many spirits of Nether were secretly working for the Heavenly Palace. So even though many races wanted to destroy the spirits of Nether, they didn't have the guts to do so. Finding the spirits of Nether to kill Lu Ming was a good idea. The angels discussed for a while, and then Raphael set off with a few people. In a very remote building in Nantian City, Raphael met an elder of the spirits of Nether. The old man's eyes were filled with a cold aura and killing intent. Angels, it's rare to see you here. What's the matter? The elder of the spirits of Nether said. His voice was cold and creepy. I'm here to kill someone. Raphael said. Oh? Who? The elder of the spirits of Nether asked. On the 33rd wall, a second-class heavenly soldier named Mu Yun. Raphael said. A second-class heavenly soldier must be the captain. He has his own team and can form a battle formation. He's not easy to deal with. The elder of the spirits of Nether frowned. A battle formation formed by a team was extremely powerful. If one wanted to kill such a person, they would have to send out an emperor god. However, in Nantian City, god emperors had god emperors missions. Furthermore, god emperors usually went to high-level areas. The chances of them being in the same area as a second-class heavenly soldier were too low. You don't have to worry about the other party's battle formation. We already have a way to deal with it. We just need to bribe one of their members. When the time comes, as long as one person doesn't cooperate, it will be very difficult for their battle formation to succeed. Rafid said. The spirit of Ninine Elder fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, Do you have any detailed information about Mu Yun? Let me see it. Of course. Lafitte nodded. A jade talisman appeared in his hand, and he passed it to the spirit of Yin Clan's old man. The angels were already prepared. They had collected Lu Ming's information in a very comprehensive manner. The spirit of Ninine old man took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His expression immediately changed. This is a peerless monster who controls 2 great killing weapons. His strength is astonishing, and he also has a second-class celestial soldier armor. This kind of person is extremely difficult to kill. The spirit of Ninine old man said. Lafitte snorted coldly in his heart. He knew that the spirit of Ninine old man was making all sorts of excuses because he wanted a higher price. His great killing weapons and second-class celestial soldier armor are easy to deal with. We will provide the forbidden weapon domain seal. It can make his great killing weapons and second-class celestial soldier armor ineffective. At that time, he will be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lafitte said. You are actually willing to take out the forbidden weapon domain seal. I really don't know how Muyun offended you. Hee hee. The spirit of 9 old man laughed a few times, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Alright, are you going to take it or not? If not, we will have to find someone else. Lafitte said. Of course, we will take it. A voice sounded. The one who spoke was not the spirit of 9 old man, but another person. Unknowingly, a young man had appeared in the room. It was a young spirit of 9. The pupils of Lafitte and the others shrank rapidly. They did not notice when this young spirit of 9 came in. And Xing, you are in Xing. You have also come to Nantian City? Then, Lafitte seemed to recognize the young spirit of 9 and cried out in surprise. This young man was called in Xing, and he was a very famous genius. This was because this person was also a candidate for the Universe Genius list. Although he was still young, his strength was extremely powerful and strange. Let me see. And Xing stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade talisman in the spirit of 9 old man's hand. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and an interested expression appeared on his face. A peerless monster. Good, very good. I love to kill monsters the most in my life. I will accept this mission. Leave the forbidden weapon domain seal behind. And Xing said. All right. Lafitte nodded and revealed a happy expression. With the help of the Dark Star, Lu Ming had no other choice but to die. However, don't be careless. Other than Muyun, he has a few companions beside him. They are also very strong. One is the genius of the world divine turtle race, and the other is the elf princess Ling Yue. Lafitte also introduced Dandan and Ling Yue in detail. Don't worry about this. We have our own ways. They are going to the Star Devil Island next, right? The 55th city wall I am on is not going to the Star Devil Island. I will need your angel race to do something about this. And Xing said. Don't worry about this. We will arrange it. We have provided so much. I hope you can succeed in one go. Lafitte said. In order to kill Lu Ming, they had spent a lot of money. They had even taken out the forbidden weapon domain seal. However, Lu Ming had a great killing weapon and a second-class heavenly soldier battle armor on him. There was nothing they could do about it. Both sides hit it off immediately. After discussing the details, Lafitte left. A peerless monster? Hee hee, become my stepping stone, become my in-spirit killer. And Xing sneered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming and the others returned to Nantian City. After resting for about 7 days, they received a new order. This time, their target was the third great area, the Star Devil Island. The Star Devil Island was a third great area. Naturally, it was much more dangerous than the second great area. Therefore, all the members of the 33rd City Wall were mobilized. In addition, the experts of the other sections of the city wall were also mobilized. Furthermore, the first-class heavenly soldier commandant of each section of the city wall would personally head over to hold the line. Most of those who could become first-class heavenly soldiers were experts in the Divine Lord realm. Of course, there were also some who didn't have the cultivation of the Divine Lord realm but had accumulated merit points. However, there were only a few of them, and all of them were top-notch monsters. The first-class heavenly soldier Lu Danning of the 33rd City Wall was a Divine Lord realm expert. In the third great area, there were Devil Lord realm demons. Therefore, the purpose of these Divine Lords was to deal with these Devil Lords. As for the demons below the Devil Lord realm, they would be left to Lu Ming and the others. The Astral Demon Island was a third-level area. It was extremely dangerous. There were countless demons of the 7th Godly Emperor layer and above. There were many more demons than the 8 Snakes Mountain range. Besides, the terrain of the Astral Demon Island was completely different from the 8 Snakes Mountain range. This was a vast and boundless lake. In the middle of the lake, there were many islands. They were like stars in the universe, which was why it was called the Astral Devil Island. On that day, a large number of celestial soldiers arrived at the outskirts of the astral demon island. From afar, they couldn't see the end of the island. It was too vast. Lu Ming and the others were among the group of celestial soldiers. The people of the 33rd city wall were all there. Not only the 33rd city wall, there were also many people from the other city walls. When you enter the astral demon island, you have to be careful. You have to form a battle formation. Besides, the demons of the third level area are different from those of the second level area. Some demons can't be judged by their cultivation level. Some demons are extremely strong. For example, some demons have the cultivation level of the 9th godly emperor layer, but they are much stronger than ordinary demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Danning warned them seriously. Everyone nodded and remembered Lu Danning's words. Let's go. A tall and sturdy man spoke. This person was the captain of another section of the city wall. He was a first-rate heavenly soldier and also a divine emperor expert. Let's go. The other captains nodded. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Their silhouettes flickered and they disappeared. They were heading towards the depths of the astral demon island. Godly emperors had tasks for them. They had to eliminate the godly emperors of the astral demon island. Let's go. Kill our way in and obtain the blood of the demons. The moment the various first-rate celestial soldiers left, the captains of the various sections of the city wall gave their orders one after another. They led their respective teams and charged towards the constellation Devil Island, disappearing into the vast constellation Devil Island. Lu Ming led his troops and rushed towards the astral demon island. After entering the starry Devil Island, all of them split up. Each of the captains led a group and flew off in different directions. The astral demon island was extremely vast. They weren't afraid of stealing other people's demons. Swoosh. Swoosh, Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. Not long after, an island appeared in front of them. If there was an island, there would usually be demons. They rushed towards the island. Bang bang bang, they had yet to reach the island when the lake water below exploded continuously. A large group of demons dashed out of the lake and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill. Kill these heavenly palace people. Demonic chi soared to the sky, and demonic sabers, demonic swords, demonic claws, demonic lights, and the light covered the sky as they rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Battle formation. Lu Ming shouted. Fortunately, when they were flying earlier, the team was not in disarray. They were arranged according to the battle formation. At this moment, they could activate the battle formation in an instant. Following Lu Ming's shout, the battle formation was activated. Golden rays of light flashed out and transformed into a golden light shield, enveloping Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Boom! With a series of explosions, the attacks of these demons were all blocked by the light barrier. So many strong demons, at least 30 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's heart was pounding. As soon as the demons attacked, he could roughly sense their cultivation level. There were at least 30 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer, hundreds of demons of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer, and more than 3,000 demons of the 7th godly emperor layer. No wonder they were in the 3rd level area. This was only an island in the periphery of the constellation Demon Island, and surprisingly, there were so many strong cultivators. One could imagine how many strong demons were gathered on the constellation Demon Island. It was difficult to count the number of demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. However, these demons were no match for them at all. Needless to say, they had a combat formation. Even if they did not, Lu Ming could kill all these demons alone. Die! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. Golden lights turned into a golden battle sword and swept across the sky. Slash, blood splashed on the surface of the lake. In a flash, over 100 demons had been killed. Die! Die! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. Golden sword lights flashed, and the demons couldn't compete with him. Their corpses fell like raindrops on the surface of the lake. They're too strong, hurry up and retreat. Let's go. The remaining demons panicked. They retreated frantically, wanting to escape. However, Lu Ming and the rest were in hot pursuit. After a round of fierce killing, at least 70% of the demons were killed. The remaining demons fled in all directions. Collect the demon spirit blood. Don't panic, ordered Lu Ming. In this place, they had to maintain a battle formation at all times, otherwise, it would be dangerous. They started collecting the demon spirit blood while maintaining a battle formation. At that moment, Lu Ming saw a large number of demons fly out of the island, but they weren't flying towards them, they were flying towards the depths of the constellation Demon Island. Obviously, those demons had been waiting to ambush them. When they realized that they couldn't compete with Lu Ming and the others, they started retreating. Lu Ming and the others didn't chase them, they continued collecting the demon spirit blood. After a short time, they collected all the demon spirit blood and flew towards the island. When they arrived, they didn't see any demons. All the demons had retreated, leaving behind an empty island. We've been discovered by the demons. Next, we have to be careful, Lu Ming warned. Then, they continued forward. Not long after, they saw another demon island. When they carefully approached it, they realized that this demon island was still empty and the demons had retreated. It seems that the demons have retreated to the depths, Ling Yue said. Perhaps they've retreated to a bigger island to meet up with the other demons to deal with us, Lu Ming added. This was normal. If he were in their shoes, he would do the same. Next, they continued forward. They passed by several islands in a row, but they didn't find any traces of the demons. Finally, after passing by 6 islands in a row, they found the 7th island. This island was very large. Its area was probably even larger than the previous 6 islands combined. And this island had demons. The Heavenly Palace's bastards are here. Set up the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. On the island in front, roars could be heard. Then, demonic energy soared into the sky, and demonic shadows appeared in the demonic energy. So many demons, someone in Lu Ming's team exclaimed. It seems that the demons on the previous 6 islands have all retreated to this island, another person said. As for Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue, they looked at each other. It was the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array again, the 3 of them muttered in their hearts. Let's take a closer look, Lu Ming ordered. Lu Ming and the rest approached the island and discovered that there were many devil figures on the island. Their devil chi towered up into the sky, and experts were as common as the clouds. It was unknown how many powerful devils there were. These devils laid down the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation, forming several gigantic devil figures that stood in the 4 corners of the island. The people from the desolate universe are here. Kill them. Kill. When Lu Ming and the rest approached, the devils on the island discovered Lu Ming. All of them roared and controlled the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation to attack Lu Ming and the rest. Swish, a gigantic devil figure wielding a devil saber slashed down at Lu Ming, exuding towering devil might. Retreat. Lu Ming immediately gave the order and they quickly retreated to the back to avoid this attack. The space trembled as another powerful devil figure rushed towards Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest retreated again, increasing the distance between them. The devils no longer pursued them and retreated back to the island. Dandan, I'll leave this to you, Lu Ming spoke to Dandan. No problem. Dandan laughed. His figure flickered in the air as he started to set up the formation. He had already broken the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation a few times and could be considered familiar with it. The speed at which he set it up was extremely fast. Not long after, Dandan's figure returned. Done. Dandan laughed confidently. Brothers and sisters, let's kill the devils. Lu Ming spoke. Ha ha ha, kill the devils. Kill. Lu Ming's group members all cheered loudly. They also knew that Dandan's Tao of formations was extremely strong. Previously, he had broken the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation. Hence, they were extremely confident this time around. They formed a battle formation and rushed towards the island again. On the island, the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation was activated. Several gigantic devil figures rushed towards Lu Ming and the rest. Rise. At that moment, Dandan attacked. Runes filled the sky, forming a huge battle. Countless runes filled the void, causing the fiend devil's myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation to tremble, revealing a flaw. According to Dandan's instructions, Lu Ming and the others launched an attack. The golden sword light slashed at a huge demonic shadow. With a deafening boom, the demonic shadow was disintegrated. Many abyss devils had perished inside. Lu Ming and the others didn't stop there. They continued to operate the formation and charged towards the second gigantic demonic shadow. The second gigantic demonic shadow also couldn't escape the fate of being defeated. Bang! Bang! Following a series of explosions, the remaining gigantic demonic shadows were blown apart one after another. The 10,000 demons god slaughtering array was broken. Without the 10,000 demons god slaughtering grand formation, these abyss devils weren't a match for Lu Ming and the others. They were killed by Lu Ming and the others as if they were vegetables. Their corpses fell into the lake like raindrops. Just as Lu Ming and the others were hunting the abyss devils, there were a few cold eyes staring at Lu Ming and the others in the dark. One of them was the peerless monster of the spirits of Yin and Xing. The others were also experts of the spirits of Yin. They can actually break the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation of the abyss devils. One of the spirits of Yin let out a shocked voice. However, it was a voice transmission and didn't spread out. It's that world's divine turtle. That should be a rare monster among the divine turtles of the world. His attainments in runic formations are actually so strong. Interesting. Remember, we have to keep this world's divine turtle for us to use. Also, that elf princess Ling Yue is quite strong. Don't kill her. I want to keep her by my side and make her my plaything. And Xing opened his mouth, his eyes burning with passion. He didn't want to kill Dandan and Ling Yue. Needless to say, Ling Yue's strength and appearance moved his heart. And Dandan's attainments in runic formations also moved his heart. If they could bring Dandan with them, then the speed of hunting abyss devils in this dark universe would be at least 10 times faster. With Dandan, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the 10,000 demons god slaughtering grand formation of the abyss devils or other great formations. Hunting abyss devils represented merit points. Merit points represented treasures and strength. I didn't expect that I would make such a discovery on this trip to kill Mu Yun. Not bad. And Xing was very satisfied. However, he didn't plan to make a move now. If they made a move now, even if they could kill Lu Ming and the others, they themselves would become the target of the abyss devils. They had to wait until there were no abyss devils before making a move. The more abyss devils you kill, the better. In any case, these spoils of war will be mine sooner or later. Dark Star sneered. The hunt continued. Very quickly, more than half of the abyss devils on the island were killed by Lu Ming and the others. The rest scattered and fled in all directions. Then, Lu Ming and the others began to collect the abyss devil spirit blood. While collecting the abyss devil spirit blood, they maintained their formation and were on guard against any sneak attacks from the abyss devils. However, all the abyss devils here had escaped. Even when they were about to finish collecting the abyss devil's spirit blood, no abyss devils had attacked them. At this moment, who is it? Lu Ming suddenly shouted coldly as he stared in a certain direction. His eyes were bright and filled with killing intent. The other members of Lu Ming's team looked in that direction curiously, because there was nothing there. What did Lu Ming discover? If you don't come out, don't blame me for making a move. Lu Ming shouted coldly again. It wasn't that Lu Ming had discovered something, but that the Bone Devil had discovered something. Just now, the Bone Devil had told Lu Ming that there should be a creature hiding in that direction, spying on them. Lu Ming didn't discover it himself, but he naturally didn't doubt the Bone Devil, so he immediately reprimanded the Bone Devil. There was a ripple in that place, and then, 3 figures suddenly appeared. I didn't expect your spiritual sense to be so sharp that you could discover our existence. You're really amazing. A young man said coldly. These 3 people were naturally the 3 spirits of Yin experts, including Dark Star. The one who spoke was Dark Star. At this moment, there was some surprise in Dark Star's eyes. There was almost no race in the entire primitive universe that could compare with their concealment skills. Logically speaking, Lu Ming and the others shouldn't have discovered them. However, the fact was that Lu Ming had discovered them. What a wonderful concealment skill. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He was also very shocked. Because he didn't discover it at all. If it wasn't for the Bone Devil, he wouldn't have known that there were experts hiding behind him. This was a very dangerous sign. You are from the spirits of Yin race. At this moment, Ling Yue opened her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. Spirits of Yin race. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The spirits of Yin race was a notorious race in the universe. He had naturally heard of it before. They aren't moving as a team, but as a few people. There's only one explanation for this situation, and that is, they want to assassinate someone. Their target is most likely us. Dandan also spoke. Hee, you guys guessed right. Our target is you guys. Dark Star smiled and directly admitted it, appearing very confident. We are all heavenly soldiers. If you Yin spirits want to assassinate us, this is against the rules of the heavens. Ling Yue shouted. As long as you all die, who knows how you died? Dying at the hands of demons is too normal. Dark Star sneered. Then, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was very strange. It was as if it had no color, as if it was transparent. It was a transparent sword, but it emitted a terrifying aura. This was a great killing weapon, it was a top-notch weapon of mass destruction. Kill! Dark Star shouted coldly and stabbed out with his sword. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have quieted down. Even the surging lake had calmed down. In the world, there was only a terrifying invisible sword shadow that charged towards Lu Ming. Battle formation! Lu Ming shouted, wanting to activate the battle formation to deal with Dark Star. However, just as he was activating the battle formation, Lu Ming discovered that the battle formation was not operating smoothly. Just as the golden sword light was about to condense, it collapsed with a loud bang. This is bad. The expressions of Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others changed drastically. At this time, there was actually a problem with the battle formation. At this time, Lu Ming wanted to take out the Zephyr Pearl and the Ice Xian Rod to block, but it was already too late. It was already too late. At the critical moment, Lu Ming could only activate the Heavenly Soldier battle armor on his body. Bang! The Heavenly Soldier battle armor lit up and a layer of light floated out. Just as the light barrier appeared, the sword light had already slashed onto the light barrier. With a bang, the light barrier shook and successfully blocked the sword light. A second-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor could block the full-strength attack of a first-level Divine Emperor. Although the power of Dark Star's sword was extremely strong, it had not reached the attack power of a Divine Emperor. After blocking this sword, the Zephyr Pearl and the Ice Xian Rod appeared in Lu Ming's hands at the same time. As for Ling Yue, a bloodied Elven King Bao also appeared in her hands. You traitor! Dandan roared angrily. Lu Ming's gaze also swept over. A figure broke away from Lu Ming's group and rushed towards Dark Star's group. Traitor, needless to say, everyone understood that there was a traitor among them. That was why the battle formation didn't operate smoothly and didn't operate successfully. The battle formation of the Heavenly Palace was complementary to each other. It required 50 people to work together to activate it successfully. If one person did not cooperate, or if one person was missing, it would be difficult for the battle formation to operate successfully. This was also the weakness of this battle formation. Once it was activated, its power would be extremely great. However, if one of them died, the battle formation would not be able to be activated. They were all interconnected, and not a single one could be missing. This was also why Lu Danning had repeatedly warned them not to split up and to maintain their formation. It was a young man who had seemed very honest and had always followed Lu Ming's lead. Who would have thought that he would betray Lu Ming at the critical moment? Soon, the young man came to Dark Star's side and heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, he knew how terrifying Lu Ming's group was. However, when he came to Dark Star's side, he finally felt at ease. Well done. Dark Star smiled at the young man. Thank you for your praise, young Master Dark Star. This is what I should do. The young man nodded and bowed with a flattering look. Dark Star nodded. Suddenly, the sword in his hand shot out and pierced toward the young man. The young man did not expect Dark Star to suddenly attack him. He couldn't dodge at all. With a puff, his glabella was pierced by the sword and his soul was instantly annihilated. You, the young man instinctively widened his eyes and stared at Darkstar in disbelief. Clearly, he did not expect Darkstar to suddenly attack and kill him. I've always believed that only a dead person is the safest. As long as you're dead, his battle formation will definitely be broken. Also, if you're dead, the news won't be leaked. Rest in peace. Darkstar said coldly. With a splash, the young man's corpse fell into the lake. From the beginning, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for a traitor who had been killed. I really want to know, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming asked. You don't need to know that. Darkstar said. Even if you don't say it, I can guess. It must be the Angel clan, right? Lu Ming said, his eyes fixed on the Darkstar. Darkstar's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. His team member had obviously been bribed by the Angel clan. Even if you have guessed correctly, so what? Today, you are doomed. Darkstar said coldly. His murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger. The other two spirits of Yin clan's experts were also releasing murderous intent. Do you think that you can kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. He could already see that Darkstar's cultivation level was at the 4th Divine Emperor layer. The other two spirits of Yin clan's experts were at the 6th Divine Emperor layer. With such cultivation level, even if they were peerless geniuses, Lu Ming would not be afraid. The three of you want to kill us? You're really courting death. Dandan shouted furiously. His eyes were filled with hostility. Is that so? Darkstar sneered and a talisman appeared in his hand. Bang, and Xing crushed the seal in his hand. Then, an invisible ripple spread out. In an instant, an area of 100,000 miles was enveloped by this invisible ripple. That's the Forbidden Weapon Domain Talisman. Ling Yuwei's expression changed drastically. It's the Forbidden Weapon Domain Talisman. Lu Ming's expression also changed. He immediately activated the Zephyr Bead, but he realized that the connection between him and the Zephyr Bead had been cut off. He could not draw out the Zephyr Bead. Then, he tried to control the Ice Xian Rod, but there was no movement from the Ice Xian Rod, as if it was also blocked by some kind of power. Not only that, the second-class Heavenly Soldier battle armor on his body actually began to shrink, fusing into his body and disappearing. Under the Forbidden Weapon Domain, no divine armament could be controlled. My battle armor. My divine armament can't be used either. The others also cried out in alarm, their expressions ugly. Similarly, Ling Yuwei's blood-stained Elven King Bao could not be used either. Mu Yun, your only reliance is the second-class Heavenly Soldier battle armor and two great killing weapons. Now, you can't even use them under the Forbidden Weapon Domain. What else can you rely on? Darkstar sneered. The transparent killing weapon in his hand also disappeared. Under the Forbidden Weapon Domain, our divine armament can't be used, but your divine armament can't be used either. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Lu Ming said. Yes, the Forbidden Weapon Domain did not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as one was within the range of the Forbidden Weapon Domain, no matter which side it was, they would be affected and unable to use their divine armament. Without the ultimate weapon, it's more than enough for me to kill you. And Xing said indifferently, revealing his strong confidence. He clenched his fist and condensed his divine force into a long sword. Sharp sword chi whizzed out and cut the space apart. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll kill Mu Yun myself. And Xing instructed the other two spirits of Yin experts. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared not far away from Lu Ming and stabbed his sword towards Lu Ming's glabella. Without the ultimate weapon, you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He appeared on the right side of Xing and slashed his palm down like a knife. However, Xing quickly changed his move. The sword gleam pierced to the right in an instant and collided with Lu Ming's palm. There was a loud bang and the force spread in all directions. Both of them retreated at the same time. What a strong force. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This Xing's strength was really strong. Lu Ming estimated that Xing should have the strength to fight someone who was 4 levels higher than him in the Divine Emperor realm. No wonder this person was so confident that he could kill Lu Ming without the ultimate weapon. After all, his cultivation level was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. Your strength. What Xing didn't know was that he was even more shocked. His strength was 1 level higher than Lu Ming. His move just now was actually a draw with Lu Ming. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could fight someone who was 5 levels higher than him? How could he be so strong? Interesting, really interesting. I haven't killed such a monster before. Mu Yun, I'll definitely kill you. In the next moment, Xing's eyes were filled with madness. He roared, "Spirit of an assassin, come out." Buzz, Darkstar's body emitted a strong wave of energy. Black doors of light flickered. Following that, a few figures flashed out from the light. There were a total of 7 figures, however, these 7 figures weren't from the same clan. They seemed to be from 7 different clans. They looked very young and lifelike. One of them was actually from the Elf clan. Ling Hai, so Ling Hai was killed by you. Ling Yue shouted, her figure revealing a look of anger. Ling Hai used to be a top genius of the Elf clan. He was able to fight someone who was 3 levels above him in the Divine Emperor realm. His future was limitless. However, a few hundred years ago, when Ling Hai went out to train, he disappeared without a trace. From the looks of it, Ling Hai had died in the hands of Darkstar. Ha ha ha, that's right. Ling Hai did die in my hands and became one of my in-spirit assassins. The rest of you are also qualified to become my in-spirit assassins. Especially you, Mu Yun. It's your honor to become my in-spirit assassin and fight for me. Xing laughed maniacally. At the same time, the 7 figures all rushed toward Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The nether spirit assassin that he cultivated required extremely powerful geniuses. This was because the nether spirit assassin could grow with him. The more talented the nether spirit assassin was, the faster it would grow and the stronger it would be. Lu Ming was too suitable. A look of disgust appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He had already seen through Xing's cultivation method. It was incomparably cruel and disgusting. Battle character art, 6 times battle strength. At this moment, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 6 times. His entire body emitted a hazy light as he activated all kinds of secret techniques in his cells. With a wave of his hand, 7 demonic swords formed and charged toward the 7 spirit assassins. It was the great demonic sword technique. At the same time, Lu Ming charged toward Xing. At this moment, Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the limit. Come, sinister 18 kills. Xing roared and also burst out with his full strength. He charged toward Lu Ming. Sword shadows crisscrossed, cutting out terrifying sword scars in the void. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The 2 of them continuously collided and launched an intense battle. For a moment, there was no clear victor. Xing indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this moment, he had burst out with his full strength, and his battle strength had actually increased by a level. Lu Ming estimated that even if Xing didn't have the strength to fight across 5 levels, he still had the strength to fight across 4.5 levels. As for Lu Ming, when he used his full strength, he could fight across 5.5 levels. Lu Ming's cultivation just happened to be 1 level lower than his opponent's, so the 2 of them actually fought to a draw. While the 2 of them were fighting, the other 2 In Spirit race experts also charged toward Ling Yue, Dandan, and the others. Kill! Ling Yue shouted as a towering tree appeared behind her. A battle bow also appeared in her hand. This wasn't a divine weapon, but her origin secret technique. Swoosh, an arrow pierced through the air and shot toward one of the In Spirit race experts. Clang, the arrow collided with the sword of the In Spirit race expert. The sword in the In Spirit race expert's hand trembled incessantly, and his pouncing figure also stopped. The In Spirit race expert revealed a look of shock. His attack had actually been blocked by Ling Yue. One had to know that he had the cultivation of the 6th Divine Emperor layer, and was a top monster. He could fight across 2.5 levels, and killing an existence of the 8th Divine Emperor layer would be easy. And Ling Yue, who was only at the 4th Divine Emperor layer, was actually able to block his attack. Could it be that Ling Yue could fight across 4.5 levels? This was too terrifying. Wasn't this level of monster about the same as in Xing? There weren't many monsters of this level in the entire desolate universe, right? However, while this spirit of Nining expert was blocked, the other spirit of Nining expert was unstoppable. He charged over, his sword turning into a sword shadow. With a stab, 5 people were pierced through the forehead by the sword chi and died on the spot. Run! The others shouted in fear and turned to run. Without the battle formation, Lu Ming's team members were no match for these Yin spirit race assassins. Only Dandan relied on the formation to block this person's attack. You want to leave? You're all going to die. This spirit of Yin Yang expert attacked continuously. Sword light flashed, and every time his sword stabbed out, more than one person would be killed. In a flash, more than 10 people died at his hands. Spare me, I'm willing to rely on you. Spare me, I'm willing to cooperate with you to kill Mu Yun. Some people were so scared that they directly begged for mercy, betraying Lu Ming on the spot. These people didn't have any deep friendship with Lu Ming. On one hand, they were under Lu Ming's command because of the Heavenly Palace's arrangement, and on the other hand, they wanted to earn merit points. Now that they were facing a life and death crisis, of course, they directly betrayed Lu Ming. Damn traitor! Shouted Dandan furiously. Runes surrounded his body, forming a great formation, blocking the attacks of the Yin spirit race expert. At the same time, there were runes constantly filling the air and disappearing into the void. Die for me. The Yin spirit race expert didn't intend to let them go at all because the news of them killing Lu Ming and the others couldn't be exposed. From the very beginning, the spirits of Yin race had never planned to let Lu Ming's team go. This was because only the dead would not leak the news. For safety's sake, it was best to get rid of all of them. Swoosh! Swoosh, sword shadows tore through the air, each of them emitting a terrifying might. In Lu Ming's team, other than Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan, no one else was able to block a single move. Every time the sword shadow slashed out, a person would fall. Run! The rest of the people fled in all directions in fear. However, that spirits of Yin race expert was shockingly fast. He could barely see him, and only sword light could be seen flashing in the air. Every time it flickered, a person would be killed. At this time, Dandan quickly approached Ling Yue. At the same time, runes were constantly emitting from his body, rushing into the air and disappearing. Ling Yue continued to exchange blows with the spirits of Yin race expert. Ling Yue had already shot out 10 arrows, but they were all blocked by the spirits of Yin race expert. However, the spirits of Yin race expert was also unable to do anything to Ling Yue. He was unable to get close to Ling Yue, and the two of them were in a stalemate. Let me help you! Dandan shouted. With a wave of his hand, countless runes filled the air, transforming into chains that wrapped around the spirits of Yin race expert. However, the spirits of Yin race expert was extremely agile. With a continuous flash, he dodged the chains formed by Dandan's formation. At this time, the rest of Lu Ming's team had all been killed, and their corpses fell onto the surface of the lake. After killing these people, the spirits of Yin race expert returned and joined forces with another spirits of Yin race expert to attack Ling Yue and Dandan. Great Array, rise! Densely packed runes appeared in the air as Dandan continued to tap the air. This was the formation he had set up earlier. The more time one spent setting up a formation, the stronger the formation would be. This formation was clearly stronger than the one Dandan had casually set up. Roar roar roar, countless runes interweaved into a large formation, condensing into huge golden crocodiles that pounced towards the two spirits of Yin experts. The attacks of the two spirits of Yin experts were immediately blocked by the golden crocodiles. As for Ling Yue, she would shoot out an arrow from time to time. Each arrow was extremely powerful and could threaten the lives of two Spirit of Yin clan experts. The two Spirit of Yin clan experts had no choice but to focus on dealing with it. In this way, Dandan and Ling Yue were in a stalemate with the two Spirit clan experts. On the other side, Lu Ming and Xing were also in a deadlock. The two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Damn it! Lu Ming watched his own team members being killed one by one. Although they didn't have any friendship with each other, and some of them had even targeted him before, it still made Lu Ming's murderous intent reach its peak. His eyes were also extremely cold. He had to kill Dark Star and the others. Actually, Dark Star and the others were also roaring in their hearts. Obviously, the strength of Lu Ming and the others had completely exceeded their expectations. He didn't expect that after breaking Lu Ming and the others' formation and using the forbidden weapon domain to block Lu Ming and the others' killing weapons, Lu Ming and the others were actually this powerful with just their own strength. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Dandan and Ling Yuwei's strength was the same. Originally, he was completely confident, but he didn't expect that there would be a stalemate. Kill, kill, kill. Today, we must kill these people. And Xing roared in his heart as he attacked with all his might. However, Lu Ming's strength was astonishing. 3 ancient secret techniques were casually used, and they were incomparably mysterious, completely blocking his attacks. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor between the two of them. Lu Ming, can you stall that guy for a while? At this moment, Dandan secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze moved slightly as he said, "You want to set up a formation?" "That's right. As long as you give me some time, I will be able to set up a powerful formation. It will be enough for us to escape." Dandan replied with a sound transmission. "No, I want you to set up a formation to trap the enemy. I want all these people to stay here." Lu Ming replied, his voice extremely cold. Are you confident in dealing with that guy? That guy is very troublesome." Dandan said. That guy was naturally referring to Dark Star. "I've already found this guy's flaw." Lu Ming said. "Alright, let's do it. Don't worry, I will set up a great formation to trap the enemy." Dandan replied, revealing an excited expression. As he spoke, runes appeared on his skin, pores, and even his mouth and hair. He had already begun to set up a formation. This guy was like the incarnation of runes. His speed of setting up a formation far exceeded that of an ordinary person. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted as he continued to attack, fighting with Dark Star. As for Ling Yue and Dandan, it was obvious that they had already discussed this beforehand. They were focused on defense and looked as if they couldn't hold on any longer. This way, the spirits of Yin race saw hope. "You two, hurry up and deal with that turtle and the elf princess. Right now, I don't want them alive, just kill them. After dealing with them, help me kill Muyun." Dark Star sent a sound transmission to the 2 spirits of Yin race experts. He really had no other choice. Lu Ming's battle prowess had far exceeded his expectations. He realized that he really couldn't deal with Lu Ming by himself. He could only wait for the other 2 spirits of Yin race experts to deal with Ling Yue and Dandan and help him deal with Lu Ming together. "Don't worry." The 2 spirits of Yin race experts replied as they used all their strength to attack with all their might. However, what made them depressed was that they felt that Dandan and Ling Yue couldn't hold on any longer and were on the verge of collapse. After they attacked with all their might for a period of time, Dandan and Ling Yue were still on the verge of collapse, but they still didn't fall. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Dark Star had exchanged a few hundred moves. The 2 monstrous geniuses had exchanged a few hundred moves, causing the world to darken and the sun and moon to lose their light. "Damn it!" Dark Star roared. "The one who deserves to die is you. Now, let's finish you off." At this moment, Lu Ming spoke coldly. Because just now, Dandan had sent him a sound transmission that the formation had already been set up. Mu Yun, I admit that you are very strong. Your strength is not weaker than mine, but if you want to kill me, dream on." Dark Star sneered. He admitted that he couldn't kill Lu Ming, but it was also impossible for Lu Ming to kill him. He was very confident in this point. "Is that so?" The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer, and then, he suddenly charged towards one of the Yin spirit assassins of Dark Star. Previously, the 7 Yin spirit assassins of Dark Star had been working together with Dark Star to attack Lu Ming, but they were all blocked by Lu Ming with various methods. At this moment, Lu Ming rushed towards the Yin spirit assassin, but the door was wide open. He's really courting death. Dark Star's eyes lit up. In his opinion, Lu Ming's move was a stupid move, and he was courting death. Lu Ming actually rushed towards a nether spirit assassin and exposed a flaw. He was simply courting death. And Xing's eyes revealed a ferocious light as he roared, "Die!" Puff, the nether spirit assassin had a pitch-black dagger in his hand. The dagger cut through the void and directly pierced towards Lu Ming's dantian. Puff, the dagger accurately pierced Lu Ming's dantian and directly pierced a hole through Lu Ming's dantian. "Ha ha ha, let's see how you will die." And Xing laughed crazily. "Is that so?" At this moment, Lu Ming said coldly. His face was still very calm, as if the person whose dantian was pierced by the dagger wasn't him. The smile on Xing's face disappeared and was replaced by a shocked expression. Just as Xing was about to speak, Lu Ming attacked. He punched out and hit the nether spirit assassin. With a bang, the nether spirit assassin's body directly exploded. Under the effect of the great shattering art and the great divine wind art, it turned into powder. A nether spirit assassin was killed. "Damn it, how can you be fine? How can your dantian be fine?" And Xing shouted hysterically. That nether spirit assassin had clearly pierced Lu Ming's dantian. One should know that the dantian was a vital point. The star condensed by the divine emperor realm was in the dantian. In his opinion, that move just now could directly shatter the star in Lu Ming's dantian and completely cripple Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was completely fine. He had defeated his nether spirit assassin in one move. This made him unable to wrap his head around it. Of course, he couldn't figure it out. The forbidden body didn't have a star in the dantian. There was no vital point in the body. Even the head wasn't a vital point. Therefore, even though he had pierced Lu Ming's dantian, it didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Nothing is impossible. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. Using the great divine wind art, his body moved like the wind and attacked Xing, Heavenly Chief Killing Sword. Dark Star let out a long howl and thrust out a stunning sword strike towards Lu Ming. Boom, and Xing's longsword collided with Lu Ming's palm, causing a violent explosion. But this time Xing's body violently trembled and he was forced to retreat. His face was somewhat pale. This time, he was actually at a disadvantage. One had to know that previously, he and Lu Ming were evenly matched when they clashed head-on. Sure enough, this guy's strength is related to the Yin Spirit Assassin. He can get the bonus of the Yin Spirit Assassin's strength. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. In fact, after exchanging dozens of blows, he had already noticed something fishy and had a guess in his heart. With his taboo power, he could have used the method of mutual destruction to get rid of the Dark Spirit Assassin from the Dark Star. However, Dandan had sent him a voice transmission at that time. Thus, he decided to stall the Dark Spirit Assassin until now. Now that Dandan had successfully set up the array formation, Lu Ming naturally did not want to tangle with the other party. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the other 16 Spirit Assassins attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming waved his palm like a knife and blasted out 6 blows in a row. He exchanged one blow with each of the 16 Spirit Assassins. Originally, there were 17 Spirit Assassins. Now that there was one less, their combat strength was naturally weaker. After exchanging one blow with Lu Ming, they all retreated a few steps. Swoosh, Lu Ming directly rushed towards one of the Yin Spirit Assassins and attacked with all his might. He completely ignored the Yin Spirit Assassin's attack. Puff, the Yin Spirit Assassin's attack pierced through the Yin Spirit Assassin's heart. However, Lu Ming acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to attack and bombarded the Yin Spirit Assassin. With a boom, the Yin Spirit Assassin followed in the footsteps of the previous Yin Spirit Assassin. He was blasted into pieces by Lu Ming and was completely destroyed. How is this possible?" And Xing roared. "Kill!" Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. His attacks were like a storm as he attacked the other Yin Spirit Assassins. With one less Yin Spirit Assassin, he was even less of a match for Lu Ming and was blasted back. Lu Ming stared at another Yin Spirit Assassin and attacked. He still opened his array formation wide and did not look like he was defending. "I don't believe it. Kill, kill, kill." And Xing roared. Under his control, the Yin spirit assassin attacked Lu Ming crazily. This time, the Yin spirit assassin attacked Lu Ming's head. Puff, a long sword pierced through Lu Ming's forehead and penetrated Lu Ming's head. Let's see how you're going to die this time. And Xing roared. No matter who it was, the head was definitely a vital point. It was the place where one's soul was stored. If the head was damaged, even if one didn't die, he would be seriously injured. But at the next moment, and Xing's eyes widened rapidly, revealing an expression of horror and disbelief. Because Lu Ming was completely fine. With a punch, he blew up the third Yin spirit assassin. And the wound between Lu Ming's eyebrows was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Monster, you're a monster, you, and Xing roared hysterically. Dantian, heart, and head. These three vital points had been pierced, but Lu Ming was still fine. If this wasn't a monster, then what was? I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The taboo energy in his body boiled. A large number of ordinary secret techniques erupted, turning into a dazzling light that merged with the taboo energy. Then, they blasted toward Xing and the remaining 4 Yin spirit assassins. Xing hurriedly tried to block. However, without the support of the 3 Yin spirit assassins, Xing was no longer a match for Lu Ming. His combat strength was weaker than Lu Ming's. He and the 4 Yin spirit assassins were blasted back by Lu Ming. Puff, and Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. As for the 4 Yin spirit assassins, although they wouldn't spit out blood, their bodies were injured to varying degrees. Lu Ming didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Like a gust of wind, he charged toward Xing and attacked continuously. His attacks were like a storm, crushing toward Xing. Xing tried to block continuously, but he couldn't block at all. After a few moves, his face turned pale and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. He could only control the Yin spirit assassins to block Lu Ming's attacks at this moment. After a few moves, another Yin spirit assassin was killed by Lu Ming. Only 3 Yin spirit assassins were left. Xing's heart was bleeding. He had spent a lot of effort to get these Yin spirit assassins. Each of them was a peerless monster. It wasn't easy to gather 7 peerless monsters, but now, 4 of them were killed by Lu Ming in just a short while. Without 4 Yin spirit assassins, his combat strength would drop by a lot. In a battle of the same level, he might not be a match for the other universe's genius candidates. Young Master Xing. Damn it. The other 2 Yin spirit race experts wanted to save Xing, but how could Dandan and Ling Yue let them succeed? Dandan continuously activated several large arrays. One large array condensed countless sword lights. One large array condensed countless golden alligators. One large array condensed countless chains. End of chapter. Dandan continuously activated several large arrays, either attacking or trapping the enemy, firmly entangling the 2 spirit of Yin experts. At the same time, the one who posed the greatest threat was still Ling Yue. From time to time, she would shoot an arrow, specifically targeting the flaws of the 2 spirit of Yin experts. The 2 spirit of Yin experts had to pay 120% of their attention to deal with it, otherwise, if they were careless, they would be pierced by the arrow. They wanted to save Dark Star, but for a moment, they were powerless. Unknowingly, the situation of the battle had tilted towards Lu Ming's side. Dark Star, today, this place will be your burial ground. I will take your head and offer it to my team members. Lu Ming said coldly. Like a berserk Tyrannosaurus Rex, he charged towards Dark Star. Wherever his body passed, the void would be torn apart, creating sinister cracks. Mu Yun, you want to kill me? Dream on. Today, I admit that I have failed, but next time, I will not let such a situation happen. You are destined to die in my hands, and I will make you my strongest spirit of Yin assassin. Dark Star roared, and then retreated explosively. He wanted to leave. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to deal with Lu Ming. Instead, he would put himself in danger. You want to leave? Is that possible? Lu Ming sneered, and used the Great Divine Wind technique to the extreme. Like a gust of wind, he chased after Dark Star. Dark Star was already injured, and his speed was slower than Lu Ming's. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had caught up to him. Boom, Lu Ming attacked with all his might, and all sorts of methods burst out. Great divine wind technique, great shattering technique, great devil sword technique, all sorts of attacks turned into a torrent of attacks that crushed towards Dark Star. Block it for me. Dark Star's eyes revealed a ruthless look as he directly controlled a Spirit of Yin assassin to charge towards Lu Ming. No matter how precious a Spirit of Yin assassin was, it was still a worldly possession. How could it be compared to his life? As long as he was still alive, there would always be a Spirit of Yin assassin. He wanted to use the Nether Spirit Assassin to block Lu Ming's attack and help him escape. As long as he could escape the range of the Imperial Armament Domain, he would be able to use his great killing weapon. At the same time, he was also a second-rate heavenly soldier. Thus, he would be able to use his second-rate heavenly soldier battle armor. With these two divine weapons, Lu Ming would never be able to kill him. As long as he could get away, he would take revenge like crazy and let Lu Ming know the consequences of offending him. Yes, he was the one who wanted to kill Lu Ming first. In the end, he failed to kill Lu Ming. In his heart, it was Lu Ming who had offended him. Bang, another Nether Spirit Assassin was killed by Lu Ming. As such, there were only 2 Yin Spirit Assassins left by Dark Star's side. Another Nether Spirit Assassin rushed towards Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Dark Star had calculated correctly. As long as this Nether Spirit Assassin blocked him, he would have enough time to rush out of the range of the Imperial Armament Domain. His calculation was correct. Under Lu Ming's full attack, this Nether Spirit Assassin was killed by Lu Ming. However, it did block Lu Ming for a while. Lu Ming, wait for my crazy revenge. I will make you regret it. I will make you die in regret. Seeing that he was about to rush out of the range of the Imperial Armament Domain, Dark Star heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with an incomparably ferocious expression. Is that so? You are so confident that you can rush out of the range of the Imperial Armament Domain? Lu Ming sneered and chased after Dark Star at a neither fast nor slow pace. Buzz, at this moment, endless runes suddenly appeared in the void between heaven and earth. These runes intertwined together and enveloped the entire Imperial Armament Domain. These runes intertwined to form a golden wall that enveloped the area like a cage. Enemy trapping formation, 1,000 divine walls. Just now, the formation that Dandan had secretly set up was this great formation. Dark Star's expression changed. Break! With a long roar, and Xing attacked with all his strength. A sword light slashed at the golden wall. Clang, sparks flew in all directions, and the wall trembled for a moment. However, it didn't break apart and blocked Dark Star's attack. At this moment, Xing's expression not only changed, but it also changed miserably. He turned deathly pale. Ah, break for me! Dark Star screamed hysterically and attacked crazily. However, they were still blocked and did not break through. Dandan had spent a lot of time creating a gigantic deployment spell. It was enough to block the attacks of cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. However, Dark Star's attacks weren't as strong as those of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. At this time, Lu Ming had already arrived. I told you, this is where you will be buried. Lu Ming spoke coldly, but his attacks did not stop. He continued to launch attacks. At this moment, Dark Star and the last elf were resisting with all their might. However, with only 1 Yin Spirit Assassin left, Dark Star's strength had dropped drastically. Originally, when he was a Godly Emperor layer cultivator, he could fight against cultivators who were 4.5 cultivation levels higher than him. But now, he could only fight against cultivators who were 3.5 cultivation levels higher than him. The difference of 1 cultivation level in the Godly Emperor layer was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! 2 violent explosions sounded. At that moment, the last elf's body exploded and turned into ashes. As for Dark Star, half of his body had also exploded. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He had been severely injured. Boom! Lu Ming's powerful qi enveloped him. His ice-cold murderous intent made Dark Star's body tremble. You want to make me regret? You want to make me regret? I don't think you have the chance, said Lu Ming coldly. You, and Xing felt his entire body being enveloped by an icy chill. At this moment, he finally understood what fear was. Regret, at this moment, he was truly regretful. He regretted using the Imperial weapon domain. Originally, he had used the Imperial weapon domain to kill Lu Ming. But now, it had become the biggest obstacle to his survival. Using the Imperial weapon domain had turned into a trap of his own making. Mu Yun, you can't kill me. We are both heavenly soldiers. If you kill me, you will be violating the heavenly law. You will be killed by the experts of the heavenly palace. Dark Star shouted. Violating the heavenly law? You have killed so many of my men and you still want to say that you have violated the heavenly law? Don't you find it ridiculous? Lu Ming sneered. After saying that, Lu Ming directly attacked. No, you can't, Dark Star roared crazily, wanting to counterattack. Unfortunately, all the other elf assassins had been dealt with by Lu Ming. Dark Star's combat strength was already inferior to Lu Ming's by a large margin. In addition, he was severely injured. How could he counterattack? Lu Ming's attack crushed down and Dark Star's body directly exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Regret, until the last moment when he was killed by Lu Ming, Dark Star's heart was still filled with regret and remorse. Originally, he thought that killing Lu Ming was a sure thing. After killing Lu Ming, he could even refine Lu Ming into his elf assassin. With Lu Ming's talent, once he became his elf assassin, his combat strength would skyrocket. He would be invincible against those of the same level and step into the peak of the universe. He never expected that in the end, not only would he fail to kill Lu Ming, but he would also be left behind. If he had known earlier, he would never have accepted this mission. End of chapter. And Xing, a peerless genius of the Spirit of Yin race, one of the candidates for the Universe Prodigy list, died in the hands of Lu Ming with incomparable regret. With the death of Xing, the remaining two Spirit of Yin race experts were incomparably shocked and terrified. The two of them went all out. The divine power in their bodies burned fiercely as they crazily rushed out, wanting to escape. With Xing killed, Lu Ming was free to deal with them. They were in danger. You want to leave? Stay. Dandan shouted loudly as he continuously attacked to replenish the power of the array. In addition to Ling Yue's attacks, the two Spirit of Yin race experts were unable to rush out at all. Dandan, let them go. At this time, Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan. Dandan was slightly stunned at first, but then his eyes rolled around and he understood. He replied to Lu Ming with a sound transmission, "You brat, you understand, hee." After that, Dandan purposely manipulated the formation, causing it to reveal a flaw. The two Spirit of Yin race experts discovered a flaw and were immediately overjoyed. They attacked with all their strength, breaking the array in one fell swoop and rushing out of the encirclement. Swish swish, the two of them turned into two sword lights and quickly flew into the distance. However, there was still the golden wall set up by Dandan around them. Break! The two Spirit of Yin race experts roared and attacked with all their strength. They slashed out two shocking sword lights and slashed at the golden wall. With two loud booms, the golden wall actually crumbled apart. The two Spirit of Yin race experts were slightly stunned. Earlier, Dark Star had continuously bombarded the golden wall with his attacks. Yet, he was unable to break through it. Thus, how was it that the two of them were able to break through the golden wall with their combined attacks? Could it be that the golden wall was on the verge of collapse due to Dark Star's continuous bombardment? But at this moment, in the face of danger, the two Spirit of Yin race experts didn't have time to think and directly rushed out. Chase! Don't let them escape! Dandan shouted and chased after them. Lu Ming and Ling Yue also turned into two rainbow lights and followed closely behind. Both sides were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed out more than 100,000 miles. More than 100,000 miles away, they had already left the range of the forbidden weapon domain. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt his body lighten. The force that was blocking him had directly disappeared. He could once again connect with the Gale Pearl, the Ice Mysterious Rod, and the second-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor and control them. Ling Yue was the same. She directly took out her bloodied elven bow and knocked an arrow. An arrow condensed and with a show sound, it cut through the void and shot towards an expert of the Spirit of Yin race. Not good, we've been tricked, a Spirit of Yin race expert roared. At this moment, he finally understood why it was so easy for them to break out of the encirclement. It was because Lu Ming and the rest had deliberately allowed them to break out of the encirclement. They rushed out of the encirclement. Lu Ming and the rest also left the perimeter of the forbidden zone. Once Lu Ming and the group left the perimeter of the restricted area, they would be able to use their trump card immediately. As for them, although they could control the divine armament, they didn't have any great killing weapons. Moreover, they were only third-tier heavenly soldier, and their heavenly soldier battle armor was only third tier. They could only block a single attack from a 9th-level divine emperor. However, the power of the killing weapon that Ling Yue or Lu Ming was controlling was not only at the 9th level of the divine emperor realm. The spirit of Yin race expert resisted with all his might. At the same time, the armor on his body glowed with light, and a light barrier rose up, enveloping him within. However, it was all in vain. With a bang, the arrow pierced through the spirit of Yin race expert's head. The spirit of Yin race expert's head directly exploded, and even his soul was annihilated. The moment Ling Yue made her move, Lu Ming also made his move. A terrifying gale rushed out from the gale pearl, condensing into a wind blade and rushing out. Bang, the spirit of Yin race's defense was also pierced through. However, the power of the gale was slightly weaker. Although it had pierced through the third-tier heavenly soldier battle armor, it did not kill the spirit of Yin race expert. However, the second wind blade was released immediately after. The spirit of Yin race expert only let out a miserable scream before his body turned into ashes in the gale. Ha ha ha, easy to deal with. Dandan laughed. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. That's right, they had purposely let the two spirit of Yin race experts escape. If they were in the forbidden weapon domain, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue would be able to kill the two spirit of Yin race experts if they worked together. However, it would be more troublesome. If the two of them were to fight with their lives on the line, they might even be injured. However, once they left the forbidden weapon domain, they would be able to control their killing weapons. Killing these two spirit of Yin race experts would be as easy as flipping their hands. These two were different from Dark Star. Once Dark Star left the forbidden weapon domain, it would be very difficult to kill him. Therefore, they had to kill him in the forbidden weapon domain. Shall we clean up the battlefield? Lu Ming said. Next, Lu Ming and the others turned the corpses of Dark Star and the others into ashes. Then, they collected all the evil demon spirit blood. As for his team members, they were also brought to a nearby island and buried by the three of them. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Speaking of which, these people were all implicated by him. Dark Star and the others wanted to kill him. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have died. Mu Yun, you don't have to blame yourself. The main thing is that a traitor has appeared among us. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have died. Ling Yue advised, afraid that Lu Ming would have a knot in his heart. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, we must use the blood of the angel race to pay tribute to these innocent people. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. Through his previous conversation with Dark Star, he concluded that the person behind this was the angel race. He would remember this grudge. If there was a chance, he would definitely make the angel race pay the price. What should we do next? Should we return to Nantian City to replenish our troops? Or? Dandan asked. Lu Ming shook his head and said, no, replenish our troops. What if another traitor appears? It was enough for this kind of thing to happen once. Lu Ming didn't want it to happen a second time. That was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of another. This time, it was because of good luck, or perhaps because Dark Star and the others were too confident that Lu Ming and the others could turn the tables. If the other party sent out a stronger killer this time, such as someone whose combat strength exceeded the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, coupled with the appearance of a traitor and the forbidden weapon domain, they would be in danger. Being lucky this time didn't mean that they would be lucky next time. If another traitor appeared next time, and then an even stronger enemy came, wouldn't they be in danger? How about the three of us act from now on? Lu Ming said. Sure, that's exactly what I want. Dandan said. I have no objections either. The three of us will be more flexible and secretive. Ling Yue said. After that, they left and did not return to Nantian City. Instead, they continued to move around the starry demon island and hunt demons. End of this chapter. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages to the three of them moving together. The disadvantage was that their battle prowess was not strong enough. A team could set up a battle formation with powerful battle prowess. As long as they did not encounter any Divine Lord Realm experts, even if they encountered a large group of demons, they would be able to charge over and defeat them. However, if there were only 3 of them, even if they relied on their killing weapons, if they encountered a large group of demons, such as 109th level Divine Emperor Realm demons, they would definitely have to flee. With so many demons attacking together, the power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming was not afraid of relying on his Tier 2 Heavenly Soldier battle armor, but Dandan and Ling Yue were in danger. If a large number of demons set up the 10,000 demon god slaughtering formation and trapped them, Lu Ming would be in danger after a long time. Therefore, their later actions became more secretive and cautious. They didn't attack the powerful islands and only hunted the abyss devils that were alone or in small numbers. The 3 of them restrained their auras and headed towards the depths of the Star Devil Island. A day later, they had already passed through 7 or 8 Devil Islands. There's a group of demons in front of us. There are less than 100 of them. Should we make a move? Below the lake, Dandan said. They hid under the surface of the lake while Dandan set up a formation to investigate the situation outside. After a day, they finally encountered a small group of demons. Less than 100? Then let's do it. Lu Ming decided. If there were less than 100 of them, it couldn't be that all of them were at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm, right? Even if they took 10,000 steps back, even if they were all at the 9th level of the mythical realm, they should be able to escape unscathed if they were prepared beforehand. Alright, they're heading east. Let's go east too, Dandan said. Immediately, the 3 of them headed east at the bottom of the lake. As they hurried along, Dandan also set up a formation. Talisman scripts were constantly being emitted from various parts of his body, disappearing into the lake water. At the side, Ling Yue was extremely envious. Dandan's method of setting up a formation was truly miraculous. After a while, "We're here, the demons are right above us," Dandan said. In fact, there was no need for Dandan to say anything. Lu Ming and the rest could sense that there was a strong demonic aura above the lake. 31 cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer, the others have the strength of the 8th or 7th godly emperor layer, Lu Ming muttered. At such a close distance, they could already sense the cultivation of the demons above. The 3 of them looked relieved. There were only 31 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. It was still within the range that they could handle. However, they did not act immediately. Instead, they secretly followed the demons because the Dandan needed time to set up the formation. After a while, Dandan finished setting up a set of formations. "You can attack now," Dandan said. "Then, let's do it." Lu Ming nodded. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he said that, the 3 of them dashed towards the surface of the lake. At the same time, Dandan had already activated the formation. On the surface of the lake, under the demons, countless talismans suddenly appeared, and a gigantic formation appeared. This formation was a trapping formation. Chains extended from the surface of the lake and wrapped around the hundreds of demons. In a flash, at least a few hundred chains appeared, like the tentacles of an octopus. It was terrifying and evil. "Enemy attack!" shouted one of the demons. In a flash, over 100 demons attacked. Demonic chi soared to the sky. They attacked the chains one after another, making clanging sounds. The chains were broken one by one. However, it was a formation that Dandan had spent a lot of time setting up, so it was not easy to break. Some of the demons who only had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer were bound by the chains. As soon as they were bound by the chains quickly tightened, like pythons catching animals. At that moment, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue had already rushed out of the lake. Whoosh! As soon as Ling Yue rushed out of the lake, she shot an arrow. An arrow shot out, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. One arrow turned into dozens of arrows, shooting towards the demons who were bound by the chains. Those demons had low cultivation levels, so they were bound by the chains and couldn't move. They couldn't dodge the arrows. Pooh! Pooh, those demons' heads were all pierced by the arrows, and they died on the spot. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. He held the Zephyr Pearl in his hand, and a violent gale swept out, attacking the demons in front of him. A few screams sounded. In a flash, at least 10 demons were killed by the gale. Most of them were of the 8th Godly Emperor layer, but there were also 2 of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. It's the bastards of the ancient desolate universe. Damn it, counterattack. Those demons roared furiously and started fighting back. However, they were in the middle of Dandan's deployment spell. Dandan kept controlling the chains to attack those demons, causing them serious interference. If they weren't careful, they would be bound by the chains. Bzzz, the bowstring vibrated, and the blood-stained elven royal bow shone. An arrow shot out, aiming at a demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. With a bang, that demon was killed on the spot. When Ling Yu's cultivation level was still at the 2nd Godly Emperor layer, she could already fight against a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer with her full strength. At the 3rd Godly Emperor layer, she could kill a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer with her full strength. Now, her cultivation level was at the 4th Godly Emperor layer. She didn't need to use the Elven Royal Bow to kill cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. She hadn't used her full strength a moment before. Without using her full strength, she could use more attacks. Lu Ming didn't use the mysterious ice staff, he just used the Zephyr Pearl. With his current cultivation level and his great godly wind technique, the strength of the Zephyr Pearl was enough to kill a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Whoosh, whoosh. Strong winds turned into wind blades and flew out. Those who were hit by the wind were killed instantly. In just a few breaths of time, they had killed more than half of the hundreds of evil demons, leaving only 40 or so. Among them, 20 had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Set up the deployment spell, shouted a demon. He wanted to set up the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering great deployment spell. But how could Lu Ming and the others let them succeed? Dandan used his full strength to control the deployment spell and separate the demons so that they couldn't join hands. Ling Yu kept pulling the strings of her blood-stained elven royal bow, aiming at the demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. She kept shooting arrows. Each arrow could kill a demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. On Lu Ming's side, it was the same. Strong winds were whistling as one demon after another fell. After a few seconds, the number of demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer decreased from 20 to a dozen. Whoosh, Lu Ming released a strong wind which swept towards a demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. That demon's skin was dark purple and he looked ferocious. He didn't try to dodge the wind, he shouted furiously, "Heavenly Palace bastard, die!" Swish. Swish, that demon's claws were extremely long and sharp. He kept clawing at the strong wind. Sizzle, when his claws collided with Lai Feng, there was a violent collision sound. In the end, the devil retreated, but Lai Feng was also blocked by him. How strong? Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. That demon also had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, but he could block Lin Feng's strong wind. That meant he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Clearly, this abyss demon was a genius among abyss demons. His combat strength was far above ordinary abyss demons. Roar, he let out a roar as his body began to swell. Numerous malevolent bone spikes extended from the surface of his skin, making him look even more ferocious. I'll hold him back. You go and kill that bastard, shouted the demon. He was obviously talking to another demon. He threw himself at Lu Ming. His claws were even sharper than before. He could easily tear apart godly weapons. Strong wind, die. Lu Ming held the Gale Pearl in his hand. Another gust of strong wind rushed out from the Gale Pearl, turning into a wind blade and charging toward the demon. Clang, the attacks of the two sides collided, bursting out with a powerful force. Some of the surrounding chains formed by the array formation were also shattered by the force. The other demons who were close by were directly injured by the force of the blast. They hurriedly retreated and put some distance between them. Roar, a terrifying roar spread in the air. It came from a demon with red skin. That demon looked like the other demons, but his skin was red like fire. He dashed toward Lu Ming from another direction. As he dashed out, his body emitted blazing flames. A demonic saber that was emitting flames appeared in his hands. He moved extremely quickly towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, on the other side, Ling Yue also noticed this demon. She pulled the elf king's bow that was stained with blood and shot an arrow. A terrifying arrow shot towards the fiery red demon. In an instant, the arrow approached the demon. Slash! The demon roared and slashed out with his saber, colliding with Ling Yue's arrow. A violent explosion sounded out, as if a star had exploded. In the next moment, Ling Yue's arrow actually shook violently, and with a bang, it exploded. As for the red-skinned demon, he only took 2 steps back. Powerful, this demon was also very powerful. He was definitely not weaker than the demon with bone spikes all over his body. He was actually able to block Ling Yue's arrow, even though Ling Yue did not use her full strength. It seems that there are 2 fiend geniuses here. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. The more talented an Abyss Devil was, the more merit. Points their Abyss Devil spirit blood could be exchanged for. Last time in the 8 Snake Mountain range, the Demon Prince Samoras had given him a total of 60,000 merit points. This made Lu Ming feel nostalgic. Roar! The fiery red-skinned Abyss Devil only retreated slightly before roaring and pouncing towards Lu Ming. He wanted to cooperate with the Abyss Devil to deal with Lu Ming first. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lu Ming. The Abyss Devil with bone spikes all over his body also roared and attacked. His sharp claws tore through the air as he grabbed towards Lu Ming. If he was caught, Lu Ming's body would definitely be torn apart. However, at this time, a snow-white staff appeared in Lu Ming's hand, Ice Xian Staff. Lu Ming activated the Ice Xian Staff with all his strength. Forbidden power crazily gushed out and poured into the Ice Xian Staff. The Ice Xian Staff rapidly expanded and swept out. Boom! Boom! The Ice Xian Staff collided with the attacks of the 2 fiend geniuses, causing 2 explosions. The Abyss Devil with bone spikes all over his body gave a horrible shriek. His bone spikes broke apart one by one. His body shook violently as he was pushed backwards. The 2 fiends who had the strength of the 8th Godly Emperor layer were killed. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and was tightly bound by a chain. The other Abyss Devil with flames around his body didn't fare any better. He was sent flying backwards like a meteor. The flames on his body were extinguished in a flash. At the same time, he was also wrapped around by a chain. Then, a layer of ice appeared on their bodies. The ice layer quickly spread and froze them. The 2 fiends' eyes were wide open. Their vitality was quickly fading away. In the blink of an eye, their vitality was completely gone. This was after Lu Ming had controlled his strength. Otherwise, if he had activated the Bingxian Rod with all his might, he could have blasted the 2 demons into smithereens. However, if his bones were crushed, he wouldn't even be able to obtain the fiend's spirit blood. That would be a great loss. Therefore, Lu Ming had controlled his strength and didn't blow them apart. Oh no! Hurry up and run! When the remaining fiends saw that the 2 fiend geniuses had been killed, they were terrified. They scattered in all directions. They didn't have the slightest will to resist. However, under the obstruction of Dandan's formation, as well as Ling Yue and Lu Ming's killing weapons, the fiend couldn't escape. After a short time, all the fiends were killed. After that, Lu Ming and the others collected the fiend's spirit blood and quickly left. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, a group of fiends flew over. They had obviously been alarmed by the battle just now. Unfortunately, they had already lost track of Lu Ming and the others. After a short time, they appeared in a different place. They encountered another group of fiends. There were only a few dozen of them. Among them, there weren't any strong fiends. Lu Ming and the others easily killed them all. After that, they left. After that, they went everywhere, looking for fiends to kill. Of course, they were much more cautious than before. After all, they had seen the strength of the fiends' geniuses. They couldn't be underestimated. If they encountered a terrifying monster among the fiends, whose strength was at the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, even if they had a great killing weapon, the result would still be unpredictable. Sure enough, 10 days later, when they were hunting a group of fiends, they encountered a terrifying fiend. This fiend's cultivation was at the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, but his battle prowess was shockingly strong. Lu Ming estimated that he was comparable to a genius who could fight across 2 levels. Lu Ming activated the mysterious ice rod with all his strength, but he couldn't do anything to this fiend genius. In the end, it was Dandan and Ling Yue who cooperated with Lu Ming. The 3 of them worked together to kill this fiend genius. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming and the others entered the Starry Demon Island. On this day, they were walking under the lake when they suddenly felt a violent explosion coming from the lake in front of them. There were people fighting. Lu Ming and the others were below the surface of the lake. They could clearly feel that there was an intense battle in front of them. This was because the fluctuations were too intense. The vast energy surged violently. It was difficult not to sense it. What a strong fluctuation. I'm afraid there are quite a few battles between the 2 sides. Let's sneak over and take a look, Ling Yue said, revealing a curious expression. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded. They had a formation set up by Dandan on their bodies that could hide their auras very well. They were not afraid of being discovered. They planned to get closer to see if they could find an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If there was an opportunity, they might as well make a move. If there was no opportunity, they could just sneak away. Soon, they arrived not far away from the formation. They extended their spiritual senses and quietly observed. Immediately, the situation outside was completely revealed. Outside was an island. On the island, demonic aura soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, a large number of demons formed the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. More than a dozen huge demons stood between heaven and earth, fighting with a group of people. The ones fighting with the demons were naturally the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly palace. There were a total of 4 teams. The 4 teams formed a battle formation. For sword lights soared into the sky, fiercely clashing with more than a dozen demonic shadows. The 2 sides continued to fight, but the battle was only a draw. People from the angel race. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lu Ming and the other 2. Among the 4 teams, one of them was completely formed by the geniuses of the angel race. Seeing the angel race, the 3 of them had no choice but to reveal their killing intent. The spirits of Yin from before were sent by the angel race. It would be great if these angels were scattered, Ling Yue muttered. Dandan, is there any way to break the other party's battle formation? Lu Ming asked. If they wanted to deal with the angels and take revenge on them, they had to break the other party's battle formation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a match for these angels. The power of the battle formation was too strong. There's no other way. This kind of battle formation of the Heavenly Palace uses runes as the foundation and is integrated into the battle armor. I have no way of breaking it. Dandan shook his head. Then we can only observe and see the situation, Lu Ming said. They continued to hide under the lake to observe the situation outside. The battle between the devils and the Heavenly Palace continued for 2 hours. In the end, the 4 teams from the Heavenly Palace were at a disadvantage and retreated together. The demons did not chase after them because the strength of the 2 sides was similar. Even if they did chase after them, they would not be able to finish off the people from the Heavenly Palace. The 4 teams from the Heavenly Palace retreated far away and rested on an island far away. Lu Ming and the other 3 quietly followed and observed in the dark. Not long after, the 4 teams rested and gathered together to discuss for a while. Then, the 4 teams actually separated and flew off in 4 different directions. It seemed that the 4 teams felt that they could not deal with the demons on that island, so they split up and went to other islands to hunt demons. Should we follow them? Dandan asked. Obviously, he was asking if they should follow the angels. Let's follow them and see, Lu Ming said. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was not so easy to talk to. The angels had secretly sent people to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not intend to let them go. Moreover, in that team, there were familiar prodigies like Lafitte of the angels. Lu Ming concluded that the spirits of Nether were sent by Lafitte and the others. As long as he got rid of the angels, he would be safe for a period of time. He would not have to worry about being assassinated. This was a way to solve the problem once and for all. The three of them secretly followed. Half a day later, they saw a small island. There were many devils on this island. However, the number of fiends on this island was much smaller. The angels directly attacked. The fiends on this island weren't very strong, so they weren't able to form a battle formation in time. Therefore, they were easily defeated by the angels. After defeating the devils on this island and collecting the devil spirit blood, the angels left this island and continued to hunt for devils. In the next few days, the angels found a total of 3 devil islands. They defeated the devils on these islands and obtained a large amount of devil spirit blood. During these 3 days, Lu Ming and the others followed behind the angels. However, they did not find a chance to attack. On the 4th day, the angels found an even bigger devil island. This devil island was even bigger and more vast. There were many devils on this devil island. Devil Chi soared to the sky. It formed the 10,000 devil god slaughtering array. There were dozens of huge devil shadows. However, these devils were at a disadvantage. This was because there were more people from the heavenly palace besieging the devil island. There were a total of 10 teams. They formed a battle formation and besieged the devil island. When the angels saw that the heavenly palace had the upper hand, they immediately rushed forward without hesitation and joined the battle against the devils. With the addition of a team from the heavenly palace, the devils were at a disadvantage. It seems like the devils are going to lose. When they lose, we will secretly attack and see if we can kill some devils and obtain some devil spirit blood. Lu Ming said. This island was very big. It was probably a top-notch island among the astral devil islands. There must be many devil prodigies on this island. Naturally, they wanted to kill some and obtain some devil spirit blood. The battle continued. However, the scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the heavenly palace. Slowly, the devils could only defend. They had fewer and fewer opportunities to counterattack. They were suppressed by the heavenly palace. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the devils were defeated. Bastards from the heavenly palace, die. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. Rumble, the entire world trembled under this loud roar. Then, a huge devil blade appeared in the sky. It cut through the void and slashed towards one of the teams from the heavenly palace. It was terrifying and filled with devil chi. Oh no, it's the devil emperor of the devils. The faces of the people in that team changed drastically. There was a devil emperor in the sky. This was an existence that was equivalent to the celestial emperor realm. It was too terrifying. It was impossible for them to dodge it. Activate the battle formation with all your might. Block it. The team leader of that team shouted. They activated the battle formation with all their might. It turned into a huge golden sword light that rushed into the sky and collided with the devil blade. Boom, there was a shocking roar. Golden and black light filled the whole sky. The violent force swept across the world. However, this resistance only lasted for a breath's time before the golden sword light crumbled. The demonic saber didn't stop. It continued to slash at the group. With a boom, the group's battle formation was directly destroyed. Miserable screams rang out. At least half of the group of 50 people were killed by the terrifying power. End of chapter. The existence of the Demon Emperor realm was too strong. With one move, it destroyed a large formation, causing at least half of the team to die. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately after, in the sky, there was another demonic saber light that slashed down violently. And this time, it was not one saber light, but 2 saber lights. 2 pitch-black demonic sabers slashed down at the 2 teams. One of the teams happened to be the team of the Angel Clan. The people of these 2 teams were pale, without a trace of blood, and their eyes were filled with fear. However, at this time, they had to fight with all their might. They could not sit still and wait for death. Full force, resist with all your might. Burn your divine power. Loud roars were heard. At this moment, the people of the 2 teams were fighting with all their might. The divine power in their bodies burned fiercely, stimulating the power of the large formation to the extreme. At this time, no one cared about the consequences of burning their divine power. If they did not fight with all their might, they would lose their lives. Under the full force of the two teams, the power of the battle formation was stimulated to the extreme. Two golden saber lights soared into the sky. However, the existence of the Demon Emperor realm was too strong. Even if they burned their divine power with all their might, the result was already destined. With two violent roars, the battle formations of the two teams exploded. Miserable screams were heard, and flesh and blood splattered and scattered on the surface of the lake. Even if they burned their divine power to resist, they could not resist the attack of the Demon Emperor. Their situation was only slightly better. Fewer people died in each team, but each team still lost about 20 people. As for the others who did not fall, unless they were second-rate heavenly soldiers, all of them were more or less injured, suffering varying degrees of damage. Run, run! The remaining people screamed in terror and tried to flee in all directions. Without the battle formation, it was too dangerous for them to participate in such a battle with their true strength. However, how could those demons let go of such an opportunity? Kill! Kill them! Angry roars were heard as the demons activated the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. Suddenly, a few tall demonic shadows stepped on the void and attacked those who had lost the battle formation. Swoosh! A few huge demonic sabers slashed at these people. Among them, there was a huge demonic shadow that brandished the demonic saber and slashed at the angels. The expressions of the angels changed, their faces turning deathly pale. This slash was sent out by the myriad demon god slaughtering array. They had lost their battle array and could not withstand it at all. If they were hit, they would definitely die. You guys retreat first. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the group of angels. This was a young genius from the angel race. He was the captain of this team. Whoosh, angel wings stretched out from his back, and holy light soared into the sky. A total of 5 pairs of wings. This was a 10-winged angel, the same as Lafite. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Lafite's. 7th Godly Emperor Layer, the young man from the angel clan had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor Layer. His name was Sarah. His entire body was suffused with dense holy light, and the 2nd-class celestial soldier armor on his body was activated, forming a light barrier that enveloped him. At the same time, a cross-shaped holy sword appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. This was his ultimate weapon. He had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor Layer, and he was a 10-winged angel. He was terrifyingly strong, and with his deadly weapon, he was even more terrifying. He stood in front of the gigantic demon and slashed out with his sword. Holy light burst out, and the holy light sword was thousands of li long. It moved towards the gigantic demon. Boom, the sword of holy light collided with the demonic shadow's demonic blade, causing a violent explosion. However, it only lasted for 2 breaths before the sword of holy light crumbled. Even though Sarah was terrifyingly strong, he couldn't compete with the gigantic demon. The gigantic demon had been sent out by the myriad demon god slaughtering array. There were at least 100 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor Layer, and over 1,000 demons of the 8th and 7th Godly Emperor Layer. The holy light sword broke apart, and the demon blade crashed onto Sarah's body. His celestial soldier armor shook violently. In the end, he managed to block it. Run! Shouted Sarah furiously. He told the other young geniuses of the angel clan to run away. At that moment, the demon Great Emperor attacked again. The demon blade cut through the sky and continued moving towards the people of the heavenly palace. The people who were surrounded by the demon blade looked desperate. How dare you! At this moment, a furious roar resounded through the sky. The void suddenly split open, and a figure appeared. That person was wearing golden armor and holding a spear. He was dazzling with golden light. A terrifying chi surged out of his body. When that person appeared, he threw his spear and it pierced through the sky. It collided with the demon Great Emperor's demon blade. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The demon blade had been blocked. Great Emperor! It's the Great Emperor! A first-class celestial soldier. The people of the heavenly palace cheered. The Great Emperor of the heavenly palace had arrived. The Great Emperor's eyes were as sharp as swords. He shouted furiously, "Your opponent is me. Die!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The entire world rumbled as the spear pierced out, seemingly piercing into the depths of the universe. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded in the sky. The sky cracked open and a gigantic demon appeared. The demon's wings blotted out the sky. He was holding a demon blade. The demon blade slashed out, boom. Boom, the two divine emperors and demon emperors fought fiercely against each other. For a moment, the void above them was filled with chaos. The scene was terrifying and it was hard to tell who was the winner. The battle between the great gods and demon great emperors didn't affect the battle below. The battle below was still intense. The demons were using their full strength to activate the 10,000 demons slaughtering God Great formation. The gigantic demons were entangled with the remaining battle formations of the heavenly palace. The gigantic demons were chasing after those who didn't have a battle formation. Previously, there were 3 teams whose battle formations had been destroyed by the demon great emperors. The demons were targeting those people. People were being killed continuously. The angels were doing better. Sala blocked the gigantic demon alone. The geniuses of the angels were happy to be safe. However, Sala's situation wasn't good. The second-class celestial soldier armor he was wearing was said to be able to withstand a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. However, after the continuous attacks, it was in danger. Boom! In the end, the second-grade celestial soldier armor's defenses were destroyed, and the berserk energy slammed into Sala's body. Sala cried out as half of his body exploded, and the rest of his body flew out, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He had been heavily injured. However, after Sala's continuous attacks, the angels had retreated far away. They were almost out of the range of the 10,000 demons slaughtering God Great formation. Let's go. Retreat. Immediately, an angel rushed over and caught Sarah. Then, they flew back and left the island in the blink of an eye. The demons didn't chase after them. After all, the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array also needed to be set up in advance. Without the array, its power would be greatly weakened. The demons continued to fight with the other members of the heavenly palace, while the angels fled without a trace. There were originally 50 of them, but only 26 of them escaped in the end. The other 24 had been attacked by the demon emperor and the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array, and had fallen one after another. Should we chase? Dandan looked in the direction of the angels' escape, his eyes shining. Of course we have to chase. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer. Weren't they waiting for this kind of opportunity by following the angels? Now, was there a better opportunity than the one in front of them? Only half of the angels were left. Without the support of the battle formation, they were all injured. If they didn't make a move now, when would they? Immediately, the 3 of them secretly chased in the direction of the angels' escape. As for the battle on this demon island, they couldn't be bothered to care about it. Soon, the angels reappeared in their field of vision. They followed them all the way. The angels flew for a few hours and found a small island without demons. Then, they landed on the island to rest. Mu Yun, are we going to make a move now? Ling Yue asked. No, now is not the time to make a move. Lu Ming shook his head. Although there were only 26 angels left and all of them were injured, there were still many powerful existences among them. For example, that Sala was already heavily injured, but there were also a few other 10-winged angels. 2 of them had higher cultivation bases than Lafitte. This kind of angel usually had a great killing weapon. If they rushed forward now, they might not be able to annihilate all of them. That's right, what Lu Ming wanted was to annihilate all of these angels. If they charged forward now, even if they could kill a portion of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill all of them. This wasn't what Lu Ming wanted. After a while, the injuries of these angels will probably be healed. Ling Yue was rather worried. It's fine as long as the angel captain hasn't recovered from his injuries. This guy's injuries are very serious. He definitely won't recover so quickly. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he looked at Dandan and said, Dandan, it's up to you now. Set up an illusion array that can trap these angels. No problem. As long as you give me some time, I guarantee that I'll be able to set up a large formation so that these angels won't be able to escape. However, how do we get them to enter the formation? Dandan said. I'll do it. Lu Ming said, don't they want to kill me? If I appear in front of them in a seriously injured state, do you think they will come after me? Ha ha ha, wonderful. Dandan laughed loudly, and Ling Yue also revealed a smile. Lu Ming immediately left the island and found a place. Dandan began to set up the formation while Lu Ming sneaked back to observe the angels. Time flew by quickly. Very quickly, half a day had passed. At this time, Lu Ming received a sound transmission from Dandan. The formation had been set up. With Dandan's current attainments in runic formations, it took him half a day to set up the formation. From this, it could be seen how powerful this formation was. At this time, the injuries of the angels had basically healed. Of course, Sarah's injuries were too severe, and he didn't have a heaven-defying physique like Lu Ming's. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly, and his aura was still very weak. You guys wait in the formation. I'll lure the angels over. Soon. Lu Ming replied to Dandan's message. Then, he took out a sword and stabbed himself in the chest, creating a hole that went through his chest. Blood continuously flowed out, dyeing his face red and making him look like he was heavily injured. Then, Lu Ming quietly left the place. When he was far enough away, Lu Ming rushed into the sky and flew towards the island where the angels were resting. He had a panicked look on his face. Rumble, the elites of the angel race looked toward the source of the voice and saw Lu Ming right away. That kid. It's Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. That kid is still alive. But he seems to be severely injured. His aura is very weak, and he's running for his life in a panic. He must have encountered those from the Dark Star. That guy from the Dark Star is also a piece of trash. Didn't he say that he would definitely deal with Lu Ming? He actually managed to escape. But it doesn't matter. This kid's luck is really bad. He actually escaped to our place. He's destined to die in our hands. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, these angels immediately started discussing. Especially Tu Lafit and the others, they even revealed a cold murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was flying in the distance, seemed to have just discovered the angels. He hurriedly stopped and revealed a frightened expression on his face. Then, he turned around and left. It's too late to leave now. Chase. Chase him together. Don't let him escape. Bring his head back to see young Master Gabbert. He will definitely reward you handsomely. These angels roared and turned into streaks of light as they chased after Lu Ming. Almost all of the 26 angels were on the move. They chased after Lu Ming. There were two reasons for doing so. First, they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away. If they moved together, they would see how Lu Ming could escape. Second, this was the constellation Devil Island after all, the territory of the devils. Now that their battle formation had been broken, they didn't dare to split up. If they split up, it would be more dangerous for them to encounter the devils. Angels, Lu Ming pretended to be frightened and shouted. Then, he unleashed all his strength and flew in the direction of Dandan's battle formation. As for the angels, they were hot on his heels. Lu Ming was seriously injured and alone. This was a good opportunity that was hard to come by. How could the angels let it go so easily? Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the place where Dandan's battle formation was set up. Lu Ming directly rushed into the battle formation set up by Dandan. The angels behind him didn't notice him at all. Among the angels, there was no lack of people who were proficient in runic formations. However, their attainments in runic formations were far inferior to Dandan's. Moreover, this battle formation was set up by Dandan after half a day. It was completely hidden in the void and didn't reveal any clues. These angels didn't notice it at all. The 26 angels followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed into the battle formation. Rise. Once all the angels had rushed into the area covered by the formation, Dandan shouted softly, "Let's go." As Dandan's voice sounded, a huge formation appeared in the sky. Endless runes spread and intertwined. It's a formation. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Damn Mu Yun, you're courting death. The angels roared. They were not stupid. As soon as they discovered the formation, they knew that they had fallen into a trap. Lu Ming was pretending to lure them into the formation. Charge out! Some of the angels roared. They gathered together and wanted to charge out. However, at this moment, the environment suddenly changed. These angels found that they had arrived in a boundless purgatory. Countless undead spirits rushed towards them from all directions. For example, zombies, skeletons, evil spirits, and so on. They roared and pounced towards them ferociously. The angels were shocked. They launched a fierce attack. Beams of dazzling holy light burst out and bombarded the undead spirits. The undead spirits were instantly defeated. However, the undead spirits were defeated. More rock spirits appeared from all directions and rushed towards them. They charged forward at a very fast speed. However, after charging for a long distance, they realized that they still hadn't rushed out of the range of the formation. They were still in the formation. Illusion, these are all illusions. We're in an illusion formation. An angel prodigy who was more skilled in formations finally realized what was going on and shouted. So it's an illusion formation. The angels' hearts relaxed a little. An illusion formation was better than a killing formation. Two of the angels did not resist the undead spirits. They allowed the undead spirits to pounce on them. Since it was an illusion formation, the undead spirits in front of them were all illusions. There was no need to resist at all. Puff. Puff, blood splattered everywhere. The two angels were directly torn apart by the undead spirits and died on the spot. What's going on? The other angels were shocked. Some of them did not intend to resist the undead spirits. At this moment, they hurriedly blocked the undead spirits. Damn it, the illusion of this great formation has already reached the point where it can pass for real. The illusion can also launch a physical attack. What a brilliant formation! An angel who was proficient in runic formations roared. What? The other angels had ugly expressions on their faces. This illusion formation had actually reached the point where it could pass for real. This was terrifying. If it was just an illusion formation, they could ignore these undead spirits and slowly find a way out. However, if the illusion formation still had the power to attack, then it would be troublesome. The threat of this illusion formation would increase exponentially. Attack space with all your might. The foundation of these illusion formations should be embedded in space. As long as space is destroyed, this battle formation. Sarah roared. Attack. As the angels blocked the undead spirits, they concentrated their power and attacked in one direction. Boom boom, a huge explosion occurred in that direction. The void exploded into terrifying holes. However, the formation was not destroyed or weakened. They still did not rush out. Undead spirits were still rushing towards them from all directions. Outside the formation, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan stood in the air. In their eyes, there were no undead spirits in the void in front of them. It was the same as before. He saw that the angels were running around in circles. They were running around in circles and attacking randomly. They couldn't see them at all. I spent half a day setting up this formation. How can they destroy it? Unless the Divine Emperor makes a move, hee hee. Dandan sneered proudly. Let's do it. Ling Yue opened her mouth and took out the Elven King's bow. Her divine power boiled and poured into the Elven King's bow. An arrow condensed. Swish, a terrifying arrow pierced through the void and shot towards the angel race prodigies. The arrow was aimed at an 8-winged angel of the 4th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. The 8-winged angel didn't seem to feel the arrow at all. The arrow flew into the illusion array. Only when it was 1 meter away from the angel's forehead did the angel feel a terrifying sense of danger. However, a distance of 1 meter was too short for Ling Yue's arrow. It was so short that the time needed was negligible. Even if he wanted to block it, it was too late. Pooh, the angel's forehead was pierced by the arrow and he died on the spot. Be careful, there's an ambush. The other angels roared. Pooh, in the next moment, another arrow was shot, and another angel's prodigy was killed. Ling Yue shot out 2 arrows in a row. Then, she shot out a 3rd arrow. This arrow was aimed at Lafitte. However, Lafitte was not something an ordinary angel could compare to. His spiritual sense was extremely sharp. When the arrow was 100 meters away from him, he could sense it. A distance of 100 meters required a very short amount of time, but it gave Lafitte time to react. At all times, he held the angel sword in his hand. At this moment, he subconsciously held it horizontally in front of him. Clang, the arrow hit the angel sword and caused a violent vibration. Lafitte couldn't help but retreat. He was caught by the sharp claws of a stone spirit, and his body was almost cut open. Ah, Mu Yun, if you have the ability, fight fair and square. What's the point of hiding outside the array and sneak attacking? Lafitte roared. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Lafitte. Lafitte quickly turned around and saw a figure. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the ice Xian staff and looked at Lafitte coldly. He didn't look injured at all. His chi was vigorous to the peak. Mu Yun, die for me. Upon seeing Lu Ming, there was a cold murderous intent in Lafitte's eyes. The angelic sword glowed and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. He waved his ice Xian staff and attacked Lafitte. Their attacks collided, and then Lafitte's body shook violently. He was forced back repeatedly, blood spraying out of his mouth. He almost lost his grip on the angelic sword. After becoming a celestial soldier, Lafitte had also entered the fortune tower and his cultivation level had also increased. He now had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the divine emperor realm, which was only 2 levels lower than Lafitte's. Given Lu Ming's combat capability, even if he did not use his weapon of mass destruction, his actual combat capability was above Lafitte's. After both of them used their weapons, Lu Ming's fighting strength was even greater than Lafitte's. Lafitte, you're the one who called the spirits of Yin clan to kill me, right? Let me tell you a piece of bad news. The spirits of Yin clan have all died in my hands. Now, I'll send you down to accompany them, said Lu Ming coldly. He raised his ice Xian staff again. The mysterious ice rod carried a terrifying chill and a berserk strength chi as it pressed down towards Lafitte. The terrifying might caused Lafitte's expression to become incomparably ugly. Save me, save me! Lafitte roared in fear. Mu Yun, you're courting death. How dare you? Kill! In the surroundings, the other experts of the Angel clan roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. All sorts of holy light divine swords slashed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not dodge, as if he did not see it. This was because the 2nd-tier heavenly soldier armor on his body had already been activated, and a layer of light enveloped him. Boom! Boom, boom! The attacks of the Angel clan landed on the light barrier, causing a violent explosion. However, they were unable to break through Lu Ming's defense. The 2nd-tier heavenly soldier armor was able to withstand the full-strength attack of a 1st-layer divine emperor. How could these Angel clan geniuses break through it? Lu Ming stabilized his body, the mysterious ice rod did not stop, and continued to attack Lafitte. Lafitte roared as his entire body was covered in holy light. He was going all out. However, in that move just now, he had already been severely injured by Lu Ming. He was unable to unleash his full strength, so how could he block Lu Ming's full-strength attack? Boom, the mysterious ice rod pressed down, and the holy light on his body exploded. The angel sword in his hand flew out. He screamed miserably as his body was torn apart, his body and soul destroyed. This 10-winged angel of the Angel clan was killed by Lu Ming. His storage ring was grabbed by Lu Ming. Swoosh, at the same time that Lu Ming made his move, Ling Yue was not idle either. She continued to pull on the elf king bow that was covered in blood, and the arrow pierced through the air, killing an Angel clan genius. Mu Yun, Ling Yue, how dare you? You dare to kill us? The Angel clan will not rest until you are dead. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will still die. The angels roared. Some of them wanted to take out the dream god Jade to spread the news. However, how could Lu Ming let them have their way? Lu Ming took out the zephyr bead. Strong winds howled and swept out, enveloping the angels. At the same time, Dandan was also using all his strength to activate the illusion array. The undead spirits were constantly attacking the angels, making it impossible for the angels to use the dream god jade to transmit messages. Miserable screams rose and fell. Some of the weaker angels were killed one by Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Very quickly, out of the 20 or so angel clan geniuses, only 3 were left. These 3 were the most powerful angels in the angel clan. One of them was Chara, and the other 2 were also 10-winged angels with astonishing power. The 3 of them had bloodshot eyes as they desperately unleashed their power to protect themselves. Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to compete with Sala. After all, Sala had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, and he had a powerful weapon. However, Lu Ming was not afraid of him. He had been severely injured by the 10,000 demonic god slaughtering array and had not recovered yet. Boom, Lu Ming held the ice Xian rod in his hand and exchanged blows with Sala. The 2 of them retreated at the same time. You want to kill me with just you 2? No way. Just wait for the crazy revenge of my angel clan. Sala roared, his face grim. However, what welcomed him was Ling Yue's arrow. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique to draw out the power within the Zephyr bead, enveloping the other 2 angel clan geniuses and continuously killing them. At the same time, Dandan also used all his strength to control the illusion array to attack the 2 angels. For the time being, the 2 angels were trapped, while Lu Ming and Ling Yue attacked Sala with all their might. Sala had yet to recover from his serious injuries, and his remaining strength was about the same as when Lu Ming activated the Ice Mystic Rod. In addition to Ling Yue, he could not block it at all. Moreover, the second-tier heavenly soldier armor on his body had already used up all of its energy during the great battle with the demons. It automatically retracted and hid in his body, unable to be of any use at all. After blocking a few moves, his body was invaded by the coldness of the ice Xian rod. His body was covered in a layer of ice, and the terrifying coldness seemed to have frozen the blood in his body. His aura became weaker and weaker, and his strength became more and more empty. After 2 more moves, Ling Yue's arrow finally hit him. It pierced through his chest and created a large hole. Sala roared. He was not dead yet, and his body emitted a dazzling holy light. He roared wildly, wanting to self-destruct and perish together with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the ice Xian rod to suppress him. The terrifying chill directly froze him, and then, a violent force bombarded his body. Sala didn't even have time to scream before he died. Although the remaining 2 angel clan geniuses were quite strong, the outcome was already decided. Under the siege of Lu Ming and the others, they were all quickly killed. Since then, this team of angels had all fallen. One of them had died at the hands of the demons, and the other had died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others. It could be said to be incomparably miserable, and their losses were heavy. These were the top geniuses of the angel clan. Among them, there were 4 10-winged angels. 10-winged angels, even in the huge angel clan, were extremely rare. Every one of them was a top-notch monster. In the future, when they grew up, they would become the mainstay of the angel clan. In fact, most of the backbone of the angel clan were 10-winged angels. After all, 12-winged angels were a minority among the minority. If the upper echelons of the angel clan knew about this, they would probably be so angry that their hearts would ache. Angel clan, this is considered interest. If you continue to target me, I will make you suffer an even greater loss. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After collecting all the angel clan's storage rings, he burned the bodies of the angel clan's geniuses into ashes. They left this place and returned to the bottom of the lake. Then, they took out the storage rings and began to count them. Haha, we're rich. After counting, Dandan grinned from ear to ear. The other treasures were nothing. The main thing they cared about was the evil demon spirit blood. There was a lot of evil demon spirit blood in the storage rings of the angel clan's geniuses. It was probably not much less than Lu Ming and the others combined. Although nearly half of the angel clan's geniuses had died in the battle with the demons, the other half of the angel clan's geniuses were relatively weak. These angel clan's geniuses did not have much evil demon spirit blood. The evil demon spirit blood was carried by the angel clan's geniuses, such as Sarah, Lafitte, and the others. This was a big harvest, although this trip to the constellation Demon Island was full of twists and turns and the other members of the angel clan had died in battle. the amount of evil demon spirit blood they had obtained was astonishing. It was even more than the amount of evil demon spirit blood they had obtained in the 8 Snake Mountain range. There was a lot of evil demon spirit blood of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. There were even more evil demon spirit blood of the 8th Godly Emperor layer and the 7th Godly Emperor layer. If they exchanged it for merit points, it would definitely be astonishing. It would definitely be more than the merit points they had obtained in the previous assessment. I wish everyone a happy new year and hope that you will be free from all diseases and viruses. End of chapter. The 3 of them kept the spirit blood and planned to divide it equally when they returned to Nantian City. After dividing it, the 3 of them left the place and continued to hide and hunt the devils. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. In this half a month, the 3 of them didn't gain much. After all, they didn't have a battle formation and could only hunt down the devils that were alone or in small numbers. But during this time, the devils they encountered were getting fewer and fewer. Lu Ming and the rest guessed that the Heavenly Palace should have completely gained the upper hand and killed most of the devils. Also, the remaining devils should have retreated to the depths of Constellation Devil Island. Lu Ming and the rest didn't intend to go to the depths of Constellation Devil Island to participate in the battle there. Now that they didn't have a battle formation, if they encountered a large number of devils or God Emperor devils, they wouldn't even know how they died. The 3 of them planned to stay in Constellation Devil Island for a few more days. If they still didn't gain anything, they would return to Nantian City. On this day, they were moving forward at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, Dandan stopped and said, "Tens of thousands of miles ahead, I feel a devil chi reaction, but it looks very weak." Dandan had been setting up a battle formation to check the devils around. "How many devils are there?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm not sure. It's blocked by a layer of devil chi, but the devil chi is weak. The devil's cultivation shouldn't be strong," Dandan said. "Then let's go and take a look," Lu Ming said. Immediately, the 3 of them went in the direction pointed by Dandan. Not long after, they saw a cave at the bottom of the lake. The devil chi was emitted from the cave. However, the devil chi wasn't very strong. There are indeed devils. I didn't expect that there are still devils hiding in this cave. It seems that they are hiding from the Heavenly Palace's experts, Lu Ming said. Not good, retreat quickly. This is a Devil Emperor level devil. Suddenly, Bone's voice sounded. What? A Devil Emperor level devil? Lu Ming was shocked. Retreat. Lu Ming shouted. He, it's too late to retreat now. A cold voice could be heard coming from the cave. Following this, a ferocious demonic aura burst out from the cave and swept toward Lu Ming's group like a storm. Powerful and terrifying. Block it. Lu Ming roared. However, the demonic chi was too fast, and they were not prepared. It was too late for them to take out their trump cards. In their haste, they could only activate their celestial armors to block it. Boom. Boom, with a series of explosions, Lu Ming and the other 2 were sent flying. Lu Ming was still fine. He had the 2nd-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor and was able to completely block this power. As for Ling Yue and Dandan, their faces were somewhat pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was rather surprised. This was because the power of this attack was much weaker than he had imagined. Didn't Bone say that there was a Devil Emperor level devil in the cave? It was impossible for a Devil Emperor level devil to only have such a little attack power. It was normal for him to be able to block it, but Ling Yue and Dandan definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. But now, Dandan and Ling Yue had only suffered some minor injuries. This was a bit strange. Was this the power of a Devil Emperor level? The 3 little fellows from the Heavenly Palace have some strength? A puzzled voice came from the cave. Following that, a black shadow flashed, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. This was also a devil, but his figure was even more burly. His entire body was surrounded by a dense demonic aura, and a terrifying pressure was emitted from his body. Devil Emperor, this was definitely the pressure of a Devil Emperor level demon, because the 3 of them had felt the pressure of a Devil Emperor level demon before. That Devil Emperor level demon had even defeated the Angel Race's battle formation, and it was very similar to the pressure of this devil emperor level demon in front of him. However, this demon's aura was very weak. This was because there was a hole in his heart. Inside, there was a golden light that was constantly corroding this demon's body. That was Buddha's light. The three of them recognized it at a glance. Lu Ming finally knew why this demon's attack wasn't that strong. It was because this demon was severely injured, and it was injured by an expert from the Buddha clan. Obviously, this demon was hiding in that cave to heal his injuries and was discovered by them. This demon's eyes were like copper bells as he stared at Lu Ming and the other two. His eyes were filled with greed as he roared, "Peerless monsters, 3 peerless monsters from the heavenly palace, this is definitely a great supplement. If I eat you guys, my injuries will quickly heal, and my cultivation will even take a step forward, ha ha ha." Blazing, greedy, the demon's eyes became more and more passionate and greedy. Although the move just now didn't kill Lu Ming and the other two, he wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was happy. This proved that Lu Ming and the other two were peerless monsters. As long as he ate Lu Ming and the others, it would be very beneficial to him. As for Lu Ming and the other two, how high was their cultivation? No matter how strong they were, how strong could they be? Although he was severely injured, he was confident that he could easily take down Lu Ming and the other two. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, the demonic aura on his body crazily erupted. His burly demon body pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. The demon lord tore through the void and grabbed towards Lu Ming and the other two. Even though this demon was seriously injured, the power of his attack was still very shocking. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took out the ice mystic rod. All the taboo power in his body poured into the ice mystic rod and blasted it out. At the same time, Ling Yue also took out the elf king bow that was stained with blood and shot out an arrow with all her might. At this moment, Dandan also attacked with all his might. A large number of runes appeared on his body. The space between his eyebrows glowed, and the shadow of a word appeared vaguely. It was the word formation. The word disappeared in a flash. More runes rushed out of Dandan's body and formed a huge battle. A huge tortoise appeared and let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar before pouncing towards the demon. Boom! Boom, boom! 3 violent explosions rang out. Strength overflowed in all directions, and demonic aura soared into the sky. Then, a figure retreated backwards and crashed into a huge rock at the bottom of the lake. The huge rock exploded, and the lake water stirred up thousands of waves. This retreating figure was surprisingly that demon emperor level abyssal. This made Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan somewhat dumbfounded. So weak, was this still a demon emperor level expert? They were originally so nervous that they were about to die. They attacked with all their might, afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist this demon emperor level demon. They didn't expect that with a single move, this demon emperor level demon would be sent flying. This demon is too heavily injured. A thought flashed through the minds of Lu Ming and the other two. They had seen the demon emperor level demon make a move before. Its power was extremely shocking, and it could destroy a battle formation on the side of the heavenly palace with a single move. It was far from the strength in front of him. In fact, not only were Lu Ming and the others dumbstruck, but the demon great emperor was also dumbstruck. What was going on? The 3 little guys from the heavenly palace looked so weak. How could they be so strong? It wasn't that he didn't know how serious his injuries were, but he was a demon great emperor. Even if he was seriously injured, killing a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer was as easy as pie for him. But a moment ago, he had been blown away by Lu Ming and the others. How was that possible? His mind couldn't wrap itself around the situation. However, Lu Ming and the others had already reacted. It turns out that he's a weakling. Haha. Kill him. Dandan burst into laughter. In a flash, he created a gigantic turtle. It was the silhouette of the world godly turtle. It was incomparably huge. It moved towards the demon great emperor. Bzzz, Ling Yue pulled the bowstring again, and an arrow shot out. Lu Ming waved his Xian ice staff and attacked the demon great emperor. That's right, they directly attacked. They wanted to slaughter this devil emperor level devil. A demon great emperor's demon blood could be exchanged for a lot of merit points. A godly emperor layer demon couldn't compare to it. It wasn't easy to come across a half-dead demon Great Emperor. How could they miss it? The three people's attacks were incomparably violent. Finally, the demon Great Emperor woke up. In a flash, his lungs were about to explode from anger. A few low-level godly emperors surprisingly wanted to kill him first. This had never happened before. Even if a godly emperor dared to attack him, he had to be at least a peerless genius of the 9th godly emperor layer. But Lu Ming and the others' cultivation levels were not high. The highest cultivation level was only the 4th godly emperor layer. They were too far away from the godly emperor layer. Shouted the demon Great Emperor furiously. Demon Chi exploded. A demon blade appeared in his hand and he slashed 3 times. 3 blade shadows appeared and collided with Lu Ming and the others' attacks. A violent explosion sounded, and the 3 demonic saber shadows collapsed. The demon emperor was once again blasted away, smashing a large number of boulders. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were even more serious. The Buddha's light in the hole in his chest shone brightly, worsening the demon's injuries. Lu Ming and the others' confidence was greatly boosted after they managed to repel and even injure this evil demon a second time. It seemed that this demon had really reached the end of its tether. I'll block him from the front. Yue, shoot with your bow and arrows. Dandan, don't go all out to set up a formation. Set up a killing formation. Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue and Dandan, then flew up and smashed down with the ice profound rod. At the same time, the Gale Pearl appeared in his left hand, and a violent gale rushed out, rushing towards the demon overlord realm demon. The demon of the Fiend Emperor realm roared. He endured his injuries and slashed his fiend saber continuously toward Lu Ming. It collided with the gale and then with the Bingxian rod. Boom, clang, after the two of them collided, Lu Ming's body shook violently. The mysterious ice rod in his hand buzzed non-stop as he retreated a few steps. After all, he was a demon overlord realm demon. Even though he was heavily injured, his strength was still astonishing. Lu Ming alone was still at a disadvantage. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the demon overlord realm demon wanted to charge forward and kill Lu Ming. However, Ling Yue shot an arrow at him. This demon had no choice but to block Ling Yue's arrow and had no time to deal with Lu Ming. As for Dandan, he began to set up the array with all his might. Damn it! The demon overlord realm demon roared in his heart, his anger soaring to the sky. You little bastards, just you wait. The demon roared and wanted to escape. Being forced to escape by a few low-level divine emperors was a great humiliation, but he had no choice. He felt that if he continued to stay, he might really be finished off by Lu Ming and the other two. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape so easily? Lu Ming held the mysterious ice rod in his hand and attacked with all his might. At the same time, the gale inside the Gale Pearl was constantly drawn out as if it was free. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the gale formed several tornadoes that surrounded the demon overlord realm demon and attacked him continuously. In addition to Lu Ming's attack, it was not that easy for this demon to retreat. Even if he could retreat, he would be attacked by Lu Ming. His injuries would be even more serious and he would have to pay a price. Brat, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The demon roared, his eyes ferocious, revealing a crazed look. His body began to stir. Inside, bright red bone spikes protruded from his flesh and blood. His aura became a little more berserk. He pounced directly at Lu Ming and slashed at Lu Ming with his demonic saber. Clang, the demonic saber collided with the mysterious ice rod once again. The mysterious ice rod trembled incessantly and was knocked to the side. As for the demon saber, it continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not retreat. If he retreated, the other party would find an opening to escape. Lu Ming did not dodge or retreat, allowing the demonic saber to slash at his body. Weng, the second-class heavenly soldier's armor kept trembling, but it was not broken. After all, the other party was not at his peak. For a time, he was unable to break through the second-class heavenly soldier's armor. Let's see how many moves you can block. Kill, kill, kill. The demon overlord realm demon roared crazily, and his aura actually increased a little. Obviously, he had gone all out and used some kind of desperate method. Generally speaking, this kind of desperate method would have side effects, but now he couldn't care less. He had a demonic saber in one hand and a demonic claw in the other. He crazily attacked Lu Ming's body. In the blink of an eye, at least a dozen attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. However, they were all blocked by the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor. During this time, Ling Yue also launched an attack, but it was blocked by this demon. After continuous attacks, even the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor had consumed a lot of energy. The light it formed dimmed down. However, Lu Ming still did not retreat. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar, and from the Zephyr Pearl, a strong wind held out, sweeping towards the demon. At the same time, the Ice Xian Rod attacked again. Let's see who can hold on. The Demon Overlord Realm Demon roared, ignoring his own defense. He continued to attack Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so attacks landed on the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor. With a bang, the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor finally ran out of energy and the light shield exploded. But at the same time, Lu Ming's attack also landed on the demon's body. Although this demon was a Demon Overlord Realm Demon, his body was incomparably hard and his defense was astonishing, but he could not completely block Lu Ming's attack. Wounds appeared on his body, and one of his wings was blown apart by the Ice Xian Rod. The Demon Overlord Realm Demon spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were incomparably ferocious as he roared, "Die!" A few bright red bone spurs on his body actually left his body and pierced towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. He had been waiting for this opportunity to break through the defense of Lu Ming's armor and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. The Demon Emperor Realm Demon fought with all his might. The bright red bone spurs on his body flew out from his body and shot towards Lu Ming. This time, the distance was too close. Coupled with the fact that the bone spurs were extremely fast, even if Lu Ming wanted to dodge, he wouldn't be able to. In fact, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. Puff puff puff, a few bone spurs hit Lu Ming and pierced through Lu Ming's body. Some pierced through his chest, some pierced through Lu Ming's dantian, and some pierced through his shoulders. A total of 5 bone spurs pierced through Lu Ming's body, creating 5 holes. Lu Ming's body was pushed back by the bone spurs, nailing him to a huge rock. Ha ha ha, go to hell, go to hell. The Demon Emperor Realm Demon roared crazily, but in the next moment, his eyes popped out, revealing a look of disbelief. This was because Lu Ming was completely fine, and his aura had not weakened at all. Boom, Lu Ming's body burst out with a powerful force, sending the 5 bone spurs flying. The wounds on Lu Ming's body quickly healed. At this time, Ling Yue seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow with all her might while the Demon Emperor Realm Demon was in a daze. An arrow pierced through the Demon Emperor Realm Demon's throat, causing his injuries to worsen. A bunch of little monsters, let's go. The Demon Emperor Realm Demon really panicked and turned around to leave. Unfortunately, his surroundings were filled with strong winds. He was even weaker now, and for a moment, he was actually unable to break through the strong winds and escape. As for Lu Ming, he held the Ice Xian Rod in his hand and charged forward again. He struck out with all his might, causing the Demon Emperor Realm Demon to stagger back. Dandan, are you almost done? Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan. This Demon Emperor Realm Demon was really hard to kill. He had continuously used his full strength to activate the Ice Xian Rod, which consumed a lot of energy. It was difficult for him to maintain his strength. He believed that Ling Yue was about the same. If this were to continue, the demon might really escape. Alright, use your full strength to kill this demon. Fortunately, Dandan gave him some good news. Dandan rapidly formed hand seals, and countless runes appeared on the ground and in the air. These runes intertwined to form a huge formation. The formation shone brightly, and Buddhist chants could be heard. In the next moment, 8 gigantic figures appeared in all directions. These 8 figures emitted a golden Buddhist light, as though they were the Vajras of the Buddhist sections. Dandan had actually set up a Buddhist grand array. The 8 Vajras attacked with all their might, launching a fierce attack at the Demon Emperor Realm Demon. At the same time, Lu Ming and Ling Yue also attacked with all their might. Lu Ming held the Zephyr Pearl in one hand and used all of his strength to draw out the energy within the Zephyr Pearl, turning it into a wind blade that slashed towards his opponent. His other hand held the mysterious ice staff, and in an instant, he poured all of his taboo energy into the mysterious ice staff. The mysterious ice staff grew rapidly, and he swung it at his opponent. Ling Yue also shot an arrow with all her might. The attacks of the three people drowned out the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal together. The pupils of the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal contracted sharply, because he felt a fatal crisis in this move. Roar, he let out a roar, unwilling to be killed by a few little fellows like this, and fought back with all his might. Boom! Boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out, and then a tall figure flew out like a meteorite, smashing into the mountains at the bottom of the lake. The lake water surged, and smoke and dust filled the air. The figure that flew out was naturally that abyssal demon. Lu Ming and the other two flashed their figures and followed closely behind. When they flew over 10,000 miles, they found that the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal Demon was already lying on the ground, his entire body in tatters. His aura was extremely weak, and he was already on the verge of death. They widened their eyes with all their might, staring at Lu Ming and the other two, their eyes revealing deep unwillingness. It seemed that he did not expect that a demon emperor of his generation would eventually die in the hands of 3 Divine Emperor Realm Juniors. If this were to spread out, he would be laughed at after his death. "Let's go," Lu Ming said coldly, and stepped down. A demon sword appeared under his feet, and he used the Great Demon Sword technique. Pucci, the demon sword completely killed the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal Demon. Who? The three of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The three of them were indeed incomparably strong, and with the help of their great weapons, they could kill 9th-layer Divine Emperors like cutting melons and vegetables. However, compared to Divine Emperors, there was still a big gap. Even in the entire primitive universe, an Emperor God would be considered a top expert. Many powerful forces in the universe, or some of the more powerful races, did not have any divine emperors. Only the powerful races on the list of 10,000 races of primitive universe had divine emperors. That level was much stronger than divine emperors. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal Demon had been severely injured by the experts of the Buddhist clan, and his strength was greatly weakened. Otherwise, even if the three of them joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for the Demon Emperor. If they encountered the Demon Emperor, there would only be a road to death, and they would not be able to escape. Then, the three of them took the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal Demon's spirit blood and quickly left. After finding a place, the three of them adjusted their breathing, and when they recovered to their peak state, the three of them went in the direction of Nantian City. Not long after, they successfully returned to Nantian City. After returning to Nantian City, Lu Ming went to report to a divine general what had happened at Constellation Demon Island. Naturally, he would not say that his team members were killed by the spirits of Nether Race. One should know that although the spirits of Nether Race had killed his team members, he had also killed 3 experts of the spirits of Nether Race, and one of them was a peerless genius of the spirits of Nether Race. Although they had taken action in self-defense, and the Heavenly Palace would not blame them, if the spirits of Nether Race knew that they had killed a peerless genius of the spirits of Nether Race, they would most likely not let them go. In the future, they would have to constantly face the assassins of the spirits of Nether Race, and that would be even more troublesome. Lu Ming naturally would not say that. He only said that their formation had been destroyed by the abyssal demon experts, and that the others had died in battle, leaving only the 3 of them. The Divine General did not have the slightest suspicion. After all, such things were very common in a battle with the abyssal demons. The Divine General comforted Lu Ming and said, "Captain Mu Yun, do you need me to replenish your troops?" His team had been scattered, and he could continue to replenish his troops, reform a battle formation, and guard a side of the city wall. However, there was another choice, and that was to choose not to be the captain, and to act alone and hunt the abyssal demons alone. This was usually the choice given to the survivors after a team had been destroyed. However, most people would still choose to form a team. After all, if they formed a team, they could form a battle formation, and their power was amazing. When fighting with the abyssal demons, their chances would be much higher, and they could also hunt enough abyssal demon spirit blood. Acting alone was not only more dangerous, but the efficiency of hunting the abyssal demons would also be much lower. Of course, there were also some people who would choose to act alone. Those people were generally very confident in their own strength. Lu Ming chose to act alone. Lu Ming naturally chose to act alone. He had been betrayed once, and he didn't want to be betrayed a second time. If they formed another team, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be betrayed again. He planned to act alone with Dandan and Ling Yue to hunt demons in the future. Even if the efficiency was a bit lower, it would still be safe and at ease, right? After telling him this idea, the Divine General happily agreed. After returning to his residence, he met up with Dandan and Ling Yue. Then, they moved away from here and stayed on another section of the city wall. After that, the three of them took out the demon spirit blood they had hunted this time and counted them together. The harvest this time was huge. Most of the demon spirit blood came from demons above the 7th layer of the God Emperor realm. They would definitely be exchanged for a lot of merit points. However, they didn't go to the Well of Merit, so they didn't know how many merit points they could exchange for. Right now, they were still unable to return to Dream Sky City to exchange for merit points. They needed to stay in Nantian City and guard it for 100 years. After the three of them counted the demon spirit blood, they divided it equally. For the next half a month, they cultivated in Nantian City. It was very peaceful, and no one came to find trouble with them. Thinking about it, that group of angels were all dead, and no one knew that they were the ones who did it. Although there were many angels in the heavenly soldiers, far more than those 15 people. But relatively speaking, the ones who were most hostile to them were those in that group, such as Lafitte and the others. Once these people died, they should have a period of peace. Half a month later, the three of them set off again. They left Nantian City and headed to another level 3 area to hunt demons. In the following time, Lu Ming and the others acted in groups of 3, secretly hunting demons. The three of them worked together, with Lu Ming and Ling Yue as the main attacker, and Dandan in the formation. In fact, the efficiency wasn't too bad. Although the speed at which they hunted demons couldn't compare to those teams, it wasn't too far off. The key was that the demon spirit blood they hunted was only divided among the three of them. Not only was the demon spirit blood in their hands not less, but it was even more. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 90 years had passed. There were only a few years left until the 100-year period. As long as 100 years passed, they would be able to return to Dream Sky City and convert the evil demon spirit blood they had accumulated into merit points, which they could then exchange for various treasures or enter the fortune tower to increase their strength. What was worth mentioning was that in the past 90 years, their strength had all increased. Lu Ming had a special body. After so many battles, he had broken through to the 4th godly emperor layer. Dandan used to have the strength of the 2nd godly emperor layer, but after 90 years, he had broken through to the 3rd godly emperor layer. Ling Yue's cultivation had also broken through to the 5th godly emperor layer. Ever since she had obtained the fortune of the sacred seed mother tree, her physique had undergone a transformation. Her cultivation speed was astonishing, and she was actually not slower than Lu Ming. What was worth mentioning was that Qiu had also broken through to the 7th godly emperor layer. He had broken through to the 5th godly emperor layer consecutively. During this time, he had devoured a large number of godly weapons. In particular, Lu Ming had obtained some broken godly weapons from the Merit Exchange Hall, which had been of great help to Qiu. Overall, the strength of the three of them had skyrocketed, and they could hunt abyss devils more easily. On this day, they were hunting demon spirits in a level 3 area when they suddenly received news from Nantian City. Everyone was retreating back to Nantian City. Lu Ming and the others were puzzled. They didn't know why everyone was retreating, but under such circumstances, something big must have happened. They didn't dare stay and hastily returned to Nantian City. When they returned to Nantian City, they saw a large number of celestial soldiers returning from all directions. They were all celestial soldiers who had hunted demon spirits from different areas. After so many years of hunting, the low-level areas around Nantian City, such as the level 2, level 3, and even level 4 areas, had been cleared. Further in was the terrifying level 5 area. The level 5 area was occupied by terrifying demon empires. These demon empires had terrifying demon spirits overseeing them. They were comparable to the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. Celestial soldiers and celestial generals generally didn't dare to enter the level 5 area. Nantian City opened a formation. Countless celestial soldiers and celestial generals flew into the formation and landed on the city wall. Lu Ming and the others followed the crowd into Nantian City and landed on a section of the city wall. What happened? Why did everyone suddenly retreat? Yeah, we'll be able to conquer that level 3 area very soon. The demon emperors in that level 3 area have all been killed. Unfortunately, they retreated at the last moment. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Many people were puzzled. Silence. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out and spread through the entire city wall. The scene immediately quieted down. Suddenly, many figures appeared in the sky. These figures had extremely strong auras, as deep as the sea. They were extremely terrifying. Celestial Emperors. They were all in the Celestial Emperor realm. There were celestial generals in armor and celestial officials in white robes. There were no less than 100 of them, and they were all high-level celestial emperors. Everyone's heart sank, and many people revealed solemn expressions. It was definitely unusual for hundreds of celestial generals and celestial officials to be mobilized at once. According to reliable news, a huge demon army has appeared in the depths of the dark universe and is heading toward Nantian City. It should be the demons of the level 5 area. A burly celestial general said. This celestial general looked very valiant and handsome. His long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and his aura was very terrifying. Obviously, this celestial general's identity was extraordinary. Even among the hundreds of celestial generals, he was one of the best. Celestial tribe. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as a thought flashed through his mind. That's right, he was definitely not mistaken. This celestial general was from the celestial tribe. Back then, when he first met the myriad gods, he was chased by some terrifying existences. Those existences were evolved from the celestial tribe's powerhouses after their deaths. They were not the real celestial tribe. The real core of the heavenly palace was the celestial tribe. It could be said that the celestial tribe had founded the heavenly palace. The celestial tribe was not one of the top 10 tribes because they were high and mighty and looked down on all the other tribes. No other tribe could be compared to them. However, it was said that the celestial tribe was very few in number, but each one of them was very powerful. Any one of them would be a top prodigy in the primitive universe. Lu Ming had been in the heavenly palace for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen the real celestial tribe. Demon army? The demons of the level 5 area. Is there a demon wave? Many people exclaimed. Every time the demon army of the level 5 area attacked Nantian City, it was very terrifying. It was called a demon wave. Every time a demonic wave broke out, a world-shaking battle was destined to break out, and the fighting was incomparably tragic. Yes, it's a demonic wave, and this time, it's no small matter. It's very likely that more than one 5th level district has been mobilized. So, immediately set up defenses and check all the arrays to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine General said loudly. Many people were shocked. There was more than one 5th level district demon taking action. The situation was worse than they had imagined. Then, everyone began to take action. Those who were assigned to guard the section of the city wall immediately returned to guard their own section of the city wall. Lu Ming and the other two, because they were acting alone, were randomly assigned to a section of the city wall to hunt as many demons as possible. The heavenly soldiers were very fast. In a short while, they had set up the defenses, and then one by one, they stared into the distance, waiting for the demons to appear. Time passed by, second by second. Buzz, suddenly, the earth and the sky in front seemed to tremble. Then, there was a terrifying aura coming from afar. The aura suddenly became extremely oppressive, as if there was a terrifying giant beast in the distance, coming this way. Everyone's heart was in their mouths. Boom, 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 then, there was a violent roar, and the sky in front of them became pitch black. That was the demonic aura. The demonic aura rushed toward Nantian City like a tide. In the demonic aura, there were countless demons. Countless demons covered the sky and the sun, holding all kinds of weapons, roaring like thunder, and killing intent like a tidal wave. There were too many, so many that it was impossible to count. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless demon army, and no one knew how many there were. And some of the demons' auras were extremely terrifying. These were all demons in the Demon Emperor realm. At a casual glance, one could see hundreds of demons in the Demon Emperor realm. Why are there so many demons? How many 5th-level district demons have been mobilized? Many people's faces changed drastically. So many demons in the Demon Emperor realm had appeared. It was definitely not 1 or 2 5th-level district demon dynasties that could mobilize. It was definitely multiple demon dynasties that had mobilized together. Get ready! In the sky, the heavenly human tribe's divine general shouted. Set up the array, get ready to attack. On the city wall, many first-class heavenly soldiers shouted. In the heavenly palace, there were more than 100 emperor gods. More than 100 god emperors appeared in the sky. They were all god generals and heavenly officials. Those who could reach the level of divine general or heavenly official were all experts among experts. Even among the god emperors, they were considered experts. Most of those first-rate heavenly soldiers were also divine lords. They were just a few weaker divine lords, but their numbers were not small. Rumble, heaven and earth rumbled, and the sun and moon lost their light. The Fiend Legion was getting closer and closer to Nantian City. Kill. Kill all the creatures in the primitive universe. Destroy the heavenly palace. Exterminate the heavenly human tribe. Kill all these losers and fugitives. Roars came from the devil army as countless devils roared and charged towards Nantian City. He was getting closer, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Soon, the distance between the two sides was only a few thousand miles. At this time, the demons launched an attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless attacks, densely packed, covered the sky and blasted toward Nantian City. Formation, rise! In Nantian City, the divine general of the heavenly human tribe gave the order. The city walls of Nantian City glowed, and a light shield appeared. The attacks of these devils were all on the light shield. The light shield kept shaking, but it was blocked by the light shield. Killing formation, rise! The divine general of the heavenly human tribe gave the order again. On each section of the city walls, runes filled the air, and multicolored light continued to shine. Another formation appeared. This time, it was a killing formation. The killing formation condensed all kinds of divine light and shot toward the devil army like arrows. However, the devil army also set up a formation. Layers of demonic aura condensed into a light shield, blocking these attacks. The first wave of attacks from both sides did not cause any damage. The distance between the two sides was getting closer. Boom! In the end, the devil army crashed heavily into the light shield outside Nantian City. At this moment, the entire city felt like it was shaking. Focus on one point and tear this formation apart. Attack! On the devil army's side, the attacks of all the devils gathered in groups. Many of the devils' attacks were focused on one point, trying to tear the formation apart and kill their way into Nantian City. Among them, many Demon Emperor realm devils also attacked with terrifying power. The light shield of the formation trembled even more violently. If this continued, it was inevitable that it would be torn apart. Attack! Kill the devils! The heavenly soldiers on the city walls also roared and launched an attack. Most of the heavenly soldiers formed a battle formation, condensing dazzling golden sword light, slashing outside and slashing at the devils. Lu Ming and the others did not attack. Now that both sides were attacking with formations, the power was too strong. With their cultivation, even if they attacked, it would not have much effect. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying rumbles continued to sound as if the world was about to be destroyed. There were too many experts fighting fiercely. If it happened in the primitive universe or in the starry sky, it would cause a devastating disaster. A large area of the starry sky would be annihilated under such an attack. However, the dark universe was very special. Everything was much more stable than the primitive universe. The damage caused would not be as great as the primitive universe. However, the ground was constantly exploding, and the void turned into chaos. The scene was terrifying. Finally, after fighting for a while, the formation in the eastern area of Nantian City was torn open by the devils. Charge in! The abyss demons let out excited roars, and countless abyss demons madly rushed in through the opening and killed their way onto the city walls. Kill! The heavenly soldiers on the city wall roared and attacked with the battle formation. Golden sword light flashed and slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, a large number of devils were killed. However, there were too many devils, and they kept rushing in. The devils could not compare with the heavenly palace in terms of rune formations. After charging in like this, the devils' formations were not so exquisite. Most of them were fighting for themselves. Unless they had set up a large formation in their own territory, the devils could rely on the formation to exert great power. On the heavenly soldiers' side, relying on the heavenly armor, they could activate the power of the battle formation at any time. However, there were too many devils, and they were not afraid of death. They kept rushing in, and there were even Demon Emperor Realm devils mixed in. Die! A Demon Emperor Realm demon rushed into the crack and slashed out with his saber, blowing up a large formation. More than half of the heavenly soldiers inside were blown up alive. Tragic, both sides began to suffer casualties. You're courting death. A first-class heavenly soldier, his body glowing, waved his sword and attacked the Demon Emperor Realm devil. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides fought fiercely and casualties began to appear. Moreover, with the fierce attacks of the demons, many parts of the Nantian city's array formation were torn apart. Countless demons rushed in through these cracks and engaged in a great battle with the heavenly soldiers and generals. Buzz, the array formation on Lu Ming's side also fluctuated violently. Under the attacks of countless demons, the array formation trembled incessantly. Finally, a crack appeared. Kill! A large group of demons roared and rushed in through the crack, pouncing towards the heavenly soldiers and generals. The heavenly soldiers on the city wall immediately launched a counterattack, setting up a formation to kill the enemy. Both sides fought fiercely. There were also demons that charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Dandan took a step forward and dense runes appeared on the ground. A large array was formed and turned into chains that wrapped around a dozen demons. Then, Lu Ming took out the Zephyr Pearl. A strong wind whistled and swept past, killing more than a dozen demons on the spot. In such a great battle, Lu Ming did not plan to take out the mysterious ice rod. It was too exhausting and would not be used for long. It was far less practical than the Zephyr Pearl. Although Ling Yue took out the Elf King Bow that was stained with blood, she did not use all of her strength to control it. She only activated the power of the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. This way, she could use many moves. The three of them worked together seamlessly and quickly killed dozens of demons. The results of the battle were quite good and attracted the attention of the other demons. The geniuses of the desolate universe are mine. A blood-red demon with burning eyes pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. This was a flame demon. This kind of demon was a special kind of demon. It was very powerful. Before it even pounced, a scorching aura had already pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the Zephyr Pearl turned into a wind blade and slashed towards the demon. With a boom, it collided with the demon, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, Lu Ming did not kill the demon. The wind blade formed by the strong wind was blocked. What strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That fire demon had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer, but he was extremely strong. He was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the 4th godly emperor realm. His cultivation level had increased, which meant that he could draw out more energy from the Gale Pearl. However, the demon had managed to block it. That showed how powerful it was. Brat, it's useless to rely on external objects. Die! The flaming demon roared. Its body was shrouded in flames, and its claws were constantly clawing out. Its body was like lightning as it pounced towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, Ling Yue made her move, and an arrow shot towards the demon. Although Ling Yue did not use her full strength to activate the Elf King Bow that was covered in blood, she had still activated a portion of its power. It was not weaker than the Gale Wind Blade from before. The flaming demon did not dare to underestimate it. It reached out with its claws and blocked the arrow as well. After blocking it, its pair of demon wings continuously slashed towards Lu Ming. It was blocked by Lu Ming's Zephyr Pearl. However, the demon looked ferocious and took the opportunity to get close to Lu Ming. Its demon claws grabbed towards Lu Ming's head. However, an arrow shot towards it. This arrow was even more terrifying. Ling Yue attacked with all her strength. The flaming demon's expression changed. At the critical moment, it used its demon wings to slash at Ling Yue's arrow. With a boom, a hole appeared in its demon wings. It was injured and retreated. Ling Yue attacked with all her strength, and her attack power was still above that of the demon. While the demon was injured, Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. A strong wind swept out and turned into a wind blade, slashing horizontally. With a pu sound, a demon's head flew high into the air. This demon genius was dead. The moment he killed the demon, Lu Ming grabbed the demon's demon spirit blood with his palm. The performance of Lu Ming and the other two immediately attracted the attention of the demon emperors on the demon's side. "You're courting death." A demon emperor realm powerhouse stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. 3 claw lights shot out and grabbed towards Lu Ming and the other two. This was a demon emperor realm demon at its peak. Its strength was unfathomable, and its attack was incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming and the other two felt their hearts beat faster and their hair stand on end. Unstoppable, facing a demon emperor at its peak, even if they attacked with all their might, they wouldn't be able to resist. Especially Ling Yue and Dandan. They only had 3rd-tier heavenly soldier armor, so they couldn't withstand the demon emperor's attack. However, they were already prepared. On the ground, dense runes suddenly crawled out and covered the bodies of the 3 people. Then, the bodies of the 3 people became blurry. When the demon emperor realm abyssal attacked, the 3 of them directly disappeared from their original place and appeared dozens of miles away. The demon emperor realm abyssal's attack naturally missed. Formation. The demon emperor realm demon's eyes flickered with a cold light. Yes, formation. Before the demon army arrived, Dandan had already secretly set up a formation. Of course, they were all formations used to escape. In such a great battle, setting up a killing array was useless. How many demons could you kill? Among the demons, there were many experts. If you killed the strong, there would be even stronger ones. For example, after they killed the flame demon Heaven's Pride, a demon emperor realm demon would immediately come. Therefore, setting up an escape formation to save one's life was the way to go. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Kill. That demon emperor realm demon seemed to have his eyes on Lu Ming and the other two. With a wave of his demon claws, more and more claw prints formed, covering the sky and covering the earth as they charged towards Lu Ming and the other two. Wherever it passed, the battle formation set up by one of the teams was directly destroyed. "Blink Thousand Shadows Array, rise!" Dandan shouted, controlling the array with all his might. Dandan, Lu Ming, and Ling Yue's bodies exploded with a bang. Each of them turned into hundreds of figures, scurrying everywhere. Bang bung as the claw shadows fell, the shadows collapsed. When all the claw shadows disappeared, the true bodies of Lu Ming and the other two were revealed. However, their faces were pale. Although they had dodged the other party's attack just now, it was dangerous and not easy. Wanting to escape with his life in front of a devil emperor at his peak was not easy. We dodged it again. The killing intent in the eyes of that demon emperor realm demon was extremely strong. After escaping from his hands twice in a row, his anger burned fiercely. "I will tear you all apart and bring you back to become my exquisite food." The demon emperor realm demon roared. With a flap of his wings, he personally pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, swoosh, a spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the demon emperor realm demon. Its power was extremely terrifying. The spear pierced through the air, destroying the void. The demon emperor's pupils constricted. He could not care less about killing Lu Ming and the other two. He quickly waved his demon claws to block the attack. Clang, an earth-shattering roar resounded, the spear was blocked, but the demon emperor realm demon was also blasted back again and again. A burly man in golden armor stepped on the air. His aura was like a mountain, and his eyes were like lightning. He was a first-class celestial soldier, and also a divine emperor. A dignified demon emperor, what's the point of attacking a few little guys? I'll be your opponent. A cold voice came from the first-class celestial soldier. His figure was like a flash of lightning, instantly approaching the demon emperor. The spear pierced through the void, stabbing at the demon emperor. "Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I'll kill you too." The demon emperor realm demon roared and fought with the first-rate heavenly soldier. Lu Ming and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. Although their current battle strength was very strong, and after activating their weapons, killing ordinary 9th-layer divine emperors was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, facing a demon emperor, they were still under a lot of pressure. It was a huge leap from divine emperor to divine emperor. In the divine emperor realm, the star nucleus in the Dantian turned into a star. However, no matter how strong a star was, there was a limit. Its energy would be exhausted. In the divine emperor realm, the star in the body evolved into a black hole. A black hole led to an eternal unknown place. One could borrow endless energy from the other side of the black hole. In theory, the energy of the divine emperor realm was almost endless. Even if the battle lasted for thousands of years, it would not be exhausted. Of course, this was only in theory. Therefore, stepping into the divine emperor realm was like stepping into the ranks of the top experts in the primitive universe. As for the divine emperor realm, it was only considered ordinary in the primitive universe. However, the three of them quickly calmed down and attacked the other demons. They were confident that with their talent, it was only a matter of time before they stepped into the divine emperor realm. It was not impossible for them to step into a higher realm. This battle lasted for a full 2 hours. During this period, Lu Ming and the rest were also attacked by other demon emperor realm demons. They were all pushed back by them in a dangerous situation. At the same time, there were many divine emperors in the heavenly palace who would fight against the demon emperors. This battle was exceptionally tragic, and the smell of blood filled the air. Both sides had lost a large number of people. However, the heavenly palace's side had the terrain advantage. With the protection of the formation, the number of casualties was much lower than the demon's side. The demon's losses were at least 3 times that of the heavenly palaces. Dong dong dong, after 2 hours of fighting, the deafening sound of war drums could be heard from the distant land. "Retreat!" A loud roar came from the abyss devils. Then, the demons quickly retreated, and the retreating demons took the corpses of the demons with them. The black mass of evil demons quickly retreated and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. On the city walls of Nantian City, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the face of such a great battle, no one had the confidence to survive. The main reason was that there were too many evil demons, and there were too many experts. Even though the heavenly palace's side had set up a battle formation, the losses were great, and the battle formations were destroyed one by one. What a pity! There are so many evil demon corpses. How much evil demon spirit blood are there? Someone sighed. In the battle just now, countless evil demons had fallen, and no one knew how much evil demon spirit blood there was. However, in the process of the battle just now, who would have the mind to collect evil demon spirit blood, who would dare to be distracted? In such a great battle, being distracted meant death. Later, when the evil demons retreated, they took away most of the evil demon corpses, which made people feel helpless. "Dandan, how's the harvest?" In an inconspicuous section of the city wall, there were 3 people who were talking about their harvest. These 3 people were naturally Lu Ming and the other 2. In the previous battle, Dandan almost did not do anything except use the formation to help them escape. This was because he was collecting evil demon spirit blood. With his attainments in rune formations, it could be said that he was like a ghost, constantly collecting evil demon spirit blood in the dark. Not only did he collect the evil demons killed by Lu Ming and Ling Yue, but he also collected the evil demons killed by the others nearby. Ha ha ha, a great harvest, a great harvest. It's even greater than our previous 90 years combined. Dandan laughed out loud. Of course, it was a sound transmission. He didn't dare to be brazen, afraid that others would hear him and beat him to death. So much? Lu Ming and Ling Yue's eyes lit up. It was even greater than the previous 3 people's gains in the past 90 years. As expected, only in such a tragic battle could one make a fortune. Although the battle just now was dangerous, it was worth it. Hee hee, I even obtained a drop of the Demon Emperor realm's evil demon spirit blood. Dandan had a complacent look on his face. Attention, all divine generals and first-rate heavenly soldiers, gather your subordinates and set up a new formation. The crippled teams regroup and form a complete team. In the sky, the heavenly human race's divine general gave the order. Immediately, divine generals and first-rate heavenly soldiers moved out, gathering the people from the various sections of the city wall and redistributing them. This was because some of the teams had been crippled and couldn't set up a formation. They had to replenish their manpower. This time, Lu Ming and the other two didn't even believe that they could act alone and were forcefully transferred into a team. Although it was a temporary team that hadn't been trained and couldn't unleash the full power of the battle formation, it was still better than acting alone. Lu Ming and the other two could only sigh. They still wanted to secretly collect the evil demon spirit blood in the following battles. Now, it seemed that this plan wouldn't work. In the battle formation, Dandan couldn't appear and disappear unpredictably to collect the evil demon spirit blood. Although it was a pity, there was nothing they could do. The heavenly palace was very efficient. Not long after, the team was reorganized. I've received news that the evil demon army hasn't retreated. Instead, they've set up camp hundreds of millions of miles away. It seems that they will continue to attack. Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle. We've just formed a new team. Step up the training and familiarize yourself with the battle formation. In the sky, the heavenly human race's divine general's voice resounded in all directions. Many people's expressions were ugly. The evil demons hadn't retreated yet. It seemed that the previous retreat was only a temporary one. They would come back again. The tragic battle wasn't over yet. Lu Ming and the others, who had just formed a new battle formation, began to practice and familiarize themselves with the battle formation. They didn't have to wait too long. After only one day, the evil demon army came again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle again. This battle lasted for a full 2 hours before the evil demons retreated. However, these evil demons didn't retreat to their nest. Instead, they set up camp hundreds of millions of miles away from Nantian City. This made many people's expressions ugly. At the same time, they were very puzzled. In the past, the evil demons would gather together and attack Nantian City. However, if they couldn't take it, they would retreat and return to their nest. This time, however, they couldn't take it and didn't retreat. In the next few days, the evil demon army attacked Nantian City 5 times. After 5 times, the evil demon army still did not retreat. They were stationed hundreds of millions of miles away, but they did not attack again. Since the evil demons did not attack, the heavenly palace naturally did not take the initiative to attack. The stalemate lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, the evil demon army did not attack again. This made many people's hearts heavy. They did not know what the evil demons were planning. Boom, rumble, on the 11th day, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the direction of the evil demon army's garrison. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Then, a terrifying and incomparably oppressive aura surged over like a vast wave. Everyone's expression changed drastically, including the god emperors. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they were ants facing an ancient giant beast. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the distant sky. In fact, everyone saw it without him shouting. In the distant sky, the void was like water ripples, constantly shaking. Occasionally, a spatial crack would appear. Through the spatial crack, they saw a figure inside. This figure was incomparably huge. He was wearing battle armor, and his golden hair was fluttering. A terrifying aura surged out like a tide. His body was even bigger than a star. Lord of Heaven, it's the Lord of Heaven! In the sky, the divine general of the heavenly human tribe shouted excitedly. Everyone's hearts were also greatly shaken. The Lord of Heaven was not a realm. It was a title in the heavenly palace, and it was also a position. However, anyone who held the position of Lord of Heaven must be someone above the God Emperor realm. Above the God Emperor realm was the Divine Master. The Lord of Heaven must be someone in the Divine Master realm, and he must be from the heavenly human tribe. Even if other tribes worked in the heavenly palace and reached the Divine Master realm, they could not hold the position of Lord of Heaven. No one had expected that the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly palace would make a move. Roar! In the next moment, a terrifying roar was heard from the spatial crack. Everyone saw a huge demon appear. Its body was huge, and it charged towards the Lord of Heaven. The two sides exchanged a blow, and the void turned into chaos. The figures of the Lord of Heaven and the demon also disappeared. A demon lord realm abyssal. Many people gasped in shock. That abyssal that flashed by just now was definitely a demon master realm abyssal. Demon masters were on the same level as divine masters. A great battle actually broke out between the Lord of Heaven and the demon master. Boom! Boom! Explosions kept coming from the sky. The terrifying pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Fortunately, the void was far enough away from here. Moreover, the battle between the Lord of Heaven and the demon lord took place within the void crack and did not affect Nantian City. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. No one thought that Nantian City's array could withstand the attacks of divine masters or demon masters. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation appeared in the void, and a spatial crack appeared. This time, the hearts of the crowd shuddered once again. Because through the spatial crack, everyone saw another incomparably huge figure. However, this figure was not the Lord of Heaven or the abyssal that they saw just now. It was an angel. A 12-winged angel with 6 pairs of wings spread out. Holy light illuminated the sky, and its aura was terrifying. Needless to say, this was also a divine lord-level figure, and this divine lord-level angel was also fighting with a demon lord-level abyssal. There was actually more than one divine master expert that had been dispatched. What was going on? Divine masters rarely made a move, but now, 2 of them had suddenly appeared. But soon, everyone knew that they were wrong. More than 2 divine masters had been mobilized. This was because the void would flicker from time to time. Through the spatial crack, they saw no less than 5 divine masters. Yes, there were at least 5 divine masters. Among them, 2 were the Lord of Heaven, and the other 3 were peerless powerhouses of other races. On the abyssal side, no less than 5 demon masters had also appeared. There was actually a chaotic battle between divine masters and the void. What was going on? Not only were the ordinary heavenly soldiers confused, but even the divine generals and heavenly officials were confused. What was it that caused so many masterclass existences to go to war? However, they could not interfere in such a battle. Even if a peak god emperor went up, they would be instantly obliterated by the terrifying force. Not even a speck of dust would be left. Everyone waited in confusion for half an hour. Suddenly, the void calmed down as if nothing had happened. Clearly, the terrifying battle had ended. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what the outcome of the battle was. Everyone, stay where you are and stay alert. The heavenly human divine general roared. In a dark void. It was incomparably dark, and violent spatial turbulence was rampant. In this incomparably dark space, there were more than a dozen enormous figures facing each other. There were 6 people on each side. On one side were abyssals. 6 enormous abyssals, all of them demon masters. On the other side, there were 6 peerless masters from the heavenly palace. Among them, 3 were the Lord of Heaven, and the other 3 were from the top 10 races. Both of them were injured. It was clear that the battle earlier had been very intense. An invincible expert of the heavenly palace is buried in the great tomb of heaven and earth. Don't even think about touching it, you demons. A Lord of Heaven spoke. He looked very young and handsome. His long golden hair danced like golden flames. Ha ha ha, what a joke. There's also a peerless expert of my race in the great tomb of heaven and earth. In my opinion, the heavenly palace has no right to interfere. A cyan demon revealed a ferocious smile. The Lord of Heaven of the heavenly palace snorted coldly. The other party wasn't wrong, and they couldn't refute him. However, the great tomb of heaven and earth was too important to them. They had to seize it. However, they were also determined to get the devil. They didn't have the confidence to win. How about this? How about we make a bet? Another Lord of Heaven spoke at this time. This Lord of Heaven was also very handsome, but more feminine. His eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom. Bet? How do you want to bet? A demon master asked. Even if we continue to fight, it'll be difficult to determine a victor. How about we have the younger generation fight on our behalf? Both of us will send out some young geniuses to fight. The winner will have the right to occupy the great tomb of heaven and earth, and the loser will give up the tomb. How about that? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said. Oh, that sounds interesting, but what are the conditions for the younger generation's geniuses? For example, they're limited to the Divine Emperor realm, or how old they can be? A demon master asked. Of course it's limited to Divine Emperors. Divine Emperors aren't too high or too low, and they have the most numbers. It'll be more intense when they fight. What do you think? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said. No, I don't think it's appropriate. I think we should limit the age. How about this, let's have those under 50,000 years old fight. The Demon Lord said. Under 50,000 years old? The feminine Lord of Heaven's expression darkened. He shook his head. I think it's better to have Divine Emperor Juniors fight. He knew that there were several young 9th-level Divine Emperors in South Sky City who were extremely powerful. If they were allowed to fight, their chances of victory would be higher. However, the demons clearly disagreed. This was because, among the Abyss Devils participating in this expedition, they knew of a young prodigy with terrifying combat strength. Therefore, they insisted on setting the age to be under 50,000 years old. The two sides couldn't come to an agreement. How about this, we'll draw lots, and whichever side we draw will decide. What do you think? The more feminine Lord of Heaven said in the end. He had no other choice but to take this compromise. That's more like it. The 6 demon lords nodded. There was naturally no cheating involved in the drawing of lots for people like them. Everything was arranged appropriately. When the drawing of lots ended, the 6 divine lords of the heavenly palace didn't look too good. They'd failed in the drawing. The demons would decide on the conditions. Ha, then we'll do it our way. 3 days later, the youngsters under 50,000 years old will fight. Both sides will set up an environment and let them fight inside. Whichever side is completely wiped out or surrenders will lose and withdraw from the contest for the great tomb of heaven and earth. A demon lord laughed loudly. At this point, the heavenly palace's divine master had no choice but to agree. They all swore on their life essence that the loser would never participate in the contest for the great tomb of heaven and earth. Even if they were divine lords or demon lords, they would still be restricted by their life essence and wouldn't dare violate their oath. Unless they were old antiques who'd transcended the master level, invincible existences. After the two sides finished discussing the details, their figures flashed and disappeared into the dark void. Nantion City, news quickly spread from Nantion City, shocking everyone. Everyone now knew why the master-level existences would engage in such an intense battle. It was because of the great tomb of heaven and earth. It was rumored that endless years ago, so long ago that the exact number of years was unknown. At that time, there was an invincible existence in the heavenly palace who fought against an existence of the same level as the Abyss Devils. In the end, both sides fell. When both sides were about to die, they were sealed in different places. That place was the great tomb of heaven and earth. The inheritances and treasures left behind by such existences were truly too shocking. Even if it was a master-level figure, they would be unable to resist the temptation and would be extremely moved, wanting to investigate to the end. The master-level characters of both sides fought a great battle, but the victor was still undecided. In the end, everything was decided on the younger generation. Both sides sent out the younger generation below 50,000 years old to fight. They entered a special place and began a life-and-death battle. When one side was completely annihilated, or when 80% of the people on one side admitted defeat, that side would be considered to have lost. The other side would win. Hearing this news, the faces of all those under 50,000 years old changed. Needless to say, this battle would be exceptionally cruel. Only when one side was completely annihilated would it be considered a loss. In other words, this was a battle to the death. One side had to be completely annihilated. It was possible to admit defeat, but only if more than 80% of the remaining people on one side agreed. One person or several people were not allowed to admit defeat. If the heavenly palace was defeated, all those who participated in the battle would be in great danger. How could this not cause everyone's expressions to change drastically? Soon, everyone received the news and gathered at an empty section of the city wall. Soon, the heavenly soldiers gathered at an empty section of the city wall. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. These figures were divine generals and heavenly officials. Leading them was the divine general of the celestial race. The divine general of the celestial race swept his gaze over everyone like lightning. A moment later, a door of light flew out and towered between the heavens and the earth, becoming incomparably large. This is the door of light used to test one's age. Everyone, pass through this door, starting from the left. The divine general of the celestial race said. Some people's expressions were somewhat ugly. They knew that this was a test of age. Anyone under 50,000 years old would probably have to fight. However, no one dared to disobey the order. Swish, 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 starting from the left, a large number of heavenly soldiers flew into the door of light. The door of light was extremely large and could accommodate at least a few thousand people. Most of the heavenly soldiers flew through the door of light, but a portion of them were blocked by a mysterious force. The divine general of the celestial race swept his gaze over those who were blocked and smiled. Very good. Those of you who did not pass through the door of light and are under 50,000 years old, stay. Those of you who passed through the door of light, go back and return to the area where you were originally stationed. Yes. Those who passed through the door of light were all over 50,000 years old and left one after another. Those who were under 50,000 years old stayed behind. Heavenly soldiers constantly flew forward, and people were constantly blocked by the door of light. Of course, those who were blocked were in the minority. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue flew towards the door of light. When Lu Ming approached the door of light, he was blocked by a force. This force was vast, mighty, and incomparably condensed. Lu Ming could not rush through it all, and he knew that it was impossible for him to do so. This was most likely the power of a divine master. He discovered that Ling Yue had also been blocked, but to his surprise, Dandan had passed through the door of light. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. That was because Dandan was over 50,000 years old. Back in the primordial realm, Dandan was born from an egg. He was not truly born, but only reborn from nirvana. He was seriously injured and turned into an egg. The most important thing was to heal his injuries. Although his body had been reborn, his soul was one of the 10 strongest war beasts in the primordial realm. He had lived for a long time and was definitely over 50,000 years old. Lu Ming, you guys have to be careful. I won't be able to accompany you. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, his eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, don't you understand me? How could anything happen to me? It's those demons who are in trouble. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Those who pass through the door of light, return to your respective city walls. Those who don't, stay. The voice of the celestial race's divine general sounded again. Dandan could only follow the crowd and leave. Not long after, everyone was checked. In the end, about 3,000 people stayed. There were at least 1 million heavenly soldiers, but only 3,000 were left. That was not a high ratio. Most importantly, there were too few people who could reach the divine emperor realm and become heavenly soldiers under the age of 50,000. Those who could achieve that at that age were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. 3,000 of them stayed. I believe you already know the general situation, but I still need to tell you the details. This battle was decided by the Lord Heaven and the Demon Lord. Both sides will send their prodigies under the age of 50,000 to enter a special place to fight. The conditions for victory are to kill all the opponents or make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat. However, it's almost impossible to make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat because everyone is scattered. It's very difficult to make more than 80% of the opponents admit defeat at the same time. Therefore, the only way to win is to kill all the opponents. The divine general of the heavenly human race said. Many people's expressions became even more unsightly. They could only win by killing all the opponents. It was the same for the demons. They could only win by killing all the opponents. Needless to say, it would be an extremely tragic battle. They would fight to the death. Divine General, I've been feeling a little unwell recently. Can I withdraw? Me too. I'm at the critical moment of my breakthrough. I'm afraid I can't perform perfectly. Many people spoke and wanted to withdraw. You want to withdraw? Sure, go talk to the Lord Heaven. The Divine General of the heavenly human race said coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Those who spoke had ugly expressions. What a joke. Go to the Lord Heaven. This was an order from the Lord Heaven. Going to the Lord Heaven was courting death. Moreover, with their status, would they be able to see the Lord Heaven? Alright, I'll emphasize again. This is an order from the Lord Heaven. It must be carried out. The Divine General of the heavenly human race said. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. This is exactly what I want. I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. A coarse voice sounded. Many people glared at this person. Lu Ming also looked at this person, revealing a faint smile. The person who spoke was none other than the battle god of the Battle Saint tribe, Yuanwen. Battle god Yuanwen ignored the gazes around him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Beside him, the geniuses of the Battle Saint tribe all revealed an intense battle intent. The Battle Saint tribe was the most warlike tribe. Battle blood flowed in their bones. Sometimes, they would even place battle before their lives. This kind of dangerous battle was what they wanted the most. They were all looking forward to it. These battle maniacs. Many people despised him in their hearts. Sir Divine General, may I know where the battle will take place? Are there any other rules? Another person asked. Right now, the Lord Heaven and the Lord God are working with the demon lords to arrange the specific scenes. In 2 days, I will tell you the details. You can wait here for now. Those who are injured or not in peak condition, take advantage of the time now to recover. You only have 3 days. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe said. After speaking, he left this place. The 3,000 people who were going to participate in the battle either had heavy thoughts in their hearts, sat down cross-legged, or chatted in groups of 2 or 3. Very quickly, 2 days passed. In the sky, a light flashed. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe reappeared. Many people immediately turned their gazes to this Divine General. The specific scenes and rules are already out. Take a look. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky. In the image, there were 12 figures standing in the sky of a certain dark universe. These 12 figures were clearly divided into 2 camps. However, they were all shrouded in a hazy light and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. However, everyone knew that these 12 figures were the lords of the heavenly palace and the demon lords. Rumble suddenly, a lord-level figure from the celestial palace and the demons made a move. The 2 of them joined hands and clawed at the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Countless rocks rose up from the ground and condensed into a sphere in the air. This sphere was like a planet. Then, the lords of both sides discussed for a while and set up the sphere. At this point, the image disappeared. The place where you are going to fight is the sphere that you see. This sphere was jointly created by the Lord Heaven and the Demon Lord. It is extremely huge and is no smaller than a planet. Moreover, the lords of both sides have set up restrictions on it. Once you enter, you can't rely on external objects. You can't rely on any external objects. You can only rely on your own strength. The Divine General of the Celestial Tribe said. What? The scene was in an uproar. In particular, some of the top monsters had ugly expressions. In the battlefield, all external objects couldn't be used. These top evildoers were all in possession of great killing weapons. Originally, the great killing weapons were their trump cards, which gave them a lot of confidence. But now, these killing weapons couldn't be used. Their combat strength would plummet. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were the same. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. However, those geniuses who didn't have great killing weapons heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. The Heavenly Palace had top monsters who could control great killing weapons that far exceeded their own strength. How could the demons not have them? If they encountered such demons, they would be at a disadvantage. Now, although the people of the Heavenly Palace couldn't use it, the demons couldn't use it either. This was good news for them. The specific rules are about the same as before. It's still to kill the other party or make more than 80% of the other party admit defeat. Only then will it be considered a victory. In addition, a few variables have been added. The lords of both sides have added 2 lands of fortune. One for the demons and one for the heavenly palace. At the same time, the demons have set up some restrictions on the heavenly palace's land of fortune, and the heavenly palace has also set up some restrictions on the demons' side. When one side is at a disadvantage, as long as they find the corresponding land of fortune, they might be able to turn the tables. The heavenly human race's divine general explained. Everyone nodded and silently thought in their hearts, digesting this clue. There was no doubt that this was an important clue. In the battleground between the 2 sides, the important figures of both sides had each set up a land of fortune. Obviously, they were all useful to their own side and could turn the tables at the critical moment. As long as they could find this land of fortune that was useful to their own side, their chances of surviving this battle would greatly increase. While everyone was thinking about the so-called land of creation, some of their expressions changed. Because they remembered what the divine general had said. The master of the other side had set up a trap in the other side's land of creation. That was a trap set up by a master. Wouldn't they be dead if they went in? The divine general of the heavenly human tribe seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He continued to explain, "Don't worry, the trap set up by the masters of both sides won't be too strong. The masters of both sides have already checked it. Although it's a challenge for you, it's not impossible. Otherwise, this land of creation would be meaningless. Also, the most important clue is how to find the land of creation of both sides. Actually, both sides have maps of their lands of creation. However, the maps have been sealed in a common place by the masters of both sides. After you enter, both sides will fight. When the number of casualties reaches a certain standard, the place where the map is sealed will appear." Everyone silently memorized these clues. This battle will probably be very cruel. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Especially the place where the map was sealed. It would only appear after a certain number of casualties on both sides. Moreover, when it appeared, there would definitely be a fierce battle between both sides. Because if one side didn't fight for it, the other side might get the map to the land of creation. They might even take away the other side's map. If the other side obtained the land of creation and turned the situation around, the other side would be in danger. This was a battle of life and death. One could only imagine how intense it would be. Also, take these demon-fixing pearls. Each of you will have one. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe waved his hand. Black origin pearls the size of longans flew out to Lu Ming and the others. There was one for each of them. Lu Ming reached out to take it. Among the demons, there are some top demons who can awaken the so-called primogenitor bloodline and take human form. The demonic chi in their bodies is hidden very deeply. With your cultivation, it's difficult to sense it. However, with these demon-fixing pearls, as long as they are within a certain distance of you, the demon-fixing pearls will react. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe said. These words reminded Lu Ming of 8 Snake Mountain Range's demon prince Samoras. Samoras had taken human form, but even he hadn't been able to sense it. In the end, it had been Bone Devil who had sensed it. If there were many such demons among the demons, it would be very dangerous. However, the big shots of the heavenly palace were very thoughtful. Don't worry. Even though we can't use external objects in here, the demon-fixing orb has no other use other than the demon-fixing orb's ability to sense the presence of demons. It can still be used. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. Once the battle begins, everything will depend on you. There's still 1 day left. Come with us. After the celestial general finished speaking, he headed outside. A group of other celestial generals and heavenly officials followed him. Lu Ming and the 3,000 or so people followed. Soon, they left Nantian City. Not long after, they saw a round ball floating in the air. This round ball was the one created by the masters of both sides. At that time, it didn't seem that big in the image. But now that they were closer, they realized that the round ball was really huge. It was completely condensed from rocks and was no smaller than a planet. Below the ground, they could see a huge pit that was incomparably deep. They didn't see the masters of both sides, but Lu Ming knew that the masters of both sides were definitely there. In fact, the masters of both sides were indeed there. They were just above them, watching them. It was just that they were very far away and had restrained their auras. Lu Ming and the others couldn't detect them at all. When they arrived, they found that the demons had also arrived on the other side. A large group of young demons, led by some demon emperor demons, came to the other side of the round ball. There are so many demons. Lu Ming and the others looked at the demons and found that there were nearly 4,000 young demons. There were about 1,000 more than the heavenly palace. This made many people's hearts sink. This time, there was no limit to the number of people participating in the battle. It only required those under 50,000 years old. As long as they met this condition, they could participate. They didn't expect that there would be so many demons who met the conditions. Naturally, there were more people from the heavenly palace who met the conditions. However, some of them were in other places and were very far away. They couldn't make it in just a few days. Moreover, there were also a large number of prodigies from the other 4 heavenly palace. However, there was nothing they could do if they couldn't make it. The people from the heavenly palace are here. Ha ha ha, I heard that they are all geniuses from the heavenly palace. I love eating geniuses from the heavenly palace the most. Eating them will definitely increase my strength and speed up my evolution. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to it. Those demon prodigies looked at the heavenly palace and laughed. Most of the demons revealed a ferocious murderous intent. They weren't afraid at all. Instead, they were full of anticipation. On the heavenly palace's side, some of the young prodigies didn't look good. They really wanted to withdraw. However, at this point, they could only brace themselves. The Lord of Heaven had ordered that if they withdrew, only death would await them. They might even implicate their families behind them. They might as well fight it out and have a chance of survival. Everyone is here. Let's begin. A majestic voice came from high up in the sky. All of you, set off. Remember, you must win. If you win this time, the Lord of Heaven will reward you handsomely. The heavenly human tribe's divine general shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, the young demons on the demon's side had already rushed toward the ball. The heavenly palace's prodigies also rushed toward the ball. The ball was too big. It was like a planet. Let's call it the temporary planet. Both sides added up to only about 7,000 people. When thrown into a huge planet, it was really like a speck of dust. Lu Ming and Ling Yue mixed in the crowd and also rushed toward the temporary planet. When he got close to the temporary planet, he suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him toward the temporary planet. With a swoosh, Lu Ming rushed into the temporary planet and landed in a place. He realized that Ling Yue, who was originally standing beside him, had completely flown in another direction and disappeared from his sight. Everyone was scattered. As for Xiao, he was over 50,000 years old. When he first discovered Xiao on that planet, he was already born, so he didn't come in. Lu Ming let Xiao follow Dandan first. Bang! Lu Ming landed on a huge rock, crushing the rock and sending gravel flying everywhere. After stabilizing his body, Lu Ming began to look around. Lu Ming looked around. In all directions, all he could see were uneven rocks. Some of them were only a few meters tall, while some of them were millions of feet tall. He couldn't see the end of it. There seems to be a strong pressure on this planet, causing the speed of those who are inside to slow down a lot. Lu Ming immediately sensed that something was wrong. He felt that he was under pressure all the time, causing his speed to slow down a lot. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. In front of him, a mountain peak that was 100,000 feet tall exploded. Sure enough, this planet was refined by a master-level figure. It's extraordinary. Lu Ming whispered. In the chaotic universe, a single punch from him was enough to destroy a planet. However, here, he only destroyed 100,000 feet tall mountain. The destructive power had been weakened countless times. In fact, it wasn't that his destructive power had weakened, but that the rocks here had been refined and were very hard. Thinking about it, it was normal. This time, the participants of the battle were all geniuses above the Divine Emperor realm. Any one of them could easily destroy a planet. Although this planet was huge, it was still not enough in front of so many experts. It would be destroyed in a few moves, which was not conducive to the battle between the two sides. However, after being refined by the masters of both sides and laid down restrictions, it was different. They could fight to their heart's content and would not destroy this planet. Moreover, their speed was greatly suppressed. They couldn't fly all over the world in an instant. Let's try the Gale Pearl, Lu Ming's heart stirred. He began to try the Gale Pearl and other divine weapons. The result was self-evident. He couldn't control them at all. It was as if he was in a forbidden weapon domain and was isolated. The Gale Pearl, the mysterious ice rod, and some other low-level divine weapons were all restricted. Even the Dream Divine Jade and the Sound Transmission Jade Talisman couldn't be used. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Lu Ming nodded and put away these divine weapons. Then, with a wave of his hand, he carved a special mark on the ground. This was a mark that he and Ling Yue had discussed beforehand. They had to meet up first. If the two of them worked together, it would be relatively safer. Then, Lu Ming flew in the direction where Ling Yue might have fallen. Danger! Lu Ming had only flown a few tens of thousands of li when he sensed danger. His figure came to a stop and backed off rapidly. Whoosh, a saber light slashed in front of him, creating a terrifying crack in the space. Then, a gust of wind blew from the ground as a figure rushed up. This was a demon. Its entire body was black and covered with black scales. There were also bone spurs on its body, making it look extremely ferocious. That demon had the strength of the third godly emperor layer. Lu Ming looked calm. A demon of the third godly emperor layer was nothing in his eyes. Brat, it's your bad luck to have met me. Hee hee, I will enjoy you well and turn you into my strength, the Abyss Devil said ferociously. Your cultivation seems to be lower than mine. Are you so confident that you can take me down? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha, a real genius fighting strength isn't determined by cultivation level. Fighting above one's level is a common thing for me. Even if you're a genius, it's still the same. Die. The demon laughed wildly. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon's saber in his hand slashed towards Lu Ming. As soon as he attacked, Lu Ming could roughly estimate the demon's fighting strength. It was about the 6th godly emperor layer. 3rd godly emperor layer, able to fight above 3 levels. In the primitive universe, he was definitely a top genius. No wonder he was so confident. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation level was 1 level higher than his, he wasn't afraid. He had some capital. Unfortunately, he had met Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the demon's saber. The demon's saber stopped in the air, unable to slash down. The demon's eyes opened wide. He couldn't believe it. He was talking arrogantly, but he didn't dare underestimate Lu Ming. He had used his full strength in that attack. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would be able to grab his saber so casually. Break! The demon prodigy hollered. Demonic aura erupted in full force, wanting to split Lu Ming's palm apart. Unfortunately, it didn't move. The demon's saber in Lu Ming's hand seemed to be oppressed by stars. It couldn't move. That's all you've got? Said Lu Ming disdainfully. Die. The demon prodigy roared furiously. The bone spurs on his body left his body and shot toward Lu Ming. They were extremely powerful. However, Lu Ming reached out with his other hand and there seemed to be shadows of hands in the air. The next moment, the shadows of hands disappeared and Lu Ming grabbed all the bone spurs in his hands. How is this possible? The demon's eyes widened. He was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. Even if he was a level higher than him, he shouldn't be this strong. In front of Lu Ming, he was as weak as a baby. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's hand moved. The bone spear in his hand flew out and pierced through the demon's head. The demon directly died. Demon spirit blood, take it. Lu Ming grasped. The demon's demon spirit blood flew into Lu Ming's hand. This drop of demon spirit blood was sparkling and translucent, emitting a dazzling radiance. Not bad. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. This was the demon spirit blood of a demon genius. Its potential was limitless. The amount of merit points it could be exchanged for was absolutely astonishing. He clearly remembered that the demon spirit blood of Demon Prince Samoras had been exchanged for around 60,000 merit points. That demon was able to fight someone 3 levels above him in the Divine Emperor realm. Even if he couldn't compare to Samoras, the difference wouldn't be too great. Lu Ming estimated that 20 to 30,000 merit points wouldn't be a problem. The demon spirit blood of a demon genius was worth several tens of thousands of merit points. This was a great harvest. The battle with the evil demons this time was both a crisis and an opportunity. It had to be known that nearly all the demon geniuses participating in this battle were demon geniuses. If he could hunt down enough demon spirit blood, how many merit points would it be worth? After collecting the demon spirit blood in a jade bottle, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left. Ah! After flying for some distance, Lu Ming heard a miserable scream. Up ahead, a genius from the heavenly palace had been killed by 2 demons. One of the demons was still holding the bloody heart of that genius from the heavenly palace. It was chewing on it with relish. As soon as Lu Ming approached, the 2 demons discovered Lu Ming. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. When the 2 fiends saw Lu Ming, they retreated. They were both at the second godly emperor layer. Even though they were geniuses, they were still 2 godly emperor layers away from Lu Ming. They didn't feel confident at all. You want to leave? Lu Ming had no intention of letting the other party off. Putting aside the fact that both parties would fight to the death, even if that was not the case, the other party's demon spirit blood was worth a lot of merit points. Lu Ming used the Greater Divine Wind technique and moved like the wind. With a swoosh, he chased after the 2 fiends. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them was shortened. Slash! The 2 fiends attacked with their full strength, each slashing out with a demonic blade. However, Lu Ming easily blocked them. Then, 2 fists shot out, piercing through the air and hitting the 2 fiends. The 2 fiends' bodies shattered inch by inch. They had been hit by the Greater Divine Wind technique. In a flash, the 2 fiends' corpses disappeared. 2 drops of fiend spirit blood flew out and Lu Ming put them away. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. These were all abyssal geniuses with great potential. The amount of merit points they could exchange for would definitely not be small. The more, the better. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure flickered and he left, looking for fiends to kill. However, Lu Ming didn't encounter a single fiend for the next hour or so. This was normal. This temporary planet was very large, and both sides only had about 7,000 people. They were scattered all over the planet, and it wasn't easy to meet someone. But Zhao Hai didn't know that Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai were on the same planet. Furthermore, their speed was greatly suppressed here. Their flying speed was very slow, and it was much more difficult to meet other people. Lu Ming was very calm. He continued flying. Every once in a while, he would choose a conspicuous location and make a mark. That way, Ling Yue would know which direction he was going. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In front of him, a young man was standing on a protruding rock. This young man looked like a human. He wore a long black robe and stood against the wind. He was very handsome. When he saw Lu Ming, he stepped into the air and headed straight for Lu Ming. Devil, Lu Ming muttered. A round pearl appeared in his hand. It was the demon-fixing pearl. At this moment, the demon-fixing orb was flickering with light. The demon-fixing orb's reaction meant that the other party was a demon. However, Lu Ming didn't sense any demonic aura from this person. That made Lu Ming think of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom's Prince Samoros. This was a person who had awakened the bloodline of the demon progenitor. The black-robed youth stopped when he saw the demon-fixing pearl in Lu Ming's hand. He sneered, "Is this your so-called demon-fixing pearl? So what if you have discovered me? You are still going to die." Whoosh, as soon as the black-robed young man's voice fell, his body was filled with a strong devil chi. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards Lu Ming. "Evil demon fire!" shouted the black-robed young man. Flames emerged from his body and turned into an ugly monster. It looked like a snake, but it wasn't a snake. It looked like a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger. It moved towards Lu Ming to kill him. Before it even reached him, Lu Ming could already sense a scorching qi and a disgusting odor. Not only was the fire hot, but it was also extremely poisonous. Boom, Lu Ming struck with his palm and cast the Great Divine Wind technique. A gust of wind swept out and blocked the monster that was condensed from flames. Let's see how many you can block. 10,000 demon slaughter, shouted the black-robed young man furiously. His demon qi boiled and a dozen monsters condensed. They all rushed towards Lu Ming from different directions. Actually, this demon wasn't bad. He had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer and had awakened the bloodline of the demon progenitor. He wasn't any weaker than Samoros. Ordinary cultivators of the seventh godly emperor layer would be killed by him. But his opponent was Lu Ming. Lu Ming also had the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer. At the same level, there was a huge difference between Lu Ming and the black-robed young man. Is that all you've got? With your potential, you should be worth 60,000 merit points. I'll take you. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Following which, Lu Ming's palms shook and a terrifying force erupted in all directions. Those monsters that were condensed from flames instantly exploded and dissipated. A terrifying strength bombarded the black-robed young man. He gave a horrible shriek and his bones broke. He was propelled backwards. Your fighting strength, shouted the black-robed young man. The demonic youth roared in disbelief. He was at the same level as Lu Ming, but Lu Ming had crushed him. He knew he had encountered a peerless genius from the heavenly palace. He wanted to run away, but it was too late. Lu Ming's figure flashed past and the young man's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot. When Lu Ming's figure reappeared, there was already a drop of demon spirit blood in his hand. That drop of demon blood isn't any weaker than the prince of the snake demon kingdom. It should be worth 60,000 merit points, thought Lu Ming, smiling. After encountering so many waves of demon geniuses, Lu Ming felt a lot more relaxed. He judged that the cultivation of the two sides in this battle, whether it was the demons or the heavenly palace, would not be too high or too exaggerated. After all, the people who were participating this time were all under 50,000 years old. 50,000 years was like the blink of an eye for a godly emperor. Not to mention godly emperors. Some people could meditate in seclusion for more than 50,000 years. Very few people could break through to the godly emperor layer within 50,000 years. Not only did it require incredible talent, but it also required a huge amount of resources. In fact, the people from the heavenly palace who were qualified to participate this time were all from the top clans. Most of them were from the top 10 clans. A few of them were from the top 100 clans. There were some clans from the bottom 100 clans, but they were too few. The higher the rank of the primitive era's 10,000 clans, the more talented the clans were. Another reason was that they had more resources. That was why they could reach such a high cultivation level within 50,000 years. But after all, they hadn't lived for 50,000 years. No matter how talented they were, no matter how many resources they had, their cultivation levels wouldn't be too high. Lu Ming thought that there shouldn't be any great supreme gods among the people who were participating this time. Maybe there weren't even any cultivators above the seventh godly emperor layer. Therefore, Lu Ming was a little more confident. After putting away the evil demon spirit blood, Lu Ming left the place and continued to hunt for evil demons. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this time, Lu Ming also met other people from the heavenly palace. Some people from the heavenly palace invited Lu Ming to join forces with them, but Lu Ming refused. It was because their cultivation levels were too low. Lu Ming didn't like them. If they wanted to join forces, they should at least be on the same level. At the very least, the difference between them shouldn't be too big. They should be helpful to Lu Ming. If they couldn't help Lu Ming, they might even be a burden to Lu Ming. Why would Lu Ming want to join forces with them? During this period, Lu Ming encountered a total of 18 demon prodigies. All of them were killed by Lu Ming. None of them were Lu Ming's match. They were all killed by Lu Ming and he obtained 18 drops of demon spirit blood. On that day, Lu Ming was flying when he suddenly heard rumbling sounds. There was a great battle ahead. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately flew over. After a short time, Lu Ming finally saw what was happening. There was a canyon in front of him. A great battle was happening at the entrance of the canyon. There were 5 young men in the canyon. They all looked different. They were from different clans in the Heavenly Palace. Outside of the canyon, there was a group of 7 young geniuses. They were surrounding the canyon and attacking unceasingly. The 5 young men from the Heavenly Palace were relying on the canyon to defend themselves. They would be defeated sooner or later. The strongest one has the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. He could already sense that the strongest one had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. Therefore, he didn't hide his chi and directly flew over. Lu Ming's arrival immediately alerted the people from the Heavenly Palace and the demons. They used their spiritual awareness to scan Lu Ming. It's the people from the Heavenly Palace. At the beginning, when the people from the Heavenly Palace saw that Lu Ming was also from the Heavenly Palace, they were overjoyed. However, when they saw that Lu Ming was alone and only had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, they were disappointed. Lu Ming alone was of no use at all. It was difficult for him to turn the tables. How could he save them? On the other hand, the demons looked relaxed. Ha ha ha. Another guy from the Heavenly Palace is here. Perfect. He's going to be our food. This time, we're going to eat to our heart's content. The 7 young geniuses burst into laughter. However, they couldn't laugh anymore because when he saw them, he didn't run away. On the contrary, he continued running towards them. He wasn't stupid, he was strong. Those who could reach the Divine Emperor realm before 50,000 years old were definitely not stupid. That person has the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, he's not weak. You block the people in the gorge and leave the little boy to me, said the young genius of the 5th godly emperor layer. With that, the demonic wings on his back flapped, and he turned into a gust of wind as he charged towards Lu Ming. Swoosh swoosh, the fiend's claws continued to claw at Lu Ming. Its power was astonishing. Each claw was sharper than a divine weapon. Can you fight across 3 levels? Finally, I've met someone decent. Lu Ming was overjoyed instead of shocked. There were very few people who could fight across 3 levels. Among the 18 evil demons he had killed, only 3 had such a talent. Now, it was the 4th. Boom, Lu Ming punched out, colliding with the fiend's palm. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and the fiend was sent flying, several of his claws broken. What a powerful physical body. These fiends' cultivation methods are strange. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Fiends' cultivation methods were completely different from those in the primitive universe. Most of the Abyss Devils had extremely powerful physical bodies. They could use special methods to strengthen their physical bodies. Their physical bodies were constantly changing and evolving. The more bizarre a fiend was, the more terrifying it was. Most of the young geniuses among fiends were like that. There was another kind of fiend who had awakened their ancestral bloodline. Usually, fiends who had awakened their ancestral bloodline would become terrifyingly strong. Most of the young geniuses Lu Ming had encountered had done that. Of course, those who had awakened their ancestral bloodline were extremely rare. Among the 18 demons Lu Ming had killed, only 1 had awakened their ancestral bloodline. So strong? That young genius was astonished. In one move, he was actually sent flying by Lu Ming. He was a monster who could fight across 3 levels. Could Lu Ming be able to fight across 4 levels? Kill. As long as I kill this kid and eat him, my talent will be even stronger. The fiend roared as his body continued to swell. Bones began to extend from the tips of his fingers. These bones were like bone blades, incomparably sharp. Each finger was like a bone knife. Swish. Swish. Swish, the fiend attacked Lu Ming in a frenzy. His fingers kept clawing out, trying to tear Lu Ming apart. Battle formula. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and the battle formula was successfully activated. Lu Ming did not activate the battle formula when he attacked just now. Otherwise, he could have killed his opponent in an instant. But now, Lu Ming had activated the battle formula to increase his fighting strength by 6 times. Lu Ming had also practiced the battle formula in the Fortune Tower. With the help of the primordial godly sound, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased by 6 times. Now, he had a 100% chance of successfully activating the battle formula. After activating the battle formula, Lu Ming's fighting strength increased dramatically. Boom, he threw a punch and the air shook. Lu Ming's fist collided with the other party's sharp claws. Kacha, kacha, the other party's sharp claws exploded in an instant. The terrifying fist force continued to bombard the body of the evil demon. The evil demon's body was directly torn into pieces. Lu Ming rushed over and grabbed the evil demon's spirit blood in his hands. In the distance, the geniuses on both sides of the canyon were astonished. The fiend with the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer was the strongest of the 7. They had not thought that Lu Ming would be able to defeat him so easily. At that moment, the geniuses on both sides had a 180-degree change in mood. The Heavenly Palace's geniuses were overjoyed, while the fiends were shocked. Retreat. Let's go. The remaining 6 fiends were very straightforward. They immediately retreated, wanting to escape. The strongest among them had been defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. If they went up against him, they would only die. They did not dare to stay. Don't let them escape. Die. In the canyon, the 5 Heavenly Palace's geniuses roared and charged out. Their morale was at its peak. However, Lu Ming was the fastest. After using the Great Godly Wind technique, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already caught up with the 6 fiends. The 6 fiends were shocked. Seeing that they could not escape, they could only turn around and attack Lu Ming with all their strength. Great Demon Sword Technique. Lu Ming's mind shook. A pitch-black demon sword appeared between his fingers. A total of 6 swords, the 6 devil swords flashed, and the 6 devil geniuses stiffened. Then, a bloody mark appeared on their foreheads. The bloody mark grew larger and more obvious until finally, with a popping sound, they were split in half. They no longer had the slightest bit of aura. Lu Ming grabbed the air with his palm and the 6 drops of demonic spirit blood landed in his hands. That way, Lu Ming had obtained 25 drops of fiend spirit blood. Lu Ming estimated that 25 drops of fiend spirit blood could be exchanged for at least 200,000 merit points. Not every abyssal prodigy was worth so many merit points. There were also differences in strength and potential among the demon prodigies. Some demon prodigies were only better than others of the same level. Some could fight across 1 level, while some could fight across 2 levels. Among the demon prodigies that Lu Ming had killed, some were only better than others of the same level. Some could only fight across 1 level. The merit points that could be exchanged for these demon prodigies were very limited. That's it? What strength? The 5 Heavenly Palace prodigies also stopped and looked surprised. Especially when they saw that Lu Ming had obtained 7 drops of demon spirit blood. They were envious and jealous. Some of them even wanted to snatch the blood. However, when they thought of Lu Ming's strength, they felt a chill in their hearts. Who would dare to have any ideas about Lu Ming? Brother, how about we work together? Yeah, we'll have a higher chance of killing the demon together. 2 Heavenly Palace prodigies said. Lu Ming was very strong. If they could work together with Lu Ming, they would have a higher chance of survival in this dangerous battle. At the critical moment, they could even push Lu Ming out as a shield. Lu Ming smiled faintly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Not interested. Lu Ming said faintly and turned to leave. He, you have some strength. Not bad, not bad. I like it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the figure of a demon. This demon was covered in green scales. His body was very strong, but very well proportioned. He didn't look clumsy. The most eye-catching thing was the horn on his head. It was like a green scimitar that pierced through the sky. This was the first time they had seen a demon with a horn on his head. His eyes were filled with a fiery radiance as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at this demon and narrowed his eyes slightly. Instinctively, Lu Ming felt that this demon was very powerful. It made him feel as though he was facing a strong enemy. The 5 geniuses from the Heavenly Palace narrowed their eyes and retreated slowly. They wanted to leave this place and this demon. Since I've already met you, how dare you try to leave? I'll take care of you little fishes first." Before he finished speaking, the horned demon's figure had already disappeared. Lu Ming only saw a flash of a green blade. In the next moment, a series of screams could be heard from the 5 heavenly palace geniuses. After a breath of time, there was a flash of light, and the figure of the single-horned demon reappeared. However, the heads of the 5 heavenly palace prodigies were all pierced, and there was a clear hole in their heads. "The taste is not bad. Unfortunately, it's not hot enough." The unicorn demon smacked his lips, and from his fangs, one could see a mass of white paste. It was clearly brain matter. The brains of the 5 heavenly palace geniuses had been hollowed out by the unicorn demon. Smacking his lips, the unicorn demon looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. "Your strength is not bad. It must be even more delicious. He he he. Your demon spirit blood is not bad either. I'll take it," Lu Ming said indifferently. His body was covered in light, and forbidden energy covered his entire body. "Hee hee, you want to kill me? You have guts. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still too low. Kill." As the word kill fell, the unicorn demon's figure disappeared again. This time, Lu Ming clearly saw how the other party attacked. With the horn as the core, the other party's entire body seemed to have turned into a divine blade, piercing towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. The horn on the unicorn demon's head was like a sharp blade that could split the heavens and earth. The terrifying power made Lu Ming not dare to be careless. Great demon sword technique, slash. Lu Ming clenched his fist and a demon sword appeared. Lu Ming held the sword with both hands and slashed out. That sword accurately cut the unicorn demon's horn. Dong, the sound of metal clashing rang out. An invisible force erupted from the place where the two of them collided. It swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the huge rocks were continuously blasted apart and turned into ashes. Swoosh, swoosh, 2 silhouettes moved back rapidly. It was Lu Ming and the unicorn demon. They both moved back 100 li at the same time and stood in the air, facing each other. How strong! This guy is only a godly emperor layer cultivator, and he can fight opponents 4 levels higher than him. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. The unicorn demon had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but he was terrifyingly strong. He could fight opponents 4 levels higher than him. He could fight against cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. He was as strong as a cultivator on the universe's young geniuses list. It was the first time Lu Ming had encountered such a strong unicorn demon. In fact, it was the first time Lu Ming had encountered such a strong unicorn demon since he had started hunting demons. Such a strong unicorn demon had unlimited potential. The amount of spirit blood he could exchange for was astonishing. Lu Ming was astonished, but the unicorn demon was even more astonished. Lu Ming was surprisingly able to fight against him. Lu Ming's cultivation level was 1 level lower than his. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could fight opponents who were 5 levels higher than him? Such a monster was rare even in the evil demon race. Now, he had actually encountered one. Very good, very good. I'll kill him and eat him. It'll definitely help me evolve. Die. The unicorn demon looked even more ferocious. Demon chi kept exploding out of his body. His horn was flickering with a strange light, and then it grew longer and longer. It was several times longer than before. Swish, the single-horned demon once again used its horn as the tip. Like a poisonous dragon, it charged toward Lu Ming at a faster speed than before. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. He brandished his demon sword. Clang, the two of them collided again. Their bodies shook, and they retreated. However, after retreating, they charged at each other again. Clang! Clang! Clang, the two of them were extremely fast. They kept colliding. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. To be honest, the single-horned young man's combat strength was really strong. That horn was extremely terrifying. Even divine weapons would be cut apart by it. If he used his full strength, ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer would be killed in a prolonged battle. There weren't many people in the primitive universe who were younger than 50,000 years old. But that was it. He was unlucky to have encountered Lu Ming. It seems like that's your limit. Unfortunately, it's not my limit. Lu Ming muttered. With a loud bang, a stronger force erupted from his body. Dazzling lights emerged from Lu Ming's body. That was the result of all his secret techniques. All the secret skills were activated and combined with the taboo power and the primordial secret skill. Lu Ming's combat ability was raised to the peak. When Lu Ming raised his battle strength to the peak, he could kill enemies 5.5 realms above him. Bang! Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a beam of light, rushing forward and colliding with the one-horned fiend youth. A loud explosion resounded, followed by a figure frantically retreating. This retreating figure was naturally the one-horned fiend youth. He retreated several hundred li, his tall and sturdy body trembling incessantly. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, disbelief in his eyes. Gotcha! Following that, his horn emitted a sound similar to that of porcelain shattering. A few cracks appeared on it. How is this possible? The one-horned fiend youth was extremely shocked. The cultivation of fiends was different from that of the primitive universe. They didn't have any origin divine power or origin secret arts. His horn was something that came with a heavenly god and had been continuously refined. It possessed boundless power and was incomparably tough. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's attack had caused cracks to appear on it. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was one realm lower than his, something he had never encountered before. Kill! A cold voice resounded. Lu Ming didn't want to give him a chance to catch his breath. He crossed several hundred li in an instant, arriving in front of the one-horned fiend youth and launching an all-out attack. The one-horned fiend youth resisted with all his strength, but in the Divine Emperor realm, a difference of half a realm in battle strength would result in a crushing situation. Every time the two collided, the one-horned fiend youth's body would be pushed back, spurting out blood from his mouth. The injuries on his body would also worsen. In an instant, the two had exchanged 10 moves. Suddenly, the one-horned fiend youth let out a blood-curdling scream. The horn on his head was covered with several dozen cracks, and finally, it exploded with a bang, turning into fragments. With his most important horn shattered, the one-horned fiend youth was like a deflated balloon, deflating in an instant. His aura rapidly weakened, and his battle strength was also greatly reduced. Be on your way. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. His palm was like a blade, chopping down. Blood splattered everywhere, and the one-horned fiend youth's head flew high into the air, directly falling to the ground. Lu Ming's palm reached out, grabbing the fiend spirit blood of this fiend. Buzz, the evil demon spirit blood was trembling non-stop, emitting rich energy fluctuations. Of all the abyss devil spirit blood Lu Ming had obtained, this drop of abyss devil spirit blood was the most special and eye-catching. Its quality was even higher than that of a god emperor's demon spirit blood. Lu Ming's heart was burning. This drop of abyssal spirit blood could be exchanged for an absolutely astonishing amount of merit points. This demon's potential was too shocking. He was able to fight someone who was 4 levels above him in the godly emperor realm. In the primitive universe, this demon was comparable to a candidate on the universe genius list. Given enough time, this kind of monster would definitely become an overlord of the universe, a powerhouse whose name would shake the world. Of course, such great potential was valuable. Lu Ming hoped to fight such a demon. Of course, it would be best if the other party's cultivation base was not too high. Lu Ming, who had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, could handle such a genius. If a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer came, Lu Ming would have no choice but to run for his life. Lu Ming put the evil demon spirit blood away and walked over to the 5 geniuses from the heavenly palace. He waved his hand and took their interspatial rings. Then, he began to inspect them. After a short while, Lu Ming looked disappointed. There were a few drops of evil demon spirit blood in their interspatial rings, but the quality was very poor. Obviously, the demons they had killed were not very strong. However, it was better than nothing. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to put them all away. After that, Lu Ming left. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lu Ming noticed a strange phenomenon. He rarely encountered demons or people from the heavenly palace. That's strange. Could it be that neither side is in this area? Or are they hiding? Lu Ming murmured in his heart. Unable to figure it out, Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to it. He continued to fly in the direction that Ling Yue might be. The smell of blood. Suddenly, Lu Ming smelled a strong smell of blood coming from a direction. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. Then, he walked along the ground in that direction. Not long after, Lu Ming found a corpse. It was a white jade divine elephant. Obviously, it was a genius from the primitive universe. The white jade divine elephant had died very miserably. There were 5 holes in its head. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it had been pierced by the sharp claws of the evil demon. However, the smell of blood that Lu Ming smelled was definitely not from this white jade divine elephant. It was too strong. Lu Ming continued forward and found a few more corpses. These corpses were not only from the primitive universe, but also from the evil demon. Lu Ming checked and found that the evil demon's spirit blood and the evil demon's corpse had been taken away. Lu Ming continued to move forward, and found more and more corpses. After a while, Lu Ming found no less than 50 corpses. There were both from the heavenly palace and the evil demons. The ground was also full of potholes. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Other than these corpses, there was no one alive. Lu Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect that so many evil demons and the geniuses of the heavenly palace would gather here and have a fierce battle. There's a trail of blood extending to the west. Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. After pondering for a moment, he headed west. After traveling for about a few thousand miles, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He looked in a certain direction. His body was wrapped in divine wind. This was the sign of using the great divine wind technique. He was ready to fight at any time. In that direction, multicolored light flickered, and then a dozen figures appeared. People from the heavenly palace. Upon seeing these people, Lu Ming relaxed a little. Because, these people were all from the heavenly palace. The people from the heavenly palace also saw Lu Ming. You are Mu Yun. Among them, a muscular young man clad in battle armor spoke. He recognized Lu Ming. So it's a brother from the Battle Saint tribe. Lu Ming nodded to this young man. After that, he glanced at the others. He was somewhat curious because these people came from different races. Not all of them were from the Battle Saint tribe. Other than the Battle Saint tribe, there were also the Buddha race, Blood race, Soul race, Devil race, etc. Mu Yun, you can't continue forward. If you continue forward, you will enter the territory of the evil demons. That young man from the Battle Saint tribe said. The territory of the evil demons is in front? Is there a division of territory here? Lu Ming was even more astonished. That's right. In the region ahead, a large number of evil demons are gathered. As for the geniuses of our heavenly palace, they are gathered in the eastern region. The supreme genius of the Buddha race, Luo Tian, is the leader. It's very dangerous for you to move alone. Why don't you join us? Only by gathering together can we fight against the evil demons. Because, in the region ahead, there's also a Devil King level character. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. A Devil King level character? Lu Ming was even more astonished. Why don't you come with us? We can talk as we walk. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. Lu Ming fell silent for a moment before he nodded in agreement. From what the young man from the Battle Saint tribe said, there were many geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered in the eastern region. Maybe, Ling Yue was there as well. In addition, Lu Ming was also very curious and wanted to clarify things. Lu Ming followed the 10+ people and headed east. On the way, the young man from the Battle Saint tribe also told Lu Ming everything. The demons and the geniuses from the heavenly palace all split up after they entered this temporary planet. After that, they went to various corners of the planet. At the start, it was very chaotic as they hunted each other. However, among these geniuses, there were both strong and weak ones. In the nearby vast region, a genius from the demons appeared. His strength was extremely shocking and he slaughtered the geniuses from the heavenly palace as if he was taking something out of his pocket. No one could defeat him. At the start, the heavenly palace lost a large number of geniuses. This genius from the demons was known as the king of this region. The king of geniuses in this region was lofty and lofty. At the end, an extremely terrifying demon-level genius from the heavenly palace also appeared and fought against the genius from the demons, ending in a draw. That demon-level genius from the heavenly palace was none other than a young genius from the Buddha race. From then on, the geniuses of the heavenly palaces in this region all gathered around the young genius from the Buddha race, with him as their leader. Because in this region, other than him, there was no one else who could contend against that devil genius. And the demons in this region naturally gathered around that terrifying devil as well. Just like this, the two kings of this region started to fight against each other. For the past few days, the two sides have been fighting each other almost every day. The two regional kings have also fought each other every day. For the past 6 days, the two regional kings have been fighting to a draw. As for the others, many of them have died. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe explained. Lu Ming thought of the many corpses he saw before. There were corpses from both the demons and the heavenly palace. Now that he thought about it, both sides must have gone through a great battle and suffered losses. How's the battle strength of the two regional kings? Lu Ming asked. He was more concerned about this. Those who could become regional kings were obviously at the pinnacle of the participants this time. Compared to such figures, one would know what level one was at among the participants this time. The demon clan and the heavenly palace's kings have the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but they're both peerless geniuses. Luo Tian from the Buddha clan is one of the candidates for the universe's young geniuses list. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe explained as reverence could be seen in his eyes. So this is the standard? A strange look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Was this the strength of a regional king? He had just killed a genius of this level not long ago. That single-horned demon youth was an existence of this level. It seems like my strength is at the peak of the participants this time around. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a strange area. This area was filled with protruding rocks that were incomparably sharp. They were like divine swords. On each protruding rock, there was a young man. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were gazing into the distance. This was the place where the geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered that there were close to 100 geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered here. On the tallest rock over there is the peerless genius from the Buddha clan, Luo Tian. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe pointed at the tallest rock. Lu Ming looked over and indeed saw a young man sitting cross-legged on that rock. He was bald and his skin was golden. There was also a Buddhist halo above his head. This was a pure member of the Buddha clan. This was the peerless genius of the Buddha clan, Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were closed. He looked dignified and his entire body was enveloped in Buddhist light. He seemed to be circulating his energy and adjusting his breathing. Lu Ming took a few glances and then shifted his gaze away to look for Ling Yue. Unfortunately, Ling Yue was not among these people. Obviously, Ling Yue was not in this area. I hope nothing happens to her. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Although he and Ling Yue knew each other and had an inexplicable engagement, the two of them had been together for so long and had experienced many things together. At this moment, Lu Ming could not help but worry about Ling Yue's safety. However, Ling Yue was very strong. Her cultivation was already at the peak of the 4th level of the God Emperor realm. She could break through to the 5th level of the God Emperor realm at any time. Moreover, Ling Yue's combat strength was extremely strong. After obtaining the opportunity from the Holy Seed Mother Tree, she had achieved a transformation. If they fought at the same level, ordinary candidates of the Universe Prodigy list would not be Ling Yue's match. As long as she did not encounter a regional king-level demon genius, Ling Yue should be able to protect herself. Lu Ming planned to hunt a wave of demons here. After all the demon geniuses in this area had gathered around the regional king. This saved him the trouble of searching. After chatting with the youth of the Battle Saint tribe for a while, Lu Ming flew and landed on an empty rock. He sat down cross-legged and waited. The demons are attacking. Lu Ming had not sat down for long when a loud roar suddenly sounded. Boom! 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 The geniuses of the heavenly palace on the rock all stood up and released a powerful aura, preparing for a great battle. As expected, they are here. It's been 6 days. These demons want to fight with us. Today is the 7th day. They think we are afraid of them. Today, we will kill them all. Kill all the demons. The geniuses of the heavenly palace roared, their battle intent high. They were afraid of the regional king, but the regional king was blocked by Luo Tian, so they were not afraid. Lu Ming stood on a rock and looked into the distance. In the distance, a large group of demons flew over. These demons spread their wings, and their baleful aura soared into the sky. Their roars were like thunder as they rushed over. Kill all the bastards of the heavenly palace. The demon geniuses roared. Among them, one of the demons attracted Lu Ming's attention. This abyssal was covered in green scales, but his right arm was fiery red. There were sinister bone spikes on his arm. Luo Tian, come out and fight. Today, I will kill you. The red demon on his right arm roared, his killing intent surging. This was the regional king of the demons. His name was Sa Dao. Ba. Since Benefactor wants to go on your way, this poor monk will fulfill your wish. Luo Tian stepped on the air, and the Buddhist light became even stronger. With every step he took, a golden lotus would appear under his feet. His speed was very fast, and in a few steps, he was close to Sa Dao. A Buddhist chant rang out, and a huge golden Buddha statue appeared in the sky. It slammed its palm down on Sa Dao. The Buddha statue was tens of thousands of zhang tall. Its golden hand looked like a small mountain as it moved towards Sa Dao. That move again? Can't you do something else? Break! Sa Dao smiled ferociously and rose up in the air. His red right arm punched the air. Boom, an earth-shattering sound spread in the air. The golden hand exploded. Not only that, but the gigantic Buddha statue also exploded and turned into energy. Swoosh, Sa Dao's demonic wings flapped, and he charged at Luo Tian like a bolt of lightning. His right arm became even redder, and flames spread out, making his entire arm look like it was made of lava. Luo Tian's third eye was shining. A golden light appeared. It was a pure Buddhist light. It was Luo Tian's original secret skill. Luo Tian's original secret skill had already severed 6 shackles. That was terrifying. Very few cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer could sever 6 shackles. The shackles of an original secret skill were extremely difficult to sever. Each shackle was like an insurmountable chasm. However, each time one was severed, one's strength would increase tremendously. Usually, only godly emperors could sever all 9 shackles of an original secret skill. Pure Buddhist light surrounded Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian jumped forwards and punched the air. Boom, Luo Tian's hand collided with Sa Dao's right arm. It looked like 2 planets had collided. Red and golden lights filled the sky. Rings after rings of terrifying energy rushed out in all directions like waves of water. No one dared to stand still in the surroundings. The 2 of them collided and their silhouettes flickered. They were evenly matched. Then, the 2 men's second move collided. Boom boom boom, both of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged a dozen attacks. It was obvious that they were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Lu Ming glanced at them and understood what was going on. It was similar to what the young man of the Battle Saint tribe had said. Both of them had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but their fighting prowess was comparable to that of the 9th godly emperor layer. However, that was it. It was about the same as the horned demon that Lu Ming had killed before. Kill! Kill! At this time, the demons and the other people of the heavenly palace were also fighting. In an instant, blood spurted out and screams were heard. Some people had already fallen. Die, brat! An ugly demonic youth brandishing a demonic saber fixed his eyes on Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. That ugly demon had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. To be honest, for a cultivator who was less than 50,000 years old, that was already very good. Without a doubt, this ugly demon was also a monstrous figure. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, it was really not enough. Puff, Lu Ming used the great devil sword art. Sword light flashed, and that devil genius was cut in two. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and that ugly devil's spirit blood was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took that drop of demon's spirit blood and continued to kill the other demons. The result was already decided, none of those demons could withstand one attack from Lu Ming. His demonic sword swept through the air, and Lu Ming killed a demon with each slash. He's that strong? The other Heavenly Palace's young geniuses couldn't help but open their eyes wide in disbelief. When they had seen Lu Ming before, they hadn't paid much attention to him. They had thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary young genius. They had never thought that Lu Ming would be so strong. He could kill those demons as easily as cutting vegetables. He was a peerless monstrous cultivator. The other demons were even more terrified. They didn't dare fight against Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, they all retreated. This scene also attracted the attention of the two kings of the other two regions. But little brat, wait until I get rid of that bald guy, then I'll kill you. Sa Dao shouted angrily. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Your opponent is me. Buddha's light illumination. Luo Tian shouted. The Buddhist light that filled the sky turned into different weapons and smashed down on Sa Dao from all directions. Luo Tian was delighted to see Lu Ming's strength. As long as Lu Ming got rid of the other demons, the Heavenly Palace's young geniuses would be able to attack Sa Dao together. They might be able to kill Sa Dao in one blow. He was very surprised by Lu Ming's behavior. You? Do you think I have nothing better to do than challenge you every day? 7 days are up. Die. 7 deadly fire poison, explode. Sa Dao attacked a few times. Then, his right arm shook violently. A mysterious force spread out. At that moment, Luo Tian's body shook violently. Then, red lines appeared on Luo Tian's body. A disgusting smell was emitted from his body. Puff, Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened rapidly. Poison. When did you poison me? Luo Tian shouted in shock. He kept releasing Buddha's light in an attempt to purify the poison. However, it was useless. The effect was minimal. With your strength, it's difficult to use a poison to kill you. My poison didn't have any signs. During the fight, it seeped into your body bit by bit. I have fought you every day for the past 7 days. After 7 days, the 7 deadly fire poison has finally succeeded. Sa Dao sneered. Luo Tian's face was pale. He finally understood why Sa Dao had challenged him every day for the past 7 days. Initially, he didn't think too much about it. After all, they were mortal enemies. It was normal for demons to challenge them every day. Who would have thought that Sabeo would secretly poison him when they were fighting? Moreover, this poison needed 7 days to take effect. Die. Sa Dao's eyes were ferocious. He punched Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian screamed in pain. His body flew out and broke dozens of huge rocks. Luo Tian was still alive. He had the physical body of a pure Buddha and was known to be immortal. Even so, Luo Tian was severely injured. His chest was almost pierced through. His heart was crushed. His aura was extremely weak. What's going on? At that moment, the elites of the Heavenly Palace turned pale. Luo Tian and Sa Dao were locked in a fight. However, he had been defeated in an instant. All of this happened too suddenly. Most importantly, now that Luo Tian had been defeated, who else could compete with Sa Dao? Mu Yun. Although Mu Yun was strong, his combat strength was still lacking compared to regional kings like Sa Dao and Luo Tian. It's over, the elites of the Heavenly Palace felt a chill down their spines. They didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Great! Ha ha ha, great! In contrast to the people of the Heavenly Palace, the remaining elites of the evil demons were ecstatic. Baldy, I won't kill you for now. I want to show you how I'm going to kill all the people of the Heavenly Palace. Sa Dao said coldly. Then, his figure flashed and rushed toward Lu Ming. Sa Dao threw himself at Lu Ming. His right arm was as red as fire, as if it was made of lava. He hadn't even arrived yet, but his chi was already moving towards Lu Ming. Even ordinary cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer wouldn't be able to withstand that qi. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was even a hint of anticipation. This was because another drop of evil demon spirit blood was about to be obtained. Die. When Sa Dao saw that Lu Ming wasn't dodging, he looked ferocious. His right arm was red as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. In the process of punching out, his fist actually grew rapidly. It was like a small mountain as it blasted toward Lu Ming. The terrifying aura made the other elites of the Heavenly Palace turn pale with fright. "Mu Yun, move back!" shouted someone furiously. The rest of the people sighed in their hearts. They felt that Lu Ming would be seriously injured even if he did not die from this punch. Many people started getting ready to run away. At that moment, Lu Ming also threw a punch. His fist was no different from an ordinary fist, except that it was emitting a dazzling light. Boom, their fists heavily collided. In an instant, the void shook violently. Rings of energy ripples swept out in all directions. What happened next was beyond everybody's expectations. Lu Ming was standing in the sky, motionless. He was as steady as a mountain. Everybody thought that Lu Ming would be blown away, or even explode, but that didn't happen. Lu Ming did not move at all. On the contrary, Sa Dao trembled and retreated a few steps. How? How is that possible? Everybody's eyes were wide open, including Luo Tian, who was seriously injured. Lu Ming had surprisingly pushed Sa Dao back with one punch. Even Luo Tian hadn't been able to do that. How strong? Prince Yuanwen said that Mu Yun wasn't weaker than him at the same level. It seems like it's true. Mu Yun has the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, he's 5 levels stronger than him. The thoughts of the young man from the Battle Saint tribe spun rapidly as a look of admiration appeared on his face. Brat, you, Sa Dao himself was also very shocked. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than his, but when they had exchanged blows just now, he had felt that Lu Ming's strength was simply endless, filled with an aura of destruction. His arm went numb, as if it was about to shatter. Your strength is only SOSO. Now, it's my turn, Lu Ming said indifferently. All the cells in his body trembled, and his body emitted a dazzling glow. This was the manifestation of his strength being stimulated to the peak. With a swoosh, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Sa Dao and punched out continuously. Boom boom boom, the void shook violently. Dozens of fist forces pressed down on Sa Dao like toppling mountains and overturning seas. The terrifying aura caused Sa Dao's muscles to tense up. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He actually felt his scalp go numb. I don't believe that even if he can fight someone 5 levels stronger than him, he won't be able to suppress me. Explode! Sa Dao roared. His fiery red right arm became even thicker. Mysterious runes appeared on it, and the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. At the same time, he punched out. With his right arm, and in an instant, he punched out dozens of times, colliding with Lu Ming's punches. A series of explosions resounded, dazzling the eyes and deafening the ears. The other demons and the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace couldn't see the battle clearly. Who would win? Everyone's heart was pounding because the outcome of the battle would determine the life and death of both sides. But in the next moment, they knew the answer. In the midst of the explosions, a silhouette was pushed back, smashing a few huge rocks. It was Sa Dao. He was now in a very miserable state. There were several fist marks on his body, especially his fiery red arm, which was covered in cracks. Sa Dao spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his qi was extremely weak. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. Then, he turned around and ran away, not daring to fight again. However, he had been severely injured by Lu Ming in the process of fighting with Lu Ming. Even his strongest right arm was almost broken, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. How could he get away from Lu Ming? Lu Ming was wrapped in the divine wind, and in a few flashes, he caught up with Sa Dao. Let's die together. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Sa Dao went crazy. His arm, which was full of cracks, emitted a dazzling red light, and a terrifying qi was released, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Sa Dao was going to self-destruct his red right arm. This red right arm was the foundation of Sa Dao's survival. He was born with it, and after some cultivation, its power was boundless, just like the horn of the horned demon from before. This kind of innate power was extraordinary. Once it self-destructed, the power would be earth-shattering. Sa Dao knew that he couldn't escape, so he planned to self-destruct his right arm and die with Lu Ming. But how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Great binding art! Lu Ming shouted softly and pressed with both hands. Wang, an invisible force suddenly appeared around Sa Dao. This force was like a python, tightly binding Sa Dao. At the same time, there were sharp thorns on this python that pierced into Sa Dao's body, trying to bind his physical body and demonic aura. 3,000 ancient secret techniques, great binding art, this was something that Lu Ming had exchanged from the Merit Exchange Hall. In the Blessings Tower, he had already cultivated it to the greater success stage, and had yet to use it in a battle. It was just right to use it now. After being hit by the great binding art, Sa Dao's body suddenly stiffened. Kill! A cold voice sounded. Lu Ming's body flashed, and a demonic sword soared into the sky, disappearing in a flash. Then, Sa Dao's head flew high into the sky. Another demon prodigy comparable to a candidate on the universe prodigy list was killed by Lu Ming. With a grab of his palm, Lu Ming grabbed Sa Dao's demon spirit blood in his hand. Sa Dao's demon spirit blood was also extraordinary. It wasn't any weaker than the demon spirit blood of the horned demon youth. Lu Ming took out a new jade bottle and stored this drop of demon spirit blood. That's it? The surrounding people were still in a daze. This demon prodigy who had fought with Luo Tian for 7 days and defeated Luo Tian with poison had been killed so easily. They felt like they were in a dream. Let's go! The remaining demons roared and turned to escape. At this time, the prodigies from the heavenly palace woke up. Don't let them escape. Kill! The prodigies from the heavenly palace roared and charged towards the demon prodigies. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of a chance to beat a drowning dog. Lu Ming also rushed out to hunt the demons. Lu Ming had already killed some of the demons, so there weren't many left. Now that they were being chased by Lu Ming and the geniuses of the heavenly palace, the outcome of these demons was already destined. Not a single one of the remaining demons managed to escape. In the end, they all died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others. More than half of them died at the hands of Lu Ming. There was no other way. Lu Ming's speed was too fast, and his battle strength was too strong. The demons were no match for him, so of course they would be killed quickly. All the geniuses of the heavenly palace revealed smiles on their faces. This battle could be said to be a complete victory. Nearly 100 demons had been killed here. One had to know that the total number of demons participating in the battle was only about 4,000. Now that over 100 of them had been killed in an instant, this was an important victory, especially since there was a top monster like Sa Dao among them. This battle could even affect the overall situation. In this competition, they and the demons would not rest until one of them was dead. It was either you die or I die. They were naturally happy to be able to kill so many demons in one go. These people expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. Luo Tian also flew over, barely stabilizing his injuries, and thanked Lu Ming. You're welcome. This time, our common enemy is the demons. When I see the demons, I naturally have to take action. Lu Ming said with a smile. Right. With that, Lu Ming's tone changed. Then, he waved his hand and used the taboo power to carve a strange pattern in the air. This pattern was the pattern that he and Ling Yue had agreed on. Furthermore, the patterns on the two of them were different. This was to make it easier to identify them. According to this pattern, they knew the other party's movements. Everyone, I would like to ask, have you seen this pattern in the vicinity? Lu Ming asked. Everyone looked carefully and many shook their heads. I've seen this pattern before. It was carved on some rocks. Luo Tian looked at it and nodded. Lu Ming was overjoyed and said, Master Luo Tian, where have you seen this pattern? It's in the west, about 500,000 li away from here. It's in a stretch of protruding rocks. Luo Tian explained the location in detail. Lu Ming noted it down carefully. After that, he bid farewell and prepared to leave. Anyway, almost all the demons in this area had been killed. The people in the heavenly palace were not in danger for the time being, so there was no need for him to stay. Luo Tian and the others immediately urged Lu Ming to stay. They wanted to move together with him, but Lu Ming refused. Among these people, only Luo Tian's strength was not bad and could be of help to him. The rest of them were too ordinary, and Lu Ming did not want to bring a bunch of burdens with him. It was easier for him to act alone. After bidding farewell, Lu Ming headed west alone. On this temporary planet, their speed was greatly suppressed. A distance of more than 500,000 kilometers could be covered in the blink of an eye in the primitive universe, but here, it would still take some time. A day later, Lu Ming finally arrived at this area and saw a large number of protruding rocks. Lu Ming spread out his spirit sense and began to search. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure flashed and appeared above a rock. There was a pattern on this rock. That's right, this was indeed carved by Ling Yue. Others couldn't understand it and only thought that it was a simple pattern, but Lu Ming could see where Ling Yue was going. After taking a look at the pattern, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he continued to head west. After a period of time, Lu Ming saw another pattern. After identifying it, Lu Ming continued forward. Just like that, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Lu Ming would occasionally meet the geniuses of the heavenly palace or the demons, but the further he went, the fewer geniuses of the heavenly palace or the demons he met. In the last day, he didn't meet a single genius of the heavenly palace or the demons. What's going on? Could it be that the geniuses of the heavenly palace and the demons in this area have all left? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. Moreover, the pattern left behind by Ling Yue had been broken since half a day ago. It was inexplicably cut off. He searched for a long time but still couldn't find the next pattern. What's going on? Did Ling Yue suddenly encounter danger? Lu Ming revealed a trace of worry. This could only be the case. Otherwise, she would definitely continue to carve the pattern. Only when she suddenly encountered danger and didn't have time to carve the pattern would the pattern be broken. Moreover, in this area, Lu Ming didn't meet a single heavenly palace or demon, which was even more strange. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and continued to search towards the west. Just as Lu Ming passed by a canyon, suddenly, there was a burst of demonic qi in the canyon. Figures rushed out of the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. It was the demons. There were more than a dozen demons, all staring at Lu Ming ferociously. It's the people of the heavenly palace, there are indeed fish that escaped the net. A boy of the 4th godly emperor layer, not bad, he can be considered a big fish. Kill him first. More than a dozen demons roared, and then rushed towards Lu Ming together. These demons were quite strong, and there was even a 5th godly emperor layer demon genius among them. However, there was no one like Sa Dao, so Lu Ming didn't care at all. Just in time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and the great godly wind technique and the great demon sword technique were used together. Suddenly, sword qi rushed forward, and blood spurted out, and one demon after another was killed. No matter what cultivation level, in the hands of Lu Ming, the end was the same, that was, killed by a sword. Run. This guy is too terrifying, he deserves to die. The remaining demons were terrified and turned around, wanting to run away. But how could Lu Ming let them run away? After a few seconds, the 3 demons collapsed on the ground, severely injured. As for the other demons, they had been killed by Lu Ming. Let me ask you, what's going on with this area? Why don't I see the people of the heavenly palace? Lu Ming asked coldly. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't think you can get any information from us. Shouted a demon furiously. Is that so? Then I'll send you on your way. Said Lu Ming coldly. He flicked his finger and a beam of strength shot out and pierced through the demon's third eye, killing him instantly. Now, which one of you will tell me? Asked Lu Ming. Hee, if you want to kill us, then kill us. If we tell you, we'll die anyway. Indeed. Even though the 2 demons were terrified, they still shook their heads resolutely. They knew very well in their hearts that this competition between the heavenly palace and the abyss devils was nothing more than a fight to the death. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. As for 80% of the people surrendering, that was almost impossible. If they surrendered and left, the Demon King wouldn't let them off. Therefore, they knew that even if they told him, Lu Ming wouldn't let them off. The two evil demons were very stubborn and would rather die than say anything. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to kill the two evil demons and take away their evil demon spirit blood. However, Lu Ming was even more certain that something must have happened in this area. Lu Ming was just about to leave, but he immediately stopped. This was because he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger coming from all directions. Yes, it was coming from all directions. He actually couldn't determine where this sense of danger was coming from. This sense of crisis made the muscles all over Lu Ming's body tense up and the hair all over his body stood on end automatically. It was definitely a terrifying enemy that could make him feel this way. A terrifying enemy had appeared in the vicinity. Where is it? Lu Ming's mind was highly focused and his spiritual sense spread out in a large area, watching all the slight movements in the surroundings. Rumble. Suddenly, Lu Ming's ears twitched. He heard a rumbling sound. Although it was very subtle, his spiritual senses were very sharp. Moreover, he had cultivated more than 10 kinds of secret skills related to his ears. Therefore, he was able to accurately capture the sound. Underground, swish, without hesitation, Lu Ming's figure rushed into the sky. The moment Lu Ming rushed up, a demon claw grabbed out from the ground. Gravel splashed as the demon claw grabbed at Lu Ming. However, it was a step too late. The demon claw grabbed Lu Ming's feet, bringing a terrible gust of wind. Your reaction is quite fast, but do you think you can escape from my hands? A cruel and tyrannical voice sounded. Then, the ground exploded with a bang. A tall demon figure rushed out from the ground. Lu Ming looked down and swept his gaze over. His pupils shrank slightly. This was an evil demon. However, this evil demon was very different from the ones Lu Ming had encountered before. This evil demon was extremely tall and burly, at least 10 meters tall. His entire body was filled with bulging muscles and bone spurs protruded from his body. His pair of demon claws were huge and ferocious, and his nails were as sharp as knives. Bam! The demon stomped his feet on the ground and his burly body soared into the sky, bringing along a violent force. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Lu Ming's head and stomped down on Lu Ming. That kind of speed was as fast as teleportation. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming had already activated the battle essence, which increased his combat power by 6 times. He activated the Great Divine Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique and blasted an upward punch. His fist collided with the foot of the burly demon. What a terrifying strength! At the moment of collision, Lu Ming felt his whole body tremble. It was as if he had been hit by a huge high-level planet. His body was like a cannonball, falling toward the ground. There was a loud bang and Lu Ming's body landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling numb all over. He has the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer, he can fight cultivators 4 levels higher than him. That's what Lu Ming thought. Yes, the demon was astonishingly powerful. His cultivation level was too high. He had reached the 6th godly emperor layer. His combat capability was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. His combat capability was much higher than Lu Ming's. Not bad, not bad. You received one of my attacks and didn't die. It seems like you're one of the strongest cultivators in the Heavenly Palace. Very good. Killing you will be a great loss for the Heavenly Palace, said the burly evil demon ferociously. He flapped his wings and turned into a gust of wind. He then charged towards Lu Ming. His gigantic demon claws tore through the air and moved towards Lu Ming. Fast, just as fast. Lu Ming shouted. All his cells shook at the same time. He used all his secret techniques. They turned into dazzling lights. Lu Ming looked like a celestial being. Boom! Lu Ming used all his strength and threw a punch. That punch collided with the burly evil demon's claws. There was an earth-shattering roar. Lu Ming's body shook violently. Once again, his body was like a meteorite, crashing toward the ground. Lu Ming's feet landed on the ground and his entire body bent down. However, he did not dare to stop. He exerted force in his legs and his body moved sideways. Boom, the burly evil demon landed on the place where Lu Ming had been a moment before. That evil demon's feet were also covered with sharp claws and bones. They were terrifyingly strong. A gigantic crater appeared in the ground. Violent energy swept out. Lu Ming had to strike with his palm to break the energy. "You're strong, but not enough," shouted the burly evil demon. He flapped his gigantic wings and charged towards Lu Ming. His claws kept clawing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used all his strength to resist. Both of his fists were constantly bombarded. Every punch was filled with his strength. At the same time, the great evil sword art was also activated. It turned into evil swords and slashed towards the opponent. Both of them attacked at a very fast speed. Both of them were terrifyingly strong. However, even if Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the peak, he was still not the opponent of this evil demon. Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the peak, but he could only kill an opponent who was 5.5 levels higher than him. He was still half a level lower than the opponent. In the Divine Emperor realm, half a level difference was enough to crush the opponent. Just like how Lu Ming dealt with the one-horned evil demon and Sa Dao. It wouldn't be too difficult for this evil demon to deal with Lu Ming. In an instant, both of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Puff, Lu Ming's body was still caught by the evil demon's claws. A large piece of flesh was torn off. The violent chi blasted Lu Ming thousands of miles away. God knows how many huge rocks were smashed. Lu Ming vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was almost torn into two. The potential in each of his cells was crazily stimulated. It constantly emerged and turned into Lu Ming's strength. His body was recovering rapidly. If it wasn't for his tenacious vitality, that move would have taken away half of his life. Whoosh, the burly evil demon attacked again. Obviously, he didn't want to give Lu Ming a chance to breathe. In fact, he was also unable to calm down. Lu Ming's battle strength had shocked him. If Lu Ming broke through another level, the one who would be crushed would not be Lu Ming, but him. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. "Come on, come on." Lu Ming's eyes revealed a crazed look. He didn't retreat and counterattacked. He rushed towards the burly evil demon. Great Binding Art, Lu Ming used the Great Binding Art. An invisible force entangled the burly evil demon like a python. Sharp thorn-like chi pierced the evil demon's body. It wanted to bind his body and evil demon chi. "Open for me." The burly abyss devil laughed wildly. His originally burly body became even more burly. With a boom, the invisible force that wrapped around his body was directly pushed away. The strength of the burly demon was very amazing. He actually forcibly broke free from the shackles of the Great Binding Technique. His huge demon claws continuously grabbed at Lu Ming. After Lu Ming used the Great Binding Technique, he mobilized all his strength and launched his strongest attack, which just happened to collide with the demon claws of the burly demon. Continuous roars sounded, and the two exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. Lu Ming felt his arms go numb, and his bones groaned as he was unable to support himself. His figure retreated again. In the end, there was still a big gap in strength. Even with the Great Binding Technique, it was difficult to make up for it. Although the Great Binding Technique was mysterious, it also needed the support of cultivation. His cultivation was still a little low, and it was difficult to exert the full power of the Great Binding Technique. He could not trap the burly demon. "What other moves do you have? Use them all. I will let you feel despair." The burly demon's eyes became even more ferocious. His figure did not stop. When Lu Ming retreated, he continued to attack Lu Ming. His sharp demon claws grabbed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming waved his fist to block, but the burly demon's other demon claw changed direction and grabbed at Lu Ming from below. Puff, Lu Ming was caught again. 3 ribs flew out, and his flesh and blood splattered. His injury was even more serious. Fortunately, this was Lu Ming. If it had been someone else, they would have been killed under the circumstances where there was such a huge difference in their abilities. Just like the horned demon and saber before, when facing Lu Ming, they did not last long and were killed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's vitality was too tenacious. After resisting so many moves, he was still not killed. "Go." The moment Lu Ming retreated, the Great God Wind technique was fully operated. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he retreated. He understood that he was not the opponent's opponent. If he continued to fight, there was no chance of winning. Why should he continue to fight? Want to escape? In my hands, this is wishful thinking. The burly demon sneered. His demon wings flapped rapidly. His body was more than 10 meters tall, but his speed was astonishing. After Lu Ming was injured, his speed was not as fast as the burly demon. The distance between the two sides was closing again. Die! The burly demon launched a storm-like attack. His demon claws clawed out dozens of times in an instant, leaving claw marks everywhere in the air. But at this moment, there was a violent sound from Lu Ming's side. Then, an emerald green arrow suddenly appeared and shot at the burly demon's forehead. Fast, astonishingly fast, and the power was also astonishingly strong. In the face of this arrow, even the burly demon didn't dare to be careless. A sense of crisis arose in his heart. He had no choice but to stop attacking Lu Ming. His demonic claws suddenly grabbed backward. Clang, the sharp demonic claws grabbed the emerald green arrow, causing the sound of metal clashing and sparks to fly in all directions. Wung, the emerald green arrow kept shaking and finally collapsed. However, the burly demon's attack was also blocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming quickly distanced himself from the burly demon. Mu Yun, follow me. Not far away, a graceful figure appeared. If it wasn't Ling Yue, who could it be? Lu Ming was incomparably surprised. He didn't expect that Ling Yue would suddenly appear when he couldn't find her after spending so much effort. Moreover, he discovered that Ling Yue's cultivation had broken through. Before entering this temporary planet, Ling Yue's battle strength was at the peak of the 4th layer of the God Emperor realm. Now, Ling Yue had reached the 5th layer of the God Emperor realm. After Ling Yue obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, she completed the transformation. Her talent and battle strength had both increased by a lot. In a battle of the same level, Ling Yue's battle strength was stronger than the ordinary candidates of the Universe Prodigy list. Lu Ming estimated that if Ling Yue went all out, she could fight across 4.5 levels. The full strength of Ling Yue, who was at the 5th layer of the God Emperor realm, was not weaker than his full strength. That was why the arrow just now had forced the burly demon to block it. If it was before she broke through, it would definitely be impossible. At this moment, there was no time to think. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he rushed towards Ling Yue. Follow me. Ling Yue said as she brought Lu Ming and rushed in a certain direction. You want to leave? Both of you, stay behind. The burly 10,000 devils roared and chased after Lu Ming and Ling Yue. The burly demon's speed was extremely fast, quickly closing the distance between him and Lu Ming and the others. Swoosh, when the distance between the two sides was about to close, Ling Yue turned around and shot an arrow. What she was using now was naturally not the Elven King Bow that was stained with blood, because it was suppressed here and could not be used. What she was using was her origin secret technique. The arrow pierced through the air like a ray of light, shooting towards the burly demon's forehead. Facing Ling Yue's attack, the burly demon had no choice but to block it. Although Ling Yue's battle prowess was still lacking compared to his, he couldn't directly ignore it. He waved his hand to block, blocking Ling Yue's arrow. However, his figure was still blocked for a moment and his speed slowed down. As for Lu Ming and Ling Yue, they took the opportunity to open up a distance between them. As for Lu Ming, he took the opportunity to recover with all his might. Every cell in his body was trembling slightly. The potential in every cell was constantly gushing out, repairing his injuries. His body, which had been badly damaged, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the burly abyss demon was shocked. This monster, the burly abyss demon, roared in his heart, and became even more determined to kill Lu Ming. He chased after Lu Ming and Ling Yue even more crazily, but when the distance between them closed again, Ling Yue turned around and shot another arrow. The path of archery was best at long-range attacks. If it was anyone else, at such a distance, the power of their attacks would definitely be greatly weakened. However, Ling Yue's arrows were able to maintain their peak power. This was the advantage of a long-range attacker. After being blocked by Ling Yue's arrow, Lu Ming and Ling Yue took the opportunity to widen the distance between them. Just like this, they flew for a long distance, one chasing the other. After a period of time, Lu Ming's injuries were much better, and he wasn't far from returning to his peak state. At this moment, a forest appeared in front of them. Yes, it really was a forest. Lu Ming was extremely surprised. This was because this temporary planet was created by the master-level experts on both sides who had temporarily grabbed the rocks on the ground of the dark universe to refine it. This place was filled with bare rocks. How could there be a forest? Previously, Lu Ming hadn't seen a single blade of grass. Enter the forest. When Ling Yue saw the forest, her eyes lit up and she sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not doubt him. Together with Ling Yue, he rushed into the forest. Just as they rushed into the forest, the burly abyss demon also rushed into the forest. However, when the burly abyss demon rushed into the forest, there were no traces of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Instead, the trees in all directions came to life and charged towards the burly abyss demon. All the plants in the forest seemed to have come alive. They turned into terrifying monsters and charged towards the tall and sturdy demon. Illusory realm, break! The tall and sturdy demon roared and clawed at the trees, causing them to explode. An illusion array, break! Don't even think about trapping me. Break, 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 break! The tall and sturdy demon roared crazily, as if he had turned into a wild beast. Wherever he went, rocks would fly and huge craters would appear on the ground. At that moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yue had already left the forest and appeared on the other side. They weren't affected by the illusion array at all. Lu Ming was astonished. This illusion array was set up by an expert from the Heavenly Palace. It won't be able to stop that demon for long. Let's hurry up and leave this place. Come with me. Ling Yue hurriedly explained and then flew in a certain direction. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Not long after, they appeared hundreds of thousands of li away and arrived at a secret place. At that moment, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. He couldn't see the slightest wound on his body anymore. Besides, he realized that his cultivation level had increased by a lot. The battle with the tall and sturdy demon before had been very dangerous. Lu Ming had been seriously injured. His life had been threatened, and his potential had been stimulated. The potential in his cells had been stimulated unceasingly. Now, his cultivation level had taken a huge step forward. He wasn't too far away from the 5th Godly Emperor layer. Even though this battle had been difficult, he had also gained a lot. If he had cultivated step by step, he didn't know how long it would have taken him to obtain these gains. Why are you here? Also, what's going on in this area? Why haven't I met anyone from the Heavenly Palace, only demons? Immediately, Lu Ming asked curiously. He had a lot of questions in his heart. This time, I came out to investigate the movements of the demons. I didn't expect that I would run into you being chased by Luoshi. Luoshi is the name of that demon just now. As for this area, the situation is very bad. Not only this area, but the situation in a large number of nearby areas is very bad because there is an extremely terrifying monster on the demon's side. Ling Yue explained. She seemed to have thought of something and her expression was very serious. An extremely terrifying demon, even more powerful than that Luoshi? Lu Ming asked. Indeed, he's not just a little bit stronger, he's much stronger. That demon has the strength of the 6th Godly Emperor layer, and he's also a cultivator of the 5th Godly Emperor layer. He can defeat cultivators who are 5 levels stronger than him. Ling Yue said. What? Lu Ming's expression also changed greatly. A cultivator of the 6th Godly Emperor layer could fight cultivators who were 5 cultivation layers higher than him. That was terrifying. Luoshi could easily kill such a cultivator. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying existence among the demons? This abyssal should be the strongest of the chosen abyssal geniuses that participated in this war. During this period of time, he has swept through a large area. A massive number of chosen from the Heavenly Palace have died at his hands. There is simply no way for them to contend with him. The other demons gathered around him. With him as the core, they swept through a large area. That Luosher is one of the strongest helpers of that demon. Ling Yue said. Does that mean that in this large area, the people of the Heavenly Palace have been killed? Lu Ming's expression became heavier. If that was the case, the Heavenly Palace would be in danger this time. No, there are still many survivors in the Heavenly Palace. It's all thanks to a demon from the World Turtle. That demon has a strong cultivation base and is also very strong in rune formations. Although he's not as good as Dandan, he's not much worse. During this time, it's all thanks to the formation of this demon from the World Turtle that the survivors in the Heavenly Palace were able to survive and escape the pursuit of the demons. The illusion formation was also set up by the demon from the World Turtle so that the people in the Heavenly Palace could avoid the demon's pursuit. Lu Ming understood that the illusion array in the forest previously was set up by the demon of the world's divine turtle. Now, the survivors in the Heavenly Palace were hiding in a formation set up by the demon from the World Turtle to avoid the demon's pursuit. However, the situation was very critical because this temporary planet was only so big. Sooner or later, they would be found. At that time, no one would be able to contend against the strongest demon prodigy. The Heavenly Palace would also be defeated. Now, more than half of the temporary planet is controlled by these demons. There are demons everywhere chasing after the people of the Heavenly Palace. It's very dangerous. Let's go back to the Heavenly Palace's place of residence first. Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded and did not object. Now, more than half of the temporary planet had been swept away by the demons. There were almost no people from the Heavenly Palace. It was very dangerous for him to barge in alone. This was because, on the demon's side, other than the strongest demon, there was more than one demon at the level of Luosher. The two of them left this place, restrained their auras, and carefully headed in a direction. During this time, they met a team of demons. This team of demons did not have any terrifying prodigies, but the two of them did not make a move. Who knew if there were any terrifying demons like Luosher nearby? If they made a move and attracted such demons, it would be troublesome. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat an existence like Luosher. After bypassing the team of demons, about 2 hours later, Lu Ming and company arrived at an ordinary rocky area. This area looked no different from other areas. There were messy rocks everywhere, and there was not a single living being. This is it. This place is covered by a large illusion array. It looks ordinary, but in fact, the survivors of the Heavenly Palace are all inside. After Ling Yue finished speaking, she took out 2 jade tokens and handed one to Lu Ming. Then, the two of them flew forward. The jade tokens in their hands glowed with a ray of multicolored light and resonated with the array formation. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void, and the two of them disappeared from their original spot. If one did not have that kind of jade token, one would not be able to enter the illusion array here. Even if one flew past this area, they would not be able to enter the illusion array. It had to be said that this illusion array was very mysterious. As soon as they entered the illusion array, the scene before them changed. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw many figures. This place was filled with protruding rocks. On the rocks, in 2s and 3s, they were all the prodigies of the Heavenly Palace. About 500 people. Lu Ming's heart sank. According to Ling Yue, more than half of the Heavenly Palace's prodigies on the temporary planet were gathered here. On the Heavenly Palace's side, there were a total of 3,000 people participating in the battle. On average, there were about 1,500 people on more than half of the temporary planet. But now, there were only 500 people. Out of 1,500 people, only 500 or so were left. In other words, over 1,000 geniuses from the Heavenly Palace had died at the hands of the demons. This was a huge loss, and it was very unfavorable for the Heavenly Palace in the following battle. The arrival of Lu Ming and Ling Yue immediately attracted the attention of many people. That seems to be Mu Yun. That's right, it said that he's Ling Yue's fiancé. I didn't expect Ling Yue to bring him along when she went out this time. I thought he died at the hands of the demons. I heard that Mu Yun's battle strength is extremely strong. I wonder if he can help us. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than that demon? Sigh. Many people sighed, and some people had despair in their eyes. Mu Yun. At this moment, a voice rang out, and a figure flew over. It was the battle god Yuan Wen. "Brother battle god." Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. After not seeing him for a while, the battle god Yuan Wen's cultivation had also improved greatly. He had actually reached the peak of the third divine emperor realm. It seemed that he had also gained a lot in the fortune tower. With the battle god Yuan Wen's battle strength, his cultivation was at the third divine emperor realm, and he was able to match the eighth divine emperor realm, and even defeat the other party. The two of them could be said to have gotten to know each other after a fight, and there was a sense of appreciation for each other. "Brother Mu, your cultivation is one level higher than mine, and you're in front of me again. I originally wanted to spar with you, but it seems that I can only do it next time." The battle god Yuanwen smiled, his eyes burning with a strong fighting spirit. Although he was in a dangerous situation, he was still not discouraged, and had a strong fighting spirit. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead. Swish, 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 in the void in front of him, there were a few light figures, constantly flickering, and at the same time, runes filled the air. Those light figures were clearly a few figures. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he naturally saw very clearly that there were 3 figures, and Lu Ming felt that each of these 3 figures was extremely strong. It gave off a feeling that it was not weaker than the Luoshi. One of them is from the Angel clan, one is from the Demon clan, and one is from the World Godly Turtle. They're all candidates for the universe's young geniuses list, and they all have the strength of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. They're the 3 strongest people left in the Heavenly Palace. They're not weaker than Luoshi. Recently, they've been practicing a joint attack technique. They hope to be able to contend against the strongest genius of the demons. Ling Yue explained. Can a joint attack really contend against the strongest prodigy of the fiends? Lu Ming expressed his doubts. These 3 people's abilities were similar to Luoshi's, and they were all candidates for the universe genius list. They should be geniuses who could fight across 4 levels. However, the strongest prodigy of the demons was able to fight across 5 levels. If their cultivation levels were the same, their combat prowess would differ by an entire level. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, it was impossible to fight across a level. There's no other way. This time, those who participate in the battle are all people under 50,000 years old. The highest cultivation level is only the 6th Godly Emperor layer. They're almost the highest among the participants this time. Other than them, the others can't compete with the strongest genius of the fiends. And according to Dong Yuan Qing, once he's proficient in his joint attack technique, the 3 of them can still fight against the fiends for a few dozen moves. In this way, the others can take the opportunity to escape. It's better than being completely crushed. Ling Yue explained. Dong Yuan Qing was the name of the World Godly Turtle monster. If the 3 of them join forces to deal with the strongest genius of the fiends, then, who will deal with the other geniuses of the fiends, such as the Luoshi? Lu Ming immediately thought of this question. The faces of the battle god and Yuanwen immediately darkened. There's no other way. The battle god shook his head. Of course, they had thought of this question. But what could they do about it? The strongest genius of the fiends was too strong. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, no one could fight against him alone. They could only gather more people to barely fight against him. But the fiends were a level lower, so no one could deal with them. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, it was extremely difficult. Damn it, unfortunately, my cultivation level is too low. If I had the cultivation level of the 6th Godly Emperor layer, I wouldn't have let that fiends run wild. The battle god gnashed his teeth. At the same level, he didn't fear the strongest genius of the fiends. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. He was 3 levels lower than his opponent. At the same time, he looked at Lu Ming. He knew Lu Ming's fighting strength. At the same level, Lu Ming wasn't weaker than him. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's cultivation level wasn't enough. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, the 2 of them could fight across 5 levels if they were at the same level. Unfortunately, their cultivation levels were too low. They couldn't reverse the situation. While they were chatting, the 3 top geniuses in the sky stopped and gathered together to discuss something. Then, they continued to practice their joint attack technique. As they practiced, a tortoise shell floated in the air. It was filled with an ancient aura. At this time, Dong Yuanqing and the other two stopped practicing again. This time, they smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that they had made good progress. Then, the three of them landed on 3 cliffs and sat down to meditate. Lu Ming and the others continued to chat. In the process of chatting, Lu Ming's body was still recovering on its own. He was getting closer to his peak state. About 2 hours later, at this time, a young man in a white robe landed beside the angel race's candidate on the universe genius list and whispered a few words. Shua, the angel race candidate on the universe prodigy list, looked in Lu Ming's direction with a sharp gaze. His gaze was like lightning. Lu Ming sensed it instantly. Lu Ming's gaze also looked in that direction. Bunan. Ling Yue's expression changed slightly. This Bunan was the name of the angel race's candidate on the universe genius list. He was also one of the people who had practiced the joint attack technique with Dong Yuanqing. He was a 6th-level godly emperor. Shua, Bunan stood up, took a step in the air, and appeared above Lu Ming and the others. He looked down at Lu Ming and the others with a cold aura. He didn't hide his hostility at all. Many people's gazes turned to look at him. I heard that Mu Yun once challenged Gabbert and made a 1,000-year promise. He has a grudge with the angel race. Many of them want to teach Mu Yun a lesson and curry favor with Gabbert. Bunan is going to make a move too? Is he also going to curry favor with Gabbert? Many people were discussing. Mu Yun, I didn't expect you to live until now. Very good, you can fulfill one of my wishes. Bunan said coldly. What does your wish have to do with me? Lu Ming said indifferently, his expression still calm. I once owed Gabbert a favor. This favor must be returned. Now, kneel down and apologize to Gabbert in public. Then, slap yourself 30 times. I will record it with the dream godly jade and send it to Gabbert. It can be considered returning the favor. Bunan's voice was cold and unquestionable. End of chapter 4075. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.